try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember, don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember, don't forget to remember me. Remember me. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember, don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember, don't forget to remember me. Remember me.
Tell me if it's funny, disappear, honey. When will you give me or call me? Cause I have for you a crazy prize. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feel so high. You never know why.
Something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. You never know why.
I'm Nicholas Martin, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
It's time for the pre-show on our second day of the Jönköping Major. I'm Intero. I'm joined by Pengu. And we had some nonstop action yesterday, and it's going to continue today. But before we get there, we've got some formalities to go through.
Yeah.
so we can talk about the matches that we saw yesterday. If that's okay with you.
I'm okay with that. We can do that,
Okay
absolutely.
with that?
Yeah.
What about the Pengu that was in the promotional video?
He would also be okay with that.
He'd be okay with it?
Sure.
What about the Pengu that's on the TVs when we walked in for AIM Lab talking about coaching sessions?
He too would be okay with it.
Okay with that.
Yep.
Great.
All versions.
That's 4 votes in favor of it, baby. With the second day upon us, we might be saying goodbye to some teams today.
That's true, actually.
And we might be saying hello to some teams today as well. You're probably wondering what happened in the matchups yesterday, and while we'll run through the nitty-gritty, you don't want to see pictures. You want to see video, so that's what we'll do. We'll show you what happened in the matches yesterday. Before we get into it, is there any match in particular that really stood out to you, Nick? Either good or bad?
I mean, we cast it. So it was like Cyclops, M&M, right? Where it's like, one team's gonna win, and then a massive comeback begins, and they just completely reverse sweeps it, right?
It was 6-2.
Yeah, it was 6-2 in favor of Cyclops, and guess what? Cyclops, they didn't end up winning the match. M&M did. They won like 6 rounds in a row, and then it was over.
Just as a general rule, it was a pretty rough day for North America yesterday. It was a pretty rough day for APAC yesterday.
Yeah.
Tremendously bad day for APAC.
You know who's doing great? Europe. And LATAM as always, but like Europe's doing really good.
Europe is doing
happy with
well.
that.
Maybe they have the home field advantage, Nick. North America didn't do so great unless your name is TSM. They were 2-0 on the day. Space Station not having the results that they want. Mirage had a surprising showing in both of their matches, but ultimately falling short to Dire Wolves, which I don't want to say is a surprise because, again, I don't want to undersell APAC, but there wasn't really a good APAC team yesterday. There wasn't really a good APAC performance. Today, they absolutely need to find a way to get out of the basement. But when you talk about these European teams, Wolves did pretty okay. M&M did pretty okay. BDS did pretty okay.
Yeah.
Heroic was okay. Heroic, you were there.
I mean, Heroic had a tough time really showing up in the server. I mean, we saw their game against TSM on Cafe, and they really had a hard time getting into the swing of things. And then what we didn't see live was the Liquid Heroic game because we're traveling back to the hotel at that point. And they also struggled in that matchup as well with a similar scoreline of 7-5. So Heroic, they're the only team from here right now that's actually suffered a loss, and it's in both of their games.
No, you're absolutely correct. In terms of the APAC teams right now, it's very easy for us to actually break it down, but before we get into the actual ones, let's talk about the regions, let's talk about the groups. We'll run through all 4 of them, and the first one on your screen is going to be Group A, which is actually what we will be starting both of the streams off with. You and I personally will be covering the Cyclops Soniqs game. M&M versus Black Dragons will be occurring on the B stream. That'll be covered by both Hap and Fluke.
Yes.
This group in particular, M&M Gaming walked in, and yeah, they didn't exactly get the job done in regulation against Cyclops. That was the matchup that you talked about, where it was 6-2 in favor of Cyclops, and it was M&M who ended up winning 8-6. So as you can see on your screen, we got some probabilities for you as to whether or not they're going to make it out of the groups and into the live portion of the event on Friday. M&M sitting quite pretty right now.
That they are, and that's because they got 5 points top of the leaderboard, and second up is Soniqs, which only got 3 points. So if M&M can get a regulation win to start off the day, they can actually start building a lead for their group and put themselves in a great position. Whereas Black Dragons and Cyclops, they're both sharing that bottom spot of 2 points. They need them now more than ever, so day 2 for them has to go well. Otherwise, playoffs becomes a question mark for them.
Cyclops and Soniqs are playing, and so are M&M and Black Dragons. But then later on in the day, it's Cyclops versus Black Dragons. That will be a matchup from yesterday, as we'll be getting into rematch territory. And then Soniqs and M&M will be concluding the group. Over in Group B, Team Liquid and TSM, so dominant. This might be the biggest difference that we see from the top to the bottom in any of these groups. Team Liquid walked into the day. They take both of their victories with a +8 round differential. That is huge after only 2 matches. TSM not too far behind with a +4, but Heroic, a disappointing day. Sandbox, a disappointing day as well.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, a lot of fans, you know, go into this, they're like, Group B is going to be super, super close because look at Team Liquid, TSM, Heroic, Sandbox, not a single overtime game in day number 1, despite day number 1 having so many overtime games overall. So a huge surprise. And the numbers, as we see right now, we're sitting very pretty up top with Liquid and TSM, 96 and 95% in regulation victory. Heroic even getting regulation victory at 28%, just barely scraping yellow colors.
I mean, if you have Heroic and Sandbox win both of their matches today,
Yes.
in regulation, then what ends up happening? Well, suddenly we go into tomorrow and this group is wide open. TSM will be starting off their first match of the day against Liquid and then playing Heroic later in the day. Sandbox will be playing Heroic and Team Liquid later on to conclude the day. Moving on to Group C, well, this one is also quite lopsided, but for different reasons. Actually, statistically, this group is more lopsided than what we just saw out of B. By a single round, mind you.
Wow.
Team BDS is +5 on their round differential, W7M +8. Yesterday, BDS toppled Space Station 7-5 and then defeated Fury 7-4. And while that's good, it's still, those are close matches. This is another group that did not require overtime yesterday whatsoever.
Yeah, which again, surprised because Space Station Gaming, Team BDS, and W7M all very proven teams at this point. Fury being the big question mark in this group in particular. And while they did get 4 rounds against BDS and 3 rounds against W7M, they need more than that to survive this group, that's for sure.
Probability looks almost identical, if not entirely identical. Impossible
Yeah.
for me to memorize all 16 of those percentages on your screen. I am not the head of percentages, Nick. Either way, W7M and BDS are in excellent spot to make it out of the group in the right direction. Space Station and Fury would make it out of the groups as well in the wrong directions. They'd be making out of it to a plane on the way home. So very similar to what we see in Group B. European team doing well here, NA team doing well in Group B. All the way over to Group D to round out our groups. This is the group that you and I started with, or sitting with yesterday, and we'll also be focusing on today. Much more parity when it comes to these 4 teams. Wolves are atop the group with 5 points. FaZe and Direwolves both squeezed out a win yesterday. Mirage came mighty close and had a spirited match against Direwolves, but still fell short.
Yeah, this was probably the biggest surprise group for me because Direwolves getting 3 points in day 1 was a surprise, not to underestimate them, but after seeing how well Mirage played in their opening match against Wolves, going all the way to overtime in Clubhouse, I thought surely they'd take it against Direwolves later on as well. But no, they went to Theme Park and Direwolves beat Mirage 7-5, and that's why the board right now looks this way in point contribution.
It's actually interesting when you go off of who beat who yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Direwolves got smoked by FaZe 7-1 in favor of the Brazilian squad.
Yeah.
But then Direwolves beats Mirage 7-5. Mirage pushes Wolves to the brink and still ultimately falls short, but the Wolves scrape out a 1-round victory, beating Mirage 8-7. But then Wolves beat FaZe 7-4 pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So Wolves struggle against Mirage, but then destroy FaZe. FaZe destroys Direwolves, and then Mirage loses to Direwolves. It's fascinating stuff. The one team that doesn't have the best odds of making it out of the group and to our show on Friday is Mirage, but the rest of the group is wide open. But as I'm sure you're probably delighted, yet another European team is in prime position to make it to Friday.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the matches yesterday. I was very, I want to say I was surprised by how close the competition was, but it's very heartwarming to see it because we're always going to these tournaments saying who's going to win. And we never truly know, but yesterday just really proved that point where it is really anybody's game right now in every single group, essentially.
What we've seen from the majors this year, going all the way back to start. Let's go back actually an entire year and go back to the Yavla Major.
Okay.
That was this time last year. Then we go to SI, then we go to Charlotte, then we go to Berlin and here. Regions that have a good first day don't typically also have a good second day. We'll have at SI, LATAM will absolutely dominate day 1. And then win 1 or 2 matches day 2 and just completely not show up. APAC will have a great first day and then fall off the second day. And they'll still be in contention by the 3rd day, but it'll be a coin toss. North America won't show up first day or second day and then win all their matches 3rd, and 1 or 2 teams end up making it to the playoffs. So today, when you look at the teams that sit on top of these groups, consistency is going to be king here. If the teams that already won yesterday win again, that means that the 4 victories that they would have are almost good enough to get them clinched for Friday. And as I said, there's a high likelihood that we will see some teams guarantee their spot to the playoffs, and we will also say goodbye to some of the teams today. I have no doubt that we'll say goodbye to at least one team today. On the right-hand side of your screen is the schedule. We'll be starting with Cyclops and Soniqs here on this stream, and then Wolves and Direwolves will be following. I'd like to remind you that we also have a B stream that is ongoing, and you can tune in there if you'd like. That schedule that was just up, that's just for us right here. Now, right side of your screen again, that's the B stream.
That's the B stream. B stands for better, by the way, in case you guys weren't aware. That's what we started yesterday, in case you didn't see us during the intro.
It's not stand for better. There's no difference.
Actually, that's wrong. There is a difference.
We have a desk.
We have a desk here.
We have a desk.
We have a nice...
They don't have a desk. We have a desk. On this stream, in case you're considering tuning in based on the casters. Because, you know, we control the games, and we control your entertainment as well. Dev and Mandy will be doing the matches on Stream A that Nick and I are not doing. Over on the B stream, Hap and Fluke will be starting off the day, and Blue and Stokes will be coming in for matches 3, 4, 7, and 8 as Hap and Fluke get their union-sanctioned breaks. So if you're curious, because I know you like to ask, where will the casters be? That's it for you.
Nice.
And also, these will also be available, all the matches will be available for VODs later if you want to tune in after the fact, because we know that when it comes to time zones, it's 1 a.m. right now on the West Coast. If you live in Las Vegas, if you live in Los Angeles, if you live in Vancouver, etc., you're looking at a 1 a.m. start time. Right now, that's pretty early.
It's also really early to watch your favorite North American teams lose. So it's like you might as well sleep in and then watch the games back later.
Yeah, I think Super is actually co-streaming right now.
Oh God.
And so I think Canadian might be co-streaming too, and they're both in Vegas. So we pray for your sleep schedule, gentlemen. Either way, that's it for the pre-show. In just a couple minutes, we'll come back and we'll start off the matches on day 2 here in the Jönköping Major. Well, if you didn't tune in for the pre-show, now's the time for you to tune into the real show. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of the Jönköping Major. I'm Intero, this is Pengu, and we are going to be starting off with one of the teams that you and I started off with yesterday, and one of the teams that Dev and Mandy started off with yesterday. We have Cyclops Athlete Gaming, CAG for short form, versus the Soniqs, aka SQ for short. Both of these teams will be fighting for their lives here at the Major. On your screen are their rosters. The star players from Cyclops did not have the performance that they wanted yesterday. Today is really the last chance for them to be able to find their footing and put their team in contention to do something that Cyclops has never done.
Make it out of groups.
That's what it is.
Go into playoffs. And when we talk about Cyclops, it's really Blackgray that didn't show up yesterday, right? You spoke about Parker so many times, the top performer from APAC North.
He had the best stats in terms of rating, the highest plus-minus in terms of KD, the most kills, technically tied for the most kills, and yet really struggled. Yesterday, Soniqs had some struggles as well. Some of their top performers did not really show up the way that they wanted. I think it took 6 rounds for Kansan to find a kill in their very first match yesterday. Now, the one thing that has always been true about Soniqs is that they've lived and died off of their 3 top performers and their 3 top fraggers. Rexon, Kansan, and Grixer. If they show up, you've got a good supporting cast now in Gunnar and Geo, who came in to replace both Super and Yeti in the offseason. And honestly, Soniqs have looked like a mighty good team, even while they've been adjusting to a new set of strategies and a new set of leadership, with Super coming off of the team and now acting as, I believe, and Seth, don't grill me for this, I believe your official title is General Manager.
I believe so, yeah.
I believe
that's
that's
accurate.
It's a very nebulous term. For Soniqs and for CAG, they find themselves in different spots. Soniqs are actually second in this group right now.
Yeah,
and have a pretty good
3
shot
points.
of making. Okay.
It's 1 point over Cyclops.
But.
It's like, yeah, but like, barely. The point is that both of these teams really need the points right now, so this match in particular can really push Soniqs forward in the group and keep Cyclops near the bottom, or put Soniqs' entire plan of making it to playoffs into a big whirlwind, really. So, yeah, they both really need it. Of course, Black Dragons and Cyclops are tied with 2 points. Soniqs, they're second place with 3 points, and M&M, they have 5 points. It's still close.
It's a big day for Cyclops. They're going to be going up against Soniqs to start off with, but then also against Black Dragons. That will be a rematch of yesterday's matchup. Now, the #1 team in the group does not play Cyclops today. They do, however, play the Soniqs in the latter match. Our map veto is on the screen, and I mean, we can speculate. Now we know where we're going to go. We're going to go to Clubhouse.
So, the thing to note is that yesterday, Cyclops, they went to Bank, and then they went to Chalet. Soniqs, they went from Chalet to Chalet. So this is new territory for both of these teams for this tournament in particular. And I think they're both happy with that, given the results of yesterday's matches. They need something else in terms of playstyle, in terms of strategy, and also they can now bring out new things they have not shown before, at the very least, at this event yet.
That's Forbes 30 under 30 winner, Goddess, behind them. Former competitor who used to be on Soniqs.
Who also subbed in for stage... Was it stage 3 or stage 2?
Or stage 2.
I think it was stage 2, yeah. Subbed in and actually smashed the competition on Jaeger on Chalet.
Yes, she
did a great job.
Filled in for Rexon, who I believe had come down with COVID or some form of respiratory illness. Who knows? There's a variety of
something
things
like
going around right now. But either way, Geo had been picked up on this team to come in and sort of fill that void that Super left. And obviously focusing on the Soniqs for just a couple more seconds before we jump over to Cyclops, that was really the question that I think a lot of us had working in the North American League, but also internationally, was that what Super brought to the team were often intangibles. They were things that didn't show up on the actual score sheet in-game. His stats in-game usually lagged behind most of his teammates, and in fact, he found himself in terms of in-game stats towards the bottom of the standings, either internationally and often domestically.
Yeah.
but he's been praised for being a great mind behind the game, and no doubt he got the most out of the rest of the team. There were a lot of questions raised about what happens when he goes off.
Yeah.
Who comes in and fills that leadership vacuum? Whether it's Gio or whether it's just the rest of the team stepping up, it seems like Soniqs are still firing on the same cylinders that they were when Super was on the team.
I agree, and regardless of who's taking over that responsibility, whether it's one person, the entire team, I was under the impression, I was thinking that Soniqs would have a very slow start to NAL Stage 3. It would take them a long time to readjust this massive change in leadership and structure. But no, they actually had a really great start in the NAL. They only had 1 weak game against TSM that was on bank. Outside of that, they were very consistent throughout the entirety of Stage 3. And they've had, I mean, a decent first day of groups so far. But I think today really has to be where they prove themselves, because they don't want to wait to get these points until the very final moment. That's going to be a little bit too much pressure and a bit of a nail biter at the end. The social vote. I mean, Cyclops, they are winning these, Parker. Yesterday and now today again, 51-49. It is close, but CAG, they take it.
It's a bit surprising, to be honest, but I also have to wonder if it's just simply who's awake.
I was going to say, any fans are asleep.
How many North American fans are genuinely awake at the moment? Because based on what we saw yesterday, Soniqs come into this matchup as the presumptive favorite just because of their results. As for Cyclops, Black Ray is the player that we're always going to be talking about, but not too far behind Black Ray is Ayagator. And Ayagator's stats over the entirety of APAC North's year, not even just Stage 3, the whole year, have been very, very good. Competing for the top in terms of kills, competing for the top in terms of rating. And we focused a lot on Black Ray and his inability to find the score sheet. But Ayagator's stats were very similar. In fact, if you recall in that M&M game, there were 6 or 7 rounds where Ayagator didn't get a single kill, and every single one of those rounds was won by M&M. The standout performer for Cyclops yesterday was Anatun.
Yep.
And if you can have that supporting cast step up, if you can have your support and flex players carry, then there's 2 thoughts I have. Number 1 is that that's great that you have that depth and that flexibility. But number 2, just as when Fabian was on the team with you, you don't want Fabian top fragging on a team that has Jonas and Kanto Raketti and you. You want Fabian to be somewhere in the middle. It's not exactly the most comforting sign when it's your support and flex players carrying the way and your fraggers are struggling. That said, let's get into this actual matchup. Clubhouse with Soniqs starting on defense. Operator bans are in. Anything you see outside of the ordinary?
No, I mean, Soniqs, they have to respect the Monty ban. Again, Cyclops is Anatun to place that operator in particular. On Clubhouse, the Monty, especially on basement and CCTV attacks, can really enable the attackers over very limited direct attacks, which is very hard to deal with as a defender. Then Asami goes off the board for Soniqs. That's a very common ban both in the NAL, but also across the board for all regions. Valkyrie, of course, your classic information operator, and Hibana on Clubhouse is often taken off the board because it just makes the basement attacks really, really easy, as you can just brute force every single hatch with ease due to having those X-Cairo pellets available to you. So now the attackers have to kind of flex around and bring Heart Breach elsewhere. And it's why you see CAG bring the Ace as the primary Heart Breach, and then secondary Heart Breach gadget from both the Bok and the Ying, because they have to compensate for this Hibana ban.
It is really interesting to look at the way that APAC North played out domestically and now how they work internationally. Because in this matchup, Ayagator, who was second in rating in APAC North in Stage 3, is second last in this entire event so far. Ayagator's rating of 0.60 is only bested by Hot and Cold's 0.58. So the fact that you've got Ayagator, who's currently on your screen, whose role and whose history suggests that they should be competing somewhere at least in the middle of the pack, if not higher, against other international competition. The fact that they're in second last is quite poor. Not too far above Ayagator is Suzushi, but Suzushi also plays those support roles. Playing Hard Breach, playing Anchor, you're not going to be in the action most of the time. There's a great likelihood that you might die if your fraggers and your roamers die early. Not too far above Suzu are Gio and Kanzan. For Gio, that's understandable. For Kanzan, that is downright bad. And I know that Kanzan has had struggles internationally when it comes to getting kills, and while he's had some absolute standout moments, that clutch on Bank always jumps to mind when I'm thinking of Kanzan. But outside of that, he's had some struggles internationally. Today needs to be the day for the Soniqs. If they do want to make it to Friday, they absolutely have to have a good performance from Kansan in this matchup and the matchup later against M&M.
We just saw the timing difference from that secondary heartbeat gadget because it was buffed in the most recent patch. It goes off, I think, 20 to 25% faster than previously, and that makes a difference between the kite call trick working out and not working out. So the kite trick is unsuccessful. Gunner has the peel off moto. That hatch has been opened up. Now the good news, the kitchen hatch is still closed for Soniqs with a minute to go. That's really great for them. They have 2 C4s, 3 if you count Grixer as well, that they could use to try and do some damage vertically. One goes out there, doesn't hit a single member, doesn't do any point of damage. But these C4s, if kept in pocket, can still be used to deny the push, which comes right now.
And it's 35 seconds to go, right on the moto door. There go the Candelas. CAG finding the scoreboard first. Both Kansan and Gunner walking in. Grixer will go down. Rexen as well. Geo, the man, the myth, the legend, who's been at more international events than probably everybody else on SSQ combined, gets a single kill inside of Dirt Tunnel and then gets put out of his misery as Cyclops, within the span of 6 seconds, pulls off an execute, almost gets the diffuser down, and cleans out the site of Soniqs members.
I like Soniqs starting with a more passive turtle approach to basement defense because with Hibana being banned, those mirror windows are a lot safer than usual as you can't just brute force through them with those Excalibur pellets. But at the same time, when you see teams play really passive, you just give up that map control really, really quickly, which the attackers, if they have the right drone setup in the prep phase, can just storm through the map and have enough time to deal with all the issues that you put in front of them. The kite claws, the mirror windows, whether it's having C4s, etc. So I want to see Soniqs get more active on the map and enable their gunners to take these gunfights, or at the very least slow down CAG in their pushes, because if you are Soniqs and you watched the game that Cyclops played yesterday, you saw that the Cyclops themselves, when they play defense, they don't extend out around the map, and that's how they lose on when they defend. And now Soniqs are kind of repeating that same pattern, and it was an issue for them in the domestic region of the NAL, where Soniqs will play Oregon, they'll have 5 members in the base and bomb site, just waiting for the attackers to come to them, when theoretically, you should get out on the map yourself, like what Rexen's doing right now. This is a spawn peak, it's arguably high risk, high reward, but just getting like 1 tap bullet onto Blackway, it forces out a finger adrenal surge, and already now we've gained value of such a small thing of just peeking a door. And look, now we got a drone where he is, yellow pings comes out, you've bought 20 seconds. Minor things, massive impact. Speaking of impact, and it's innocent blitz. Now you can take this attack with the Munty and, you know, take Catwalk from Garage, and it's really straightforward. With the Blitz, it's a bit more intricate because you can take damage throughout the round, and that's the second Adrenal Surge spent, and we haven't really had any real contestation from these 2 teams.
I don't know why we've now seen 2 Adrenal Surges go off, and then nothing else has happened. There's been no follow-up whatsoever. Is there something I missed here?
I mean, Blackway took 1 bullet to the knee, but that's really it. And now Gunner somehow got found in the midst of that round, and this could be a rush from the Breach Parker. They're gonna go right now.
And is there an Adrenal Surge waiting for them? They got the first pick on the Gunner, but Rexen fires back. Anaton is taken out, and Suzu will follow. Kansan in this position upstairs in Garage, patrolling that area. CAG went for broke, and they absolutely did go broke. Not exactly the result they wanted, but they've got a good performance from Black Ray so far, who gives his position away on red stairs, getting the attention of Grixer. The Doc with his MP5 in hand, playing the shoot angle, waiting around the deployable shield, and will have to test his reflexes. Grixer shines internationally in a heads-up contest. I can't say those words. In a heads-up contest against one of the best players in all of APAC. You need to make sure you're hitting your shots. It's still a standoff in this position. Geo falls, traded out by AA Gator, going down, and Black Ray as well. Grixer in this position, gets 2 very quickly. And there's a bulletproof camera staring at Gatorada, who seems to be in a desperate position. Shot away and as he heads away from the Garage. And he's finished off by Kansan, who picks up 2 kills on the round. Soniqs defending a bomb site that we actually don't see all that often here on Clubhouse, and they prevail on it.
Cyclops have now had the same issue once yesterday in their opening match and once today just now, where they play the Blitz, but they don't go for that full committed rush because they want the setup to be perfect, so to speak. But when you go for these kind of rush plays, you're not going to find perfection. Your benefit is that you're going to be surprising your opponent by being fast and being chaotic. So you got to embrace that element and just full send the Blitz in the building, because what I'm referring to is that the Blitz dies before anything happens. You see it here. He He's way outside the breach, tosses a smoke grenade, and then dies. And if you go back to their opening game against Black Dragons, same exact thing happened there as well. They play their blitz, they throw a smoke grenade, and the blitz is the first to fall immediately before anything happens. And that's their entire push. No real follow-up comes through after. Those smoke grenades don't really get utilized either, and then we're just scrambling around. And of course, Soniqs, they just hold their ground really, really well. They establish those crossfires, and they put themselves in favorable positions, and they have that bulletproof camera that grants them intel as well at the same time. That's how they get that round. That's CCTV successfully defended. That's going to take us to the gym bomb set instead, which plays out in a similar-ish fashion because Soniqs are going to be extending to the east-hand side of the map onto the cache. Grixer goes for a cheeky spawn peek onto Gatorada. That stature off the board, which could be a massive kill, but there's no wall deny on the side of Soniqs.
Immediately retrieves that dap from Goddess as well, hand up to get himself some form of ego boost going. Gatorada, the first one to falter, and that means that you have no EMPs whatsoever. If you look at the secondary gadgetry brought by the 4 remaining players of Cyclops, none of them have access to a secondary EMP. And it's not just Grixer who's getting in on this outdoor action. It's Kansan as well. He's trying to spray through the window and maybe pick off Black Ray in the process, but cannot hit his mark before finding a bit more safety in this gym bedroom bomb site.
Starting off with 4 against 5 is never a pretty sight, and I mean, arguably looking at the operators available, it's probably the best operator for Cyclops to lose because you still get your grenade, you still get your soft breach, you still have your execution operator in Ying, you still get your hard breach of Thermite, but you are working with one less gun. When you're fighting up against Kansan, Rex, and Grixer, and even Gunnar and Gio, who's now new additions to the side of Soniqs, you need as much firepower to shoot back as possible because they're a 5-man team now. There was this big meme, so to speak, that Soniqs was a 4-man team plus a voice. They are now a 5-man team, and they still have a voice as well, so they're more lethal than ever. That's been their biggest strength domestically. And so far in this matchup, it has been how they're rising to the occasion as well.
There's an exothermic charge going off. Black Ray on the Nook, trying to find an opening. Sneaking under the radar, good discipline. He sees the Melusi go flying by. Candelas will go out, but now Black Ray's in a rough spot, gets baited by the Banshee. Gunnar will come head-to-head with the Ying of Anaton and win that one out. Soniqs, after the first round of not being able to hit their targets and almost getting flawlessly pounded by Cyclops, have come back alive. There's plenty of artillery from Soniqs to hold out over the next minute. Iagator inside of construction. And he's spotted and taken care of by Rexen. 2 in a row for SQ as they win both of the upstairs bomb sites.
Yeah, straightforward really. I mean, the spawn peak for that particular gym defense just really sealed the deal. It was a rough beginning for Cyclops, and they never really managed to get back onto their feet. And now Soniqs, they're building this momentum, right? 2 spawn picks in a row. On CCTV, it just did a bit of damage, but on the gym defense, it got a full-on kill, headshot. Easy pickings for them. And now the question is, do they keep up this aggressive playstyle? Are they going to be roaming on basement and set that tone and that pace? And look at the operator lineup, it looks to be the case. Alibi, Capcan, Mossy, Mute, Melusi. It is full-on aggression, flexibility in the roam. They can even fake the roam with the Mute Jammers and the Mossy Pest and still fall back to the bomb site if they wanted to, so they have options to work with. Now, Soniqs, they're doing everything rather well right now. The question now comes, how will Cyclops pick this apart? What's going to be their counterplay of choice? And how do they deal with this issue in front of them? Right now, they're hovering at glass with no second set of smokes, and it still could be picks them up. And I'm like, what's the glass gonna do for the roam clear? Maybe they're gonna go dirt with 5 members and brute force the door. I don't know. But right now, it doesn't seem like they're matching the same style of Soniqs where they wanna roam. Cyclops should be worrying about that, saying, we wanna tear it apart and get those pickings, but instead, another spawn peak just goes in favor of Soniqs, doing a little bit of damage.
Going for early picks. There's
like
Rexen, but Grixer's not too far off as well. They get the distraction, and now Grixer's here too, but he gets beaten by Black Ray. This is the Black Ray that we came to expect. Back in peak form and good performance. You know, I will say, I appreciate what the Soniqs are trying to accomplish right now, but I also always worry that when you go for these spawn peaks, that hubris can absolutely doom you. And look at Rexen now. He wanted for a spawn peak over towards stock. He wanted to go for a spawn peak, and now he's doing the same thing in kitchen. He's got the window open. Kitchen is going to be a very pivotal spot of this downstairs attack that Cyclops has to pull off. So at some point, there will be a collision course with Rexon.
I do agree that it's risky business, but I think you do it until it stops working because you're applying so much pressure and buying so much time. I mean, look at this round versus that opening basement defense. There's been 1 minute and 10 seconds off the clock. Not a single member of Cyclops is even inside the building yet. Whereas last time, they were breaching hatches at this point in time. They were doing vertical play, and they were already in the building. 2 smokes being used, one from Gatorada, one from Anaton each, so they both keep some spare in their pocket. That's a good choice for them. But there's nobody even in dirt from the side of Soniqs. They're clearing empty corners.
Gatorada not too far behind Anaton, and Gunner's taken out, presumably playing on site. The problem for Geo as he sits on these alibi clones is the logic bomb will give him away. Will continue to ring out. The Glaz eager to pounce on that information, playing this extremely tight pixel angle. The drones go in to give information. Soniqs understanding that some of Cyclops are coming through dirt tunnel. The question will be, are they prepared for it? Outnumbered 3v5. Black Ray on the split push through blue. If Soniqs decide to fight towards dirt tunnel, Black Ray could easily capitalize off of that, picking up a single kill at minimum. But instead a nade goes out. His position from blue has now been given away. You need these dirt tunnel players to get in quickly because with grenade in hand, he'll drop it, but Rexon still manages to get the very first kill for SQ. Rexon doesn't seem to know that they're both coming from dirt tunnel. Where else are the rest of them heading from? 4 players from Cyclops still up. They're being a little bit hesitant. Getting bogged down right now. Anaton's patience rewarded, but Geo in this position cannot pick which one of the 2 he wants to go after, leaving Kansan to deal with the diffuser going down. Narrowly missing out on Aegator. And a beautiful shot from Kansan, as now he'll have to go 1-on-1 against the Glaz. That DMR can do some mighty good damage. Kansan pull it off. No, he can't. Anaton around the boxes with the diffuser down, prevails in the gunfight. And CAG is 2 for 2 on this downstairs take.
Really intense last minute and 20 seconds as well, because CAG had 2 members in dirt, Black Ray on Liana on the blue stairs, and they kind of messed up the cover because Rexon was allowed to wide swing the blue door in front of 2 members in dirt without getting punished. But the trade came after that fact. They got 2 for the price of 1. They enabled the 1 versus 1 scenario where Anaton came out on top, and the glass pick didn't make a lot of sense on paper, but honestly, it worked out as we saw. It even came down to him being the last standing operator in that 1 versus 1 scenario against Kansan, who looked like he was up for the challenge, but ultimately couldn't quite take it. It's gonna tie up a series 2 for 2, and Soniqs are gonna go through those motions of which bombs that they like the best. We haven't seen bar yet. It's been basement, CCTV gym, basement, and then back to CCTV again. Where last time Cyclops went to that rush on the breach with the blitz, didn't work out. Soniqs took the round rather effortlessly. This time, a rather different operator lineup for them. A more stable and consistent one. We're bringing lots of grenades here. We got 6 in fact. The most nades you'll see in a given round most likely is going to be 6 frag grenades. Since both Maverick and Finger has lost theirs, their play rate also has plummeted. Whereas previously they're both very, very popular operators on Clubhouse in particular. Having 6 grenades kind of signifies or signals to us it's going to be a garage attack. That's where you want to use those grenades typically to clear that catwalk rafters area. But you still have options to go master bedroom as well if you would like to. You have 2 exothermic charges on Susi. That's all you really need. 1 for the main wall, 1 for construction wall. And CC wall goes first.
No bandit tricking, no Kaid Electric Law to come down, as neither of those operators are on the board. That'll open things up. No breach denial whatsoever from Soniqs, so they will let the wall be clearly taken out. Soniqs falling back. So Cyclops have opened this up in 45 seconds or so. Now what are the next steps?
2 options, master bedroom into construction, or you go straight for garage. The rotation has already shown that we're going for a master bedroom attack, and Soniqs, they've actually set this up and expecting this outcome. Gunner, Grixer, and Kansan, the trio right now, have a triangle formation holding down this area. Gunner covers the office portion, Grixer has the bathroom/gym portion, and then Kansan is the supportive cast, so he can hold the hatch for Gunner if he needs assistance. Now Cyclops, they have to drone this information out. out. They gotta pick it apart step by step. That right there is a great opening. That's the central player, like in the middle. That's gonna open things up for them.
And he might be able to get another as Gators in, not too far off the Ana of Black Rage. Shabazz' favorite operator, unable to get that kill. Did you see his tweet yesterday about 2B coming to Rainbow Six in the panel?
I actually did not.
It's probably for the best if you do not see Shabazz's, or as I like to call him Shibs, because I think it humbles him based on his Twitter handle, but his name is Shabazz, and I feel badly because I don't actually think I've ever said his name properly on a broadcast.
Oh, fair. Okay, now I know who he's talking about.
Yeah. Either way, he was quite happy at that Yana Elite.
Oh, I can imagine.
He was very happy with the Yana Elite that was shown. CAG finds themselves with 1 minute left, all 5 players up. They have been dominant in the rounds that they have won. Soniqs basically the same. That 1v1 that came down is the only thing that I can think of that was a real nail-biter. Kansas inside of construction gets 1 player from Soniqs, still in this spot. Watching the window, has to watch the door. The diffuser had been surrendered inside of the bedroom. It needs to be brought across at least 2 rooms and parked in cash.
Oh, the timing.
I don't know whether it's going to happen or not. The Nook of Anyton could potentially make some noise, but Gio's there to read it perfectly. Gator a 3rd kill. Kansan falls. How many more can be found? The 2 remaining players from Soniqs need to wait out these final 10 seconds. And Gator's breathing in a lot of toxic gas. But he's fighting against Shadows, taken out by Rexit in this position. They trade out. Suzu, who's been brought back from the dead, will get the diffuser down, but Gio pulls out the shotgun at an ill-advised time. And CAG are prepared to deal with him, giving them a victory upstairs on Cash CCTV and giving them the lead.
What a chaotic round again. It feels like both sides here don't know the exact whereabouts of the opposing members, right? Because Gator walked into the breach, on from construction, pre-firing every single corner, just hoping somebody would be there. They weren't. He got shot down. Then the 2 versus 1, Gio doesn't know which way to go, doesn't exactly know where the diffuser is going down, and then the last member of Cyclops, who's not planting, is running with a pistol in his hand because he's so far away from his teammate. He has to get in there really, really quickly. We see that replay on your screen right now. That's the chaos portion I was referring to. Every single thing just going wrong for both sides, essentially. But Cyclops, because they're getting that plant down, applied so much pressure that Gio had to make the aggressive move and got shut down in the midst of that weapon swap. So Jim is back where we go for the side of Soniqs, extending again to CCTV and Cash. Pretty much have to. You can't just hold the master bedroom area. You don't have enough room to work with. There's only so many good positions, so we extend over instead to give ourselves more options and to soak up more resources. CAG right now, they're just kind of sharing the Nook on various members right now. Blackray played a 1 round, Anyton played another, but they keep bringing it. And so far, it's doing pretty good work for them. That phantom pressure of, oh, there could be a Nook over here, we don't know because all we have are default cameras, we do not see her when her gadget is on. That has a massive value at this level of play when information is so vital. Anyton, on the opposite aspect, makes a lot of noise because the Blitz is anything but silent. You're gonna hear him from a mile away. Frostmat might not have been droned out, we don't know for sure, but Gatorado is going to clear this barbed wire early on. That's going to apply a bit of pressure onto Rexon because now his sound cue on that red stairs is now gone. He has to worry about that physically every single time now.
All right, Anyton on this blitz again. A lineup similar to what CAG had brought in previous rounds, but there's no Finka on the board, Nick, so you don't need to worry about the adrenal surges coming in. I don't necessarily think the Finka was so critical to the actual strategy. Nade from below from Black Ray does not work out. Instead, he'll just march his way up the top of red, getting drone in, and then heading to a different portion of the map. Very quickly, Soniqs have conceded the entire Cache CCTV side of the map and nestled quite deeply inside of gym and master bedroom.
Yeah, this is one of those hard decisions you need to make as a defender. When and at what time do you want to surrender this space for free? And Sonic said, well, we'll go back at 1 minute 45 seconds. We're happy to take the 5v5 with that time remaining. And now CAG, they're working on the clock. They cannot really get any easy kills now because that cache area, that's normally where you build an early lead. And with that being surrendered, now you have to actually fight the bomb site itself to find these openings, which means once that initial breakout happens, everything is going to be following that next 10 to 20 seconds. So setup right now is stage 2 of the round, find information, pick it apart, and then go into stage 3, which is going to be that execute. Black Ray is rotating towards the main stairs. Huge vital key of this strategy. That can really start turning the heads of the members of Soniqs, and he also sees the gun barrel of Rexen downstairs in pool table.
Black Ray has not gone detected just yet, but oh no. He might actually miss this.
He should know he's close right. He saw the barrel.
Oh, that could have gotten very messy. I imagine that's a jump scare for Rexen, but a look of steel on the face of Black Ray, who's having the performance that we expected yesterday. Cans in the first kill for Soniqs. Gunner will follow up shortly thereafter. Teams trading back to a 3v3 as Grixer is eliminated, and Suzu follows from CAG's side of things. There's 10 seconds left. And Cyclops are looking to take control of this first half, but Gatorada's their last chance, and he gets swiftly removed by Geo. A 3-3 to start off Clubhouse. Neither team any closer to the finish line. But now it's Sonic's turn to go on to defense, or Sonic's turn to go on to attack. CAG moves to defense.
And Black Ray fell for the classic "why are you there" scenario, where Soniqs had 2 members on the first floor. Rexen's at a pool table and 1 member's at a kitchen itself. And you kill 1 member thinking, it's gotta be clear now. I'm gonna walk up the main stairs and join my team for the execute. But what do you know? There's a guy in this odd position, seemingly makes no sense, that shuts it down instead. And that makes Cyclops' attack a lot more linear as the main stairs was cleared out for the defenders. They could not capitalize. They did not find the opening kills on the side itself that they needed. Black Ray almost didn't even kill Rexen because he wasn't exactly sure about the whereabouts. It was a close one. Basement is where things started off for Soniqs, and basement is also where Cyclops will start themselves on the defensive side. They're playing the Echo. Suzu C has been playing this operator a lot yesterday. Capital on attack, Echo on defense. They love playing around information. Another key operator for Cyclops is going to be the Kaid, and it's especially strong if we don't see secondary EMPs or a Thatcher coming out from the side of Soniqs. Now, in the last 3 seconds, thankfully for Soniqs, Rexen went onto Dokkaebi with those secondary EMP grenades, and so Kansen actually on the sledge, sacrificing those grenades to also get another set. So we're clearly playing around the utility. And it's a wise choice, as Clubhouse is all about that. But a sledge without frag grenades is something that almost hurts to see. Even though it's the right decision, it's such an odd thing.
We saw this yesterday in one of the matchups that we casted. There was a sledge with the EMP grenades.
And shotgun.
I mean, but look at Soniqs. They have 2 sets of EMP grenades and only a single pair of frag grenades in the hands of Grixer's Nook. I mean, attacking this bottom floor bomb site can get messy for teams that don't want to bring a Thatcher. Thatcher is not banned. Cyclops could have put the operator into their lineup if they so choose, but they did not. Now when you look at the hard breach that's being brought, 4 hard breach gadgets, 2 in the hands of the Buck and 2 proper exothermic charges in the hands of Thermite. If you're worried about getting that Moto hatch, if you're worried about getting that stock hatch, if either of them are Electroclawed, then you're going to need EMPs. There is no way, like in Kitchen, to shoot around the floor and take out the Electroclaw. You need some form of device to get rid of it. I understand why the Soniqs are doing it. I agree with you, it is somewhat painful to see a sledge without grenades.
But it's the right thing to do.
But it's the right thing to do with the lineup they have.
Yeah. Now you get double verticality from Buck and Sledge as a backup. You also get Dokkaebi's phone call gadget as well. So value-wise, you actually get more for your money, so to speak. But it also just means that it's a little bit more difficult because the secondary EMPs aren't as strong as the Thatcher. So it's not the wrong choice at all. It's just a different one at that. It's a slow round so far. Black Ray is still active on this roam inside of Garage. So at least Cyclops knows that the blue side is covered. Remember, Soniqs was on that blue window. Black Ray has the yellow ping, has that information. And Gunner might take the fight to him with this last minute to go. That's that secondary Heartbreach canister being opened, or used rather, on the blue hatch. Things are slowly starting to open up for Soniqs.
Bottom of the stairs, watching for a late flank. That was the position of Black Ray, but he's not too far off from Gunner. Wrong part of the map. Instead, with 35 seconds to go, Black Ray will decide maybe we'll take the secret stairs and go back to the bomb site. Grixer and the Buck both in that position. Black Ray almost gets 2 for his trouble. Walks away with 1 of Gunner. Cannot get the rest of Grixer. Anaton falls for CAG, both teams losing one in the process. SQ drops into the middle of the bomb site, diffuser in hand, the Wamai of Gator manages to take down Kansan, but then it's SQ's guns that find 2 from Cyclops. Outnumbered right now, but in roughly the same shape as that diffuser goes down. You need to get the yokai in place. They won't be able to do it. Grixer gets the echo, leaving Gatorada alone upstairs and spotted on a drone. They have managed to figure out where the last player from CAG is, and they can wait. The prone player inside of Moto can get it done, but it's Rex in long range to give the Soniqs the lead in their very first round on attack.
And it's again, Cyclops was suffering the same error as yesterday. The Echo drones aren't really in the right position of being utilized early enough on to stall Soniqs and put them into that 0-second position. That was a 4 or 3.5 second plant success without the yokai. If you stun that one time, the second plant is gonna reach that 0-second mark. That could be a win condition for you. And if you have another yokai in your pocket or available to you on the map, that could be the round victory because you burned down the clock very successfully. Soniqs had a very late round execute. You even got the opening kill that was then immediately traded back into a 4 versus 4. But shortcomings for Cyclops, very small things just not going their way, which ultimately pays a massive price. Soniqs fundamentals are great though. They had the time they needed. They did burn through both of those Dokkaebi phone calls very early on in the round, didn't have them for the execute itself, but they got themselves into a position that was stable enough where they could execute in the first place. That's all that really matters ultimately. Gunnar going from Maverick onto Thatcher, both of these operators doing the same similar job. But of course, with Maverick losing those frag grenades in the most recent patch a couple of months ago, it's a very weak operator choice because besides the gadget that can open up walls or make hard walls soft, you don't really gain a whole lot of value. Whereas Thatcher, you get 3 EMPs, you get soft breaching charges, and you can just toss them around from a far distance and get more uptime on your drone or holding an angle. Whereas with Maverick, you gotta paint a whole drawing on a wall to then enable someone else to open it. It's a lot of work. Instead, it's Geo on that classic iconic Thermite, Rexen on the secondary Harbage of Ace. Thermite can circumvent the mid-jammer if there is one on the wall by repelling like Geo is. If you put up a little bit further, it's going to be an EMP choice instead. Either way, the wall gets opened up on this gym defense.
Not too hard for them to get it open. Do so within the first minute. It's roughly the same time that we saw out of CAG when they were on attack. Different site rotation though, no cache CCTV, instead going over to Gym. We have not seen a bar stage yet, which was the tertiary bomb site.
I just dropped.
Yeah. In fact, it was actually the secondary bomb site that we saw yesterday, and indeed, it is a drop. Soniqs get a good understanding of this, and they can just take charge, grabbing the bomb site. It's gonna leave Black Ray all alone, and Soniqs sweep through the CAG defense. Diffuser in hand for Geo. Suzu, the last one standing. He takes Kansan down with him. But there's 4 more bodies from Soniqs to find. The clock, 40 seconds, that's perfect. 1 member of Soniqs per 10 seconds, easily doable. Only problem, you're not able to get onto the diffuser in time. Rexen outside, sees the pre-fire, reads into it properly. And that's 3 in a row for SQ, 2 in a row on attack. They're marching their way towards the full 7 points.
And that entire round just comes off Kansan using his drone on the office hatch drop and seeing it's actually clear. And then we can just go for it. So CAG are leaving a tiny gap every single round. And Soniqs are so efficient at finding that small gap and then really exploiting it to their advantage. Because office hatch is such an important access point for the attackers. And normally just 1 member from the defenders inside of office, you cannot drop the hatch. You're mid-animation, you're falling down, you can't really fight back, you can't shoot back, etc. You don't have much info to work with, but because that room is left clear, it's really, really easy all of a sudden. Geo and Kansan drops, they get 2 kills off each other, plant goes down immediately, and then you gotta play retake over from that CCTV extension. And Cyclops, obviously very unhappy with those rounds going that way, gonna call for a tactical timeout to talk it through and figure out the plan going forward, because it's slowly slipping away. That's not how they wanna start day 2.
Not at all. We said that bar stage had not showed up. Well, I actually said that, but you agreed with me. It will appear for CAG as their tertiary bomb site. That's site number 3. With how quickly both Church and Jim went in favor of their opponents, I don't think Bar Stage is that bad of a shout, Nick.
No, not at all. My only concern is that the Cyclops are leaving these gaps in their defense, and because Soniqs have been finding them out every single time, you gotta play a tight net on this Bar defense. And there's 2 ways to do it, right? You got information on the bomb side, the bulletproof from Gatorada, the Maestro Evil Eyes from Sususi. Then you play upstairs where you see 3 members are right now, and you can hold the bomb side vertically with all these holes in the floor. That means by just holding one floor, top floor, you can also hold the floor below it from those angles. That's gonna allow you to play much closer together, which Cyclops needs to do against Soniqs. But the other part is, you don't have Valkyrie on the board, so your information is limited. If Soniqs can clear out those Evil Eyes, or just get comfortable on the bomb side, for example, using those Osa shields from Geo, they can just start planting. So CIG gotta hold on, play together, and trade off one another.
The amount of times we've seen a team open up that front door, get in with either smokes or a shield in front of them, get the diffuser down behind them is huge. It's perfectly possible for Cyclops to do the exact same thing. Or, well, SQ to do it to Cyclops, rather.
Yeah, yeah, true.
It's a mental thing in my brain where I keep thinking that CAG is now on attack, and I think it's just...
I had the same thing.
Can you believe that their next match is Wolves Direwolves? Oh, boy.
Yeah, I made a joke about that when we saw the groups, and then I ended up casting it today, so yeah.
Yeah. Such is life.
Such is life.
That's going to be a thrilling matchup, because to me, Direwolves are such a wild card.
Oh.
I genuinely have no idea how that matchup is going to go, just as I genuinely had no idea how this matchup was going to go. It is nice to see Black Ray back to form for CAG. Iagator too. Again, Iagator is the 2nd lowest rated player in the entirety of this event through 2 days. Whereas in APAC North, he's the 2nd highest rated player through their 7 play days. So, bit of a difference to make up. As for Soniqs, Kansan has also had a good bounce back day, and even Geo is going positive. So there's promising signs here for both of these teams, Nick.
I'd agree with you. Slow start for Soniqs, but slowly starting to get inside the building. Now, master bedroom control is what they want, right? That verticality we spoke of earlier. If they can successfully clear out bathroom, they get the half of the map that they want. But it's not easy to push through this rotate from Gunner, so we're gonna wait it out. Red ping comes out, but the push has yet to come through. Geo is going to rotate those Talon shields to again grant a cover position for the attack inside of Soniqs. But how do you get through this position? How do you fight Maestros at a bathroom? You flash and go. I think that's it.
There's flashes going in from Gunner. Droned in, and he has information easy to capitalize off of Suzu, who's vulnerable and blinded in that position. Anaton gets 1 for CAG. Teams trade out quite evenly. Despite the scoreline, Soniqs have not been that proficient at getting the first blood in this matchup. Cyclops have had the lead through most of the rounds, but they don't have the bulk of the rounds to show for it. 15 seconds remaining as Soniqs' approach is going to come from billiards and over in the strip club area. Gatorada waiting as the plant goes down for Geo. Rex gets 1, but a huge C4 takes out Geo. Aagator in as well, and the defuse plan is stopped in its tracks. Cyclops breaks the streak that SQ is on, and they pick up their 4th round in this match.
All comes down to time again. If CAG can burn down the clock enough where Soniqs are working against themselves, sprinting through the building, trying to get to their destination, that's how they win those rounds. That C4 shutting down the plant with 4 seconds left, while all the remaining members of Soniqs have to sprint to the bomb site trying to recover it, is then an easy gunfight for the remaining defenders. And they're successful. And oh boy, now we're gonna start seeing those shenanigans play out. We're seeing the Goyo from Iagator and Anaton on the Clash. So again, we're stalling for time. Clash is an operator that very, very few teams like to bring at the tier 1 level of professional play. Wolves in Europe used to play it back when they were Vitality, but they haven't played it in recent times. Villa is a map where we most typically would probably see the Clash. Clubhouse is not really on that list. Yesterday, I believe CAG played the Clash operator on Chalet as well, with mixed results. Well, actually, it was Bang CO defense. I have to correct myself. On Bang CO, they played it, did not win the round, came down to a 1 versus 2, Anderton, last member alive, did not find the clutch. This time for CCTV, let's see if he can make a different outcome happen for him and his team.
Look at how brazen forward Anaton is.
That's so annoying to deal with as an attacker. You can't really do much against it.
I feel like we've seen this on Villa
Yes.
as well. Players will go out on study and then have somebody peek behind them. The old consulate doorway looking out to police line, if you recall. I believe it was Kanto that actually did
Yes.
this. I think it was on Echo behind a clash. Either way, the combo of Anaton and Ayagator tries something cheeky by Garage, does not work out. Suzu falls in a completely unrelated part of the map. Dies to Grixer. Rexon's broken double digits right now. He's the only player in the match who has done that. Grixer not too far behind, as are Black Ray, Kansan, and Ayagator actually sitting at 9 kills.
When you opt to play either Monty or Clash, one of the downsides that you suffer from is that you have one less gun to work with, because a gadget, like you see right here, is often going to be held in your hand. So when you lose the opening kill of Castle in this round for CAG, you only have 3 guns against 5 now. You need these kills to go your way, otherwise the Clash becomes useless essentially. So SQ are nullifying this aspect really well strategically, and also Rexon, he's got those Capital Fire Arrows to deal with the Clash and Catwalk Rafters once they can get inside the Garage itself.
Still holding this Garage component of the map as we hit the halfway point of round number 10. Soniqs seen that 3-round streak that they were on snapped by Cyclops in the previous round, but a victory here puts Soniqs in position to pick up at least 1 point. With how competitive this group has been, that's quite nice for them, especially as they sit in second place and at least want to keep pace with M&M, if not outright surpass them in terms of points. Overtime could be possible. It just really depends. For Cyclops, your win con is just make sure that when they go in, you can stop them before you get the diffuser down. SQ has been very, very attentive with getting this diffuser planted. 2 successful executes and a 3rd that was stopped in its tracks in the previous round. But the bad news for CAG is they've just gone down another player and find themselves staring down a 3v5.
And it's the Clash. I mean, they got 2 C4s to work with. Nice kill from Black Ray, but it's gonna matter. Sonics are on the bomb side.
DMR's in spades right now for this SQ team. Outside, a Nitro Cell goes in. Ayagator does some serious work, and there's Black Ray somehow puzzlingly getting the kill. So the diffuser gets planted for Soniqs. You know, limited the HP is on Gatorada. The retake is going to be mighty, mighty tough. Black Ray doesn't have access to a Nitro Cell anymore, so instead it's just going to be the shotgun from below, and he's looking in the wrong direction. All of the security from Soniqs is gone. Gatorada sees the Capital and will call for the mark. The LMG from Rexon means that there is an abundance of bullets. Black Ray almost gets Rexon as well, but Rexon's going to play the angle and just pop down. This should be an easy finish for him, but the timer hits it. Black Ray gets a quad kill, but no time to get back to the diffuser. Heartbreak, as that's 12 kills for Black Ray, but the round still goes to their opponents, and Soniqs move to match point.
Such a really nice try to clutch, and what a close round that was. If you recall earlier, Black Ray jumped out of construction window and ripped a C4 kind of like mid-animation, and it just missed the mark by a tiny bit, and that did not kill the planter. Otherwise, that round could have gone differently. But even then, even though that happened, Black Ray jumped out another time, and the 3rd after that got 2 kills, and the retake, it looked so possible. It was oh so close, but not enough. Match point for Soniqs. They're putting themselves really in the lead now with 2 rounds. Losing Anaton the way they did in that round, like giving up Garage early, and Anaton was peeking out the main breach for information. As he turned his head towards the outside area, well, member of Soniqs walked up the catwalk stairs and just got the freest kill of his life onto a very, very hard operator to kill. If Clash was around, that entire round could be in such a different scenario. You get free information, you can sap for damage, you can try and play the retake, you have 1 more gun if you come off the shield. So many different tools you can approach it with. Nice shot in chat from Grixer. I like this from Soniqs, getting on the Jackal, trying to control the roamers, try and isolate members and try and get the kills, play off the man advantage. That's what Soniqs been doing so far. They find the opening kill, or at the very least they trade back and forth. And they play those even numbers very, very well. Cyclops are continuing to play around the information game. Suzuki bring out the Maestro. on a defensive kind of basement setup with very aggressive roamers. So if the roam falls apart, the bomb site is still strong. You still have information, you have C4s, etc. And if the roam is successful, all of a sudden for CAG this round is very, very good looking for them.
Pings going in from the alibi Prisma. I mean, there's obviously some rays of hope here for CAG, no matter what happens in this matchup. The result seemingly favoring Soniqs. This has been an attacker-sided clubhouse. Not by much, though. That first half, if you recall, went 3-3, but Soniqs have been far more impressive on attack, matching the tally that they had on defense, and things will continue to go well for them as they find the first kill in round number 11. Anaton is gone. The Roamer and the Malusi is no more. Gatorada will seek some shelter in the actual bomb site down below, as he's now been chased off of the top floor. So even though you haven't roam cleared Anaton or Gatorada, you've at least been able to get him out of the position after that Anaton kill.
Yeah, and you still got the Jackal, so you can now figure out if there are any remaining roamers without having to drone the entire map, because having to drone strip, for example, in the midst of all this roam clearing, it takes a long time. Rexon can now enable his team to save valuable 20 seconds here, and you really need that. You see, checking every single area, hatch trap, bar, etc. They know it's clear. They can start phase 2. Breach open the hatches, choose where you want to execute, and then once you feel ready for it, you push that go button with a man advantage. Flashbangs on Geo, no smoke grenades needed to remind you, so you don't have any ways to deny lines of sight. You have no frag grenades because you're bringing those EMPs again from Sledge. So it's all about gunplay and gun skill, so man numbers advantage really is how SQ's gonna win this round.
You hear one of the, here's some intel down below. The Evil Eye looking. Suzu picked off. Both Suzu and Gatorada have had rough games today, and it has not benefited Cyclops' both roam and support play whatsoever. Gatorada's the next domino here on A bomb site. He's got some backup of Black Ray, not too far off. Holding this position, but shot from above from Grixer. This is shaping up to be a flawless round, but iGator says not yet. I'm not ready to let this one go. We want at least 1 point. Let's see if overtime can happen. But iGator down leaves Gatorada as the last man standing. Soniqs in prime position. Are 3 points within their grasp. While Gio's got the diffuser in hand, Gatorada just needs to stop the plant. That's it. But as he tries to get there, Rexon shuts the door on a CAG comeback and shuts the door on Soniqs, losing a single point in this match. All 3 for the North American team. And it's already a better start for NA, and we're only a single match in. Excellent work by Soniqs, and even though they lost, some excellent play from the star performers on Cyclops, which shows bright spots and hopefully bodes well for CAG's match later today. Soniqs still walk away with all 3 points.
Yeah, it's an important match for both teams because it's gonna put you in a much better position going to the next game as well. CAG, they really are backs against the wall now. While it looked better than yesterday in some areas, well, in other areas, they also still fell short. So they gotta figure those things out during their break, and then in the next game later today, they gotta fix those things and show up stronger. Whereas Soniqs, they can keep on working those small improvements because they're already looking a lot better than they did in day 1.
Absolutely. Minor improvements for both teams, and despite the result, that's still 4 rounds from CAG, still coming as close to the full 12 that they could have. It was not a drubbing, it was not a blowout, and honestly, for some of the teams after yesterday, I think that's your expectation. Just don't get slaughtered and try to be a bit more competitive. I think CAG definitely accomplished that. We'll recap this matchup in just a couple minutes, but first, our sponsorship obligations must come. We'll throw to a break. We'll be right back.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock. You got the diffuser in hand. What do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
First matchup of the day is in the books, and North America walks away with all 3 points in their quest to have at least a single team compete in the playoffs on Friday. Soniqs already came into the day in one of those 2 spots here in the group, and they're in even better position now to make it into the playoffs, beating Cyclops 7-4, Nick.
Yeah, and it's only fair for all the early risers co-streaming and watching that NA gets some success early on, but it wasn't that easy for Soniqs, right? Sure, they ended up winning, but Cyclops, they were fighting back almost every single round. There are a few gaps in how Cyclops approached this matchup, and I will just say, Soniqs, they really did a good job at abusing those, and that's why they came out on top. It's a great job from them, but that's not going to work against every single team.
Absolutely. Yesterday it was relatively easy to pinpoint some of the problems that Cyclops had. Their 2-star players, Gator as well as Black Ray. Numbers 1 and 2 in APAC North in terms of rating and in terms of kills. They just didn't show up. They had very bad performances. Yeah. It was out of character for them. Today, you cannot point your finger at that because both of these players showed up for CAG. It was the supporting cast that in so many ways let down Cyclops today. So yesterday, your star fraggers have trouble. Your supporting cast, by and large, steps up, Aniton in particular. Today, Aniton had an okay day, but the supports were invisible on this team, and they just could not deal with Soniqs' entry. And I know that sounds like we're thrusting the supports into a bad light, but in all reality, the light needs to be shone on SQ, because time and time again, both Gatorada and Suzu would be in a position where Grixer or Rexen or Kanzan could very easily walk in unchallenged and get the kill, and that's something that you need to give commendation to Soniqs for.
Absolutely. Abusing gaps is a skill of the team that's succeeding in that area, whereas it also just shows a story of both the backline and the front line of a team matters equally, right? It's all about how it plays together. Good drone work for the entries, they go in with information, they get the kills, boom, boom, pow, success. If one area falls apart, essentially, it all falls apart.
Well, ignore what's on the screen because Cyclops did not win 7-4. Soniqs won 7-4, so that's the actual scoreline. And honestly, a relatively exciting matchup to start things off. I didn't really come in with any expectations, and as casters, I think we have to set our expectations back in order to give the match the fair shake it gets.
Yeah.
But you had the superstars from Sonic show up, you had the superstars from CAG show up, and they collided quite well. Time and time again on attack, Black Ray was able to find a way in. Sonics did the same thing when they moved to attack later on, and it ultimately made for a much closer 7-4 than I think the scoreline shows.
It does, and it comes down to which team attacked better on Clubhouse. That, to me, was a defining factor because they both defended in similar fashions, right? If you go gym defense, extend to CCTV. So it comes down to how you pick it apart as an attacking team, and that's just where Sonics have a slight edge.
Absolutely. On the other stream right now, you might be wondering what's going on. Well, Black Dragons and M&M are currently competing, and it actually looks like the matchup has ended with Black Dragons winning because they have now jumped up to 5 points just ahead of M&M, which puts both Cyclops and M&M in danger. But of course, this depends on how the tiebreaker works for M&M Gaming. The good news for this group is that all of these teams will be in action later today, Nicholas. We will be casting one of them. We'll be casting the Cyclops versus Black Dragons matchup. But on top of that, Soniqs and M&M will do battle in what will be an incredibly important match because if Soniqs wins that, it all but guarantees that they will be here on Friday as they will sit atop the group with 9 points. Still possible because all the teams will be in 2 matches tomorrow, but the math heavily favors Soniqs. If Black Dragons defeat Cyclops, both of those teams will be quite favored to make it out of the groups and compete on the main stage on Friday.
Meanwhile, if Cyclops beats Black Dragons, you have 5 points, 5 points, 5 points, and 6 points before any other matches play out. So it can also go the opposite direction of Soniqs, they can leapfrog ahead, but then you have 3 teams that are all on the same point level for day 3.
Chaos timeline is if Cyclops wins in regulation, and then M&M wins in overtime over Soniqs, because then Soniqs still get a point, M&M gets 2 points. Cyclops get all 3 points, and the whole group is tossed into chaos. You know what that means? It means that there's much must-watch television tomorrow because all of these teams will be on the razor's edge. A single victory could mean the difference for every single one of those teams as to whether you actually make it into the playoffs. And it's not even just about winning the major. There are other implications at play when it comes to this event because depending on how some of these teams go deep into the event, it's going to boost or possibly cripple their chances of qualifying for the 6 Invitational.
Yeah.
We ran a graphic yesterday that showed that depending on how certain teams do in the group stages, they might be able to clinch their spot to compete in Montreal in just a couple months, which is obviously maybe, I wouldn't say overshadowing winning a major, but is something that is equally nice because every dream of every single team at all of these events are to make it to the 6 Invitational and ultimately win and become world champions. So that's something that's playing into the back of the minds of these teams as they have to get through this major first. They might be able to pick up a prize along the way.
Yeah, and a prize that is very close to hearts because you said it's every single player's dream to play at Invite. I wouldn't even say to win it. I mean, that's the ultimate dream.
Well, of course you wouldn't say that. You've won it twice.
But to play on the main stage in quarterfinals alone, it's such an experience.
Of course, nobody cares to win it. I've only won it twice.
I'm not saying they don't care. I'm just saying that's like the ultimate dream. How many teams can realistically say, I think I can win Invitationals Grand Finals? Not many teams can say that. So the realistic scenario is that you want to qualify for it and maybe make the quarterfinals for most of those teams.
Well, it's definitely something that goes into the back of their mind. But while we will be discussing whether teams can make it out of the groups, we'll also be keeping our eyes focused on whether they can qualify for the 6 Invitational. All of this will be going on in the background. But that's just match 1. We've still got a ton more to come. And up next here on the channel, we're going to have the hopefully not confusing matchup of the European Wolves versus the APAC Dire Wolves.
Oh boy.
In just a couple minutes. Sit tight because we've got more Rainbow Six Siege to bring to your screen.
And welcome to Operation Solar Raid.
This season, we're introducing another new squad. It's Ghost Eyes, led by Caveira, and a newcomer, Solus, is joining the team as well.
Here's a glimpse of your new operator in action on the new Night Haven Labs map. Solus joins the defenders with an electronics detecting augmented reality headset that allows her to not just spot attacker gadgets in action, but also reveal them to her teammates.
A question arose, well, what if we have an IQ on defense? You see that there's a lot of electronic gadgets. You have breaching charges, you have claymores, and tons of drones and cameras. So it just made sense that the defense would have a tool similar to what the attackers have.
Night Haven Labs. It's an imposing research base, and it's the new map coming in Operation Solar Raid.
The whole map is very, very clean. Even the outside, it has a very corporate feel. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight. The map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
Crossplay and cross progression. We know you've been waiting for this feature for a long time, and it's coming this season.
This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform anytime.
Fighting toxicity and improving our anti-cheat measures are an ongoing priority for us.
We are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing, and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody.
It is now time for you to shine in Ranked 2.0.
What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze, and Copper.
Now it's time to talk Battle Pass. Operation Solar Raid is introducing a brand new progression system.
Rainbow Six Siege Battle Pass has evolved to become more tactical, offering you new ways to unlock the rewards that matter to you faster.
Finally, you can play Operation Solar Raid on the season test server this week. Have fun, and be sure to share your feedback on R6Fins.
Oh my God! Yes, he's cried. Yes, yes, yes.
Are you guys ready?
No.
No.
Board the helicopter.
What?
That's border boy.
Well, first up we have the recruit.
Knock yourself out. You can't do that. You can't do that.
You can't what? I'm still gonna have to eat it.
Nah, you can't smell it. You just gotta go for it. Yeah.
It's coming. Oh yeah, we're in trouble.
That's the first one.
No, it's not bad at all. It's pretty good. The recruit's pretty good. Kanto. Yeah, chug, boy.
What am I supposed to do? Do I go to the next one? Fire bolt. Look at that. I'm not smelling it, bro. I'm not gonna want to eat. I'm not smelling it.
It kind of gives you like an anticipation. It doesn't even have the hot sauce in it. Wait, what? You cheated.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. You cut that shit in half and then you fucking ate the one that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Keep an eye on this guy. I'm on to you. What was that? Is that good?
Yeah, one actually wasn't that spicy.
What do you think? Out of 10?
2.
Really?
Cafe.
Skyscraper?
What?
Hello?
Yeah, we both gotta go.
Next up we have Vulcan Heat.
Be my guest.
I think we're gonna like this one.
Yeah, you're gonna milk it. Yeah.
They want us to eat the whole meatball.
I can smell this one already.
Yeah, that one's pretty.
Ready?
All right, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, is it? Is that good? Oh, yeah. That's like a 6. Ooh, boy. Why didn't you warn me?
Oh my God, my tongue. Is your tongue on fire?
Oh, yeah. This is the weakest one, he said.
My God.
Not that bad. 6 out of 10.
That's a 7, bro. You're being too nice. It's a siege. What? If I'm honest, I have no idea.
I didn't even know they had a DreamHack.
Golfy, yeah, I give up. There's no way. There was no way in hell. We have got fire in the hole. Hey, this is your special. This is your special.
The color says otherwise, but I don't think so.
That one looks horrible. Dude, what are you doing?
Come on, man.
What are you doing?
No mercy.
Oh my God. Please don't burn.
A little bit more, come on.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. The aftertaste is coming a little bit.
I just don't like the meatballs, boy.
That one was way worse.
Yeah, this was way.
That wasn't that bad. Okay. Cafe. What? You're lying, dude. We're being sabotaged.
Clubhouse. Eat that shit, boy. Eat that shit. Eat that shit.
That's also Cafe Whitehall. The top.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Remember? That's why I misdrone the guy. That's how I knew. That's how I knew. Got that bastard hiding there.
Intero approved interrogation.
Oh boy.
You better stop
that was it. Chug it.
Chug it.
It could be worse. Well, that's how you know it's bad when it's not liquidy. It's like just let's go, Pablo. You gotta finish the pork. It's like some that shit. I mean.
Wow.
It's not that
it is.
bad.
It is.
Is it bad? I'm sure I got it right.
That was ass, bro.
Ass is it bad or ass is
like 8?
Oh my God. 8.
Oh my God.
I was first.
Wait, that's first? That's first, right?
No, what? I was first.
I think I happen to know the answer. Mirage.
Mirage.
I'm gonna prepare this one for you.
No.
Yeah.
No, what? What is it called? I'm about to meet the Lord, boy. No. This is rigged.
The Lord? With the Lord himself.
A little bit. Because I'm not gonna shit in you the thing's so bad.
Okay, split it then.
I'll split it and then you can drench it. That's enough. Dude, what? No, that's ridiculous. No.
Eat it, bro. Eat it.
No, bro, I'm gonna die. Okay. Oh no.
I hope it kills him, man. I hope it kills him.
Oh! Oh, that's bad. Taste it.
No, I'm good. Yes, he's cried. Yes.
I know what it is. Go ahead, you try.
Be my guest.
Go first.
You know? Come on, hey, you know.
No.
What is it?
You go first. I'm still recovering.
It's this one. It's none of them. I knew it. I knew there was a catch. Try it.
You try it, bro.
Try it with me.
I'm recovering. I'm still burning.
I'll do it with you.
No, dude, I'm still dying.
Matchup number 2 is almost ready. Before we get into the goods, we got to tell you about it. Direwolves versus Wolves. Nick, this is Group D competing.
Yep.
With Wolves hoping to continue onwards with their winning ways, and Direwolves hoping to play spoiler. I know you're going to be confused. Don't worry. When we get into the matchup, we'll call them DW instead of Direwolves, just so it's easier for you to understand.
I was just informed of that just now. I love that idea.
There you go.
Yeah, let's do it.
Perfect.
DW.
Everybody is happy.
Yeah.
I'm happy when you're happy.
Also, just not a correction, but Direwolves or DW also come off a victory as well because they actually beat and upset Mirage last night, 7-5 on Theme Park. So they've already kind of started the spoiling of this group, and they're gonna, as you said, try and continue to do so.
Yesterday in their matchup, the APAC team of Direwolves, which is Jackie, Pecan, Ed, Reaps, and Soufflé.
Yeah.
I love just love the word souffle. Either way, Reaps is coming in highly touted as, what was it, Fresh called him the Spoit of APAC or something like that, I think.
Spoit of APAC, yes, that is correct, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not.
It's big praise. I mean, we can
praise.
say that.
And Spoit is the Bolo of APAC, and then Bolo was the Palu of North America. We're going deep down the rabbit hole either.
Yeah.
Direwolf started off the day yesterday with a disappointing result. 7-1 for FaZe over Direwolves, but they bounced back and ended the day with a victory 7-5 over Mirage. Wolves started the day with what was a significantly closer matchup of 8-7 over Mirage. I don't think most people thought that Mirage's debut would have them go toe-to-toe with the #1 team out of Europe and push them to the brink of 15 rounds. And then Wolves answers that win with another victory, but this time in regulation over FaZe Clan, who is always the favorite at every event they go to based on the success that they've had over the last year.
Yeah, Wolves had a very slow start yesterday, and I'm curious to see if they're going to have that same issue today, or if that was a day one kind of problem they've now solved, because that really is going to be the easiest way for DW to beat them is, well, if they're slow and you go fast, you should just overrun them.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast.
Just really what it boils down to. So how are these teams going to match up? That is the question that I want to be answered, because when I look at the landscape of this group, you've got 4 teams that all play wildly different styles of Rainbow Six Siege, and there's unpredictability factors on all of these teams. The only squad in this entire group that I feel is often the most consistent is FaZe Clan.
Yeah, obviously.
And yesterday, they did not have a very consistent day. They're going to be in action on the other stream, by the way, playing against Mirage. If you're curious, you can watch both of these streams at the same time. It looks like the channels are actually squad streaming. So you can tune into both at once. Or alternatively, if you're going to watch VODs, you can put them up at the same time and then put the sound on for both of them and just have maximum chaos as you hear both casting pairs
please don't do that.
live at the same time. I'm curious where we're going to go to. The
map-wise, yeah.
Map, Nick, is going to be very interesting. Skyscraper was where Direwolves went to against FaZe, and then Theme Park against Mirage. Wolves went to Clubhouse for both of their matches. And we're not going to go to any of those 3 maps. We're going to go to Villa. The last 3 remaining maps were Chalet, Bank, and Villa, so we were going to go somewhere new no matter what.
Yeah, Villa is a map that's going to square up interesting for these two teams, because Villa is both an aggressive team, or aggressive map rather, but also a map where fundamentals and structure really plays a big factor. You gotta drone out the right areas, take the correct map control in the right order, otherwise things they really fall apart, but the map still allows you for that explosiveness that comes out of nowhere, and both DW and Wolves are able to play that play style. It's actually how Wolves beat FaZe yesterday on Clubhouse, by just flipping their pace on a dime, going really passive one round and really aggressive the next, and just can't always keeping your opponent guessing as to what you might be doing. I think DW and Villa can have a great shot at potentially causing the upset, or at the very least take us close, and even going to OT would arguably be enough to kind of spoil the situation for Wolves.
Absolutely. Both of these teams can play spoiler to their own chances. If you are wondering what the group looks like, it's a very competitive group at the moment. Wolves, the team in gold/yellow, they're the team that comes in atop the group right now with 5 points. Direwolves are only 2 points behind. So a win for Direwolves in regulation bumps them up to first place in the group. You've obviously got the FaZe Clan Mirage matchup happening at the same time, so it's entirely possible that FaZe Clan can win, which would then throw Direwolves into second place overall. We're just theory crafting based on what the stats are. But Direwolves' expectations, to me, are going to be come in, be as competitive as possible. This is Direwolves' second international event, if I remember correctly, and as a squad, you're thinking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's accurate. I don't know for a fact, but I'm pretty sure that's accurate. Yeah, yes, because I've cast it before, so it would be.
Yes, I know they were in Charlotte.
I think second is correct.
Yes, they were.
Okay.
They were in Charlotte. They did not compete in Berlin. At least that's not what my notes say.
That's correct.
So as a team, they're coming in, and they, very similar to what we see at a Mirage, who are also first-time performers at an international event. They're coming in, and their goal is to try and get as many game reps as possible, and even if they don't make it out of groups, for a lot of these teams that make their debut here at LAN, their focus is on improvement, because what Direwolves are going to learn here, they're going to take back to APAC South, and it's going to make them a better team. It's what we saw happen with Damwon Kia. It's what we've seen happen with Sandbox. It's what we've seen happen with Cyclops. There's a reason why a lot of the same APAC teams tend to come to events throughout the course of the year. And it's because you can take the lessons, you can take the in-person scrimming, which in and of itself is huge, and then bring it back to your region. Doesn't matter if Direwolves get blown out 7-0 in every single match. They're learning something, and more importantly, while their match performance might not be good, they get to scrim teams from LATAM. They get to scrim teams from North America. They get to scrim teams from Europe. That's not possible based on their geographical location being in potentially South Asia, North Asia, Australia, Oceania, etc. So Direwolves are going to have lessons that they bring back with them that will make them a better team. Wolves are a team whose expectations are often in their own head.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that they've competed at so many international events, they've never really had the success that they've wanted.
No, I mean, they've made all 3 majors in this year, and they have not made it past quarterfinals, and frankly, didn't even make it out of groups in Charlotte, rather. So they haven't found the success that they would like to have. And I would say, even though they had a good day number 1, they want more than that, and they should also aim for more than that in day number 2 and day number 3, rather, and comfortably get to playoffs.
Absolutely. Well, it's time to get up into the matchup. The teams are in, the map is ready, and we've got Rainbow Six ahead of us. Which wolf is going to be better? Is it a Direwolf, or is it the European wolf? I'm actually very keen to see what the community poll says, because the community poll in our first matchup favored Cyclops, and they didn't prevail. It was Soniqs who actually won it. Sometimes, folks, you don't get it right. 73% of you think that it's going to be the European wolves. The APAC Wolves only at 27%. That is a gulf. There's a huge gap between these two teams.
No, that there is. And I want to see what kind of operator bands that we're going to be looking at going into this map as well, because that's going to really tell the story of how Villa is going to be playing out. Nurk, of course, off the board immediately. No surprise there. I think that Wolves wants to make sure that DW can just sneak around the map and try and get those picks. It's also something that Mirage used against Wolves to upset them, or go all the way to OT rather, on Clubhouse. So it makes a lot of sense to me. Thatcher, stable, good old story. We don't want those EMPs in the game, even though we still have secondary EMPs now. They're not as effective, and therefore they're not going to be as good. Asami off the board. Again, most banned defender in the entire game across all regions. It can just really shape up every single bomb site. It's so hard to attack against unless you bring, for example, a Flores to deal with those keeper barriers. And then Valkyrie. Good old information game is always important, and therefore we're going to go in a little bit more blind this time around.
Literally.
Literally. It's also why Echo and Maestro's pick rate, by the way, for this tournament has seen a kind of like a rather large rise, because Valkyrie is banned very frequently, but he's still on Intel. Therefore, Echo and Maestro is next in line, besides bulletproof cameras, etc., which some defenders have access to.
Intel is the name of the game for both the attackers and the defenders. The best tool that attackers have at their disposal is not a sledgehammer, it's not an exothermic charge, it's a drone, and every single operator gets 2 of them.
Actually, Twitch gets 3. Because you spawn with a default and have 2 Twitch drones when you spawn. So technically that's false. That's probably super annoying to deal with. And I'm not sorry about it. almost every single defender or attacker rather has 2 drones.
Oh my god, nobody cares.
I think it's important that to be accurate.
You know why she spawns with a regular drone?
Why?
Because if she gets 6th pick, then there's not a Twitch drone on the field.
Yeah, but she still has 3. The reasoning doesn't matter, does it? Imagine you put it down a Goyo canister in per face and you get zapped and you die and burn.
You are being pedantic and I hate you.
That's a new word for me, pedantic.
You are being pedantic and I hate you.
It doesn't sound like a positive word the way you announce it.
No, you are being needlessly difficult and needlessly specific.
Okay.
And it is argumentative, and I do not care for it. People understood what I was saying.
Yeah.
You get 2 drones. Oh my god. We are already casting a match where they are both called wolves.
I know. I'm just adding to it.
Add to my mental fatigue already. I cannot believe this. Either way, the point is that Intel is the name of the game. I can't believe I got so dragged off the topic by you because of that. Anywho.
I like to point out that we got Sledge Shotgun, round number 1. That's abnormal. And we got Amaru, which is not super abnormal, but it just goes to show that DW, they're here with these, what we call like APAC chaotic rounds, where things don't necessarily make sense, but they work. Let's see if they can do it. Tough start.
Oh, Reaps is gone. Heralded as one of the best additions to any roster in APAC. Had a very rough first match. Showed up a lot better against Mirage. In round number 1 on Amaru. Not exactly the first result that he wants. There's still over half the round to go, and you've lost your supposed star player. It's not great. And it was a relatively easy pick for Wolves, too, and Bibu doesn't lose anything in the process.
I will say, starting on attacking side on Villa against Wolves is one of the hardest challenges I think you can really be up against, because the map favors the defense. Wolves, they're always scattered across the map and they play so aggressive, especially Mowgli, who we just spectated. He will take every single fight. If he hears a footstep, he swings it. If you shoot back at him, he'll pre-fire you back. And it's hard to maintain composure as DW because it feels like you're always under so much pressure of a potential peak. Now the phone call comes out. Audio works too.
ED walks in, and that's the first pick for Direwolves. DW Bibu, who ended yesterday as the 3rd highest rated player at the major. 29 kills. By my count, that is actually the most kills out of any single player on the first day. So kudos to Bibu for getting those. The fact that he is down, at least he got a single kill around. That's not bad for Bibu with that early pick on Reaps. But again, he knew the engagement was coming. He wasn't prepared for it. Lost the fight. P4 gets souffle as Direwolves push. Works out, actually. Pecan with the shotgun in hand. Outduels P4. And just to speed himself up a little bit, that secondary goes out. The problem with this Sledge having a shotgun is that you need to be at close range. And if you have unpredictability of Wolves, you won't be able to fend them off. And Wolves double up on kills, leaving ED as the last one standing. Lots of munition, 47 bullets still in this gun, but you got 5 seconds to use that bullet hose, and you're not going to be able to do it. No, stopped by Shinka at the last second. I didn't know if the Wolves were going to let the Dire Wolves live, but either way, the European Wolves are the ones who get round number 1.
I want to see how DW can approach this map strategically, because as I said during the map ban phase, it comes down to how you execute, really. You can't just walk in on Villa and expect success. It's not like Clubhouse or Bank that's a lot more accessible to just walking on in. When you see both sides of the map right now, you got the study balcony. That's a tough position to enter because you got all those crossfires, top main, AVG door, etc. Soft wall on bomb side. On this trophy bomb side, let's say you go master bedroom, you can't just jump in a window and comfortably be in there. C4s from below, astro pressure, deployable shield, can be a soft wall and a triple wall as well. Rise currently is going to reinforce it. So you have to really pick apart the defensive setup. That comes down to how you utilize your heart breach. Most notably, the Hibana or the Ace, the ranged breach that is. How do you deal with the mute jammers, bandit charge, or kite claws on the wall? Do you grenade them? Do you play secondary AMPs? Once that wall is opened up, which operator are you going to bring to then brute force the bomb side? For example, ED right now on the OSA. That's a great operator to try and get that diffuser planted. Another honorable mention is operators like Glass or Ying or Capital. And right now, they're doing a good job at bringing what they need to pick apart this round. Secondary AMPs check. Grenades check, ranged heartbeat check. Now comes the challenge, are they going to make the right decisions in the right order to actually successfully get there? Wolves are playing a below extension, So Master Bedroom itself is relatively safe. Doesn't mean though it's going to be any easier. You still need to do it correctly.
Really like how much we've been seeing Osa played, by the way. Changes to the meta have opened the window for this operator to come in, not requiring explosives all the time. And the other big change that shook up the meta most recently was to LMGs. Finka's pick rate bottomed out. Zofia has been missing for a lot of these rounds. I guess being brought, but Ashe and Sledge have been your two primary soft breachers as of late. You've also got Iana if you need. Buck has appeared again. There's good diversity with soft destruction because you don't need to triple up on it. It gives you that flex spot for your Dokkaebis, for your Capitaos, for your Osas, and even yesterday we saw a bit of Sens. Now Pecan is going to meet Bibu head on, and with roughly half of the round played out, Bibu gets the first pick for Wolves, a second round in a row.
You see here, ED's got that first talent shield down and gets a kill as well. C4 goes out, does a ton of damage, rather than an impact grenade, should I say. All of a sudden, chaos, it unfolds.
Very swiftly do we see the kills start to come in, but they all favor the European squad. Leaves just Jackie Wu and Souffle for Direwolves, one of which is in the building, the other one not quite close. And despite Souffle's proximity to the A-bomb chassis, it's not quite as close as you think, because walking through that door can be to your doom. Rise will greet him. Flash goes out. Bibu also has the cross. Rise taking some serious damage, actually losing the fight, but Bibu has his teammates back. Picks up a third on the round, leaving Jackie Wu in a similar spot. Rise being forced out of this position, gives Jackie Wu entrance to that room, and he takes out P4 before turning around. And if Wolves cannot take this engagement, then Jackie Wu can isolate them. Bibu needs to be the hero for Wolves, looking for kill number 5. 4 on the round. Jackie Wu by the bomb chassis. E1D done, but it's Bibu with ice in his veins to give Wolves their second round in a row.
And Bibu is finding himself in these clutch positions so often. I mean, both against FaZe and against Mirage. He was in the 1 versus 5 clutchable position. Didn't work out either time, but it was oh so close in both scenarios. This time, however, in the 1 versus 1, he is the victor. And I was having a lot of fun that round watching Rise's face cam. He's just playing as a statue. When he got that gunfight with the member on the master bedroom door, you can just see him go, help, 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 I'm being swung. And no one really helped the poor man. And that's why Jackie Wu got to that bomb site and got all those kills and found almost the round for his team that they so desperately needed. It's 2-0 in favor of Wolves. I don't know if this is a tactical or technical timeout. I can't actually tell, but Lilun is talking, so I'm going to assume it's a
I'm going to imagine
DW timeout.
DW timeout seems to be correct. I mean, we're looking for confirmation, but Direwolves obviously not getting the start that they wanted through these 2 rounds. Round number 1 seemed to be a bit evenly paced at the beginning. Second round all fell apart very early on. The push from Direwolves looked like it wanted to tackle both trophy and statuary evenly, but the manpower that was dispensed by DW towards the trophy component got rebuffed very quickly by B.
Yeah.
So you're left with 2 players, one of whom is kind of floating in this no man's land between the 2 bomb sites, the top of landing, the other sitting behind the Osa shield inside a master bedroom. And at that point, you have to try to isolate picks, which Jackie Wu almost managed to do and ended up in the 1v1 against Bibu. But at that point, I mean, what are you going to do? Bibu is in a much better position than you are. You being on attack, having that DMR, your rate of fire is not going to be as strong, but the damage that you do is going to be good. You have to get the objective down. The clock is working against you, and you don't have the good information that you need, whereas Bibu seemed to understand that, hey, the focus is going to be on statuary, not on trophy. I can play from the other side of the room and just waste as much time as possible. It's the advantageous spot for him to be in. It's the benefit of being a defender. And it works out in favor of Wolves. Significantly harder for you as an attacker to pull that one off. Direwolves know that. They use their timeout to try and level their heads and get back into this matchup.
Also, one thing for DW last round is that Pecan was top red stairs, just about to flank inside of Trophy, and that he would have gotten 2 kills lined up for him. And as he saw the first member of Wolves, Bibu Bibu flanked him and took him down instead. And if that had gone differently, I do think that DW actually had a really good opening to that round. And I do also think that the opening kill, whichever team gets it, has a significant advantage based off how these two teams play. Mirage, when they fought against Wolves on Clubhouse, that's how they were forcing their way into the rounds. They were getting opening kill, playing 5 vs 4 advantage, and that's when the Wolves were bleeding out slowly. But DW right now, they've lost opening kill both of the first 2 rounds to Bibu. Now this round, Bibu's on pause on the bomb site giving information. This could be the way forward for them to fight other members and hopefully win that initial gunfight and then get that initial advantage, and then they're in a great position. Speaking of 3 drones, Twitch is being brought out by Jackie Wu. Can clear us.
Give it a rest, man.
I just had to. I was like, please pick Twitch. I was like, please pick Twitch.
No one, and I mean this, cares.
Okay.
So.
I am no one now. That's.
Nobody cares. Oh, cry about it, loser.
Shinka's, they did it. They did it.
Shinka's been downed, by the way, and they might be able to secure
they didn't
here.
do it.
Can Pecan use that explosive to his advantage? Shinka will bleed out, but it'll leave that trail that they'll be able to drone and find and discover. That mute jammer seemed to be somewhat of an issue. P4 takes out ED, and now the recovery from Wolves. No swing in is possible from DW. Down goes Jackie Wu, but Reeps has suddenly found an opening and 2 kills to his name, but Mowgli says that's quite enough of these shenanigans. The Zofia, who started things off on the window of pantries, now repelled in and is in the B bomb site, taking out a Banshee and a bulletproof camera at the same time. Scouting out the last 3 members of Wolves and where their positions might be. No LMG in hand, so you don't have that same ability to spray that Zofia had before. You will need to reload at some point. That greatly benefits the defenders because there will be a moment of vulnerability for Direwolves. But intel is the name of the game. You talked about it. The Valkyrie ban from Wolves is designed to deny DW that intel when they move on to defense. Default cams, Banshees, bulletproof cameras from Wolves doing more than enough. Rise goes down, last 2 members from Wolves stacked up. A goo mine will be hit. That's another gadget that gives intel to the defenders. Pecan with diffuser in hand. Vulnerable for a moment. Mowgli's trying to shake him off of this spot, and he gets the kill onto the rump of the last player from DW. 3 in a row from Wolves. This one is going by in quite a hurry.
Also look at how Wolves plays that 1 vs 2. One member's gonna hide inside of Laundry, that's gonna be Kaid, and just wait down the timer. Then you send Mowgli in to just try and see, okay, either he's planting and you get the kill, or he goes off the plant and then there's 0 seconds left and your teammate can trade you back. Very disciplined Wolves right now, respecting DW as well, knowing that this is a 3-0 sure, but it's not going to be an easy victory at that. And as you mentioned, information is so important. That's why Wolves are bringing out at least 1 bulletproof camera each and every single round, because they need to supplement the Valkyrie ban somewhere on the map. Maestro and Echo are great operators, and they give you more info because you have 2 gadgets instead of just a bulletproof camera, but at the same time, you're going to be forcing something a more passive, slower operator, and that's not Wolves' playstyle necessarily, so it's going to take a fast operator, like a Jaeger, slap a bulletproof camera on him, and then you get the best of both worlds.
We're being told that there is a distinction between why we are on a pause now versus a pause in the previous round, and it's that this is a technical issue.
Okay.
So
it was a DW tactical the first time, and
as far as we're aware, it was a DW timeout taken at the end of round number 2, whereas right now this is a technical issue that seems to have befallen Bibu, as he was the player on Wolves without his headset on. It's usually a dead giveaway as to which person on the team is being affected by it, because the first thing they do is take off their headset.
Yeah. I want to point out that whenever Wolves are having either technical difficulties or they're losing rounds, whenever the camera shows Mowgli and like Mowgli like talking in general, he's always laughing, smiling, and pointing towards the sky every single time. And there's been this debate in the North American League where when Yeti went from Soniqs to Space Station Gaming, both teams are of course here at the Sweden Major, a lot of people are saying, well, is Yeti an upgrade on Space Station? Is that going to be the player to make the difference and to win games? And a lot of people go like, performance-wise, he's a great player, sure. But what Yeti brings is also that, we call it the vibes, right? You're always going to be bringing up the motivation, you're going to be inspiring your teammates, and you're really going to keep people focused on the task at hand, which is each and every single round is all we care about.
This is a family show.
Yeah.
Don't blow kisses.
And that was too far, man. And we saw M&M yesterday. They were down 2-6 against Cyclops, and yet M&M still, spoiler alert, made a comeback 6 rounds in a row. And I think it was Tyrant on Twitter that said, oh, the moment the score went 3-6, I knew we were going to make that comeback. Because they just took it round by round, and they believed in each other and the possibility of a possible comeback.
So I actually had breakfast with the M&M folks this morning, or at least some of them, not all of them. And I obviously asked about the matchup against Cyclops yesterday, and they said, well, there have been times before where we have been down in a 2v6 or a 1v6, etc., and we've always come back, especially on Chalet, a map that they have never lost since their inception as a team. And I was like, of course, you're down 2-6, right where you want them. You got them exactly where you want them, and they kind of chuckled, and they said, no, but in all seriousness, we did expect to come back. And I know that we talk about vibes a lot, which is this superfluous thing. It's talked about in a way that you can't actually quantify what vibes means. But there are times when a team will make a roster move that at face value looks a bit strange, and you say to yourself, okay, why would this player whose stats are quite good be removed from the team? Which leads usually the public to go about on Twitter and say, you know, so-and-so was not the problem. Well, I mean, statistically, the player might be a net positive.
Yeah.
Emotionally, personality-wise, behavior-wise, they might be a massive negative. And it leaves us often scratching our heads as to why a good performing player in the server would be shuffled out for somebody else. But if you are constantly complaining, if you are constantly bringing the team down, arguing, fighting, and they can replace you with somebody who's going to be positive, or will keep a level head, or can, quote-unquote, keep those vibes high.
There it is.
Then you're going to be adding to the team in a way that the other player didn't. And I will say, both of these teams, they seem to have players that can keep that mentality high. And that's obviously very good, especially when the going gets tough.
It absolutely is, and the thing is, even work ethic is important, right? How many hours do you put in theory crafting? Because when you look at a good team and a great team, it's what you put in outside the server when you think about the game and how to go about it. We can tell right now, Wolves, they're holding strong on main stairs. They got that theory craft out. They want to stick to their ground. P4 goes to the flank from 90 Hatch, gets shut down immediately by Reaps.
DW getting that opening pick. Reaps was phenomenal in that two-piece that he got in the previous round when attacking Kitchen. But this time, you're going to have to get a little bit more than that, because things for Dire Wolves are looking, pardon the pun, a little dire. Look at Jackie Wu and look at Pecan's HP. Even Reaps has lost a little bit of it. This is where Afinka actually came in exceptionally handy. And while the wounded members of Dire Wolves persist, the full HP of Souffle is eliminated, and that's also your hard breach down, and now Reaps will follow. This is a very common angle that Rise is playing. You should be prepared for this. Upstairs, looking down onto the stairs. Quickly on, a nade from Jackie Wu dispatches Mowgli. Wolves have found themselves on the same level as Dire Wolves in a 3v3.
Diffuser is outside of study balcony. Pecan only member there. If he falls, Diffuser is absolutely gone for DW. ED and Jackie Wu red stairs and inside of trophy-ish area. They're going to push forward. They can't breach the 90-vault wall. Ryan's going to be in a very strong position here to hold the fortress down. Shinken, no Toxic Babes, 1 HP, no C4. If DW can get that diffuser delivered to top red, they could actually go for a plant, and Wolves have no real way to deny it.
I mean, I'm assuming that Shinka has the shotgun. And on this bomb site, that shotgun can be so handy. DW bursting into the bomb site, diffuser in hand. Pecan should be able to get it down as Wolves scramble in the post plant. Taking damage in the process. Bibu on a flank. He takes out ED, and Pecan has gone to Shinka as well. It's all up to Jackie Wu. Outside on study balcony. He's got an eye on that diffuser, but the problem is that where it's been planted, the vault door will be your enemy. It works to get the diffuser down, but if everybody else gets pounced upon and you're last one left, where you put that diffuser is going to actively work against you. That's exactly what happens. Jackie Wu cannot get into a position in study without getting beaten. And it's Wolves up 4-0 now.
The difficult part about planting on Aviator Games bomb set that we just saw isn't necessarily getting the bomb down itself. It's what do you do afterwards in the post plant. If you're a buck, you can go down below possibly and do some vertical destruction if people try to defuse. But generally speaking, in that scenario, if you're Jackie Wu, you just can't see the diffuser. You just can't. There's the vault wall blocking line of sight. You gotta walk in through study. There's crossfire, so many angles. You have no information. So the post plant is almost a bigger enemy than that of the plant itself. Of course, you can argue that if you fight for the man advantage, let's say that DW, they're 3 versus 1. Your post plant is very strong because you have crossfires. But in a 1 versus 1 or a 1 versus X, it becomes so much more difficult because you can't see it from a safe location. Looks like DW might change up their game style and their pacing right now, because look at those attacker repicks. We see a Monty on the board as well as an Hibana. Likely gonna go for the roam clear option, but of course you can't go master bedroom as well. Normally when you see a Monty, you're gonna go study balcony and go all the way through the map towards the bomb site. But, as I mentioned, you can also just go master bedroom balcony immediately. And because Monty can walk around safely with that shield, you give yourself a lot more cover in throughout master bedroom. You can start enabling that plant easier, like ED tried the previous time with the Osa. Although, as we all know, that didn't quite work out in their favor.
I don't think the Osa was the problem.
No, it wasn't the problem.
Yeah.
But the Monty is almost like a safer option there, because you can't just impact grenade the shield. Does he fall the shield? Monty will stay alive if you do that. He doesn't care.
Well, you've lost Reaps yet again. First casualty for DW. Mowgli, the one to get it. Wolves, the European team, have been just a smidge better than Dire Wolves at getting these first picks. DW being on their back foot is not ideal, and the only problem with having a Monty, it's very similar to a Clash. If you are at a disadvantage in numbers and you have a shield operator up, you're already almost playing like you're a little bit farther back.
Yeah.
Because Monty often needs an escort. I know it's possible for Monty to drop the shield, jiggle peek, kill you with the pistol, get up close, melee you. But similar to a Clash, you're better when somebody is with you.
Absolutely.
Now they've lost Reaps, they've lost nades, they've lost a good gun. You're in a tougher spot. You've got an escort for Monty that might need to come for somewhere else on the map.
No, you're right. Like, this is actually a very poor position to be in, because you're playing what I call the 3 versus 5, right? You only have 3 guns, really, and you've lost Reap, your quote-unquote star player, and half your grenade and explosive economy. To make matters worse, Jackie Wu does not have any smoke grenades, which arguably works out fine because now you can force out this breach, but you have nowhere to deny lines of sight. That means Monty is always going to be safe because you got the shield, but your teammates that are behind you, you're not going to have much cover at all.
It's the Monty being slowed down now by the Banshee as Mowgli watches over. The Mountain walks on in. This trophy statuary take from Dire Wolves. ED down below, and he might actually be able to catch P4 depending on where P4 runs through the basement, but they're not quite on that collision course that you would have thought. Oh, P4 is tantalizingly close. He's got Bibu as supporting cast, not too far off, just on those stairs up to Astronomy. 30 seconds to go, and the 2 players from Dire Wolves on that bottom floor will need to get into the bomb site at some point. Rise, the first one to die for Wolves. Pecan breathing in toxic fumes. Down goes Jackie Wu. Souffle follows. Mowgli, all 3 kills so far. And he could get a 4th as he takes out Pecan.
Oh, he's looking
it's
for
all
it.
up to ED, and there's Mowgli to get the ace. Beautifully done by Wolves. 5 kills, all 5 of them for the 5th round for Wolves. They have not allowed Dire Wolves to catch their breath once in this matchup.
Oh, he was on the hunt. I mean, he was literally looking for that final kill when he found the 4K. And as far as I know, Gunnar got an ace in day number 1.
That is correct,
So
yesterday.
this, as far as I know, is the 2nd ace of the Sweden Major, but there could have been a 3rd. I've double-checked that. I believe it's the 2nd ace of the Major, at least so far. And it comes from Mowgli, which honestly is no surprise at all. One of the best players in the EUL, arguably the key member for Wolves as an individual, is always allowed freedom to play the operators that he wants to play and play the positions where he thrives the most, which is get this man in a gunfight. Give him a good gun and boost his ego a bit, saying you're the best damn player on the server, and he'll win so many gunfights. It is unbelievable, time and time again. And then you got P4 playing Kavera. That also happens. Normally, Kavera is played as an operator to, and I like how P4 is playing it, right? You're hiding on the bomb side to hide this operator. Because if you get droned out in prep phase, you're going to be aware of it and drone everything very cautiously. The goal for P4 is to hide. The moment the round starts, sprint around the map and hide lightly in the basement. That's where it's going to go. The plan now is to just hide down there, hopefully not get droned out, and then come up a staircase where a member might be lurking around and get that interrogation. This is a classic thing to do when you think your enemy has weak drone work.
Now, this is not something that you could have known. And I hate to spoil something on the other stream, but just moments before Mowgli's ace, Astro got
there's no way.
Astro got an ace for FaZe on the other stream against Mirage. So, yes, we look like Gunnar, Astro, Mowgli right now in terms of the players that have gotten aces thus far. And I want to give a shout out to our observer, Easy, for giving that information to us. Thank you so much,
What a
Easy.
nice guy.
Chad, if you're watching this, can you just type thank Mr. Easy in the chat? That's all I want from you. Now, the entry from DW looks to be pretty good. They've picked up 2 kills for their trouble. Rise and Mowgli are down. After Mowgli gets the ace, nothing for round number 6. And 2 opening picks for DW as they immediately get out of the building. They found the Caveira, isolated the Caveira. Reaps picks up a 2nd kill. Dire Wolves 5v2, over half of the round still left to play.
Yeah, you got Shinka and Bibu, arguably 2 most clutch members of the Wolves from Europe. And they can still make this work. No C4 from Bibu's side. Shinka does have one in spare pocket. But DW, they got that final phone call coming out. They got IQ to track the pulse if you were to use the gadget. And they still have 6 drones to work with. They can just take all the time they need. Discipline, wait it out, play together. You do not need to rush the building, and they're not going to do just that. Pigan gets that kill. It's Shinken a 1v5 for the clutch. But no, it's a flawless round for DW. They're on the board, 5-1 in the first half.
I mean, that's an impressive round to end.
Yes.
But
it's the end of the first half.
But it's the end of the first half. You have quite the hole to dig yourself out of. Wolves being up 5-1 over DW. A triumphant first half. If you look at the special stats that we have available at our fingertips, Wolves leading the way with opening picks. They got 4 of the 6 rounds with an advantage. Dire Wolves, not the hottest on objective play. They got the diffuser down, didn't win any of the rounds. They were able to do that, and there was a clutch from Wolves, which was Bibu winning out the round, and an ace from Mowgli. Gives you as lopsided a matchup as it appears on your screen. 2 of these rounds that Wolves won did come down to 1v1s, but still at the end of the day, Wolves came out ahead, and then you had that flawless round by Dire Wolves to cap things off. Now DW are going to go on to defense. 3 bomb sites were played by Wolves on their defensive stead. It was Aviator, Trophy, and Kitchen just over and over again. We haven't seen Living Room, Library, bomb site. It is unlikely that it will get brought out unless Dire Wolves are particularly desperate and wanting to throw a bit of anarchy into the mix.
I am curious to see the comparison here in a round's time from how DW attacks Villa and how Wolves wants to approach it. Because the way you play Villa in Europe is very, very structured. It's very ABC, and this is not what's supposed to happen because P4 is not supposed to die in the basement. That's going to be an issue.
Not exactly the best matchup for P4 at this point. Playing on operators that are engaging in gunfights and just coming out on the wrong side of it. The Ash on Wolves. No more. Excellent start by Pecan. Reaps has lost some HP. Reaps is a very feast or famine style player.
Oh, yeah.
2 of Reaps' rounds of those 5 kills, both coming for double kills. So you get a single kill, then you get a double kill, then you get a double kill. That means that of the 5 kills for Reaps, they've come in just 3 rounds. He picks up 1 here in round number 7. That's kill number 6. And it puts Dire Wolves in better position. The problem for DW is that you do not have a lot of wiggle room. 2 rounds, a single round for Wolves guarantees that they get 1 point. Then the hill that you need to climb takes you into overtime, and your win condition comes with potentially, 7 rounds in a row. That's a daunting prospect for Dire Wolves to find.
No, it is. Although this round is a great start to the second half. As I said, Wolves play a very typical ABC 1-2-3 style Villa, which now we're kind of seeing those steps being taken. P4 a little bit careless in the basement running around. Mowgli bottom red stairs also kind of carelessly running around. Well, this is a bit of lack of respect for DW due to how one-sided their defending side was. I don't know, but either way, attacking on Villa is not easy, no matter what the matchup is. There are so many things to take care of, and the map does not favor you in terms of layout when you are on the attack. All these rotations, they take so much time. Rise is outside the building with 50 seconds left, trying to reach a wall that is mute jammed. So this results in nothing good. MP now comes out, but Rise has to rotate elsewhere, also spending precious seconds to be inside the building again.
Now, after losing those two players from Wolves, they have taken their sweet time to determine what the next steps are. And I mean, if you lose your Yana and you lose your Ashe, these are going to be two of your primary soft destructors available for Wolves. You're going to have to find it somewhere else. That puts more on the weight of Bibu's shoulders, as he doesn't just have one kill, by the way, and one death. This is a triple kill for Reaps, and this one looks like it's all but over, leaving Bibu in a 1v5. How about 2 flawless rounds in a row for Dire Wolves? 6+ minutes now where Wolves have been unable to find a kill. I don't know if this is time for a timeout or not. It's still available for Wolves. They're not in trouble, but those are 2 very good rounds to get DW back into the game, both physically and mentally.
I think you gotta slow it down if you're Wolves right now, right? You gotta take the time that you actually need to get all 4 or 5 members to the bomb site destination on the attack before things fall apart. If you find yourselves in the 3 versus 5 like we saw in that round, the round is, I mean, statistically it's over. You can't win with 3 members against 5 on Villa, especially on the AVG bomb site. It's too fortified. There's too many angles and positions that you need to worry about as an attacker that you can't cover. For example, in that round, there's nobody from Wolves on the study balcony, which means one half of the map you have 0 control or pressure over. That alone is like a done deal. You can't just walk in the bomb site. There's too many things to worry about. This is a different story though. Trophy statuary. You can take this a little bit differently. You can go study balcony where Mowgli's drone currently is, walk through and roam clear these members of ED, Jackie, and Reaps, or like DW did, go for a direct limited attack on the master bedroom balcony instead. Look at the operator lineup, it looks to be a roam clear if we had a theory craft around it, because there's no Monty, there's no Ossa, so there's no real way to brute force the master bedroom door. And it's also why it makes a lot of sense why 3 members of Wolves, they are 4 members of P4 joining the team actually, going study balcony, because this is the favorite situation for the operators you've picked. Shinka's phone calls are going to be crucial for this roam clear. There is a mute from Pecan. They can of course stop those calls if you are on a jam or nearby to run in towards one. Drone work is crucial. The Twitch drones here to sap utility is vital as well. Get through these pests. Reaps gets the first Twitch drone, 1 pocket to go.
Which player on Wolves is going to be the first to get the kill that they need? Because they've gone 2 rounds without it. Logic bombs go out. That'll aid Wolves on this info gathering setup that they have. Reminder that Wolves themselves banned out Valkyrie, meaning that Dire Wolves won't be able to use the operator on this half. When one team bans an operator, it's often designed so that your opponents don't gain access to it. That means that Dire Wolves banning out Thatcher is designed to hurt Wolves on attack. Is it the reason for their deficiency? No, not at all. After 2 rounds of not being able to get on the scoreboard, Wolves crack open round number 8 with 3 very fast picks. P4 making up for lost time. Wolves' advantage continues to grow as teams slaughter each other, leaving just Pecan for Dire Wolves against 3 from the European team. Nitrocell hawked out in desperation. Doesn't do a single point of damage to Wolves. Diffuser in the hands of Shinka going down right now. Mowgli and Rise will cover as Pecan needs to get back to the bomb site. Mowgli doesn't permit it. That's match point for Wolves.
Looked a lot more confident there too, and even though it was a very aggressive front-forward entry from Wolves, they actually did do that 1-2-3 step situation, because Rise was on 90 repellents A's, opened up the bar wall, essentially keeping Reaps and Mossy stuck on that bar desk area, and he can then give the information, oh guys, he has not crossed back, he has to be near the bar. Then 2 members of Wolves can walk on in, take that 2v1 confrontation, and get what is arguably a really straightforward kill. Then they trade 3 for 1 run on that roam clear. Then last members of DW have to pick up the pieces, play retake, run back towards the bomb side, ripping down doors and barricades. And well, Wolves are halfway through the plan at that point. The round is basically over. And now you're in that position that you mentioned, Parker. Match point. DW, they need 6 rounds straight to win in overtime. That is an almost impossible, but not impossible situation. It literally happened yesterday.
That is true. We did actually see this. It was not Wolves who had it done to them, but it was an APAC team, and it was a European team.
Yeah.
But the difference was that it was the APAC team that was sitting on 6, and it was the European team that was sitting on 2. So different regions, you just swap them out. I don't know if Dire Wolves have the same potential, though, that we see out of M&M, who are the team that ultimately did end up coming back. Crazier things have happened. There was a period of time where it looked like this could have been a 7-0.
That's true.
Did not materialize.
Did not. Kite for Waldeneye, together combined with the mute of Pecan, is going to be easily answered by a single frag grenade from Bibo if they were to try and do that. It can be tricky to clear out the Kite Claw on the triple wall in Master Bedroom because you gotta kind of throw the grenade above the reinforcement because the Kite Claw is above the wooden pillar. Because Mowgli with the Twitch would typically be in a spot to help them out, but he's actually on the roam clear and study balcony, which means it leaves us these 3 members of P4, Bibo, and Shinka. It looks like they're trying to bait the roam clear and rush the bomb site with audio. I'm not sure that's the case, but I think they're gonna go for it.
This could be a rush from Wolves right now, and it certainly looks that way. First casualty is ED. Another will fall in Souffle. Bibu is in. Diffuser in the hands of Shinka. Single kill for Dire Wolves. That's at the hands of Jackie Wu, but he's dispatched immediately. P4 has control of the site. Reaps is down for the count. It's Pecan. That's it. Diffuser goes down. Dire Wolves in so much trouble, but a Nitro Cell does claim Bibu's life. Can Pecan isolate the last 3 players looking for the retake here on Trophy Statuary? Timer will work against Dire Wolves. Hoping for at least a single point. Pecan and Wolves side by side. It's P4 to get the final kill. 7-2. Wolves allowed Dire Wolves to get back into this matchup. And I gotta say, 2 rounds that are both won flawlessly is pretty nice, but that's the only bright spot for Dire Wolves in this match. The European Wolves get all 3 points in their game and prevail. 7-2.
And I love how they ended up that match for Wolves. I mean, it was so beautiful to watch top down. We see Mowgli baiting for his life with drones and shooting barricades, etc. And the members of DW, they took the bait. There was 2 members over there, almost 3 actually, dealing with Mowgli. And then you just wait with Shinka, P4, and Bibo on the balcony for 30, 45 seconds. Punch the window, rush on in, Rise with the perfect timing, came onto Astro window rappel, and granted them the opening towards the bomb side. It was so explosive, but it was so methodical at the same time. Beautiful to watch. DW gotta keep fighting on later today. But Wolves, they look like they are here to stay, together with FaZe, of course, both being top of their group.
No. Well pointed out, and Wolves very, very strong. The other matchup that's going on in this group, FaZe versus Mirage, I am keen to see what the scoreline is for that, because Wolves want an opportunity to stay on top. There was potential to throw some upheaval into this group. It doesn't seem like that's the case. The 2 teams, both FaZe as well as Wolves, who came in as the presumptive favorites of the group, despite the fact that Dire Wolves were tied with FaZe Clan in 2nd place in this group. Looks like they're doing quite well today. That's it for this matchup. It was a quick one, a very brisk affair between the 2 teams whose names could have confused you. I know they confused us a few times. We're going to toss to a break, and then we'll come back to talk about what exactly happened in this matchup. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock. You got the diffuser in hand. What do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Well, it ended up being a more lopsided match than I think we were anticipating. And actually, it's the most lopsided match that you and I have casted so far throughout the entirety of group stages, but there's still time yet. We did not get the first 7-0 today, and from what I've heard, while the FaZe Mirage match is still ongoing, they're not a 7-0 either. So we are still waiting for that fabled 7-0. Which team will be the one to get not a single round? Unfortunately for Direwolves, they were involved in a 7-1 against FaZe yesterday, and now they're in a 7-2 against Wolves today. What are the bright spots for DW that you saw in this matchup?
The bright spots were that once they actually woke up, which took about 3 to 4 rounds, things were looking pretty good for them. I liked how they were playing the 4+1 role, where 4 members are doing one thing on the map. Then you had Pecan always going for that lurk kind of flank objective. The only thing is, Beeble was there every single time to shut it down, which means there were 2 potential rounds, like this one right here, where you get a double kill if Pecan has 1 more second to act. But Beeble just 1 step ahead. That 1 second makes a difference. And I think that playstyle for DW can work. And I don't think that's the issue. It comes down to Wolves' particular playstyle and just like the timing of things. Small things.
Just little things that DW need to work on today. The European squad Wolves have had issues in the past at previous majors with struggling against competition that on paper they should be able to beat. And I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
When you look at a team like Direwolves who come in from APAC, they're not world beaters in the sense that they don't have a ton of international experience. They don't have a ton of international success. They didn't make it out of the groups in Charlotte. They had that odd group, if you recall, where it was just them, Team 1, and OXG, if I remember correctly.
It was 3 teams, yeah.
Yeah, it was only 3 teams in that group, and they weren't able to make it out. Team 1 and OXG were the 2 teams that emerged from that. That was the best shot that Direwolves had, and they came into today tied in 2nd place with FaZe Clan because of what might have been a surprise result over Mirage in the last match of the day yesterday for both DW and MRG. Today, I think we came in not exactly sure of what Direwolves would show up. Would this be the team that got pummeled by FaZe Clan, or would this be the gritty team that was able to stick with Mirage and surprise us in a number of ways? Well, it ended up being the former, and they got dispatched by Wolves quite quickly. Wolves had great individual performances. Mowgli and Bibu were on fire in the matchup today, both in terms of flank and indirect contact, which is what Mowgli did. And we saw that Mowgli ace, which was our 3rd ace of the event after Astro and Gunner had got them earlier. And of course, Astro on the other stream got it literally 1 round before Mowgli did. Because we had thought maybe this is just the 2nd ace for Mowgli. Not quite.
Wasn't true. I want to see DW play more conventional maps, like simple maps like Chalet and Oregon, where they have more freedom to just kind of play the game. Because on Villa, there's a big checklist of how you got to approach it, and they were playing very freely in the beginning, and those are the rounds where they got slaughtered. Once they were forcing themselves onto a more fundamental objective and role, that's when they started picking up rounds. So I think Villa was a tough choice for them, especially against the matchup of Wolves.
Yeah, undoubtedly a tough map to go to. Only a single player went positive on DW, and that was Reaps because of a couple good rounds to end things off. Mowgli stole the show for Wolves. Both Shinka and P4 played into their more support-oriented roles quite effectively, even though P4 did have a rough run on more front-facing roles and not support-oriented style. Wasn't able to get the kills, but I mean, when the way that we saw Mowgli and Bibu show up, when you see that happen, doesn't really matter if one or two players aren't having the greatest match, especially if Direwolves are really struggling to have their own players show up.
Yeah, and P4 had a strong finish, which I think matters as well, because, you know, it can be hard to build that confidence if you don't find success, but he kept through it, he kept pushing on, and they ended up with a big win in the end.
So did FaZe Clan, by the way. As you can see from the points, FaZe Clan toppling Mirage without needing overtime. That means that Mirage only have that single point that they got in their OT loss against Wolves yesterday, which was a very surprising result. Mirage seemed very confident and very in control of much of that matchup, taking Wolves to all 15 rounds, ultimately falling short. I mean, you're a Mirage team. You're here at your very first international event. The fact that Mirage were able to make it to this major was a surprise, given the landscape of the North American League. But Mirage, been counted out time and time again. They rose to the occasion, and they did quite well. Direwolves in a very similar position, but we've seen Direwolves show both in Charlotte, even though they didn't make it out of groups, that they can hang with the big dogs. And here, we saw yesterday in their matchup against Mirage, but up against the top two teams in this group, DW disappeared. They disappeared against FaZe Clan yesterday. They disappeared against Wolves today. They've got a little bit of stuff that they need to work on, because the next match for Direwolves today is against FaZe Clan. So you're going to be repeating the teams that you played against, and you didn't have the best result against FaZe. FaZe just demolished Mirage in their previous matchup. But FaZe did well against Direwolves and then struggled against Wolves. Are FaZe going to take the afternoon off in their matchup against DW, or are DW going to come out of the gate firing? That is something that's going to be answered by the folks who cast it, because it's not going to be us who talk about it.
No.
We're not going to be doing it.
Nope.
I actually don't know the schedule, so I don't know which caster is going to be taking care of it, but it's certainly not going to be us.
No, we have other games to cast.
That is true.
Yeah. For the side of Mirage, I mean, when you come out storming out the gates like they did, going OT against Wolves, we go, okay, expectations for them are now high.
Yes.
And it's the first game, it's day one, so it's hard to really justify that, but that's the reality. If they do so well in game number one, we expect them to follow through. Then they lost to Direwolves, etc. I'm going to go, what happened? Because we didn't cast the game, we didn't see it. And now, when you get the rematches, right, the second time around, just like when Direwolves go up against FaZe, what is going to play out? Now that you know the playstyle, you're more familiar with your opponents, that's really when you can start taking points back onto your side of things, if you can show up and do that proactive counterplay.
Absolutely. We'd love to be able to bring more Rainbow Six to you, but we are actually off for a little bit. We're going to have other casters join us here on the stream, taking over matches 3 and 4. So let's introduce them. Let's bring them out. But before we do that, a break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes as day number 2 continues to roll on.
Vai partir terceiro triple kill! 4K do Nesk! Impressionante! O que tá acontecendo?
That's 4 for Nesk. Can he find a fifth? Yes, he can, Des! That is the ace from Nesk when Team Liquid have never needed it more!
Consegue levar o round! A Team Liquid vai sendo campeã da Pro League! É o Brasil campeão! Campeão mundial! Vamos que vamos, Brasil!
So to design Solis' device, we were looking for something that needed two hands to be operated and something that wasn't going to take too much of the vision space. So we thought about augmented reality. We were very excited with all the modern visual that it could add to the game. Solis' kit is made of three main parts: the helmet, the bracelet, and the gloves. So when the helmet turns on, the screen switches from transparent to glowy yellow, and the HUD elements start to show for the user. The second part is the bracelet. It's used as a placement tag for the AR interface. And this AR interface is shaped as a 3D ring. It's used by Solis to interact with the gadget. The last part is the scan, and the scan is the middle part of this AR interface. And when the scan is performed, you have this pulse of 3D lines that starts and fades in the distance, giving the position of every electronic device on its way.
Usually with loadouts, we try to give flexibility for players. We give the P90 as a primary because it's a super good SMG, super interesting, and another SMG as a sidearm because it's also a really good weapon. But we're also giving Solis a shotgun because being able to create, rotate, and help on site and help reshape the map is also very, very interesting for an operator like this. And with the sidearm, again, that is SMG, it allows you to bring the shotgun and still have an SMG at hand if you really need to defend yourself.
So this is actually one of the first maps we've done that actually incorporates the lore. It's Night Haven, it's a research facility. So the basement only has one bomb site. It's optimized for navigation and flow. And we went for a more optimized design, so it's quite compact in its shape, but there's a lot of entryways from the exterior helipad, and there's lots of ingress and egress that you can actually do to the sites. There's a little Easter egg down there, hiding away, not so subtly. So first floor has two bomb sites. It's very clean, there's a cafeteria, there's lots of small rooms, big rooms, there's a warehouse there with some exterior walls. The warehouse is super interesting when you get close to it because it's an open area with a catwalk above it. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight, but you need to, wait for the prep phase to finish, get out, and, so break the barrier, get out and go do it. The map should be going into all of the playlists that we normally release upon. It's not the same as any other map. There's unique things in this one, and the map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
Oh my God! Yes, he's cried. Yes, yes, yes.
Are you guys ready?
No.
No.
Board the helicopter.
What?
That's border, boy.
Well, first up we have the recruit.
Knock yourself out. You can't do that. You can't do that.
You can't what? I'm still gonna have to eat it.
No, you can't smell it. You just gotta go for it. Yeah.
It's coming. Oh yeah, we're in trouble.
That's the first one.
No, it's not bad at all. It's pretty good. The recruit's pretty good. Kanto. Yeah, chug, boy.
What am I supposed to do? Do I go to the next one? Firebolt, look at that. I'm not smelling it, bro. I'm not gonna want to eat. I'm not smelling it.
It kind of gives you like an anticipation. It doesn't even have the hot sauce in it. Wait, what? You cheated.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. You cut that shit in half and then you fucking ate the one that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Keep an eye on this guy. I'm on to you. What was that? Is that good?
Yeah, that one actually wasn't that spicy.
What do you think? Out of 10?
2.
Really?
Cafe.
Skyscraper?
What? Hello? Yeah, we both gotta go.
Next up we have Vulcan Heat.
Be my guest.
I think we're gonna like this one.
Yeah, you're gonna milk it. Yeah.
They want us to eat the whole meatball.
I can smell this one already.
Yeah, that one's pretty.
Ready?
All right, 3,
1, 2, 3.
Oh, is it? Is that good? Oh, yeah. That's like a 6. Ooh, boy. Why didn't you warn me?
Oh my God, my tongue. Is your tongue on fire?
Oh, yeah. That's the weakest one, he said.
My God.
Not that bad. 6 out of 10.
That's a 7, bro. You are being too nice. It's a siege. What? If I'm being honest, I have no idea.
I didn't even know they had a DreamHack.
Golfy, yeah, I give up. There's no way. There was no way in hell. We have got fire in the hole. Hey, this is your special. This is your special.
The color says otherwise, but I don't think so.
That one looks horrible. Dude, what are you doing?
Come on, man.
What are you doing?
No mercy.
Oh my God. Please don't burn.
A little bit more, come on.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. The aftertaste is coming a little bit.
I just don't like the meatballs, boy.
That one was way worse.
Yeah, that one was way.
That wasn't that bad. Okay. Cafe. What? You're lying, dude. We're being sabotaged.
Clubhouse. Eat that shit, boy. Eat that shit. Eat that shit.
That's also Cafe Whitehall. The top.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Remember? That's why I misdrone the guy. That's how I knew. That's how I knew. Got that bastard hiding there.
Intero approved interrogation.
Oh boy.
You better stop that.
That was it. Chug it.
Chug it.
It could be worse. Well, that's how you know it's bad when it's not liquidy. It's like let's go, Pablo. You gotta finish the pork. It's like from that shit. I'm eat.
Wow.
It's not that
it
bad.
is.
Is it bad? I'm sure I got it right.
That was ass, bro.
Ass is it bad or ass is
like 8?
Oh my God. 8.
Oh my God.
I was first.
No. Wait, that's first? That's first, right?
No, what? I was first.
I think I happen to know the answer. Mirage. I'm gonna prepare this one for you.
No.
Yeah.
No, what? What is it called? I'm about to meet the Lord, boy. No. This is rigged.
The Lord? With the Lord himself.
A little bit. Because I'm not gonna shit in you the thing's so bad.
Okay, split it then.
I'll split it and then you can drench it. That's enough. Dude, what? No, that's ridiculous. No.
Eat it, bro. Eat it.
No, bro, I'm gonna die. Okay. Oh no.
I hope it kills him, man. I hope it kills him.
Oh!
Oh, that's bad.
Taste it.
No, I'm good. Yes, he's cried. Yes.
I know what it is. Go ahead, you try.
Be my guest.
Go first.
You know? Come on, hey, you know.
No.
What is it?
You go first. I'm still recovering.
It's this one. It's none of them. I knew it. I knew there was a catch. Try it.
You try it, bro.
Try it with me.
I'm recovering. I'm still burning.
I'll do it with you.
No, dude, I'm still dying.
We know players have been asking about it, and we've talked about it before. It's been a long time coming, so we're super excited to announce that crossplay is coming with Season 4. PlayStation and Xbox players will matchmake together and benefit from lower wait times thanks to the larger matchmaking pool. Now for crossplay, PC and streaming platforms will be kept in a separate pool from consoles. We have no intention to merge these two communities right now, but we're super excited to bring our console players together. You can invite players through both first-party platforms as well as through your Ubisoft Connect overlay. You'll be able to access your friends list through the social tab and manage your invites, requests, and squad up with your friends from other platforms. We all know communication is key in Siege, and it's no different for cross-play. So, voice communications will be enabled at launch, and the local player will be able to speak to and hear cross-platform players as long as they have voice communications enabled in their options and they're on the same team. Of course, you can still manually mute players through the scoreboard during a match or through the player profile side panel. Crossplay isn't the only thing that's coming this season. We're super excited to announce that cross progression is another feature hitting Siege this season. This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform anytime. So for credits and renown, they're going to be added together. So any platform that any player has played on ever is going to be added together and shared. Due to the data migration, we're going to be rewarding all of our players with an alpha pack at the start of the season.
Right now, the rank playlist is a pure skill system in which there's only one value, the MMR. The MMR is used for rank and skill. Every start of the season, when we do the soft reset, because it's needed for rank progression, we are hurting the matchmaking fairness. After this soft reset, we have the placement matches to try to guess your rank as soon as possible. What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. We are removing the placement matches, because the only value that will be reset is the rank. You will start your rank progression at the beginning of the ladder. From now on, there will be rank points. There will be also 5 divisions per rank. Each division will have 100 points. Also, to help you in this progression, we included systems like the demotion shield that will prevent you from losing ranks easily. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze and Copper. We are removing the squad restriction and including a new algorithm for squads that will ensure balanced matches. We would love to hear your thoughts to keep improving and working on the system.
With the new season that is coming, we are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. Since 2020, we have been deploying part of it during a shadow deployment to gather a lot of data from our player base in order to provide a sustainable solution for the long term. We will be starting with the first release in a beta display. The reputation system will be looking at your gameplay behaviors, but also your interaction that you have with players. Based on that, it will paint a portrait of you and assign a specific standing. Then based on this standing, we will be triggering, during year 8, a set of actions that will be bonuses or penalties. When we talk about penalties based on your low standing, we mainly talk about game restriction toward the game mode. So for example, a player will not have an access to the competitive playlist, but also the test server. But we will also have restrictions and modifier to the currency, the alpha pack, the progressions. By providing guidance, information, and by bringing this new standing icon, we will be improving the play experience of everybody. When we are looking at the number of rounds impacted with at least 1 team kill per round, we can see a decrease of 10%. And I'm talking about per round, not per match. So this is great. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing, and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody. We are really glad to say that we will be removing the friendly fire from the preparation phase. We heard you. By removing it, we are just securing the whole experience for everybody. So there will be no mistake anymore, so that everybody can focus on their preparation phase and then start the battle. In terms of design, if you shoot at the teammate, there will be no damage, there will be no reverse friendly fire, and the bullet will not go through. I hope you will enjoy this new change, and we will be looking at your feedback during the season launch. We are always looking at new solutions to bring more security into the game, but also to better protect all players against cheating. And this is a priority for us. The team, over the past months, has been working hard to bring a new security measure to fight cheating. The goal is to decrease the cheating problem that you are facing, and we are really confident in this new solution that we are bringing into the game. We will monitor the effectiveness of it on all player base, on the cheater, and for sure, I will come back to you with some insights.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you give me or call me? 'Cause I have for you a crazy prize. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We're stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been. If you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. star in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
Welcome back to the 6 Major, guys. We're here on the A stream, and it is going to be a big hit game coming right up. It's one of the best teams out of North America versus one of the best that Brazil has to offer. Mandy, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm just keen to see some fantastic Siege. We've had a couple of blowouts this morning, admittedly, on both the A and the B stream. But I'm pretty confident that this one is going to deliver.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that. These two rosters have got a lot of promise. They're super exciting. I can't wait to get into this one. It's going to be pretty evenly matched, in my opinion.
Particularly because we're talking about TSM, who haven't made it to the international stage since they won the World Championship at Six Invitational in Sweden, in Stockholm, here at the start of the year. It's their first chance to really show what they've got, what they've been working on since these roster changes.
Yeah, absolutely, especially for TSM with their two pickups, of course, Gasha and Snake. Snake has just been absolutely incredible for them throughout this year, I suppose, as he's come into the roster. Same thing with Gasha, led by Merc as well on that roster. And I think the leadership to bring in these new two players, rebuild their team, has been absolutely promising, and they definitely deserve to be back here at this international stage.
There's also been a little bit of a rebuild as well for Team Liquid. Once upon a time, they were the kings of Brazil and even the world at one point, way back in, was it 2018? They won the Atlantic City Pro League finals. It's been a hot minute since then, and they are looking to demonstrate that they are major contenders here at the world stage in Stockholm. Both of these teams so far, Mandy, have the full 6 points out of their games. Neither have lost yet. In fact, Team Liquid's only lost 6 rounds. They went 7-1 against Sandbox and 7-5 against Heroic, whereas TSM has taken down the exact same teams. However, they did unfortunately lose 3 more rounds than Liquid have. So technically Liquid are slightly ahead right now on the standings.
Even though they might be ahead, it's time to break into that first place and really start to separate that top heavy-sidedness of this group. Right now, Group B is one of these groups that we consider pretty even. Right at the start of the major, Group A and B were the two that we thought were going to be pretty hard to break into that top and bottom half. But this is the match that's going to do it.
Well, let's really start talking more about Team Liquid, I think. We've covered a bit of TSM, but Liquid, they had a real hiccup in Stage 2. They went from, at the Charlotte Major, getting to the top 4, back where many people would expect for Liquid to be after a bit of a hiatus from the international stage, from being a serious contender. They were back in Charlotte, they got top 4. Berlin was a no-go for them. They didn't quite qualify for that, and here they are back again. And I think top 4 is probably the lowest of their expectations. They are really looking to go all the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Liquid is one of those names that we used to say on our tongues many international events over and over again, right? These are the guys that are consistently qualifying out of LATAM, but as of recent, they haven't been here. We haven't been able to talk about them, have this conversation about them, and I think they're very excited to be returning here to form here in Sweden.
And they do have a new pickup. to Team Liquid. It is Lagonis, formerly of Team 1, a real hot player, bringing into the roster. We've seen some big retirements. You know, PSK retired, of course, as well from this roster. And Lagonis only been on the team for 2 months, and he's not exactly a star player in terms of fragging ability, but he is one that I think brings a lot to this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would agree with you with that. For LATAM, this is a sort of region that, in my opinion, doesn't make quite as drastic roster changes as what we've seen in TSM or in some of the other regions, especially coming to the Sweden major. I think this is the major that we've said there are a lot of rookies, a lot of new talent, but Team Liquid has only picked up one, and that's already a very staple player within the region. It's not really unknown to us, and I think he's slotted right into the roster.
It looks like we've already got the map, Vito, and we are going to the ever-chaotic border, Mandy. It was TSM that got the final pick between Villa and border. That means that Team Liquid got to choose which side they start on, and they've gone with the attack.
I love this for Team Liquid. I am so excited that we get to see Team Liquid play border, because when I was VOD reviewing these guys, I was like, oh my gosh, these guys play such a cool border. I can't wait to go through and dissect their strat book for them in the server.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm super keen to see what these guys have to offer. It's, like we said, been a hot minute that either of these teams have been on the international stage, and both of them will not only be setting their sights on playoffs, but on the championship, on a top 4, top 2, really making their name, etching it back onto the global stage. And I think that they're perfectly capable, but we still need to see the proof in the pudding. This is the big game for them. The Heroic and Sandbox matches, I think, are quite a different echelon. This is the big one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these two are the big hitters of the group. I did say that Group E is going to be pretty close, but having seen yesterday's results, I think we've got to wait and see for this match to see who really is going to be dominant. I have a feeling that whoever comes out of this match is going to start flying through those playoffs, to be honest. Like TSM, they look really great. Liquid in their new form, they also look super solid, and I think right now is just the proving rounds to see who's more mature, he's a little bit more advanced in this stage 3 as they've gone through their changes.
Yeah, and, well, Liquid, they have such a star-studded roster, don't they? Nesk is the most experienced player in the tournament, and the guy on your screen right there, Palu, is, well, he is the #1 highest-ranked player at this tournament from Stage 3. A real... I mean, honestly, I would say Nesk and Palu are probably easily in the top 5 for greatest Rainbow Six players of all time.
Absolutely.
Are they 1 and 2 is more the question. You've got a couple of other players. I mean, Pengu these days is an analyst and a caster, so I hate to put him up there because it'll just stroke his ego, but he's probably in conversation for it. Maybe Troy Canadian as well, but there's no doubt that Nesk and Palu, they're some of the best that we've ever seen touch the game.
So I think when we normally talk about Nesk and Palu, we like to say them as the kings without crowns, right?
Yeah.
These guys, they're so good. Liquid always appear at these, not always in recent times, but they appear at these international events very consistently. They always make it through to the playoffs, and they always look so good, but then they can't close it out with a win. And for Team Liquid to be back here, now is another chance for them to take the crown.
And Team Liquid went through quite a significant roster revamp about a year ago when they picked up Ask and Resets. And since then, it's just Lagonis who's been the new one. It's taken quite a while for them to find their feet. You know, they weren't even in the Sweden Major playoffs last year. They have... Yeah, I don't know. It's really strange, isn't it? Because you have such a star-studded roster. These guys were Six Invitational runners-up back in 2021 when the Six Invitational was held in Paris. And like you said, they are without crowns. Nesk technically did win the Atlantic City Pro League Finals back in 2018, but... Man, that was a long time ago, and I don't think that barely counts anymore, and it's not a major, it's not a Six Invitational. Whereas TSM, they are Six Invitational champs, and 3 out of 5 of these players were here in Stockholm when they claimed that crown over Team Empire at the start of this year. Gasha and Snake, though, you mentioned that they are nuts, and we were talking to Stokes and Blue this morning, and they have been incredibly impressed with these rookies' performances throughout NAL Stage 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Gasher has really come into his form in this roster, especially. I suppose I don't want to throw Snake under the bus, but I think Gasher, of the two of them, has done really well on this roster. He's really thrived. He's an absolute gunner, and I think it was sort of the injection of energy that TSM needed in this stage. Snake as well has done really well on this roster. He fulfills a slightly different role to Gasher. It's more like him needing to play some of those odd off picks, kind of fit his way into the roster, and I think as a result, it's been a little harder order for him to put numbers on the board and perform, but he definitely fulfills what this team needs in terms of bringing along the right utility in particular rounds, just fulfilling an odd spot, maybe a power position, that kind of thing on the defense that just none of the other players feel comfortable playing with. So pretty impressed by both of these rookies so far.
Yeah, I did some stats crunching, and I've grabbed like the kind of stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and the all-time stats on CGG of some of these players. And just out of players at this tournament, despite Snake having not played many games, which, to be fair, it's a small sample size, he's actually the 4th highest rated all-time player at this tournament. Snake is the 4th highest rated all-time player at the tournament. That is nuts, especially for a rookie. And he's gone through stage 3 with a 1.17 rating, which is in itself huge.
That's really good. I think I just want to touch back on the rest of the roster as well quickly. Like you mentioned, they did come from the Six Invitational. And back then, that was Merc and his first time being in IGL at an international event. Now they've gone throughout the entire year, and Merc has tried and tested with different rosters as an IGL, and to our understanding, is still very much the leadership figure in this team. And I'm really curious and excited to see how they've matured as a roster under his leadership.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to me to see that Merc has continued to deliver in his fragging ability, which he was known for. He was always that big hit roamer, that entry, and he's managed to still deliver the numbers while maintaining that leadership position and that voice within the team. And I think that's the combination that TSM have always been known for. They have some serious big hitters. Guess what? We still haven't said the word Bolo yet. How have we failed to say the word Bolo, the most infamous content creator pro player that Rainbow Six has? And we are getting into the game. Look at that split right down the middle. TSM just edging out. It looks like the NAL champions are this match's favorites, but Team Liquid, they are looking to put their name back on the international map. We are going to the border.
Pretty even split on the socials. I'm pretty impressed. I think we feel like that on the desk as well, so glad y'all in the chat agree with us. Bans starting to come through as well. The first one to be Ossa by TSM, second taken out by Ying. Ossa's a curious one for me. I think it makes sense against the way that Team Liquid play. With the Ossa, you can really enable some of those plants straight through the breach. You can kind of cut down on the amount of work you need to do to actually flood into the site, which can often be quite challenging on border.
We didn't really break down extendedly the border history itself for these teams. I'm going to have a quick squiz. So TSM actually didn't play this at all in Stage 3, and it was their tied most banned map alongside Skyscraper, which they also haven't played. So to me, this is a real dark horse pick for TSM. As for Liquid, they did play it once and win it once and lose it once. And that was a pretty significant loss in the Copa Elite to W7M 7-2, and a narrow win earlier in that same bracket over FaZe 8-7. So perhaps TSM have kind of identified some weaknesses from those Copa Elite VODs and are trying to target that today.
I'm really looking forward to seeing Liquid's border on the international stage. This is, although like you said, they've won it and lost it, it's against FaZe and it's against W7. Yeah. If there are any two teams that you want to put up our results against, it's those two teams on this map. I'm fairly confident in the way that Liquid play this map. For me, TSM still have to prove how good they are since we haven't seen it.
Sorry, Mandy, I was just talking about the map stats. I didn't realize, did we actually get a frost ban?
And we did end up getting a frost ban. That's a curious one for me as well. It means you take away some of your site construction on the side of Team Liquid. I completely agree with this. I feel like some of the TSM players are kind of nasty on the frost, and it's just a bit of a pest to deal with.
Rip the pog mats, though. I'm sad. That's very sad to me. Guess what? Mira has slipped through, and TSM's going to snatch it up real quick. It looks like, I don't know about you, but whenever I used to scrim and some of the players I used to play with, we always called that Mira in CCTV facing East Stairs. We always called that Brazilian, which is ironic because now TSM are playing it against a Brazilian team.
TSM are taking us to this Armory and Archives bomb site, looking to extend over to the east side of the map and over into CC as well. Most of the ground floor essentially given up to Team Liquid if they wish to take it, aside from Achieved, who's looking to entry deny here inside of storage.
Yeah, I quite like this. On the Capcan as well, so he will have a little bit of info from his trap scattered around the map. He has been spotted, he has been hunted a little bit. Is that player actually in bathroom or in tellers? I can't quite tell from here, perhaps they're still outside. Achieved may well be hunted, but it's unclear to me as of yet whether Liquid will fully commit.
Liquid are sending in their drones into this ground floor along with 2 or 3 players poised to take it. Achieves is wasting a lot of time so far here on this ground floor, but Snake is actually the one to get the first pick of the series onto resets inside of CCTV.
Big early pick, and I mean, Liquid just sending drone after this player downstairs. Nesk now on the entry. Palu goes down. And Nesk is now in an awkward position. He's got Aroma just around the corner, but he's also trying to flush out Snake above. What a pixel from Nesk. He does take down that Roma downstairs, achieved Reign of Terror put to an end, and he could have the perfect read on this vertical nade here. Snake survives. How?
Nesk now making his way inside of this customs area, just toying with that vertical pressure, knowing that Snake may be watching on the other side. Oh, does he know? Actually, the fight is a little bit dicey, and in the end, Snake collects him through the hatch.
Looking a little bit awkward now for TSM. They find themselves in a 2v4, and look at this mirror. You can see all of these stairs from here inside an office, nice and snug. But Merc might be actually making a play. He certainly doesn't need to in this man advantage. But the temptation is there, and he is the big brain for this team. You can't fault him. Ask and Lagonis looking to try and bring it back. Lagonis finally puts Snake down. It's not going to get much easier from here, though.
This is going to be a tough crawl for the rest of Team Liquid. Lots of mirror windows facing them, but they do have CC control in their hands. The next point of contest will be Office, which is the tussle between Merc and Ask at the moment. Also stepping right into a crossfire inside of Fountain. Do they know where Gasher is?
Bolo here to hold metal, good crossfire, the rotation to Fountains. It is held, and that's Bolo once again. Merc to swing and find the final one. Ask goes down, and it's a very strong opening on the border defense for TSM.
Really well played from TSM, achieved in particular, wasting a lot of time in that ground floor. Liquid tried to identify that, in fact, we should go for a bottom-up take because that was the free real estate they were given, except for the fact you had one pesky Capcan running around and shooting every single drone that was very disconnected from the entries that Liquid were trying to do on the ground floor. In the end, losing that man count to a combination of vertical kills and Achieve just going crazy there inside of Workshop meant they just couldn't translate going up the stairs and getting back into the site, and in the end, TSM went out the round.
Yeah, Paolo will be unhappy with himself. He was led to believe that there was a player in Workshop, at least that's what it appeared from the droning, so strange mistake for Palu to make there. There's also a big play from Snake upstairs in CCTV, found 2 kills by the end of it, one onto Resets outside and one onto Nesk coming from below. I gotta say, it was Liquid who got the choice of starting sides. They've gone for attack. Do we expect a 4-2 half in their favor would be the par for the course, or is a 3-3 okay? Because TSM have already shown that they are no chumps on this defense.
What interests me about the way that Liquid are playing this so far is both rounds they've now chosen not to bring any hard breach in their lineup. And so they're investing a lot more utility into resources into trying to take the real estate of the map that they can and sneak their way in rather than forcing open the site and trying to break it down that way. I think it's an interesting approach, especially with the way that TSM are playing it, which is like this more total map control type of vibe. And I think that for Liquid, they need to consolidate their plays into one area of the roam clear and be a little bit more cohesive if they want to make their lineup work.
A couple of role changes on this attack, isn't there? I love the Valkyrie though, love to see that. Such a claustrophobic map though, Border. The Valk is so powerful, especially when it comes to those Vert C4s, and we are gone downstairs to Teller's bathroom, so that's really powerful. Did my eyes deceive me? Is there an Alibi Prisma thrown outside?
Yep.
Where is that? Is that on the roof? I hate this. Where have they put it?
Who knows?
Yeah, good luck, Easy. You're not going to find that.
TSM looking to hold on to this top floor for as long as they can as the rest of Team Liquid start to shape around, up around the top floor like
hello.
Ars tries to take the fight onto this Archives position, but gets taken down. Snake now holding onto this metal position, and the rest of Team TSM look pretty comfortable in their positions so far, although down in the man count.
That was very surprising, very messy. Gotta say, if you're an attacker, it's so frustrating still having that little notification that there's a player outside. Wait a second, is that player inside yet? Gasher does see through the vertical angle in onto Archives, and on the other side, the player does contest. I believe that's Ask upstairs with the G36. Very narrow angle for him to take against the dock.
Liquid have now been given this top floor control and are starting to convert what pressure and real estate they can down onto the ground floor. We can see Resets now on board, contesting that East's position achieved on the other side of that without a C4 in hand.
Oh, no.
Gas has just been taken low though. Maybe this engagement in that top floor is still working out for them, and TSM even up the man count.
Oh, Chief's actually going to play aggressive, but the Dockerby logic bomb calls out his position. Lagonis falls off, but fortunately Resets is able to punish. Now Gasha, full health once again, thanks to the Doc stims, is going to have to make his impact felt. It's just him and Snake, both of them on the roam, as Liquid have flooded the site and begin to plant that diffuser. It will need to be a retake.
And some really tough post-plant positions as well from Team Liquid. A C4 to go out from Snake, but East's control is going to be pivotal if they want to make this retake work.
I certainly want to, but will they be able to deliver? A tough one for Gasha, but he does see the Dockerby cross. That's Lagonis just getting a better position. It's a risk, but will it pay off? Snake makes it a 2v2. Palu, yet to have a real impact in this game, will be relied upon in this post plant from outside the window. And now that Gasha has taken down Lagonis, it will need to be Palu to clutch. Snake has very little time remaining, and Palu has to win this. He takes down the first player, and that means there is no chance. Gasha is taking this round. A huge impact from Palu, and Liquid even the scoreline.
Well played from Liquid. I was doubting at the beginning of the round their choice in operator lineup, but I think that ended up working out for the way that they were able to take that top floor. It was really swift. They jumped in through those east stairs and through that archives control to essentially just segment off that east side of the map, hop through it, not be too ambitious about the rest of the roam clear, and eventually translate it down with that man advantage. It all came down to that early round and lived and died there.
It's funny, isn't it, to see how there was a point where it was a 3v2, Team Liquid just have full side TSM all roaming. I appreciate the gusto of the roaming dock, but in the end, there just weren't enough players on site to deal with it, were they? And now we go over to, is this Venson Workshop, it looks? And well, isn't it funny with Border? It's such a small map that every site, to some degree, is defended quite similarly, just because you have presence on the whole map anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly what TSM are leaning into with their lineup as well, right? They've done essentially the same lineup minus the mirror in some particular spots all 3 rounds now. We can see them going down, even reeling off that detention wall, putting the same mirror once again inside of office, opening up the triple wall. It's just a total map control, like you said, for TSM. And Liquid this time have brought the hard breach. I wonder how they're going to change their approach with it.
Especially when you've got things like the detention wall reared, you want that hard breach. But that said, the Hibana is great for lines of sight, but if you actually want an entryable hole, especially a large one that you can really make a good contest and sprint through, you're using most of your pellets. Wow, I love all these lines of sight. This aggressive hold. Snake once again taking up his customary position inside of security. He got 2 kills in the first round from that spot. Clearly well practiced. He's scrimmed that more than a few times.
Still going to hold my tongue to call exactly what Liquid are going for, but the way that they've shaped their attacks so far seems to be more on this triple wall-sided take. We've got Palu going in from below, maybe looking to just put some pressure onto the site. Meanwhile, the rest of their plays looking to hop in through archives, get control of office, and start to sweep across that top floor.
Lovely mirror once again. We've seen this before from Merc inside of office on that single wall. He's getting aggressive. Wow, is that really advisable for Merc? He's now lost that position, a risk that unfortunately does not pay off for TSM. Fortunately, Bolo is sending it. He's found Palu and he's re-peeking Nesk now.
Nesk just holding on to that angle now, knowing that Bolo is stuck in the corner of this archives room. Snake as well holding on to office. Where is the rest of Team Liquid? What are they going to do now? It seems like 2 Team Liquid players rotating over now, once again, to this triple wall, and Ash Charge will go on to make an entry point.
Okay.
Bolo is coming out and actually gets the kill onto Nesk. Another kill for TSM.
Well, that's quite something from Bolo. He's certainly making some clips for his YouTube videos. Getting on it nice and early. And despite the early pick, wait a second, has Bolo just revived himself? Oh my god, he got down and then revived, but Resets baits it. Oh, the C4 achieved. He's going for a double, 1 HP, and he's left Resets all alone. This round has been quite something, and now Resets on for a triple, going for the quad, but Gasha doesn't give him the chance. What a back and forth, Manny, this map has delivered.
This is going to be a great series.
Oh, I'm feeling it.
I'm really excited for this one. This is amazing. I really like the way that TSM were able to play that top floor east side position. As soon as Merc came under pressure inside of, obviously went, guys, I'm about to be flushed out. There's someone about to jump in through radio window and my triple wall is open. It's a little bit terrifying. I need some help. And Bolo was the first one that came to his aid. He took those fights onto Archives that were really pivotal in that early to mid round to put TSM in the position they needed, disrupting the push of Team Liquid sweeping across the map. And I think as a result, going for that total map control for TSM has been working out for them in I suppose, the play style that they're looking for. They're really good at making these cross-map rotations and aiding each other throughout the map without giving anything away.
Well, let's take a moment to appreciate Sprabuni and Rath's beautiful graphics and stats down below. And the context of this group so far, both of these teams are undefeated. They've both taken down Heroic and Sandbox quite handily, and you're likely looking at the #1 and #2 teams in Group B, I believe this is. But which one will take that first spot, and will there be a chance that Sandbox or Heroic can sneak in? As you can see from the stats that were on screen before, quite unlikely, even whichever team loses this game, that they won't make to the playoffs, but that's making a lot of assumptions. That's assuming that TSM and Liquid will continue their form into the second half of the round robin, which is not a given. You never know what Sandbox and Heroic might be able to bring to the table.
Team Liquid once again starting off their push onto this top floor bomb site, beginning to do this top bottom up take. Once again achieved the one inside of Workshop being a pest, shooting out those drones. Liquid are going to have to be a little bit more cohesive with that intel entry combination if they want to clear him out this time.
Love this line as well. We've seen some failures from Team Liquid to get that lurking map presence that they tried. We've had Nesk go down early in the last round, and a couple of similar situations, Palu in the very first round. But this line may well enable it, reduce the ability from TSM to make these rotations, put a lot of pressure on them, but it is achieved once again, like you said. Roaming in Workshop spotted twice, double droned. Oh, and he's going to get caught. Surely, no way! How? How does Resets not find that kill? Surely they will deliver the killing blow eventually, but not without the double trade. Snake is having a phenomenal game so far, and he's put TSM back on the map.
Once again, we're seeing the strength and fluidity of this TSM strategy, right? The entire strategy is set up about them rotating throughout the map, making cross-map rotations even between floors. And that was the strength in Snake, having that hatch open and able to trade out, achieve down in that ground floors, leaving Liquid once again at the man disadvantage.
And it's been trade after trade. Of the 4 rounds we've had, 3 of the opening kills have been traded, sometimes with a multi-kill, just like Snake was able to do. Poor Palu trying to do what Nesk did in the first round, use this vertical play to get some nades off. But where is Snake even gone now? He's still toying with the CC control. Imagine that. He goes all the way upstairs, downstairs, finds 2 kills, rotates back up to his position.
Nades fall through from Palu. They do have some idea of where Snake is, but he's just unstoppable here inside of CCTV. Bolo to double down onto Ask, and all of a sudden Palu's left in the 1-on-2.
Might be able to make it a 1v1 with this nade, but Polo though, he's the doc, so he can just heal straight back up, and he does so. Unfortunate for Palu, no nades left. Could isolate these 1v1s, but TSM, they're holding a strong crossfire. It's all on Palu to make it work, but he's not even going to find Bolo. TSM take the lead again, 3-1.
I feel like Doc is just the perfect operator for Bolo. Don't you think so? This is so great. Even with the Bailiff as well, he's got his own little pocket construction that he can do on the map and just create these odd lines of sight that he needs to support his teammates. I really like the way that TSM are playing this border defense. Typically, when you think of border, you think of this being a pretty attacker-sided map, to be honest. This is one of those maps that if you just sit there and you turtle on the site, you're going to be cut down. Those walls are going to be opened up, and there's not really that many strong anchor positions. But the way that TSM are taking this map is, let's just bring the attack to them.
Yeah.
Let's not allow them to get into the building safely, take up as much real estate as possible, open up the lines of sight, and make it just a very uncomfortable experience to maneuver throughout the building. And since it is TSM on the defense, setting up those rotations and setting up those lines of sights, they're going to be much more familiar with the architecture, and having this odd line of sight that all of a sudden Liquid have no idea is there is what's punishing them here on these entries.
And for me, it's also Snake, who's just always been a thorn in their side. He's very mobile. Not only is he great at playing that Hell in a Cell position inside a CCTV, but he is so flexible and he moves when he is needed to. For example, last round when Achieve was hunted down, Snake immediately plays off of that and regains the advantage for his team. What is this from TSM? Achieved with a spawn peek on the Pulse. A dangerous player to lose early if he fails this one, as his utility will be ineffectual. But if he lands it, it could be huge. Oh, just barely misses.
Palu on the other side is going to get away with his life and goes, all right, I'm joining out of spawn, guys. I've got to go and check what's here inside of the ground floor. The rest of Team Liquid actually shaping up around this CCTV and break side of the map. This is uncharacteristic. They're changing their approach a little bit. They're not looking for this bottom-up take anymore and putting a bit more early pressure onto Snake, who's inside of CC.
Tough position now for Liquid as they see all of these TSM guys just continually peeking window. That's Bolo checking that lockers window quite a few times. Nesk might be able to play off that information a little bit. It's a tough position to be in. He's not able to walk in. He hears the Dockerby call. And Snake once again playing this CC position. Nesk does find Bolo. Immediately snaps his head back around a CCTV to look for Snake. But it's nothing as of yet. Nesk going to try and make his way into Armory, but TSM still hold on to this ground.
Nesk is in a really tough spot. He's juggling the two angles inside of CC and inside of Armory now. He's already taken down Bolo, and his next victim will be Snake inside of this office box. But does he have the intel to know that he's there lying in wait for him?
Snake is living up to his namesake, hiding in the corner. Merc's taken down Palu elsewhere, once again at the front door. The poor man cannot catch a break, and guess what? Nesk has no clue. He's just walked straight past Snake. He may well even call it clear to his team. A C4 from the Pulse doesn't find the kill, but that Pulse will be giving information to these roamers. Oh man, this is so difficult now for Liquid.
That being said, Liquid do look pretty comfortable inside of this office position. They have a minute to work with, and remember the site is indeed in Bathroom and Tellers. So this entire east side of the map is in control of Liquid right now. It's just about converting this plant situation, making sure that the retake can't happen from TSM.
What? You said plant situation. I didn't realize that Lagonis is in the site. Snake still has control up above, and he's taken out. Nesk, so keen, so quick, on for that flank. Merc healed up there by Gasha, but is TSM going to be able to retake it? They've already failed one retake on this bomb site. And it looks like Liquid's going to be able to nail this down again. A flashbang to go out. Achieved, Merc, and Gasha. It's just Achieved and Merc now. It's just Merc now. It's nobody. Liquid, a plan and a quick finish as they go up 2 rounds to 3, just trailing by 1 round.
Liquid have a much better read on that Bathroom Teller site than the other 2 bomb sites that they've been attacking. Each time they've identified that office control is essentially given to them for free once they get there. All of TSM are focusing their utility and their resources over on that Armory and main stairs side of the map. And as soon as they do get that bathroom, that office control, they can translate it into a Bathroom and Tellers execute, just hold off those retakes and play the post plant from the window. And as a result, TSM, I suppose, just giving a little bit too much real estate in that particular strategy to Team Liquid has allowed them 2 round wins on the attack.
I'm going to go back to the conversation that we kind of had a little bit at the start of the game. So we go to border, Liquid gets the choice of sides and they choose attack. Is 2-4 enough? If you're choosing attack, the assumption is there that you're going to go either 3-3 or 4-2. Like the assumption is that you're in the advantage, and we haven't seen that so far.
This is true, but I think it's quite challenging to play against the way that TSM are playing this defense. It doesn't really feel like a regular defense, if that makes sense. Each time you walk into the map as an attacker, you suddenly get met with a line of sight that you didn't expect to be there, a rotation that you had no idea a player could come from. And for Team Liquid to try and break down the strategy that TSM have brought takes a lot of drone work and a lot of time, and that's why we keep seeing these floods and floods of drones that go into that ground floor before we even see boots in the building, because Team Liquid are being really cautious about entering.
Well, one last chance to try out their attacks to even it up going to the second half. In North America, this map is actually attacker sided by 2%, or by 4% technically. 48% defensive win rate. in BR6. Oh, it's actually the most played map in BR6, and it is defender-sided just slightly.
Nesk has found his way up the east stairs, something that we haven't seen throughout essentially this entire match, to be honest, early on, because it's quite challenging with this long line of sight that Merc has had open time and time again on their defense. He is still holding on to this mirror, but seems unaware so far that there are players that have already actually entered into these east stairs. Unaware, this double door may be swung on from Merc. Well, he's about to be in a 2 versus 1. Bit scary. He rounds the corner and actually does find the pick onto Ask.
Yeah, that's a good pick, but Liquid do fight back with one of their own, and it's Snake, one of the most dangerous players who's gone down, but Bolo supports his teammate and prevents Nesk from sneaking up on Merc, but he doesn't realize Palu's got his number on Armory. 3v2 now. Good map control taken for Team Liquid, as Lagonis and Palu will have to pick up the pieces. Oh, that's an important one there from Lagonis, but he isn't able to nail that killing blow. Gets re-peeked. Not able to take down that player either. There's plenty of time for Liquid to make this work.
There's a lot of time, but the Diffuser is in a pretty tough spot right now with Lagonis. There are 2 players inside of Customs. If he wants to get to the Diffuser's safety, he's going to either find the kill or rotate, and that is exactly what he does. He finds that kill. Now Gasha in a 1-on-2.
TSM have ants in their pants. They've just given Liquid an in, and they take it with both hands. We go 3-3 at the end of the half.
Yeah, really well played from Team Liquid to go through and take that top floor. I think for TSM, they could have been a little bit more disciplined in that mid to late round as they had the man advantage. Could have fallen back onto the site. And really, Team Liquid didn't have a lot more resources in that late round to be able to break down the site. I think in the end, a great positioning from Lagonis. At first, I criticized that maybe the Diffuser was in a bit of an odd spot, but the confidence that he took onto the swing on Customs, it was doubled down with that hatch control from inside of Customs, and translating that control into 2-on-1 right in the late round is perfectly played from the remaining players of Liquid.
I'm curious now, when we switch sides, will we see a bit of regional difference, a bit of playstyle difference on how these teams interpret the sites and the attacks as well? You mentioned there was a pretty particular way that TSM was playing those defenses. We already see that we haven't seen that mirror. In fact, I can already point out that Team Liquid are actually going Vent Workshop first instead of Armory Archives. Funnily enough, it's the bomb site that they had just won on the attacking side, whereas Vent Workshop was not defended a single time successfully in that first half, which would hint at it being a stronger side.
This is a pretty tough setup to break down so far from Team Liquid. They're actually going to choose to bring the Kaid. I'm not sure where those Kaid claws are going to go and how they're going to segment off part of the wall by keeping that wall closed. I'm going to reserve my judgment for a little bit. Okay, there we go. So they're actually going to use those Kaid charges to hold on to this customs and passport area rather than hard holding onto the top floor. We've got Ask. He's going to be the turret here inside of this position. And how will TSM approach it?
He still has one claw in pocket, perhaps to defend the detention wall, which is not protected right now. Thing is, if it's a Selma that goes off, he's not going to be able to fully protect against that being open as a line of sight. Now, Kaid's actually lost the 1.5 on the AUG, so he's running the DMR, which now has gained. Well, it's not technically a DMR, slug shotty. Acts like a DMR, which has gained the 1.5 recently.
Okay, so unlike what TSM were doing, Team Liquid are actually given the East Stairs side to TSM, and they've capitalized on that control. Snake is the first one in the building and will take down Palu inside of CC. A cutter from Merc as well, anticipating a player coming down the main stairs, but Ask is right there on the other side to contest him.
I'm starting to see what all the NA people have been saying. Snake is nuts. He has been so impactful this game. So many multi-kills, so many crisp headshots, and a really strong entry gives TSM a lot of control. He's also keen and watching for those Kapkan traps. Those two are so frustrating, really difficult to see. But hey, look at this. Interesting use of the smoke canister from Lagonis, trying to lock out a bit of that top metal control.
It makes complete sense as well, right? The bomb site is this ground floor, and what TSM need to do now is translate the top to bottom control. That's the next step in their push. Not only do they have to worry about this vertical, but they also then have to worry about Ask, which is the final step and going to be pressuring them horizontally.
A bit of a sneak in though from Merc. He goes straight into vents. Going towards the rotate hole, he might be able to find resets, and he does. Caught out. looking up at the roof. And now Merc trying to prevent that retake, but Bolo's been finished off by Nesk. Gash has fallen to a Capcan trap. Lagonis, though, loses his own life as Merc is hungry for more before being traded back. Mandy, it does not get messier than this. And now it is a 1v3 for Nesk as Gasha has been picked up.
Tough 1-on-3 vertical line will prevent him from coming down the bottom of the main stairs, being watched by a player of TSM just upstairs. Start to fire through that soft wall. He actually has intel on the player above him, a red ping. Snake will cook a nade, but it won't connect. A C4 will go up from Nesk, but it doesn't work out, and Achieved will close out the round for TSM.
That's a big win for TSM, starting their attack strong. They found the opening pick, and after the trade game, they found themselves in that advantage. They've taken the lead once again, Mandy. They have been in control this whole game. Not once has Team Liquid been leading. They've either been trailing or even. TSM seem to be the ones in control here.
Merc in that last round was such an instrumental player to open up the round for TSM. The moment that he found his in through that main lobby door, he was able to find the player of resets on the site, and as soon as that happened, Team Liquid were forced into a retake situation. All of the players of TSM were able to surround them on the adjacent rooms from above, cut them off from the vertical, that type of thing, and eventually they fell short during that retake and TSM closed out the round.
It's really impressive for TSM when you consider the fact that this is not a map that they play. Not picked once in Stage 3, banned almost every single... Wait, they play 9 games in NAL, don't they? So they actually banned it every single game of NAL Stage 3. That's crazy. They also banned it both matches so far in the tournament. This is the first time they've brought it out, saved it for a rainy day. And they're not holding back. They want to get their full 3 points against Team Liquid to ensure that they go into the playoffs with that first seed.
I'm just going to circle back one more time to talking about Merc. When you have the IGL on a roll like he does, where he can make a play like that and still call to his team exactly what he wants them to do, that is what separates TSM from so many other teams, not just in NA, but in the world. You don't often have your IGL on such a pivotal role where he's in that front line like that. Now, as I've been talking about this round has gone on, and Ask has just been taken down to 1 HP. An entry from outside of the east balcony will be the first point of contest for TSM.
Not a lot of movement in the map, though, for TSM. They're assessing their situation, cutting only after measuring many, many times before. So much drone work going on. Oh, look at this one on the roof, just to look down the skylight. Interesting that he puts it so high. I quite like that. This is in some ways a common drone spot at this level, so people do look for it. So I like that he's made it a little bit harder to detect.
I also like what TSM are going for here. This is a very minimalist take onto this bathroom teller site. They're only going for east stairs control and for passport control to make sure that there's no more horizontal pressure. On top of that, they don't really need the office wall control if they want to go for a cheeky plant right in the corner of the bomb site.
That electrical is going to make things a little bit more difficult for TSM come hatch time. But for now, they've got a breach onto the teller's wall, and Gasha, I was about to say he just waltzes straight into sight, but he in fact gets taken out by resets, and that's the diffuser cold on the ground. That's the rest of the hard breach gone, so the hatch isn't getting open, electrical or no.
It'll rest on Bolo to see if he can clean up this pick, because getting that diffuser into the bomb site is what will rest on this attack's success.
Wow,
it does do a little bit of damage, but can't connect all the shots. Is that Merc coming in from around the back? He may be able to do some damage onto this power position of resets.
Wow, this is a big play. Bolo's actually gone into sight. Is the plant going to be able to be denied? Maybe not, but Liquid are setting themselves up for a retake now. Bolo, a great shot, but he's going to have to do a whole lot more than that. He's taken down. It is all on to Achieved. A 1v4, a difficult task ahead of him. He might not even be able to deny this diffuser, and Lagonis is just going to stick it. A valiant effort from TSM, but they lost too many players, and Liquid did not let them get away with that plant.
Yeah, I think that was some really good discipline from the side of Liquid to be able to go for that retake at the right time. They didn't want to give, even though TSM were going into the bomb site, they didn't want to give away their life and press the defense and press that retake too early on, because at that point they hadn't identified exactly where TSM were holding their cutoffs, exactly how they were going to double up on the push. We saw resets. He took the fight, but he backed off from it. He waited for one of his teammates, that was Ask, inside of Customs, to make sure that they were double swinging the angle onto Bolo when they went for that retake, for example, right? And that's exactly the kind of play that you need to do when you play a defense strategy like that and you give away that side control. It's all about planning that next step, and that's in the retake, and that takes a lot of discipline and maturity.
Yeah, you got to respect Liquid for the fact that they play that so well. They didn't get too scared about that plant going down. And I'm excited for Liquid now that this is their best prospect of taking the lead for the first time in this series. They're going over to Armory Archives for the first time now in both North America and the BR6. This bomb site is by far the most defender favored. Like even in BR6, where this is only a 52% map win rate, this bomb site is won 60% of rounds, which is a huge, very defender-sided bomb site.
I just want to quickly touch on the game philosophy as well for Liquid in this defense. They're choosing to bring along the castle, and not only that, but the Cade as well. So this is a much, much more turtle strat than we saw TSM ever bring, or we've seen Team Liquid do in the last 2 defenses that they've done. This is much more conservative and closed off.
That said, they still have some Hell in the Cell positions, such as Nesk playing where Snake's favorite spot was in CCTV, security.
Well, that's the point in this strat, right? It's not really a cross-map rotation type of strat anymore, right? This is a sort of Hell in the Cell type strategy. They're making power positions out of rooms and segmenting parts of the map that TSM are going to struggle to entry into.
I love all these rotations downstairs as well. Merc on the lurk. See what he can do with the Nook. It's going to be detected by the Banshee, but he takes it down without really too much suspect from the defensive side.
Merc is the one in this ground floor on board now. Lagonis is the one on the other side. That's your castle player, just being a little bit pesky inside of Tellers, wasting time, making sure that he puts pressure on that east stairs, gives something for TSM to worry about, because the rest of this defense lies in that office hold. Ask is the one to crawl down those main stairs, anticipating that they may be trying to clear out Lagonis, and helps out his teammate.
That said, it looks like they do know where Lagonis is, as Snake has got his cutoff. Another player's actually just dropped down through the office hatch. Not sure if resets was detected in doing so. Snake's actually missed the rotation from Lagonis, and it looks like these 2 Liquid players are trying to make their way back up the metal stairs. Both actually get detected by the E1D, so at least TSM will be fully aware of it.
That was so perfect from the castle setup there in that ground floor. We can see that there was a castle barricade on that diagonal cross, and that allowed both players from inside of Tellers to safely get to main stairs without being cut off by the player at the bottom of east stairs. Now they can all just turtle on the site. The KE Claw is still up. Gash is going for this archive side take instead with the Selmas, but they look pretty comfy on site.
Yeah, well, Parler's going to take down Gasher, I believe, likely through the open holes of the Selmas. Bolo putting a little bit of pressure on, but you can see Nesk on the other side is not baited by that as of yet. He's still watching this 90 rotation. Snake, or Bolo rather, starts to make his way forward. Oh, he reveals his position, and EMP to go out. Bit of a bait, bit of a sound cover as he goes back towards 90. But it's really TSM who need to make a move. Nesk on for the flank, and he can deliver the kill. It's all up to poor Snake now to save it from being a flawless round. He can find 1 kill, but it really doesn't account for anything. And Team Liquid, for the first time this map, have the lead.
Really love the way that they employed that castle. Such a great change of pace in that strategy. They used those castle barricades, 3 of them even in that ground floor, to segment off that east stairs part of the map and allow the rest of the Liquid players to just loiter around that bathroom, Tellers, workshop type area. As a result, even though TSM did have east stairs control, even though they did have mezzanine control, for example, those cutoffs didn't work out in their favor, and both of the roamers got straight back to site safely. By the time they did get back to site, they felt pretty comfy. Those walls are staying closed because of the Kaid. You've got all your anchor friends around there, and CCTV control is still in your hands because there's another castle barricade protecting that power position as well. It's just such a different philosophy that Team Liquid brought in that last round, and TSM weren't able to break it down with only 1 hard breacher.
And with that now, Liquid taking the lead, TSM taking their tactical timeout. They've had a few moments to talk to their team, talk to their coach. You can see fist pumps on both sides. They don't leave them hanging, man. We're going to do some fist bumps too, are we?
Yeah, fist bumps. Those are good.
TSM feeling that pressure a little bit now. They've been in control for the whole game. And this is the first time where they're starting to feel that extra little bit of pressure. Keep in mind as well that one of the rounds TSM won, came down to a 1 versus 1. So this hasn't been all easy. I will add though, one of the attacks that Liquid won was actually a 1 versus 3 back in the second round, or sorry, 1 versus 2 from Palu in the post plant. So this has been pretty tight. It's been a back and forth game. No team has actually managed to string together more than 2 rounds in a row.
Liquid taking us down to that ventilation and workshop bomb site and segmenting off this custom side of the map. Like we saw them do last time, they are electing to bring along that Cade. One claw has already been used. I can only imagine perhaps on that armory wall. Actually, not on the armory wall. I have no idea where that's gone down. But we'll see what parts of the map that Liquid want to segment off. They're taking very different philosophy once again to TSM. Hang on a second, what are these Kapkan traps? I did not know that you could put a Kapkan trap in the middle of the hallway. Anyway, okay, maybe inside of detention is where this this Cade is going to be playing. Yeah, of course. Okay, once again, inside of Passport, they're holding on to that horizontal pressure. Now, this is important because even when TSM clear through that top floor, they still need to translate their attack 1 floor down. And so making sure you keep that horizontal pressure for later in the round is very important. That's exactly what Ask is doing.
I like that cheeky position from Merc as well, going prone outside the front door. You can see the feet and might be able to pre-fire someone through the wall, but Liquid doesn't make the mistake of falling into that trap. Also, just going to take a moment. I have been harping on about how amazing Snake has been all game, but the kill leader in this match is actually the tried and true Nesk. Is he the best player of all time at Rainbow Six? He's definitely in the top 3, and he's delivering in this game, despite being around for a hell of a long time, despite being a bit of an OG, a bit of an oldie. He was actually in the very first team to make the semi-finals from Brazil in Pro League. Absolute nutty player, bit of an OG.
Once again, Liquid have given complete free real estate to TSM. They've actually all fallen off, and they have 4 C4s in their hand, and they're going to try and make use of it here in the ground floor instead. We just watched 2 or 3 players jump off the metal stairs and are using these Valkyrie cameras to their advantage. Ask has already got 1 pre-placed somewhere, so does Resets. There you go, right on the top. That goes straight into Archives right above him, anticipating that vertical is going to come through, since that's exactly what TSM did in the last time they pushed this bomb site.
There you go, thank you, Easy. That shows where that goes to. Players just walked over it, but Snake's gone down. That's the big hitter for TSM, shut down. He's been so good on these entries, but goes to show he is not flawless.
So here we go, now is the vertical game, and it's going to be the vertical attrition game. There are 4 C4s on the board, remember. 2 pre-placed, 2 in the pocket. How's this going to go? One goes out for Lagonis. Oh, it does not connect, that's 1. Some more vertical as well for Achieved, who's going to come out on top of this game.
And TSM, though, going to get some vertical game of their own here in Customs. I believe he did just spot Ask for just a moment. Another breaching charge to go down. Continue flushing out these positions. It's really hard for Ask to contest with the slug shotty. It's not a good gun for vertical. Low rate of fire. Merc's now rotated back over to support the rest of TSM on this vertical game. Liquid are in poised position to take match point.
Looking pretty comfortable here, but only 20 seconds though, and the bomb's starting to go down.
Palu in this power position. Merc has managed to take down Lagonis. That diffuser has gone down, and now TSM just have to hold their nerve in this post plant. Flash is too suppressed, but this poor player prone down is going to be taken out. And Achieved, he's not done yet. He's found 3 in this post plant, and he will continue to rain down terror from above. It's all up to Liquid to retake. Palu going upstairs. He has not had the impact that has been needed now, and Resets forcing this diffuser. He's gonna stick it. Is the cover there? He's gonna have to retry, and Resets with the Kapkan clutch. Achieve goes down. Liquid take 1 point on the board, and match point to boot.
I can't believe that that's how that post plant ended. What on earth? The final kill to double Kapkan trap. I love the way that Liquid were able to play that. That was really disciplined on their side. As soon as they saw that TSM were going for that top floor control, they said, okay, guys, the strat is we play horizontal all together. We play with those C4s and we see how long we can delay the timeout. Even when that vertical came through, they didn't actually need to be on the site. We saw all of the Liquid players go to rooms adjacent to the site. Just let them have the bomb site. Let them have that vertical vertical because we're putting some pressure from C4s and because they're so good at coordinating retakes. We've seen it happen twice now from the side of Team Liquid. They're super disciplined and they wait for their teammates and they time it together. And both times TSM have fallen short in the post-plant situation.
And as Team Liquid welcome match point, we also welcome you guys joining us from the B stream. I think you might have started watching in the middle of that intense retake. What a treat this game has been. We had high hopes for a TSM Liquid match. They have delivered, and after what was back and forth, TSM always just slightly ahead, Liquid have now broken away. They've found 3 rounds in a row for the first time of any team this match, and alongside it, match point.
I just want to quickly go over this strat quickly. This is my favorite Team Liquid strat, okay? I love when they do this. Azami's been banned out, that's normally a pretty critical part of it, but they've actually using the castle to segment off this break room side of the map. It's replacing the keeper barriers instead, and Ask always loves to do this outside camera, put pressure directly onto Eastez while his teammates shape up around the CCTV and break room power positions they've set up with the rotating castle barricades.
Try and speedrun saying that, Mandy. Achieved has cut off Ask, though he played quite aggressively, did Ask, and he was eventually punished for it. He in fact got detected when he ran out his stairs. But regardless, TSM do finally catch a little bit of a break, taking down just the one player. A lot of work still ahead of them. They haven't actually managed to successfully attack this bomb site yet this game.
So the scary part about this is that Palu is directly contesting the entry inside of CC. I believe there is still 1 or 2 players around. There we go. There's Lagonis at the bottom of Eastez, who I believe is holding a vertical angle through the floor to make sure they can't entry through that top mezzanine. And that's segmenting off this break room CC side of the map. Even though, and the castle barricades are even there to protect their rotations if they want to take more close gunfights.
Just want to add that with Ask going down first, that's the player who's found the opening kill in the previous 2 rounds, being taken out early. Palu's actually going to find Bolo. Snake also cutting off resets. I'm not entirely sure where that was. Advantage still in the man count for TSM.
But here we go, Palu making full use of this castle rotation strategy. He's made this power position inside of this office half wall and can move in between break room and in between office and mezzanine as well with this one reinforcement that is protecting him. TSM have a lot to worry about if they want to pinch out Palu's position.
They don't seem to be paying too much mind to Palu as of yet. Still slow and steady for TSM. While they have managed to get a breach on that teller's wall, they don't seem to be getting baited into going for the early plant like they did last time. Here comes Merc once again on the lurk. Palu above, still contesting with Gasha, who struggles to find that wall bang and is eventually taken down by Palu. It's all falling apart for TSM.
Palu, though, maybe spotted out by Achieved, who sprays a little
bit.
Oh, no! Actually, Palu with that Keratos in hand to take him down.
How does he do it? He's now broken double digits, and TSM need to find this 2v2 to keep themselves in the game. Merc steps up, and now it is up to him and his comrade, the prodigy of Snake, to hunt down Lagonis and send us to round 12. Lagonis above as Snake starts to put that diffuser down on the ground, but can he get eyes on this plant position? He's going to be too late to open up the vertical line. And as a result, TSM will have an advantageous post-plant. It's such a difficult position now for Lagonis, but does he have a chance of nailing 2 perfect headshots to send his team with 3 points to the first place in this group?
Great little crossfire as well from TSM, and Merc is going to be the one to finish him off for TSM, sending them into overtime.
Well, not just yet. 6-5 now.
Not yet, you're right, 6-5.
Very close. Very close. One more round into overtime, and something they desperately need, even if it is just that single point. You think of it like this, right? These guys are still going to play each other a second time in the second bout of the round robin, and even if TSM loses in overtime here, that 1 point will mean that if they win the next matchup, they are Bing Chiling. They're doing very, very well, looking for the point advantage. Assuming that these teams are likely to get the full 3 points against the other teams in the group, which is quite likely. Heroic and Sandbox struggling so far.
This game was so back and forth, I just genuinely assumed that we were already in overtime.
I know, it feels like we're already in like
it does feel like
third
we're
overtime.
Like that is
infinite
insane.
Third overtime. But can't this is only a BO1.
I know, right? To break down that one, that was really great from TSM. They were able to go for a slightly more minimalist take onto that east side of the map, eventually making that post-plant situation work for them, which is pretty uncharacteristic so far in this match. Liquid has been very, very good on those retakes, but like you said, TSM were a little bit more patient with it. Even though Merc had that site control, they waited for a little bit. They weren't super hasty before they went for that site control. They took a little bit more time to set up their plays in that top floor and be a bit more ready for that retake when it came through.
Well, now Liquid have taken their tactical timeout. If there's any time to take it, it's right now. Your last chance to get the full 3 points out of this game. Ah, man, it's an important game, not just because we're likely determining the first seed of the group, but just because this is a huge confidence booster for either of these teams. One will remain undefeated after this match, and the other will cop their first L of the major. I would not be surprised if whichever team wins this match remains undefeated for the entire of the group stage and potentially for the entire major going into those single elim playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised if right now we are casting one of the eventual champions here in Jönköping.
Castle Barricade to go on to the east stairs. I'm a bit curious as to what Team Liquid are going to bring out here. They do have the mirror. Both mirrors have gone down. I'm not entirely sure where just yet. Okay, so there's one on the Armory breach and one unknown to us so far. Oh, the other one is inside office, right? Okay, so this is a bit more traditional border. This is more what border used to look like before we got the border rework come through, aided by that castle. This time, though, the difference is mezzanine is a power position since it is there, and they can use that one reinforcement. It's allowing Ask on the other side to play that position, and he's going to be the one contesting Snake and Merc on the entry.
Oh, like that impact grenade. Wow! He takes down Snake on the switch around as well. Ask has just been nuts on this entry. I believe that is his 5th entry kill this game.
Ask is super proficient on this position. Normally he plays it with the Zami and he's able to do this Keeper barrier setup inside of the mezzanine, but he doesn't need it. Turns out what we need is 2 impacts and a gun, and he can do the job.
I mean, if you're playing against Liquid on border in future, maybe you want to consider banning that castle, but then you leave that as army in, so it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Ask low HP, but he's not done peeking. He does manage to get Bolo before Bolo trades back. Wow. Poor TSM now fighting from behind, 3v4 on the most defender-sided bomb site on the map.
Nesk is going to be the next point of contest inside of CC. If he wants to, he could rotate out. There is one just inside that cubby box there, but is not willing to give away his position just yet. He knowing TSM down in the man count are running out of options. They're running out of time. They're running out of power positions that they could be playing in on this attack.
Claymore goes down, but what good will that do at this point for TSM? They're going to need a hell of a lot more than a couple of secondary gadgets. They're going to need some serious plays. They're going to need to isolate these defenders. But guess what? Look at Liquid right now. All fallen back into crossfire positions. All supporting one another. As I say that, Nesk decides to play aggressively, standing on top of the hatch, getting his way into CCTV, but he's likely to lose his life. He takes a lot of damage, but doesn't fall. In fact, he fells Merc instead. A 4v2 now, and TSM are desperate.
That's Gasher on the other side of that fight, I believe, calling his TV, but he has no idea that Nesk is still indeed inside of this room. Fallen to Liquid, and that is it. That's the end of the game. Regulation win for Liquid.
A huge match for Liquid, a huge dub as they remain undefeated in their group. TSM started strong, but they could not take down these, once again, rising stars within Brazil. A huge match from Nesk, Palu, and the boys.
Yeah, really well played from Liquid. As soon as they switched over to that defending half, there was a complete change in pacing, a complete difference in confidence from Team Liquid. Even though it felt like they were comfortably giving away the site to TSM, they backed themselves into those retakes every single time. The confidence was exuding, the teamwork was there, and TSM just couldn't match pace.
TSM can't be too unhappy with that one, though. They played so well, and especially considering Border is not a map in TSM's map pool. It is their most banned map alongside Skyscraper. This is the first time we've seen them play it in Stage 3 at all. And, well, Liquid, they've actually lost this map a couple of times, a couple of close losses within Brazil, and they've shown that they have learned from those experiences and are ready to bring it here to the major.
I'm really impressed by TSM's border, to be honest. I don't think we've seen an A team play border in the way that TSM did just then. That was very confident. That was super ambitious, the way they were setting up throughout the map, making it super uncomfortable for Liquid to get in. I'm super impressed by them, even though we've never ever seen it before.
Yeah, well, there's more games to go. TSM later today will be taking on Heroic, whereas Liquid would be having a rematch against Sandbox. So still a chance for TSM to walk away with a 3-point win today, as they did twice yesterday. But for Liquid, I think most people would hedge their bets that this team will be undefeated at the end of day 2 once again.
They look so happy. Look at that. Having a smile with the coaches as well. Really happy for Team Liquid to be back on this international stage. The crown are the kings without crowns.
Yeah, they are.
The kings without their crowns. And here, this is their chance to take it, and they look like they're in high spirits to do it.
Yeah, and they're doing their best to get that crown and edge closer toward it. But of course, we will be breaking down that match just after this break.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
I hope you guys have hydrated after that match, because that really took it out of me. Liquid, what a performance on border. TSM really gave them a run for their money, but at the end of the day, it was a full 3-point for the undefeated Liquid.
I love Liquid's border. I think I said that throughout the entire series. I just love the way that they were able to play that defense. The confidence that they exuded in those retake strategies is something that we don't often see here in Rainbow Six Siege, especially the way they were able to use those castle barricades to segment off part of the map, make those rotations way more comfortable for them between that mid to late round, and throw TSM off not knowing exactly how to play that post plant properly.
Interesting that you point out that retake, because according to my notes, the one time Liquid was actually able to plant, TSM failed the retake despite making it a 2v1. Palu clutched it, and it just goes to show the differences between these two teams. It's in the little things.
It is. They appear to have a very similar philosophy at first, the way that they open up the lines of sight through the map, especially with those secondary site construction. We have a lot of operators now with the Bailiff and the Keratos, for example, that are able to open up small, pesky lines of sight. But in the end, the way that Liquid played it was just slightly more conservative, slightly less ambitious than what TSM were able to do. But what they lent into was that teamwork on those retakes, and not only on the retakes, but even in the mid-round rotations, going across the map to support each other. We we can see here always players double swinging lines of sight.
I gotta say, I think this is like the longest highlight package I've seen for a best of one, and that's because every single round was full of highlights. These guys really stepped up. At the start of the game, I was hyping up Snake. This is my first time casting him as he's the rookie on TSM 1 of 2, and he was nuts. He really was. He was so good at these Hell in a Cell positions, so good at going and rotating to support his teammates, finding multi-kills, but also, let's not forget about Nesk, who ended the game with, I believe, the highest kill count in the server, and showed that just because he's been around the block a few times doesn't mean he's not still capable of being the highlight player on his team.
Yeah, so props to Easy, our observer, for catching all these kills. This is a very long highlight reel for a best of one series. Yeah, time and time again. Now we're on Liquid's defending half here in these replays, and we already see, there you go, that's one of the retakes that happened in their favor. Each time that they were playing the defense, Lagonis was always bringing along this castle and making it really tricky for TSM to go through that mid to late round and maneuver their way around the map because they just couldn't get used to the altered architecture of the map. TSM, I'm really proud of the way they were able to play those attacks at the beginning. I thought they were starting to break into Team Liquid, especially at this 5-6 they were breaking in, and I accidentally called it was overtime.
Yeah, it felt like it.
It really felt like it was overtime. I was really impressed by the way they were starting to break into these defenses, but in the end, Liquid remained composed and close out the series.
I'll also say, really impressive from Liquid. They chose a start attack, and then they were losing their attacking half. For most of it, they ended up finishing with a 3-3, and as soon as they switched to defense, they actually chose their less favored sites before they eventually went to Armory in their third round, which they ended up not losing. And in fact, I don't believe a single round of Armory attack was won the entire game. And it was why the final round was actually somewhat anticlimactic, because by the time we got to round 12, Liquid had Armory open again, and it was just a formality to close it out.
Exactly right. It was so impressive the way they're able to go do the round tour. They were able to play pretty much every bomb site, and not only that, but every single bomb site had such a unique strategy to it too. I don't think they repeated too many types of strategies. They segmented off different parts of the map each time, and I think that was a big difference in the philosophy between TSM and Team Liquid strategies. Right, TSM, they had a very similar strategy between each of the bomb sites, but I think Team Liquid brought something a little bit more unique between each of the sites.
So Liquid remain undefeated, but TSM have copped their first L. So let's look at how that leaves the group standing at the moment. Heroic and Sandbox have been struggling, but we might have seen them play off stream. So there you go. Heroic has found their first win. TSM and Liquid, however, have both got a couple. I love this. It's 3-2-1-0 in the wins column. It makes the maths nice and easy.
It certainly does. Team Liquid eventually edge out on top. And yeah, I was really impressed by the way that they were able to play that. I think TSM, it's not the end of the world for them. Of course, losing that matchup, it's not doom and gloom or like a mission critical match that they had to win. They just need to make sure that they pick up something against Heroic or Sandbox later on in the series.
Yeah, I will say for TSM, it does make you realize Heroic is only one win behind them now. So if it comes to that rematch and Heroic is able to best TSM, we could, believe it or not, see the SI champions, the champions of NAL Stage 3, not make it to the playoffs. I don't want to say doom and gloom yet, but even if you just look at the round differential, Heroic and TSM are already tied at that round difference. Let's not talk about Sandbox, though. I don't think everyone needs to mention their case so far. It's been a bit of a sad one for Korea, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately, APAC North not doing too well so far in this major. We've only got one APAC win so far, and I think that was the Dire Wolves, if I'm right. Yeah, our homeboys from APAC South, so proud of them. But yeah, I think Team CSM are pretty comfortable in this one. The Heroic game will be the test, like you said, and I feel like coming off the back of that game, TSM do look in good form, even though they just lost that one. I don't really have too many doubts for them against Heroic, to be honest.
Well, we were really treated to such a phenomenal match here by two huge teams, and guess what? We've got another one coming up. Next up is W7M versus BDS, so stick around.
And Lusty, and now looking for the last one. It's an ace from Shaiko.
That is pretty amazing. That definitely ranks up with some of the best players in the region, obviously.
And they are your EU Major champions here in Stage 1. What a performance. Beat the death. Surprise! Oh no! What has just happened, Des?
Time for another cracking game. It is an EU versus Brazil clash. We've got W7M and BDS going head-to-head. Both of these teams potential favourites for the tournament, just like the Liquid TSM game.
This is going to be a banger matchup. I can't wait for this. I love both of these teams so much. It's really great to see BDS return to the international stage once again as well. They have picked up a very exciting roster in Likipak, and he's done amazing in Stage 3. I cannot wait to see what he can do here in Sweden.
And both of these teams, similar to our previous match, are also doing phenomenally at Jönköping so far. We had undefeated from both of them. In fact, W7M's won 7-3 over Space Station. It was 7-5 for BDS. Both of these teams also beat Fury, which actually, funnily enough, means I was going to say it's the exact same round differential, but technically W7M is actually winning on round differential right now, so they are technically leading the group, but if BDS step it up, it might not remain that way.
Absolutely. And I think if there is any team in the group to do it, it is going to be BDS, right? Yeah. They took down SSG. W7 took down SSG just yesterday on Border, I believe it was. And even though people thought that SSG was going to do really well on Border, W7M came in and went, nah, this is our map. And eventually, well, they won it out. I can only imagine that in this series, it'll just be a little bit closer, hopefully. The top two of the group, of course, and it's W7 and BDS, the guys in pink.
Yeah, let's start. Well, you're wearing pink today, is that?
Yes.
Is that why you decided to wear pink today?
Is that part of it? Oh, maybe it is.
I should have gone for purple then so I could rep BDS. Yes. So, look, W7M and BDS have both made roster changes in recent history. We already casted W7M, so we touched a little bit on Julio, such an OG, formerly of the Furia coaching staff, and then before that he was an NIP pro for a very long time. But BDS have also picked up the prodigy, Liquifak.
Yes, he's done absolutely incredible in Stage 3, first of all, in EUL, and he's also doing really well here at Jönköping. I just think that this is one of these players that BDS needed. He is the kind of guy that will walk in and he will turn on a gunfight and just win it.
Yeah.
There are some times where you go, I just cannot believe that he's won that gunfight, and that is that guy. That is Liquifak.
Yeah, and Liquifak has also had a phenomenal Stage 3 1.21 rating within EUL, which is the 10th highest Stage 3 rating at this tournament. He also has one of the best ratings in the world. He's in the top 20 for all-time rating as well. So a really nutty player. People are calling him Shaiko Jr. or Shaiko 2.0. And it's funny because Shaiko has also still been absolutely killing it as well. He's got a mad rating. He's just been honestly shocking in general. Like Shaiko all-time rating.
Shocking in a good way.
Shocking in a good way.
Shocking in a good way.
Maybe it's not shocking anymore for Shaiko to be doing well. I've got his all-time rating to be 1.21, which is just absolutely unbelievable. He is a nutty player, third highest all-time rating of any player at the tournament. Now let's talk about playoffs. Space Station was meant to be in conversation for playoffs. At least people seem to think so. But realistically, it's just looking like W7M and BDS, the pink guys, who will be making the playoff spots in Group C.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good to take it. The percentages are going pretty far down now for SSG. I believe it was you have to win at least one of your matches on the first day to stay in contention for that playoffs, and Fury, unfortunately, being at the bottom end of that, didn't do too well. Same thing with SSG. And yeah, it really is. Oh, look at that. They've even got pink jerseys today. Yeah. That is so cool.
I actually love the pink jerseys.
I love that. That is, we're matching. Look, that is so cool.
Do I just leave? Like, if I'm not matching, do I just leave?
Guys, this is great.
BDS, though, they go on the black jerseys. They're going to be cool guys. They're not going for anything too crazy. Hey, Brede, he really made a name for himself when he joined BDS back in 2020. The insane support player, the clutch master, and he hasn't slowed down much, to be honest. BDS has had their fair share of slumps. Most notable, I reckon, was Six Invitational this year, which was here in Stockholm. They probably have some bad memories of coming to Sweden. They bailed out really early. One of the most disappointing teams at the entire tournament. There was the whole weird thing with, Rafal not being able to play and then Bayer subbing in. But fortunately for them now, they have the 5 roster that they've always wanted, and Liquifak is ready to show what he can do at a major.
Yeah, and I think for this roster, it's sort of the injection that they needed, right? But back when they had Rafal on the roster, he was that kind of odd flank watchy kind of player, I suppose, that one that was in that weird flex position. And I think what they needed was a more solid roster of a front line and a back line. And I think that's what they've got now in Leaky Fact being on the roster, being supported by Brito, who is the support king of support kings, in my opinion. And I just think as a result, the team dynamic works out really well, where you have your enablers and then you have your front line. And I think that's really good for the way that this team plays out.
So we've conducted the map video. You can see it on your screens. BDS had the final choice between Cafe and Skyscraper and went to Skyscraper, which is very exciting for us. We've already seen W7M play Skyscraper against Direwolves. Am I right? No, I'm getting confused. That was FaZe. Brazilian teams, man. The really good Brazilian teams all blur into one because they're just so damn good. But yeah, Skyscraper for W7M picking the defense first, if I did see that correctly, which is a very exciting prospect. I know you're a big fan of Sky.
I am. I love Skyscraper. Skyscraper is one of those trialed and untested maps, in my view, still, even though it's been here for a pretty long time now. It's still the newest map. People are still figuring out what to do. When we watched FaZe play, that was us casting that the other day. That was against Direwolves, that's right, it was a FaZe Direwolves game. They employed some really cool stuff with the verticality of the map, and I love seeing it in these major settings because it is the strategies that people bring along, especially the way they shape their attacks, are so unique, and they always bring along something new and innovative.
And historically, this has been a good map for BDS. They played it against Damwon Kia twice at the Japan Invitational, won it both times. They also played it in EUL Stage 3. It was their second last game of the stage, and they only just beat G2 8-7. So while that is 3 wins, I feel like the fact that 2 of those wins were against Damwon, who are not in crash hot form right now, and 1 of those wins was only in overtime against G2, that does show perhaps some cracks in the armor, whereas W7M, they played this far less. They did play it in BR6. It was against Furia, and they did win, so perhaps Julio playing against his former team played perhaps a part into that. But in a large way, this is not the most common map for either of these teams. It's a bit fresh.
Oh, this is a really exciting one as well. W7M, they are on an 11-match win streak before coming to Sweden. Now what their win streak is, I got no idea. But they are on an incredible streak of wins at the moment. Let's see if they can continue it against BDS.
BDS will be showing that they can, in fact, remain undefeated in their group. BDS are in a way similar to Liquid, the Kings without crowns. Never have they been a champion at a major, an invitational, even back in the day in the Pro League finals. They, however, have recently started to show that they can claim championships. They won the Japan Invitational. Didn't they win the Gamers 8 event as well?
I think so.
So that's 2 championships, which is great, but it's not a major.
No, not.
And that's what we're doing here in Sweden. We're looking for a major champion.
As we've been chatting a little bit about BDS potentially being in that championship conversation, the bans have flown by us. Nook, Monty, Mira, 3 being taken out. Nook is a pretty common one here at the major at the moment. A lot of teams are starting to ban her out because the way that the current meta shapes up, where you have to hold on to so much of the map, you just don't want to have to worry about someone crouch walking in through the map and being silent and backstabbing your bomb site. Warden as well to be taken out as the final one. This is a pretty interesting set of bans.
Yeah, I wonder what the play is for the Warden. Is that to play Ying or is it to play Sens? I know that sounds crazy. You're hearing Sens. What? Why would they play Sens? Well, we did actually see FaZe do some really nice backstairs executes with Sens that I was super impressed with. And the Warden, of course, is a strong counter for any flash or smoke-centric push. Get out of the way, and you're going to be much more comfortable using your Yings and your Sens and your Glaz and your smokes.
Thatcher being in for me is sort of important on this map. I feel like Skyscraper is one of those maps that you don't have a lot of options for entry points, especially close around the bomb site, unless you open up one of those walls. Now, getting the anti-hard breach off some of the critical walls, I imagine like the one inside of Karaoke, the one in Geisha, for example, they're pretty challenging to try and deal with. And so having Thatcher on the board does enable some of those better entry points once you get into that mid to late round.
We're seeing Valkyrie left in as well, just like it was on the map we just casted on Border. Often taken out of contention, but with Valkyrie in, I'm really keen to see some playmaking from the defense. See if they can make some moves, use those Valk cams for information. It's KZ who's going to be doing it. He has been absolutely insane. One of the best players that we've seen all year globally, I'm going to say. KZ really made a name for himself, not just within Brazil, but on the international stage.
So W7M choosing to bring along the key. They're going to try and keep that Geisha wall closed for as long as possible. Renshiro is going to take out an EMP, and immediately as I say that, boom, goes the dynamite, the utility off the wall, and Geisha is the first point of pressure for BDS.
Oh, but hello, Volps goes for the double jump out. Was there a Claymore there or not? Look at that, 2 still in pocket for Bride, 2 in pocket for Renshiro, and W7M are taking the fight to the French. That's 3 early kills in the first minute of the round. KZ's not gonna stop. W7M are having a laugh. It is all on Bride, and he is gonna skulk in the corner.
All 4 of those kills were outside of the building, Dev. Not a single attacker even touched the carpet of the floor in the building. Like, not a single one. That is unreal from W7M. Volps, of course, the brave one with that double jump out. BDS, they tried to go for a more direct attack into the bomb site there. They only went for that Geisha control and then a little bit off that shrine window into the back stairs. And that didn't end up working out because you've got Volps and he's nuts and he just jumps out. KZ decides to peek windows and he wins those. And that is W7M in a nutshell, isn't it?
I mean, that's really going to put BDS back in their place for one round. Just to see if Bride can pad the stats as much as possible.
This is like the worst part of playing support.
It is.
It's the worst. When you've sat in spawn the whole time on drones and all 4 of your players die and they didn't even get in the building yet, then you're just there like, well, damn.
Well, now you can say, hey, I got my kill.
I got my one. I got my one.
The old exit Fragarino. And there you go. He will only get one. Perds sharing the love with that Valentine's Day skin. We're really on the pink theme today, aren't we?
We are. Everything. Oh, he's even got the bolo charm, which is like purple. It matches the color theme. It's beautiful.
I'm disappointed he doesn't have the plasma pink attachment skin on. That is, since I got that in an alpha pack, it has been all I run.
I think he had the purple one though, didn't he? He had the purple attachment skin.
Plasma pink.
You've got to have a bit of that contrast in there, okay? You can't have
okay.
pink everything. You got to have pink, purple, and purple. It's beautiful.
I'm going to say that's the reason why I'm wearing this outfit today. It's to contrast you. It's not because I accidentally spilled water all over my other shirt.
W7M are going to take us over to the exhibition of his bomb site. They're choosing to bring along the castle for this strategy. I'm interested where Hertz is going to put them down. He's already got one placed here on this office door, and what that does is it allows one of the anchors to sit in the corner of the desk without being shut off by the window, and that could directly contest the breach. It's super hard to clear that position. It's kind of akin to trying to clear like Chimney inside of Theme Park on that ground floor bomb site, for example, and I love the way they're so far using this castle to block off these window lines of sight and making positions inside the building more powerful.
For BDS, what do you do after you lose that round in that fashion? Do you just say, okay, guys, I guess just sharpen up on the early round, be careful, watch for jump outs? We do have actually 6 Claymores this round, so I really hope some of those get deployed.
Castles as well being dedicated down to the ground floor, as well as a line of sight blocking off that mudroom entry. A couple rotations as well on the bathroom side. W7M are really spreading their utility far and wide across the map, holding on to as much as they can.
Oh, I like this. Looks like there's going to be a bit of a juggle from Julio. Is there an EMP to be found? Renshiro is going to rotate up, use the Thatcher. And I expect Julio will immediately toss down his second claw. In goes the EMP. Julio's going to throw this down, but the thing is, I don't think it's going to matter. That exothermic charge. Oh, he just catches it.
What?
Oh, my God. And that is one of the only 2 exothermics that Bride has available.
He's going to go for it again, though. Bride putting the picnic blanket on the wall.
No,
it's surely that one's too. Oh, okay, that's a double one.
That's all of his EMPs, though. And you don't actually need that against Thermite. Fortunately for BDS, they've got a kill. They've just flooded the site. What are we watching, Mandy?
We're watching a double hard breach on Skyscraper is what we are. Lickifak in that time has gotten open the main breach and allowed his team into the bomb site. JV frantically trying to build his fortress to defend the rest of the map. Meanwhile, KZ Below is able to claw one back. 2 on 3 now for BDS.
But now the attackers are the defenders as KD starts to make his way back up the main stairs. Herds is going to try and rotate on, but it's going to be a long hike to get back to site, and BDS have pulled the wool over W7M's eyes as they hold this comfortable post plan. It's nigh impossible now for KZ. He's got 3 kills to his name, but he is likely to find a strike in the loss column here. He's actually going to get another one, so there you go, 4-0. Surely this isn't possible. Takes down a Claymore. Does he know that there's a player just to his left? Brede. Oh no! Are you kidding me? Thankfully, Alems is there, but oh my god, that got far too close.
KZ's nuts. Oh my gosh, KZ is absolutely nuts. Thank goodness they were able to close that one out. BDS, I really like what they did there. They decided to bring along the double hard breach. We didn't catch it on the cam because we were so busy watching the Electro Claw juggle. But while that was all going down, Leaky Fact with those Selma charges created another point of entry on the main breach. And in tandem with a jump in from the window, BDS were able to flood the site. Before those Azami barricades came up, JV ended up being flooded in his power position in bar. They were able to get the plant down. Like you said, that post-fight was a little bit scary because KZ is a freaking beast, but they're not able to close out the round. Thankfully, BDS take a win here on the board.
Wow, man, these guys are certainly bringing the heat. They are making this exciting. Already 1-1. We've already had a ridiculously one-sided round from W7M and then a ridiculously fast-paced round from BDS. And now we go to Master Bedroom, a bomb site which I feel like I don't see all that often. But when I was talking to Rise from Wolves yesterday, he was saying he actually reckons it's one of the strongest sites on this map.
I'm interested in the way that W7M are going to play this. Seems like a lot of the hold is going to be on this upstairs position. They've actually reinforced off that external wall on the bar side. Typically, that's a rotate to play aggressively on the run out for this main breach. A K Claw is even going to go on this main breach and protecting that bar. So they've got reinforcements galore protecting this bar position.
I've had a look at the stats. This bomb site was actually not played at all in EUL Stage 3.
Oh no, that's going to get tricked.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? This is just like a hard breacher's nightmare right now. And despite Thatcher being in, his EMPs are being sapped away by mistakes.
They've only got one hard breach this time. And really, there's only one more Selma to do it with. There's also only one more thermite charge. So realistically, they can get a vault hole on this wall.
Ooh.
But they can't really clear that bar position because it's being protected by another 2 sets of reinforcements. The entry is going to be quite tough for BDS.
Here comes the Ying from BDS. They weren't the ones to ban out the Warden, but they may well take advantage of its absence. He's biding his time. There is a Maestro just to the corner away from him. As Sharko's tempted to make his way in through delivery, and he's going to take KZ's head clean off.
Nice from Shaiko, and Brede is going to try and follow it up with that Candela. One goes in, Shaiko still on the outside, not making his in just yet. A Maestro on the other side, that's Julio, and he's about to be flashed full white.
Oh, Renshiro's covering herds up above, but Julio does manage to avoid the flash, and he does take down Brede, that dangerous player entering. BDS falling apart now. It is a 2v3, so it is possible, but they still don't have a lot of map control. Renshiro outside now, and he's facing presence inside on the top floor. Shaiko just around the corner in delivery, being peaked, but he needs to find Julio. He does, and now a 2v2 seems winnable for BDS.
JV deciding to play a bit more conservatively, making his way down the main, says he does in fact have info on the position of Shaiko, but does he know that Renshiro is around the corner? He fires his gun, giving away his position, and Shaiko now holding onto this site control with the diffuser in hand.
This game is just non-stop. These teams are back and forth from a 5v5 to a 2v2 with just under a minute left now and ticking away. Shaiko low HP, but so is Volps. Shaiko has that diffuser. Volps still control upstairs. BDS seeming to ignore it. And Shaiko makes his way all the way into the bathtub. Whether that's heard, I'm not sure. But there's information likely on the Evil Eyes. He's not going to be able to get an angle, I don't think, but he's going to try his darndest to do so. Volps is low HP. It wouldn't take much either way, as these two defenders will try to retake, but it's Shaiko to go nuts. Diffuser down and a double kill spray to get BDS the lead.
When you need him, Shaiko puts on his cape. 2-on-3 situation, clawed back into a clutch. I don't know how many Shaiko got there. Was that 4 kills, I believe, for Shaiko by the end there? That was absolutely nuts from him to be able to bring that one back. W7M, even though they had the man advantage, what they didn't have was the trades onto Shaiko. They thought they had the crossfire when Shaiko jumped in and started contesting that bathroom door, but he got not only the Maestro kill, but the kill on the player inside of reception as well, and that really opened up the bomb site, allowed Shaiko and Renshiro to reconvene inside the bomb site, get that plant down. Unfortunately, W7M, the vertical angles in that strategy didn't work out for them.
Yeah, you're right. We just saw all 4 of Shaiko's kills on the replay there. To me, one of the most impactful was actually the kill onto KZ, which was the player in reception, largely because KZ has just been such a good player. He's in fact the only one that's matching Shaiko for kills in this game so far. We've talked about how phenomenal he's been. His rating did drop off a little bit when Finker got nerfed, which I thought was a bit of a funny meme, but it's kind of...
you thought it was a funny meme, and then he took it personally and like top fragged in the first game that we casted it, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. And he goes to show he doesn't need a 150 bullet LMG to do anything. He's got the Azami and he's making full use of it.
Herd's looking for a spawn peek here. Just out the window, Renshiro the one possibly on the receiving end of it, but no, he's being a bit cautious. W7M looking for this extended roam hold on the other side of the map. The bomb site is T-Room and Karaoke, slightly more conventional. We've got KZ with the Azami, who's hoping to stay alive. He's actually got all 3 keeper barriers in his hand right now. I'm curious as to what they might use it for.
Come on, make this breach work, please, BDS.
BDS?
BDS? Bit of both. So the last time BDS attacked this, they found themselves in a 1v5 within a minute. So already they're doing better.
Oh, I hear the Yin Candelas go out. That's from the Karaoke window.
Fake rush?
He's actually not going to go on. Yeah, you might be right. They might be baiting the W7M players back, and it might be working. KZ from below is like, oh no, something's going down. He's made an impact hole from below. The smokes still go out, even baiting out a smoke canister, but nothing is happening.
Well, you know what this is? This is a roam clear. This is a pseudo roam clear. They've just got all of the roamers to move to the west side of the map. They've even got KZ to come back upstairs. So, I mean, I would sacrifice, you know, a Ying's utility, all of her candelas and smokes just to roam clear. I feel like BDS probably could have taken more map control. Oh, KZ! He takes everything away from BDS and he gives nothing back. His keeper barrier as well might make him savable. Julio's tempted to go for it. The gas will support, and Julio tempted to go for it. The support is there from another player, but Alems goes in and he goes big. Another smoke now to shut him out, but he's done his damage. As W7M are stacking this position, Leakafak is gonna go nuts. And now it's just 2 players left from W7M. JV's gone down. How do I keep up?
All right, Operation Saving Private KZ did not work for W7M at all. They dedicated their smoke canisters to it. They had 2 players go for it, one to pick up and one to cover. And KZ's like, guys, I'm still dying, help! It was all over for W7M. Now 1 on 3 for Hertz. JV is also down on the ground from all of that kerfuffle. And it's,
here we go.
Moment.
Oh, no!
The vertical line is starting to free, but he turns around and kills him through the vertical himself.
Oh, no. Okay, I will say, KZ is good, but he's not so good that you should throw your entire team out the window to try and save him.
Oh dear, W7M, I'm going to take a timeout off the back of that as well, Deb. Oh, I can't believe what we just saw. That was hilarious through the red round.
Bruh.
Bruh? That's your words to summarize that round?
Yeah.
Oh dear, W7M. I really liked what BDS were able to do there with that combination of the Yin Candelas. Like you said, it was a bait. It actually clawed all of those W7M plays back onto the site. The problem with that was, I was worried that BDS didn't capitalize on that space fast enough. We saw KZ, he came back around, and he was able to use those keeper barriers impromptu, like a castle barricade, blocking off that entry point inside of office, blocking off another line of sight from going in from terrace, that type of thing. But thankfully, they were able to deal with him once they got down and W7M started throwing their lives at BDS.
Well, this game has been real strange, Mandy. Real strange. Especially once you consider W7M had that absolutely nuts opening round where they got 4 kills in a minute, almost flawless. And then BDS have replied with 3 rounds of their own, all of which have been equally chaotic.
Especially that last one. That last one really felt like a W7M win, especially after KZ got those 2 opening picks. He was only traded back by 1. It just didn't feel like BDS had as much utility left, especially by the time they got to the wall, right? They could have wasted a lot of time, but W7M going through that mid-round, pretty interesting. Every single one of these rounds, like you said, has been chaotic and has been crazy, and that is why I love Skyscraper. This is such a fun map to watch.
That's why I love these teams, to be honest. It's equal parts the map, equal parts these teams. W7M always bring the fire. What a year it's been for these guys. They essentially were nobodies, outside of Brazil anyway. in last year. A year ago, it was Brazil who raised the trophy in Sweden, in Gävle, for the Sweden Major, but that was FaZe Clan. And even back then, I mean, it was NIP in the runners-up position. Team Liquid struggled at that event, weren't able to make it to the playoffs, and W7M weren't even present. Now, a year later, they are one of the favorites for the tournament. They've topped the Brazilian region all year long. They've made it to the semis last major in Berlin, and they're looking to go even further than that this time.
Just want to circle back and put the spotlight on BDS for this game so far, because keep in mind, it is 3-1. Somehow, out of all of this chaos, it is 3-1 to BDS, I believe, on their attacking half. And that is very uncharacteristic for Skyscraper, in my opinion. Maybe your map tracker disagrees with me. That is very possible. But I believe that attacking this map is quite challenging, especially, I suppose, with the bans that have come out too. I feel like you don't have your Nook on the board, which makes things a little bit tricky with the entries, because that early round is pretty hard.
So I'm going to go for Brazil, the Brasileiro Stage 3 stats, BR6. It's been played 6 times, this map, and it is 51% defensive favored. So yeah, just slightly defense favored. In Europe, the map's only been played once though, and it was actually quite defensive favored, 67%. That was in the 15 rounds that were played. I believe that was BDS's match against G2, I guess.
There you go. We see it a little bit more in APAC South, and I think it's quite particularly defender favored.
Yeah, I think as a whole, this map is... I don't know if it's the most defender-favoured map out there, but it certainly would be up there in my opinion. It's been played 3 times in North America, and it is slightly defender-favoured, 52%.
Anyway, we're getting distracted. The map is happening at the moment. They're going over to this exhibition and office bomb site, once again trying to keep as much of the walls closed as possible. Giulio, he seems very proficient now on these electro claws, keeping that entire bar segment closed, as well as the housing wall on the other side. The rest of W7M shaping up throughout the map, ready to contest the roam clear early.
Keep your eye on KZ though, you never know when he's going to go and find a double.
You actually don't. There is a player at the bottom of these kitchen stairs. That's Leaky Pack making his way up, but KZ's on the cameras. No, KZ! He gets off them just in time, but isn't able to connect all the shots, and Leaky Pack will find the first pick, or second pick actually, off this round.
Yeah, Bride went down early. Didn't quite see how that came about, but at least for BDS, they've taken down the one and only KZ. LMs has actually managed to double down now, pick up that diffuser once again, but no hard breach available for BDS might make this more difficult.
That is exactly what I was about to go and say. No hard breach anymore for BDS, so their options to get into the site have been significantly cut down, unless Renshiro has something to say about it. Taking down Herds just inside of the bomb site now. Are they going to save Private Herds, or are they going to leave him to die?
It's not worth it. It really isn't
not worth it.
Oh, Renshiro is in a spot of bother.
No.
Shaiko's nades caught by the magnets. Spelled death for his teammate. Poor guy. Shaiko low HP, but Herds has been downed, like you said, and not revived as of yet. Oh man, Shaiko's nades did not work out so well. Volps takes him down with the headshot. Now it's Alems and Leakafak. Volps, they actually are going to go and save Private Herds. The commitment from this team, and well, it may well be worth it. It's all on Leakafak now. Big magazine here with the V308 from Lion. Herds and Volps both low HP, so this is very winnable.
Tough position though from Leaky Pack. He doesn't have the diffuser, and that's in the hands inside of Dragon. It's actually Herds to close that one out. The man on the ground himself comes back from the grave and takes down Leaky Pack for a round for W7M.
That's a hashtag worth it moment. Am I allowed to say that?
I feel like we are way too lame to be saying cool hip lines like that.
I don't know if hashtag worth it is cool. I'll just embrace.
I feel like we just
whatever
can't use hashtags, you know? That feels like a bit of a...
Yeah, I heard we were going to Hive anyway. Do they use hashtags on Hive?
W7M, there you go. In that round, much better from them in the mid to late round. BDS, that saving Private Herds operation was aided a little bit by a grenade that came through from Shaiko and took down Renshiro, but the main thing that really defined that round, in my opinion, was taking down Bride early. As soon as he went down, BDS really don't have the option anymore to go for an external attack. They can't go rotate across the map and try and open up those walls anymore because they don't have the means to do it. So they had to do what Renshiro tried to do and go through Dragon, go through Terrace, and try try and find picks from there. Unfortunately, that tussle was super messy and chaotic, as this entire game has been. It didn't work out in their favor, and W7M finally claw back another round.
That said, BDS have already found 3 rounds on their attack. Is this enough in itself? If they have a shot at this next attack, which, by the way, can't be that exhibition office site because it's locked, I'm, you know, would pretty much favor BDS to take this series if they can go up 4-2 on the attack.
I'm confident, you know, BDS, they're playing really well at the moment. I think that this game in general has been very chaotic, and BDS have certainly kept up pace with W7M. We often say LATAM is one of those really forward-pressing regions. Everyone finds it hard to keep up the pace, but I think the new and rejuvenated front line of BDS, the one added with LeakyFac, especially there on the entry, we saw him on his lonesome coming up the main stairs, taking down KZ, for example. That added front line, I think, has really been beneficial to them in this series.
And I feel like BDS, when they've played fast, they've been far more successful in this game than when they've played slow. If you think about it, the very first round they won, they kind of just rushed the breach and the window jump in on exhibition at the same time after failing to breach elsewhere. It's funny, usually I think the stereotype of play styles within Rainbow Six is that EU is like the big brain region and they play slow and methodically, and like LATAM are just gunners that ran around the whole map. But funnily enough, it's kind of been W7M who have been owning BDS in a lot of these more util-centric, like hard breach denial facets, and BDS have replied by playing that aggressive play style.
I think that's absolutely right. BDS, they're really doing a great job at matching pace with W7, or maybe it's the other way around, like you said. and I think it's just, yeah, really, this added front lane they've got is super exciting to watch, especially on a map like Skyscraper, where you really need that entry power, and that's exactly what LeakyFac has brought. We're going down to this kitchen and barbecue bomb site. Already a spawn peak coming out from Hertz, the 1.5x on the Frost. Thankfully, no one is there to meet him from BDS, so they won't go down too early just yet.
I'm definitely getting vibes that this version of BDS may well be able to finally do what they have struggled to do time and time again at these international events and actually make a splash. Actually make it to that final.
BDS are starting their roam clear on the other side of the map. We've got 3 players shaped up around this east side of the map. One Flores drone even is going to be dedicated to opening that wall to cut off the rotation going back into Dragon. It is going to be patched up by Keeper Barrier, however, and that's the power of KZ on Azami, but it doesn't matter because Shaiko takes him down from yet another cutoff on another window.
Forget about it, KZ. It's not happening, mate. Shaiko has bested you once again.
Oh no, cheeky ankle from Hertz. Is that his foot there that he saw? Oh no, there we go. Shaiko's just gone out of his line of sight. But the roam clear is starting to progress quite quickly for BDS. They've already got control all the way up to Terrace and up to Shrine. And it's just about converting through this choke point now. Oh no, we've gone into Noir mode.
Yeah, I mean, I really would love to do the Noir cast, but I don't know if I have it in me, man.
You don't know if you have what it takes in you?
It was a cold night and BDS were looking for an attack and W7M, they were defending the map in the kitchen. That's all I've got for you, sorry.
It's okay.
Hey, we're back. There you go, thank goodness.
Are we back? I don't know if we're back just yet. We're not back just yet.
It's the top down. I'm getting trolled. All right.
EMP on the wall, though. That's a Selma charge, and that's going to start to clear out Geisha. It really is quite funny to watch.
Now we're going in blue mode because we're on the Flores Rotero. So, wow, he's actually got a lot of information for that. I guess people sometimes forget that the Flores drones are still drones.
The Rotero drones bring back color into our life as well. LeakyFac comes along, starting to make his way through the karaoke tea room side, and instead is going to connect some shots onto the back stairs, but no kill. Julio through the floor as well. Can set an impact, trying to contest the entry, but also doesn't connect to anything. W7M still get away with their lives, and BDS not a slither of HP taken down.
This has been a slow attack, though, for BDS. If there is any weakness, it is that. But now they've got a 2-man advantage, and we have seen explosivity from this roster before. Another kill now. This looks to be a 4-2 attack half for BDS.
Really impressive stuff from BDS, but they still have Volps left to deal with if they want to go for this hatch drop execute. Not entirely sure where the diffuser is. In the hands of Bride, who's just outside the kitchen window. A big run out from JV.
Oh no!
Shut down this attack completely, but it's just Volps now on the 1-on-5.
He's got a C4, and he does get that diffuser down. Surely not. This would be a clutch for the ages. It's a 1v2. Oh, no! Renshiro has got to get that diffuser down. And Shaiko puts this case to rest. The 1v5 was not to be.
Volps, wow, what a close 1v5 that was though from him. Such a valiant effort there, playing on that shield. That's C4 to take down the second plan attempt, but thankfully BDS, where they're up in the man advantage, that mid round really paid off for them in that roam clear, keeping themselves alive, running through that top floor, and like you said, explosivity is the name of this game for BDS. They do not want to play this slow. They are not playing some stereotypical EU type thing. They're not like the other girls, you know, they're going in hot and going in fast.
Oh my god, that metaphor went places. Anyway, Skyscraper has been such a treat, man. I am really enjoying this game, and I'm really enjoying, Mandy. We got the lion's share of matches today, didn't we? We got Liquid TSM on Border, and now we've got W7M BDS on Sky. Absolutely nutty games, and well, to me, everything is pointing to the fact that this should be a pretty cut and dried affair for BDS. They've just come away with 4 rounds of attack on Skyscraper. But there's another part of me that knows you can never count out W7M. And guess what? They banned the Warden. They've brought the Ying and Glaz. I cannot wait to see what they're cooking.
Yes, I'm so excited for this. Their lineup would indicate that they're going to go straight for this karaoke-sided execute. They're not going to look for a map sweep. They're just going to direct attack. And that is exactly what they're shaping up to do right now. 2 or 3 players on the rappel. Julia, the one with the diffuser in hand. And like you said, KZ on the Glaz is going to be the difference maker on this rappel.
Still quite a roam from BDS, remembering that the C4s could deny plant. All that karaoke floor is soft if that is the eventual destination. But look at this from Julio. I love this drone. All of the rafters in this room, you can get your drone up to. Love this flank watch as well, making things a lot more difficult for Leakafak, and he knows about it as well. He's pinged it. He's going to try and take it down.
So he's calling out to his teammate to try and shoot it off. So I think that's Brede on the stairs just next to him saying, help, I'm stuck. Let me shoot this one off, please. And yeah, I think he actually has. He's safe to go through that doorway now. KZ is actually shaping himself to entry through this top back stairs side of the map. Instead, I wonder how the entries are going to work with this smoke. Okay, so another smoke canister's just gone out, but KZ's only got 1 more smoke canister for himself to make this entry work. But Julio's already got these candelas prepped for the execute.
Oh, here we go. In it goes, and then straight onto a drone. It's a bait, mate. And Shaiko is still toying with this position in Geisha, and he is able to take down these Selmas, thus making it much more difficult for Volps to get the lines of sight he wanted. What looked to be a fast push is now ending up much more slower and baity than we anticipated as more smokes and candelas go out. BDS not lapping up the bait. In fact, Alems has held stalwart downstairs and taken a kill, but not before Volps can do so upstairs.
But for Tussle going down in this ground floor, they decided to pivot their push a little bit and try and go bottom up. That was JV who was taken down by a Lems, who has now just collected a second one for himself.
Oh, but he's traded back eventually, the Glaz of KZ, and that means that the jig is up. They know about the Glaz. BDS also know about the Ying. Brede, though, no smokes left, caught in the corner in such a difficult position, no mobility to speak of. And the Glaz is just about to walk up his staircase. Renshi low HP. KZ has got to nail this shot. They know about him, and KZ does not let him survive. W7M are not done yet.
They're doing so well in this series for that attack. That was awesome. I love the way that they were able to play that one. Even though they took it slow and they waited for a BDS, they let them make the mistakes that they needed to catch them off on those window rappels and to catch them on that entry down below. Even though they dedicated so many bodies and redundancy to it, that is what they needed because the BDS players were starting to throw themselves back on the site and they were struggling to find safe power positions to stay in for when they went for that execute, right? And that's why W7M changed up the pace. Don't do it too quickly. Let's just see what picks we can find first, make our lives a little bit easier before we go for the execute.
I love this evolution in the meta that we've seen in the last couple of months where teams are bringing all this really execute-heavy utility, but not using it to execute, using it to bait. Like, how many times did we see candelas and smokes go out there just to kind of call this bluff with BDS? And by the end of it, it was, funnily enough, it seemed to be W7M rotating to go and clear roamers and do other things that ended up working for them.
You know what's crazy about this map, Dev? Is that both of these teams have played such great Skyscraper that it's becoming less and less about how intricate the setup is and exactly the big macro philosophy of the attack and all those crazy things. And it's about playmaking. Every single one of these rounds has been small, intricate teamwork details or individual plays that have allowed these teams to get into these rounds. And that is just how advanced these teams are taking Skyscraper.
You know, they say politics is a circle. If you go right or left far enough, you end up in the same spot. I feel like playstyles in Siege are a circle. If you go far enough towards the methodical style, you end up actually needing to play disruptive to finally break away from the opponent.
That is so, so true. W7M, hang on though. They're looking for this more direct attack onto the bomb site. We saw a big extended roam come out from BDS over on the other side of the map, but likewise, they're also playing that Retilia Claw juggle game. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out in the favor of BDS though, and that wall does get open for Julio. The next challenge is going to be opening up this office external breach and trying to get away into the bomb site.
There's still a lot of map control for BDS, namely Dragon. Very powerful position to be in. Love this extended hold as well. Liquefact's actually holding downstairs as well as JV is starting to discover. But where will this eventual push from W7M be? Will they actually go for a map control take? It looks like it's a bit of lurking behavior as Herds has made his way in on the ground floor.
So Hertz is playing the buck. So if he can make his way into the position that Liquefact is in, he could really put some disruption to this defense. That being said, he's now making his way up the stairs. KZ instead is the one to be holding on to below with those grenades that he could use now to try and look for something vertical. JV as well, now EMP in hand, will start to work the main breach in tandem with Julio, and that one will get open nice and easy.
But Shaiko has managed to trade back Volps here, and he's going for a run out as well. Hasn't bitten off quite enough to chew on as of yet though. 4v4. As that breach has been open, Brede still playing that bar position. KZ down below, no nades left to speak of though, so it's not going to be a vertical nade game.
Where is Herds? That's my question. He's the IGL of the team, and he's really, not the IGL, he's the secondary IGL of the team, and he's really the one that pulls things together. He both flashes himself and also Renshu, and is starting to make this pinch much more two-pronged by doing his own lurk on the other side of the map with KZ.
It's a tough crossfire, though, that he's trying to enter into. KZ's got to help support him, make this more winnable. But with that reinforcement there, he can't really have an impact on Dragon, can he? And Renshiro is still allowed to play in this tiny position. Only one flash left for Herds, and that won't be enough to burn through the ADS.
Julia is the one with the diffuser in hand and only 20 seconds left. It's going to be from the breach, and KZ and JV have to make a big impact here.
Time is ticking, W7M, what are you going to do? Renshi's going for that peak, and that costs him his life! Herds goes big, it is all down to Brede, but that diffuser is called down on the ground. Doesn't matter, because Herds will James Bond it with the pistol, and W7M have evened up the scoreline.
Hertz is incredible what he's able to do, especially on that buck, enabling him to run through that other half of the top floor and disrupt the anchors of BDS on the site. Really, I was super worried for them. Julio, he had the diffuser, but he wasn't with his team at all. He was the only one that was left externally on the building with the diffuser in hand, and I was sitting there going, oh, how are they going to get in? How are they going to get in? When are they going to get in? But thankfully, Hertz was there to backstab that defense that they were going for, finding 3 picks, like you said, that last one, James Bond, full pistol style, and eventually close out the round for W7M.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, if Renshi hadn't peeked out of his tiny little cubby, would W7M have had enough time to find all of those kills? And these are the tiny, minuscule things that will keep these players up at night. I'm sure he had a very good reason for doing so, but when he watches that back, he is going to think, oh, if only. If only.
I'm going to circle back to my point about playmaking on maps like this, and I want to put it specifically to Herds himself. Now, I spoke to W7M, and Herds is the man that keeps these guys together. He's not the IGL, that's Volps. Herds is the captain, and he's the one that keeps everyone on the same page and will say, guys, we're not listening to Volps, we need to do this. We need to do this right now. And so he's the kind of player that says, trust me to go off and do my own thing, wait for my call, or do something right now because I'm about to do something big. He is the kind of character on the team that can do that, and it's so important that you have someone like that. Now he's on the Amaru. I can't wait to see what he does with this.
Did you say playmaking? Because we have Amaru backed up with a Lion. Hey, I like this though from Brede. Has he just managed to successfully trick that? Yep,
Ooh,
Julio
seems like it.
has already lost one. Now the thing is here, compared to the Kaid juggle game we saw earlier, it's so much easier to juggle a Thermite with the Bandit.
Herd's making his way in through the other side of the map, very much akin to the last round as well. But what can W7M do? That trick on the wall wasn't successful. They didn't win that mini game to get open the housing wall open, and Leaky Fack is still holding on to this bottom floor control. Instead, it seems like W7M are actually going to reconvene a couple more players over to where Herds is. I saw another one just enter through the backstairs side. Julio is going to re-attempt this breach onto that housing wall, which means that the main breach will stay closed.
Interesting choice here for W7M. It's going to change their options in the late round. No more hard breach on the roster to speak of. Still plenty of flashes and nades to enable some plays.
Oh, Lems as well is going to patch up this position, and what that means is it's much safer for Renshi to play in his position, right? Because he's not being cut off externally if he wants to come back behind the Dragon. He's still just going to be tucked in away behind his position. Some utility goes through. Can he connect? And in fact, he can. A nade to follow through, but the swing is good from KZ, and he can find the trade.
That's a big pick for Renshiro, though, to take down Volps on the window and remain in the numbers equality now. W7M looking to break away and take the lead for the first time since the very first round this game. But BDS do hold on to their ground.
So the difference here in this round is that the main breach is not open. So it has to be an office side housing wall take for W7M. Now, JV is being blocked out at the moment by this Aruna Gate, and Lem seems to know about it. Not only that, but there's a bit of a Funko Kiba barrier setup going on inside of Dragon that KZ has now got to deal with that. That's easily done by the Sledgehammer. It's about converting these trades, which are going to be so tricky if they don't have time to get drones into the bomb site and figure it all out.
Oh, Leakafak goes too late downstairs, and he's already missed the chance on JV, who does manage to find his kill. Watching now down below, he knows about Leakafak's position, leaving it all on Brede with 20 seconds to go. He is who we will place our hope on for BDS, and he finds one. Julio, the man of the hour, the most experienced player that W7M have, and he must clutch it. He has the diffuser, but does he have time to make it work? He's going to have to go through the barbed wire, but it's BDS's rookie to win out the clutch and retake the lead.
If every single round is going to be like this, I think we're going to age 20 years.
I feel like I've already aged 10 just in the last 9 rounds.
That is ridiculous. Every single round is going down to the wire. Every single one is coming down to these final, like, 2-on-3, 2-on-2, like these situations that you really can never call which one of these teams is going to win, because both of these teams have playmakers on their side. There, I felt like W7M went for the right approach. Even though they couldn't go for the main breach, they went for the trades on that Dragon side of the map, and they almost made it work. They really did. It all just came down to that one-on-one situation, and this map just does not stop delivering.
Wow, this is... I don't know how I'm going to have a voice after this game, Mandy. You know, we had 2 real blowouts yesterday. We had 2 really one-sided games. And now we're being treated with some fantastic bangers. The TSM Liquid game was phenomenal on Border. This one has absolutely delivered.
Once again, Castle is being employed. Pretty popular these days. We saw it in our last series that we were just casting as well. And what Brede is doing is segmenting off this east side of the map. He's already put one castle barricade on that drum door. A second one has gone down on the reception double. And it's just making these choke points even harder for W7M to get through once they get here. We often see this being done by the Azami. That's what they were doing. That's what KZ was doing on his defending half. Every time he fell back, he was Azamiing off the next point of entry. And that just really stalls out BDS. It means that the rest of the team has got to catch up to that point before they can open it up and get into the next point of the map.
If you're joining us from the B stream, buckle up, because we have been treated to a phenomenal match. BDS and W7M have been back and forth. BDS went 4-2 on their attack. Since then, W7M even up the scoreline, and BDS have finally broken away once again.
Leakyfack is going to be the first point of contest over on the other side of the map. Now remember, the bomb site is the kitchen and barbecue bomb site. So even when W7M get through the top floor, they need to translate it to the floor below. We've already got players, some set on that ground floor. There's one on drones. I believe that's Herds, waiting for that eventual late round push to go into the ground floor.
These mood jammers and castle barricades are making it so difficult to get information for W7M. Thankfully, they do have that Jackal to try and isolate these positions. In goes JV, though, by EMPing out that Alibi Prisma. Goes for a bait, but actually decides better of it and falls back outside once again.
I really like what W7M are doing here. They're thinking a couple steps ahead, right? Not only do they have to clear out the top floor, but they also need to start putting pressure down here because otherwise they're going to run out of time. We actually see this top floor has been completely forfeited off so far. They must have seen that castle barricade set up and gone, nah, maybe let's not do this just yet. Let's see what we can work on the ground floor, see what we can find. But I'm just worried that they're going to fall short to the vertical.
Wow, what a long shot from Likafak with the 1.5. It's a big player to take down as well. No more logic bombs for Volps. Ooh, JV just spotting out that player on the mezzanine, not able to find that kill. Shaiko, meanwhile, upstairs through the verts, feeling a bit of pressure. LM's rotating back to the main stairs as Renshiro has been cleaned up. KZ taking some really good map control here on Dragon, and W7M are starting to ready their fist for the final blow.
There's only 30 seconds left, and my question is, where is the diffuse? That's Julio, and he's the one outside of the kitchen window. So it has to be that these W7M players eventually reconvene around this kitchen side of the map, because right now Julio is very isolated and taking a very scary fight onto Likafak.
Likafak keen to continue playmaking. He peeks out once again, but he is taken down. And now BDS just have the 2 defenders left. Bride caught sleeping down on the floor in Sushi, and he's the last one left. KZ's had a ripper game, 15 kills. And once again, Mandy, we reach break point. We are all tied here.
Yeah, really great from W7M. They really pulled together in that late round. The moment that I said I'm worried about Julio because he has the diffuser and no one is with him, we switched to Herds' POV on board. There he is. Julio, I'm coming for you. Take my hand, buddy. And he went straight into the site with him. KZ as well doubled down with that vertical control that he had. He eventually made sure no one was on the hatch. Okay, guys, you're safe to go in now. They went for that plant inside of kitchen, and W7M even up the scoreline.
And on the back of it, BDS take their tactical timeout. They are not messing around. It's their last chance to ensure they get the full 3 points from this game. W7M have already taken their tac timeout in the first half, and so they won't be able to do so if BDS find match point here. W7M, of course, will have the chance to talk to the rest of their staff, having a good chat right now. A lot of work still to be done for this team to get themselves across the line, to march forward into a position where they are capable of saying that they hang with the best in the world.
They look stressed. The look on their faces, Igor leaning over and be like, okay, guys, it's time to get into it, time to get serious. This game is starting to become a game of stamina. It feels like with the way that both of these teams are playing, you can't lose focus for even a second, because every single one of these players, all 10 of these players, constantly feel active in the server. We don't always say that about Rainbow. Sometimes it's more frontline, sometimes it's more backline, that kind of thing, right? But in this particular series, it just feels like all 5 players could potentially be in an engagement at any time, and you just don't know when. And so retaining that focus and that stamina is going to be a big talking point for both of these teams.
It's also a game of adaptations, back and forth this match has been, and back and forth these players will consider what is the best course of action for BDS. They consider the Echo, bringing that into the game for Bride for the first time. Maybe the first time I've seen Echo at the majors so far, at least in the games we've casted. And on the flip side, W7M on this tier attack have opted to bring the Ying and forego the Glaz.
Interesting. What will they do about this now? They've got to be a little bit careful rappelling up on to do this roam clear. I think that would be Volps on the other side of that. That's right. Looking to rappel up, but Alems has actually got an open rotate and could look for the runner at any second. What is the rest of W7M doing, though? Are they actually going to dedicate themselves to this roam clear, or are they going to go for something more direct? So far, it looks pretty sparse.
I think the good old Classico Julio rappel on the karaoke window with Ying. But the other thing I'm considering at the moment is that exchange in office. Who was that roaming over there?
Okay, LMs. There you go. LMs and Likafak.
Likafak. He has been droned, I believe. That drone just saw him. Does take it down. He is actually going to start falling back as well as Herds begins to push in from this window.
W7M taking their time. They decided not to dedicate their entire resources into just one push. They decide to probe the map a little bit, immediately put pressure on the wall, see what they can find before they start to go for this round clear. Now, the danger in this is that they run out of time, or they might run out of time, to get through that mid-round and to try and get those next set of walls open, because look how conservative this setup is from BDS.
Wow.
That's a lot of shields that are in a very difficult choke points to hold on to. You've got Geisha with those really annoying lines of sight to deal with too, and Drum that has the impromptu shield with the Kiba barrier. 2 Kiba barriers, in fact. It's going to be very frustrating to deal with.
Oh, but the nade from KZ nets him his 16th kill. Can't nail down the second one before Shaiko finds his head. 4v4. Both of these teams vying for match point, but Volps just sends it on through. Shaiko caught sleeping. Now an advantage for W7M.
Herds as well, with that soft breach, can make an entry point into Drum. Meanwhile, Volps as well in his own engagement. Oh goodness, a player running around the corner of Karaoke will be taken down, and that's JV as well trying to make his in. Volps, another one to jump in as well. Bride, he will be taken down though. A team kill even in the kill feed, and Leaky Fact with the SMG11 has got to win it out in the 1v2.
It's messy, Mandy. It is so messy. 1v2 now for Leakafak as Julio is once again called upon. His Candela's ring true. And he manages to force this diffuser down. Herds to cover. But Leakafak, oh, he's caught out. And that's W7M claiming match point.
Oh, W7M, they're really getting us fired up here. The way that they are able to pace themselves through that mid-round was super impressive. I was very worried about them once they made that rotation to entry in so late into the building. I thought by the time they get to Drum and to Shrine, they have so much work to deal with. There was a double Keeper barrier setup that was inside of Drum. There was one shield that was inside of Shrine. And even when they got to the bomb site, there were these super annoying footholds that they would have to deal with if they wanted to get in. But KZ found the perfect timing. The tandem of the nade with the entry, followed up by Herds, who was able to use that buck to sneak his way into Drum. It all just came together. As soon as W7M got through that mid-round, they changed up the pace completely and exploded onto the site.
And now in what could well be the final round, BDS opt to go to a bomb site we have not seen from them this entire game. We're going down to the master bedroom. We're seeing that castle make its return for Bride. And BDS cannot hold back any longer. They need to go full send. W7M have been monstrous this game. KZ has been unstoppable. I will just point out, if you're looking at the kills on the rest of the W7M members, you're going to have to take that with a grain of salt because they reconnected and had their scores reset. But for KZ, that is true. 16 and 8, 2.0 KD.
That is crazy. Man is insane. All right, so JV's just got... That's a lot of value. Oh no!
Gotta say, JV, you cannot take down the bulletproof cameras with the laser of the Twitch drone. So that was a bit of a seniors moment.
So the bomb site is this master bedroom one, and it's quite hard to dissect some of these defense strategies that come out of it. It really lies on playing these vertical angles to perfection. Now, they are very finicky vertical angles. We saw this when W7M were playing their iteration of this bomb site. They actually couldn't deny the plant. There are some blind spots into the bomb site, which is exactly what Julio is trying to take advantage of. He's already sent it in with that hard breach onto the wall, and there was a player in the site. Herds is going to jump in and follow up, taken down, though. 4-on-4 situation. It's not over yet.
It certainly isn't, but W7M are doing everything they can to finish it off as quickly as possible. BDS not going to hold back.
Pretty scary though. From W7M to try and give away their lives like that onto the bomb site. Herds, he tried to find the opportunity, but it couldn't work. Julio, though, he was successfully able to get that Selma charge on that first line of sight, and that's making JV's position a lot more powerful to cut down not only the site, but that entry at the bottom of the main stairs. Now they need to translate their control into this top floor, and nade to follow through will deal a little bit of damage onto Alems, but not before he can take down KZ himself. Volps is thankfully there for the trade, and suddenly Hatch control is theirs.
Man advantage for the Brazilians as they edge closer to match point. BDS, oh, they hold on. It's Renshiro, the OG of all OGs, to stand up for BDS. Julio forcing that diffuser down with JV, the IGL, to cover. Renshi now holding his position as him and Bride go to retake, but it's all on Renshiro. How did it end up like this? BDS going down to W7M in regulation. Unless Renshiro can nail this second headshot, he can't get it done! Julio back taken the server back, finding dumps on the global stage. W7M take the full 3 points and first place in their group.
W7M, the boys in pink, will finally take this win after what was a very, very long and hard-fought series. Every single round, so back and forth. Look at Hertz. Oh, yes, absolutely. Pumping his chest. Give your teammates a hug. They absolutely deserve it. What a big series that was. And just a huge highlight player, KZ, on the scoreboard all the time, fighting his own battles up in that top floor on the other side of the map. Wherever you needed him to be, he was the big impact player in this series.
What a game for W7M. So hard fought and a phenomenal performance on Skyscraper, a map they've seen BDS play to perfection in the past, and W7M bring it out here and deliver handshakes after what was an incredibly intense match. There's so much respect between these two teams. W7M proving for now that they are the superior.
Gosh, I can't believe these guys got to play each other again, don't they? It's not over yet. That's an exciting series. I can't wait for the rematch to come up for these guys. W7M, what a great Skyscraper they were able to play out. I just think that, like I said, that game was all about playmaking, and W7M are all 5 players that can hold their ground. We even saw at the end that Julio, even though I think he was 1-6 towards the end of that scoreline, he was the one to make that impact play, close out the round, and of course, the rookie on the roster to bring it home for W7M. It's just such an incredible story.
Well, I don't know about you, but I need a break to go and catch my breath. We'll break this match down in just a moment.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
I hope you had a drink of water. I certainly have. We could not stop giggling during that break just then because we were treated to a phenomenal match. W7M and BDS, the battle of the pink jerseys, and well, W7M proved that they were the superior. What a game.
That was super cool. That was like my favorite game so far, I think, at this major. Wow, every single round was so back and forth. The storylines were so exciting to follow. It felt like every single player had an impact in every single round. They all held their ground. The interactions were crazy, and it was just a banger match all over.
Yeah, Skyscraper is such a map to play for these teams as well. It was filled to the brim with highlights, kicking it off with the first round, which is one of the most dominant rounds I've seen this major. A 5v1 within a single minute. W7M showed at the very start that they were not messing around.
Yeah, that was really scary from KZ. BDS really had a hold on that first round of the map, and then KZ came along and was like, well, it's not over yet. And then this round happened.
Saving Private
KZ happened. Leaky Back was there to clean everything up, and even Brede finally getting the 180 turn through the vertical. Every single one of the interactions was just like that. Leaky Back creeping his way up the main stairs, taking down KZ on his cameras. There was just so many little chaotic moments like that that really made this series shine.
This match was filled with insane plays. How about this one? The near 1v5 from Volps. But also, it was filled with hilarious moments like that Wamai disc that led to a nade team kill. Like, just play after play, trade after trade. So many, like, 2v2s with a minute to go. So many clutches, so many 1v1s, culminating in a 12-round match that easily could have served a best of 3.
And even in this round, right, this was a super explosive round that eventually was close to closing out the game for BDS. Of W7M, they just jumped straight into the bomb site. They caught BDS off guard. Every single round was like that. All the executes were really explosive. Even the final round of this series was Julio in a 1v1 with Genshiro, and we were still like holding on to our skin, just biting our teeth, going, oh gosh, it's not over yet. It's every single one of those rounds is just so crazy, and you could not call who would win it.
And just check the stats out. We got 4 players who cracked above 10 kills. Sorry, 5 players, because I didn't realize KZ had as well, and he got 16. Unreal stuff. Really high KOST ratings from a lot of these players as well. And even the opening engagements were shared pretty well. Volps and KZ having most of it. And you can clearly see that W7M dominated that early round.
They absolutely did. I just want to point out Herds, who is the lurker for this W7M roster. If there's anyone that we can point to create an identity for this entire game, just one player that summarizes everything, it's Herds. He's the one that plays like Liquid for W7M. He's the one that gets into really odd positions in the map, gives something for BDS to worry about, and is the one that's enabling the playmaking. It's all down to him, his lurker playstyle. It's just so frustrating to deal with. On BDS, you kind of had the same thing as Shaiko that was playing some really odd cutoff positions, especially for a map like Skyscraper. It's really hard to do that, but Shaiko did that super well, and it was just sort of this battle of how do we deal with this problem? How do we deal with this problem? Because a play is about to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. That was what it was like in the series. It
was a guessing game for both of these teams trying to read their opponents. W7M, for example, every time they played that T-Room bomb site attack, they got Ying on the karaoke window. They're just chucking so much util in. There was a Glaz at one point. BDS was like calling their bluff, and then W7M were calling BDS's bluff. It was back and forth. It was like 4D chess, but, you know, with headshots.
That is so true. They both tried the bait and switch the karaoke rush, right? And both of them called each other's bluff. That is crazy. I think that is just the defining strat of that series, isn't it?
Well, BDS does no longer remain undefeated. That's only for W7M, who sit at the top of the group. Let's have a look at the standings. These two teams have been dominating the group, but only one can be first. For now, that is W7M. And once again, look at it, Mandy. 3-2-1-0. W7M on top. And all of the matches here in Group C have been won or lost in regulation.
I feel like a bit of deja vu. I feel like we almost just said that about the last series that we covered as well.
Most groups have been like 3-2-1-0 or near enough.
Yeah, pretty close. I mean, that TSM Team Liquid game as well. That was the match that separated first and second. This one, too, is going to separate the top and the first and second place, but it's not going to separate the bottom, the top and bottom of these standings just yet. It's really, once again, going to go down to that mid-pack to try and claw back that second spot for the playoffs. Now, I don't know what the percentages are like just yet for this playoffs contention, but W7M looking pretty comfortable, especially after that win against BDS. I don't imagine that they'll have too many problems against the rest of the pack in this group.
The thing is, we are only halfway through the double round robin. We've done one of the round robins, so every team has played every other team in the group now. But who knows? It's not likely, but it is possible that on the second run around, we could see completely different results. I personally cannot wait to see the rematch between these two teams, because that was quite a show. And I also think that Space Station and Fury have some more to offer as well, whether it's just stealing a point away from one of these teams, whether it's potentially taking a win. By no means are the playoff spots won or lost as of yet.
Absolutely. I don't think any of these first 3 games were mission critical unless you're one of the teams in the bottom half, right? If you're in the bottom half and you go 2-0 on the first day and then you don't, or you go 2-0 on the first day, or 0-2 on the first day and you don't claw anything back early on in the second day, then you're completely out, right? But I don't think that's happened to anyone in this group so far, except for Fury, who I believe haven't played yet today.
I don't know, but you know who is about to play? Cyclops and Black Dragons. They'll be casted by Parker and Pengu, so stick around and enjoy the show.
Dá não, meu.
You guys ready? Yeah.
Aragon?
Park? No? It's both of us have suits, right?
Cara.
Nossa.
É verdade, ele nunca saiu do meta.
Deu uma mole. Vai, Nescão, vai ter que comer aí, man.
Vai, mano. Bota aí. Bora.
The recruit. Easy one.
This is...
No, he's not here.
Yeti?
Ah, man. Cara. I think about crying, but he's not here.
Come aí, amigão.
Nossa, Zara.
Não tá lá. Tá bom?
Yeah. Getting more spicy, but it's easy enough. Skyscraper? Vamos, vamos! Marcha!
This is hard, man. This is really hard.
Chuta aí!
Maybe... Villa? Nossa, mano.
Yeah.
Oh.
A hard one.
Mostra aí pra cá.
Let's see the one. Vulcan. The Goyo one. Let's try it.
Um cheirinho aí. Nossa, rastro. Put some here.
Let me take a little bit off. Bora.
Nada de bom.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Yo, come on. There are 3 more.
You're good, brother?
Canadian and Lexi.
Canadian and Rampy?
Oh. I can try another one, so? Come on.
Fire in the hole. Let's try. Nossa, essa aqui parece zaralhada, hein, mano.
Nossa,
velho.
Nossa, man.
Ah. Come on, brother. Mano, peraí. Normal.
Ela chega atrasado.
For me, it's good.
Yeah, they are good. Just like...
They're really good.
I think the Jordan was a little harder for me. No, we just try to guess, not anything else. Like, he's always messing around with him. Kind of? No.
Should I say something beautiful to him?
No. Yeah. Interrogation. Ok, isso, comi todas agora, velho. Até agora. Nossa, não faz isso não, velho.
Aí, pô. Aí, essa é a quantidade boa.
Give it a try.
E?
Wait. How good?
Mirage?
I would say ace, but he's not here. It's inteiro? Really?
Putz, eu pensei em falar, mas só
It's too obvious, like it wasn't.
Eu pensei em falar, mas mano, não deve ser, né, velho?
Yeah, like.
Mano.
The Lord.
Essa aqui.
The final boss.
Pô, usaram ali na outra, mano. Botei no céu da boca, velho.
Mas pior que minha boquinha tá meio dormente. Não comeu inteiro?
Ah, eu. Nossa! Usaram ali.
Let's go, final boss.
Me retrasado, né?
Man,
Tá muito? Não, ainda não chegou. I'm still good. Ainda tá de boa.
Man, dá não, man.
Só fica um bafo muito quente.
Alright, easy.
Vou gostar a segunda.
It's not? No, thank you, God. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Já tava em choque já, velho. Eu já tava em choque. Look at this.
No, come on, I gave up.
Por que eu tô escolhendo isso, né? Por que eu tô fazendo isso?
Good luck, my friend.
Nossa, o cheiro não é bom, velho.
That one is rotten fish, right?
The smell is not so good. Tu gostou é ruim, velho.
Ei, man, nada?
Ainda nada.
Mas é mais forte que aquela hoje?
Tá chegando.
Tá chegando ainda?
Tá chegando ainda. Mas tá de boa. Experimenta isso aqui, pô.
Relaxa, man. Você já comeu por nós dois. Tudo de boa.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Operation Solar Raid.
This season, we're introducing another new squad. It's Ghost Eyes, led by Kavera, and a newcomer, Solus, is joining the team as well.
Here's a glimpse of your new operator in action on the new Night Haven Labs map. Solus joins the defenders with an electronics detecting augmented reality headset that allows her to not just spot attacker gadgets in action, but also reveal them to her teammates.
A question arose, well, what if we have an IQ on defense? You see that there's a lot of electronic gadgets. You have breaching charges, you have claymores, and tons of drones and cameras. So it just made sense that the defense would have a tool similar to what the attackers have.
Night Haven Labs. It's an imposing research base, and it's the new map coming in Operation Solar Raid.
The whole map is very, very clean. Even the outside, it has a very corporate feel. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight. The map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
Crossplay and cross progression. We know you've been waiting for this feature for a long time, and it's coming this season.
This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform anytime.
Fighting toxicity and improving our anti-cheat measures are an ongoing priority for us.
We are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing, and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody.
It is now time for you to shine in Ranked 2.0.
What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze, and Copper.
Now it's time to talk Battle Pass. Operation Solar Raid is introducing a brand new progression system.
Rainbow Six Siege Battle Pass has evolved to become more tactical, offering you new ways to unlock the rewards that matter to you faster.
Finally, you can play Operation Solar Raid on the season test server this week. Have fun, and be sure to share your feedback on R6 Fins.
Welcome back, everybody. The Jönköping Major's second day continues to roll on, Nicholas.
Yep, flying through it, honestly.
That's correct. We are not Mandy and Dev. We are Nick and Parker, or Parky and Pengy.
I was going to say Parky and Pengy is what we go by these days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Delightful that caught on. We're starting with a rematch of our second half of the day, because we are halfway through day number 2. And the match that started yesterday's B stream, that you and I casted, Cyclops versus Black Dragons, is upon us. Black Dragons ended up coming out ahead.
But barely, right? It was a very close game.
It was a close game.
Went to OT.
It was one of the rare close matches involving APAC.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah.
It has been a very rough series of days for APAC, unfortunately. And if you're curious as to what's going on with the group, your curiosity has been sated. Look at this. Soniqs sitting on top of the group because of their matchup earlier today. They toppled CAG 7-4 on Clubhouse to start off the day. Black Dragons beat M&M, and it caused a bit of turmoil right now.
But there is a chance if Cyclops beats Black Dragons in regulation now, we're going to get 6 points, 5 points, 5 points, and 5 points. A three-way tie for second place, essentially. But of course, CAG, they do have the worst round diff with -7. So that's the tiebreaker situation. They're not looking too hot, even if they tie in points.
I mean, if Cyclops 7-0 Black Dragons, they will still be and even 0. They will have a worse round differential than everybody else in this group. On your screen is the probability of these teams here in Group A making it to Friday's quarterfinals. The Soniqs are in excellent shape, even if they lose their matchup against M&M Gaming, which is going on the other channel on the B stream. They're still at 45%. That's not terrible, but the issue is that they've got 2 other teams nipping at their heels, Black Dragons and M&M, with pretty good odds, frankly, of making it. Cyclops doesn't have the best chance, and if they lose this matchup in regulation against Black Dragons, that's pretty much it.
Yeah. So they need to show up now that matters the most, and do it against a team they're familiar with, at least, which is going to favor them because they know how Black Dragons they played against them last time. That was happening on Bank. It was a 6-8 or 8-6 victory, rather, for Black Dragons. Cyclops got close, but not quite close enough. And here are the teams and the players on your screen. They haven't changed anything since last time. It's the same players at this event. We're not going to change that in the middle of it all. And after we cast our game last time, Parker, I got followed by, I think, most of the Black Dragons players right afterwards because we didn't follow each other. So I made some new friends. It was lovely.
I don't know if I got.
You didn't check?
Not really.
Oh, well,
I have been, I've been taking some time away from all social media.
Good for you.
I got to tell you.
Good for you.
I don't know why I didn't do it sooner. It has been very good for my mental health, but I will say that I'm very proud of you. I'm proud that they followed you. Congratulations. Great job.
Thank you. It's always fun when new players enter the space. You're like, who are these guys? And they're like, who are those people? And you're like, oh, let's get to meet each other.
Very good.
Very good, yeah.
Very, very good. Team huddle's going on as we are just... we're just a couple minutes away.
Oh, there's no way. We're going back to Bank.
This is where the teams played yesterday. So not only is it a rematch of the teams, but it's also a rematch of the exact same map.
So typically when we go back to a map you've already played a team on, it all comes down to what can you do differently than the last time, because now you know each other's strat pool. So A, how much were you hiding the first time around? And B, how many more things do you have to show? Because both teams are going with pretty similar approaches to most of the attacking side of things, and that's where we gotta see things really shape up if you wanna come out ahead. Otherwise, you already know what's gonna happen. You can pretty much play around that, predict the future, and control your outcome better.
Absolutely correct. Yesterday on the matchup on Bank, Black Dragons started on defense first. They banned out Monty and Kaid. It was Ying and Azami that were banned out by Cyclops. Will we see that continue on? Well, just based on the way that these teams ban operators, I would say there's a high likelihood, because these weren't just target bans. They were, to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But they also happen to be among some of their
preference bans.
Correct.
If you will, yeah.
Most common bans, as I was going to say. It did end up going down to the wire. You said it was a close match. You were correct. 8-6. Here is a difference, though, for the team. Cyclops' 2 best players, statistically, did not load into the server. They had very rough days yesterday. And we're talking specifically about the man on your screen, or who was briefly on the screen, Black Ray and Iagator. Today they had a better match against Soniqs, significantly better, and they looked like the 2 players that we see play so well and frankly dominate APAC North. If they show up the same way that they did yesterday, then I'd say that definitely boosts their chances. But not to take too much away from it. But if you remember Perez,
oh yeah.
You got, what, 21, 22 kills, something like that. And you know what? I got to say this. Every single community poll, CAG is always in the running, and that is impressive as.
It's impressive because not only do they keep winning it, but after losing games they arguably maybe shouldn't lose, the fans are still supporting them as well.
Okay, Black Dragons starting on defense first. So same side, same map. They ban Monty. Same ban.
Same ban.
All right. Go back to the operator bans yesterday, and it should be Ying and Azami, but I don't know if they're going to change some things up. It doesn't look like it just yet. Operator bans so far exactly the same as they were yesterday.
Let's see if it continues on. Is it Azami and Kaid, right? That's what's next?
I believe so.
Let's see if it matches up. Bada bing, bada boom. With a second to go, it will be Azami. So now there's one remaining operator. It can either be the Kaid, and things are exactly the same as last time, Or we can offer something else. You have Valkyrie, an Echo, a Mira, a Maestro, or something along those lines. But it shall be the Kaid. So yeah, the scene is set, the same map, the same operator bands, the same two teams. But one of these two teams, actually probably both, they want different results. Black Dragons, they want to win regulation because last time they went to OT. And CAG, they just want to win, period, for them, right? Even if it's not about the points for them, they just want to get a victory on the board.
Only one win so far for APAC, and that was Direwolves over Mirage. That was it, what was it, 7-4, 7-5 yesterday?
7-5, Theme Park.
7-5, I believe, yep.
Yep.
That is correct. You and I did not cast that match.
No, we did not.
No. We can come back now and then and talk about similarities that we see for these teams in the way that they play this match. Because I have a feeling there will be some similarities. Which team learned the most? That's the question that we are going to ask. And you already said it during the preamble to the matchup, is every time a team goes to a same map with the same opponent or goes to the same map in back-to-back matchups. For example, yesterday, Wolves did that. We want to talk about what have you learned, and more importantly, what have your opponents learned? Because it was CAG who ultimately came up short. What are they going to change to come out ahead this time?
Yep. I mean, right off the rip, one thing that we can kind of preset now, because we might see it pay off in about a minute and a half, is BlackRay contesting the server stairs, because that was an issue 2 rounds in a row for him in that opening game against Black Dragons, and it really should not be a problem anymore. Another issue is that Cyclops was not bringing the IQ to counter the information game from Black Dragons Valkyrie, and they haven't done that in this opening round either. We see a pre-play C4 already on the map to combat this exact area of the map, the rappel into CEO or double windows. So it could already pay off for Black Dragons if CAG are not careful, and BlackRay does have the shotgun. And the reasoning for that is, again, as I said earlier, to fight the server stairs member of Paceto when we get there later on.
All quiet for now. 2 rounds where we saw BlackRay really struggle to deal with that blue stairs hold. As you said, you talked about the shotgun with BlackRay had to deal with Paceto. I don't think BlackRay ever came out ahead in that engagement yesterday. Is it going to happen this time? I'm not entirely certain. Sledge Shotgun has actually shown up a couple times today. We also saw it in our Direwolves game. This is very unique to APAC. They also used to run, I think it was Hibana Shotgun, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So.
We've seen Ying Shotgun as well, which then became Meta in Europe afterwards as well. Sometimes
Hungary in particular.
Hungary in particular, exactly. Sometimes doing something that's different isn't necessarily worse or weaker. Is that no one's really thought about it before, because you might just look at it and go, that shouldn't really be a good thing to do, but then someone will actually do it successfully and be like, wait a minute, maybe there's some truth to this as a possibility of success.
Colorado takes a bit of damage as those X-Kairos go off. 2 separate players from BD in close proximity to one another. BlackRay inching down the stairs, and that will be Paceto to deal with him. Patoxy's not too far off in server. There's nobody that'll come through dirt, though. The last time that we saw this, the Valkyrie was so critical. And keep in mind, Cyclops banned Azami. Valkyrie was the major thorn in their side, and yet they still opted to go for a regular ban that they like in Azami instead of a deliberate target ban that frankly derailed quite a number of the takes. They're going to decide to not go through blue stairs, and there's an unfortunate team kill. Anaton gets in on the fun. Paceto is dead. And Anaton can march all the way down blue now. 30 seconds remaining. At least there's some blue control for Cyclops, but I don't think they wanted to sacrifice a teammate in the process. Suzu a kill on the Patoxy. Black Dragons at even numbers now. Time running out. CAG need to go. Suppressor Matter in full effect. Ayagator takes down Perez. And the smokes go off. Toxic canisters as well. Suzu seeking shelter to go for a plant. And this is a tough spot. You are extremely vulnerable. Down goes the buck, but it's Anaton to the rescue. And 2 kills for Cyclops at the hands of Anaton to give CAG round number 1.
It was Anaton yesterday who showed up in great form, and also today in the opening round to really cover his teammate from 2 different enemies and 2 different angles at once. But he does so successfully, and that's going to give them the opening that they need. It was a messy situation on that server staircase. A team kill, a trade, a 1 for 2, and in favor of Black Dragons is not the way you want to start things off. And I was questioning where Suzuki was going, because you did have 1 exothermic charge spare and 35 seconds on the clock. You could have gone server, opened up the default wall, and tried to go for a plant. But I think it just simply accounted for the fact that smoke is still on the board. Planting default is not gonna work because we can't stall out the smoke grenades. There's not enough time. Therefore, they opt for the more aggressive approach. Sprint towards that A hatch, smoke off the deep angles, drop down and plant in a very abnormal position, because those toxic babes are not gonna hit that area at all. And it worked out greatly. You have to trust your teammates to cover you in that position. But with that trust and with what just happened, it was a massive success and it paid off very, very well.
Already showing that they've made some minor corrections. I like that they got the hatch open. They clear out server. Decide that you can isolate Basetto. No.
They're shooting the default cam and someone stepped too far forward or someone pressed the button too early. Not that you're gonna start the round.
2 rounds in a row with a team kill.
Yeah.
That might be unheard of at this level.
The thing is, last time this match occurred to us yesterday, it was like, I think it was Black Dragons didn't shoot the default cam outside.
That's correct, yeah.
Now Cyclops is like, guys, don't make that same mistake. We gotta get the default cam. But they were so eager to check that off their checklist that they rushed it, right? And then like it got too close to somebody else's head and now they're missing a player instead. It's something that used to happen rather frequently back in the earlier days of Pro League, where the skill level, generally speaking, was just a lot lower. And as time has gone on, has progressed and people have gotten better at the game, this is something that we really rarely see these times. But sometimes it does happen. Just like sometimes the default cam will not be shot, even though it should be. Now, if you're a Cyclops, this round is like you can't really remove it from the game. You still have to, try this round and play it out, but I think it's time to get more aggressive and take some risks now, because you're starting from behind, and that's never really the ideal situation, obviously. So if you see an opening, go for it. Take that risk, try and leverage back the numbers to even ground, and then play it out 4 versus 4.
Absolutely correct. Lone office wall gets opened up, and that's Suzu upside down, staring deep in. Gatorado will follow up on whatever intel has been gained. Suzu's still in this spot. More of it being opened up. Silhouettes close by, but just not quite within range and not quite within reach. Black Ray on Repel. Gridlock with LMG. That is certainly a change for CAG2.
Yeah, that is an operator we did not see the last time around.
No gridlock was played whatsoever, and I mean, we haven't physically seen a gridlock in any of our matches.
No, we haven't. Anyton on the OSA is a very familiar face, however, and it's often the lobby member, right? Because there's so many wide angles inside of lobby itself, but Anyton, with that talent, she can walk on in and try and get cover and establish like a foundation for Suzuki to follow him afterwards, try and challenge Paris inside of this 4-window room.
There's a logic bomb going off. Aiding and assisting Black Dragons. Black Ray tries to play off of the sound. Doesn't hear much at all. Perez capitalizing. Suzu, the very first kill. Cyclops, of course, will trail through all of this as the team kill earlier had put them at a disadvantage. Gatorada and Suzu are the only 2 left as both teams have watched their numbers fall. Gatorada sees the Jaeger of Nade, cannot complete it, and it's Perez on this bomb site. He loves that MP5.
Every time.
A 4K yesterday in the same spot, and today I believe that's 3 on the round, at least 2 by my count, and Black Dragons can answer back with a round of their own.
Perez really is just a consistent fragger for Black Dragons, it appears, and he plays the same positions and roles as last time, but he did actually change up his positioning in the room that he was in. He was playing tighter in the corners after getting the initial kill, allowing Cyclops to come to him as he was prepared for it, rather than him swinging out aggressively like he did last time around. Because it was 1 versus 3. He can't fight 3 guns at once, so you gotta kind of sidestep back and forth and pick your timings for those initial fights. We see the playoff qualification probability between these 2 teams here, and as you see, Regulation also CAG 1% chance, probably not gonna make it, but a Regulation victory does give them a 31% chance at making it to playoffs. Whereas Black Dragons, 78% if they were to take CAG right here, right now, before going to overtime. Attacker repicked in full effect. Bog, Ayana, Hibana, Nuke, and Thermite. So we're gonna be playing off very heavy frag potential from the side of CAG. No real utility operators, no glass, no OSA, nothing of that kind, which is normally what they do bring. Anderton, the flex player, has chosen to go for the nuke. We're gonna probably sneak around the map here. Could be Garage to apply bomb site pressure, or just try and get inside the building and pick apart these roamers that they have really good intel of right now. For example, Patox in the main stairs. Black Dragons, same lineup as before. I believe the Wamai is new, but besides that, nothing's really changed. Ion still bringing that Valkyrie. Basetto gonna play the Wamai on the server stairs, and then Nade plays deep on the bomb site to stall for time to use those toxic babes in that sub 45-second mark.
No team kill yet.
No team kill yet, no. It's a great start.
Still plenty of time.
Can always happen. Ion with a mid-round reinforcement to close off the vault wall in case that hatch gets opened up. And Perez has to actively hold the garage entry point because of that nuke being open. You can't just watch a Valkyrie camera, that's not going to give you anything against the nuke. It's that kind of pressure that nuke is applying where normally you can just flick between a couple of cameras and gain that vital information, but now you can't trust that information at all because if they do have the nuke, they're going to walk straight past it. No chance to see her.
This blue hold that we see, quite important. Anaton foregoing the garage take. Instead, we'll head through sewers, and it'll be the escape tunnel not too far off of Patoxy, playing behind that server rack. Basetto still at the top of blue stairs, same spot that you're used to seeing him play in.
It's a good change because CAG has not applied pressure from sewers yet, so that's a small adaptation that they've made for this round in particular.
Absolutely is. Buck from above to cut off that angle. Nobody in any real contest at this point. Open up some of the protection that you'd see by that red hallway leading back into gold and vault. That's the default spot that you're going to see from the defenders. At some point when you go for the execute, Black Dragons will be called into action, and if you can keep the Buck upstairs to hold that angle, you can easily cut off one of those Black Dragons players that will emerge from that spot.
Gatorada's dropped the defuse at the backside executes enabling right now.
Gatorada flashing his way in. Suzu the first kill. That's the player inside of gold. Gator was watching that spot. Doesn't need to hold on to it as much anymore. Nade taking some damage from Gatorada as they engage. And, well, the smoke is going to win that one out quite well. Loses most of his HP in the process. Perez right now inside of Garage. He'll come to Nade's rescue in just a moment. Nade losing the wall into Vault. Patoxy takes out Anaton. And there's Nade to get slaughtered by Black Ray, but Perez again comes to the rescue. And it's actually a team kill that does it. Suzu tries to vault on over, but Patoxy is ready. And Black Dragons manage to stick it and not forfeit the round to CAG. They'll take two in a row.
So this round in particular is one of those aha moments where one team showed a very different approach to the round than last time. And that was Cyclops. They did not do that kind of attack last time around at all. They went for a lobby hatch drop with 3 members, trying to bait the execute, or rather execute the execute. But then they had one vital member of Anderton inside of sewers, waiting for that rotation to happen from servers. But he lost the gunfight against Patoxy. And when that happened, you're only attacking from one side of the map. There's no split pressure anymore, and Patoxy can rotate back towards the bomb site and help his teammates because he knows the coast is clear. Basetto also on that server side, on the server stairs itself, they know there's no pressure at all, and that means the last 3 members of CAG are stuck in a meat grinder between 2 different forces from Black Dragons. That means basement's locked. CEO was also successfully defended, and that now puts us in a position where, well, open area is next, and very different operators are being showcased right now on our screen. We're seeing the Capcan. The nature of this operator on this bomb site makes perfect sense, because when you play open area, you're gonna try and scatter out as much as possible, whereas the base and bomb site, you don't have to roam, but you can if you want to. You can play the bomb site with 5 members, like Black Dragons just did, but for open area, completely different story. The bomb site is very fragile. Verticality, hatches, easy to breach walls from the bottom square area. So instead, you want to get all around the map. Use the castle barricades to limit angles and to compartmentalize the building, and then use those Capcan traps for information to slow the attackers down. And if all goes well, do a lot of damage onto some players from Cyclops.
Let's go back and reflect on what we saw in yesterday's matchup. Nick, between these two teams? Well, we have a bit of downtime right now. They were staring at each other of CAG very intently. CAG liked their very quick burst into the bomb site. They did it with the smokes and then got the diffuser planted right by the doorway. All they needed to do was take out the single player from Black Dragons who was positioned over by that staff area.
Yep.
Don't really see them there right now.
It looks like a similar setup, though. I mean, 3 members server stairs, 1 back alley door. The thing is, Black Dragons, look at this. They're rotating forward. Patoxi's right there to challenge.
And Patoxi takes the engagement, but loses his out to Iagator. Marches in, sees the reinforced walls inside of Archives. It's Basetto sitting by the doorway that connects the 2 bomb sites. Black Dragons of the upper floor still under watch. Perez and Ion in that particular position. Where you have a late flank, as you see when that upstairs is held, drop through lobby and go through Archives and then Tellers, or Tellers then Archives. That's what the Nomad is for. Ion and Nade upstairs, both of them doing excellent work. Ion circling back towards square stairs. A bit apprehensive about a player located by the double doorway outside. CAG now trails in terms of numbers, 3v4. Black Dragons started off yesterday's series 3-1, and they are primed and ready to do the same.
Yep, CAG forced to slow down now because they didn't get what they wanted, and the members of Black Dragons are all across the map, but a good kill from Gatorado is going to open things up a bit more here with 45 seconds to go. But when you don't have any real heartbreaks besides the Ace, it can be hard to find a way in through the bomb side.
CAG have had some problems with where they want to prioritize their execute. They'll open up one of the walls inside of Archives and then do the same towards the staff area. Nade is wary of somebody towards Printer, but that's not where CAG seems to be amassing their forces.
Oh, what?
Basetto killed from behind. That Selma opens things up, and it allows him to get that pick. That was a relative freebie on the wall. That was the Archives wall that we talked about. That leaves just 2 for Black Dragons on the bomb site, but here's Perez on the flank. He can make so much noise and do so much damage, but Iagator is waiting for it. Perez will need to win the gunfight. Fire through the walls as the diffuser goes down, but you are just a little bit off target. Taking damage as a flash goes out in front of his eyes as well. Perez wasting time, 4 kills, looking to add to that tally, but it's a crossfire established by CAG to lock up the round. No 3-1 start for Black Dragons this time. It's a tie game at 2 rounds apiece.
I was saying it's going to be hard to get through the bomb side as with Ace because either you make a vault hole or a crouch hole. Neither is very ideal to push from, but I mean, when you get Basetto like that from behind because of that Selma breach, everything becomes so much easier. The deployable shield position denied, Toxic Babes denied, and the most vital front 4 position defense also denied. And it seemed like Basetto thought the audio he heard from the Selma charge was the one in front of him, when in fact there was another one going off right behind him as well. Therefore, Black Dragons, they fall. They played around the map, but the way Cyclops attacked, they didn't really gain much from it. With that limited kind of style that CAG likes on that bomb site, it doesn't matter if you roam all across the map. You only care about square, top square, bottom square, and Archives. That's really it. So all they did was walk up the server staircase, take that initial gunfight, and that really just started things off and with a bit of a snowball effect. But now we're gonna go back upstairs. And this is where Perez, sitting on 4 kills right now, tied first for his team. He always shows up. Normally on the dock, this time on the Warden. Smoke grenades is something that CAG, they love to use throughout all their matches. Whether it's the glass or the Ossa or the thermite, they typically always bring 1 set, very frequently at least. And he will so this time as well. Suzy on the thermite is bringing 1 pair of smokes. There's no glass to follow.
EMP's in the hands of Anaton Zosa, by the way.
So that 90 or Kanto wall, as some teams refer to it as.
Kanto spot where he used to play the Echo, that's correct.
Yep. No jammers or bandits on the map though, so it's not really required. That's the wall right there. You need to bring that set of EMPs because it's really hard to nade that spot. And also it's like low value as well to nade a jammer. So the EMPs are brought as a precaution in case that's going to be a problem. It won't be though.
Ion's the one guarding that wall, and by extension can also see to the top of spiral stairs. That can give you a lot of presence in the lobby, even though you're not actually in the lobby yourself.
Bit of a waiting game now.
Absolutely. On Repel, heading through square stairs. Double reinforced walls there. This is another CEO defense. Black Dragons successful on this bomb site, the only other time that they defended it. They got the first pick, but they were also aided in some ways by the fact that there was a team kill from CAG. Anaton's shield is positioned in such a way that he's going to take damage. Ayagator bursts on in, and they're just going to take the engagement right now, dealing damage to Black Dragons as best as they can, coming out ahead with 2 picks. One for Basetto, but he's slaughtered by Suzu. Logic bombs prevent them from going quietly, but Patoxy does some serious damage, gets the down, and confronts the Osa around the shield. That is a tough spot to be in. CAG might be able to get on in, and they've managed to, well, waste time. 1 minute to go. Black Dragons will watch Ion still continue to bleed out. Late Logic bomb here. CAG not particularly keen to get in and actually do anything with this. They got a couple opening picks. They were in the middle of the bomb site, but they just haven't done anything, Nick. There we go. Anaton getting diffuser down. Nade dies to Black Ray. Patoxy heads in. He'll be able to get Ion back up from the dead. So now 2 cohorts, both of whom very low on HP, playing off those deployable shields. Ion got back up, but it wasn't for much longer as Black Ray finishes him off. Patoxy doing more work. 30 seconds left on that diffuser. You got to be able to find where they are. They've spotted you via the drone. Are you going to get caught as you walk right now into Janitor? Patoxy sees one long range on Repel. Manages to avoid the Osa for but a moment, and it's Anaton to get the very final pick. CAG grabs the lead.
And you said they weren't really doing anything, which is true, but for CAG to do nothing usually means they're just taking their time to not throw the round, because that has been one of their problems. I say throw, and I mean it very sparingly. I don't mean like they're just literally throwing rounds, but they seem to get ahead of themselves when they have the lead and not think things fully through. And they took a solid 25-30 seconds to say, okay, how do we safely escort the diffuser in towards the bomb site? All right, Anaton is playing the Osa. Do we have a talent show somewhere? Yes, we do. Let's move it on over, place it down, turn around, start planting, and while that's occurring, Black Ray rotated to that CEO/double window Repel and could cover that line of sight as well. So they're just really making sure that when they get into that plant position, that it's gonna go down safely. When CAG last played Black Dragons, it was Ayagator and Gatorada that played let's go again. Black Ray and Gatorada that didn't really play up to their standards of APAC North in terms of fragging and numbers. Then earlier today, it was the supportive cast of Cyclops that did not show up. But now, look at this. It's a very even scoreline across the board. 4 kills, 3 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills, 5 kills. This is the entire team showing up, front line and back line. That's exactly what they need now. Every single member is doing their job and playing their role, and they got the lead. 3-2 so far in favor of Cyclops.
Cyclops had started off on the wrong side of a 3-1. Already more competitive than they were in yesterday's matchup. It took Cyclops until the 7th round to get 3 rounds in total. They're now beating that score by 2. That's not a bad stretch to be in. And they've avoided making some of the mistakes and avoided some of the problems that befell them yesterday. Obviously the big ones involving that downstairs bomb site. And in particular also involved some mistakes from their star players in the actual matchup. Now, these players have still made some of those mistakes today. 2 team kills obviously impacted rounds 1 and 2, obviously. But look at the score lines right now. Yeah. Everybody on CAG is keeping pace with one another, and you don't have Perez running amok on Black Dragons, and that is honestly huge on its own.
That's very true. It's now a slow round as Black Dragons are refusing to go on the offensive. They did it in overtime when we got there the previous time around. It's a full-on turtle shot in basement again. The Smoke, the Warden, the Valkyrie being brought almost every single round from them. Nade does have the FMG on the Smoke, allowing Basetto to do shotgun duties to enable that long line of sight behind the deployable shield for Nade. And Susu C popping open one hatch. We got more to go. How is CAG going to deal with servers is the big question. You have a Warden on the staircase and Patoxy on Wamai behind the shield on the server rack. It's not an easy task at all, but it has to happen. Otherwise, you cannot take server control whatsoever.
Look at the patience on Black Ray. Anaton just waiting for one of them, and there we go.
Big.
An opportunity presents itself as Patoxy looks in. Perez, the first kill for Black Dragons, keeps things into a 4v4. Perez likes this spot down in Garage. Look at long range.
Oh my.
Facetto, what is happening here? He manages to get Gatorada, but they trade out perfectly. Anaton can set up shop. There's a smoke on the board, and Nade will try to get those toxic canisters in place.
They can stick it.
I believe Black Ray can pull this one off, as Anaton's not taking any damage. The smoke misses. Excellently played by CAG, but now they've lost the advantage as Ion takes out Anaton. Perez retaking, gets spotted on drone. That's on main stairs. Where, oh, where is he going to go with Nade right by his side? My goodness, Suzu, you should not be there. Through open area gets picked off by Black Dragons. It's all up to Black Ray. And he loses it to Nade. Remarkable play by Black Dragons. They have plenty of time to hop on that diffuser. I don't know who they're going to give it to. There it goes. Give it to Nade. Why not? First half, 3-3 in the books.
Bit of a shame that Suzu was caught sprinting inside of open area because, I mean, you know they're flanking main stairs. There was a drone that was shot by Paris just moments before, and it's a tough position. There's a rotate in that soft wall between the A hatch area and Archives room right next to it. Then you have open area as well. You have a hatch above you. Like, where exactly are you going to be playing? It's hard to make that choice in the moment. But in a perfect world, you gotta think about that before you get there. So when you are presented with that problem, you already have the answer, because that 1 second of doubt or 1 second of hesitation really makes a big difference. And in this specific instance, it's Suzuki sprinting when you should be either hiding or preparing for a gunfight that's about to occur. They got the server control. I want to praise Facetto, because what you just saw in that replay clip, getting 1 kill and some damage through in that 1 versus 3 on server stairs is incredible value to get out of that. Because normally, if your teammate falls inside of server, you should be done for. You should not have much to accomplish on the server stairs itself, unless the enemy just messes up. But that was Macero playing well. He meleeed the Ultra Shield, forcing that backwards, took the confrontation, knowing that's the second member behind him, because that's how the buddy system works with a shield player, and then gets the kill. And that really was there to make the difference, because imagine CAG had 1 more member alive. The flank could have been held, we could have held servers stronger together, and it just means that that 12 seconds that was left in the round, well, there was 1 more member there to fight that clock, basically. Now instead we're tied up, 3-3, side swap, immediately opening round. Black Dragons, as I said, last time they respected the Valkyrie, and information came from CAG by playing IQ most rounds. Very first round, they bring the IQ, they bring the Dokkaebi, they have full counter units towards these specific gadgets. Whereas CAG, they do play those information operators, but they also play very aggressive off the roam. Oryx, Alibi, Melusi, these are all operators that can put down the gadgetry and just start going crazy and take fights very comfortably across the map.
This is something that we touched upon yesterday as well. There were a couple rounds where I think it was Anaton, it might have been Iagator. One of them was running an IQ on this map, but never on the bomb sites where Valkyrie was most prevalent. In terms of information, it's hard for you to see a Nitro cell coming, and the Valkyrie, who was such a crucial operator for Black Dragons, proves to be the same. That Nitro cell from Cyclops takes out Perez. Perez has stayed consistent, 5-5, but again, this win con for Cyclops is not allowing one of these players to become that fabled raid boss that we talk about. And Black Dragons is being kept human at this point. Both teams are consistent. Nobody is really taking off. There's no real standout performers that are dominating the game at this moment. And I honestly think that bodes really well for Cyclops, given what we've seen from them and the way that they've lost matches over the last 2 days.
It does. I mean, right now as well, the value from this Valkyrie camera on the main stairs, Ion, he already killed 1 yokai drone there, so he's gonna assume the coast is clear in terms of information. But not only that, there are still roamers actively hiding, and they have no idea. There's the diffuser case on the ground, Basetto, free kill for Iagator. He can just sit here now, stall for time, they have to come to him.
It's 5v3 for a minute left.
Oh!
Wow. But it's a 4v3. Ion pounces upon Aegator. That was the Oryx playing from above, and now he'll go into cam duty. Watch that yokai. Position down on the bomb site. As long as Suzu can stay alive, the yokai can do some impressive work if the diffuser goes down. Diffuser finally in the hands of Ion. They have exactly one hard breach left, and that's that can opener in Nade's hands. He's walking it. Well, it's gone off, but he was walking on over towards the lobby. Black Ray engages with Ion. Patoxy's there as well. Nade is the last one standing for Black Dragons. Takes the head off of Black Ray, or what little was left of him. Size him up. Oh, Suzu, your feet are showing. 2 seconds left for Nade to get 2 more kills, but nobody from CAG is going to give him that. Cyclops regains the lead. This one is as close as we probably expected, and they've got their 4th round coming off of their very first round on attack being a success.
Yeah, the question now is like basement is arguably the best bomb site for CAG, so what can they make happen with both CEO, open area, and then Archives Tellers? Because last time during a tactical timeout, they CAG was hovering Archives Tellers for a solid 10 seconds, so they do have strats for it. They considered bringing it out last time, but they've been saving it. This could be the time to pull it out. This is going to be a team timeout. I'm gonna assume from Black Dragons because they want to lose the round. Coach is talking, so it's not a technical issue at all.
Yeah, frankly, I'd be a little surprised if this was a timeout from Cyclops, but...
Yeah, they've been doing well. Unless it was to discuss that Archive still has bomb site, which I don't know yet. But either way, when one team calls for the timeout, both teams can talk. So, it goes both ways. It will be open area. Still holding on to those strats for now. I am curious to see the Bandit here. Normal, so Bandit's obviously brought for wall deny. That's a given. But we don't see a Bandit tricking on this bomb site since year 2 of Rainbow Six Siege, which is a very long time ago. But it absolutely can work. Same concept as Clubhouse, right? You pick either the small box wall where Anderton is sitting right now, or the quadruple wall inside of open area. And you see Anderton hiding inside this small closet because he doesn't want to get found out. Because if you drone out the Bandit in the middle of in the drone phase rather, you know he's there, then he can trick the walls. So by hiding, he can ensure that he doesn't get seen. And then just when the execute comes out where they want to breach open the walls, he starts tricking the walls and he stops them dead in their tracks. Last time Black Dragons, they're using the Sense Operator, which is being picked here as well as the attacker repick, to cut off the bomb site in half, deny vision, and then we'll just walk on in, especially with the help of Ion's Talon Shields covering the flank up above. So Black Dragons are opting for the same style execute as last time, and CAG, they've clearly prepared for it.
Not related to this match, but I just heard what was a barbarian scream.
Yeah, a roar.
Yeah, goodness gracious. That's it. Who... the other players in this group?
I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's what? That's Soniqs versus M&M.
Yes,
right now.
yes, it would be.
So I'm curious as to which team that was, but again, we'd like to remind you that you can watch both of these streams together at the same time. They were squad streaming last I checked, so if you want to tune into one of them, go right ahead.
That's the top floor flank watch that I spoke of. One Talon Shield for Janitor Hallway, one for the soft floor and CO in case it gets opened up. Same as before. The downside of this is that you don't have a Talon Shield for the bomb site itself, but that's where Bassetto's Sense comes into play. You use those smokes to cut the line of sight, but look at this. Iagator, with the behind a deployable shield, with the Warden, can see through smokes. Anderton, sitting patiently, jam on the wall to take the first EMP or grenade that comes over, and then you can trick the wall afterwards. The bad thing with Black Dragons is it's Ion who has the EMP grenades. You gotta walk down the staircase, or at least get a bit of line of sight, then toss those EMPs, start using those cell mats, and that's where Anderton can shine and trick it. Let's see what happens.
Well, you gotta get the EMPs on down there. There they go.
It's
but Anderton gets one. No, he decides that not both of them are available, but it doesn't open up an even patch. They're not going to be able to get through the wall as you see it, Nick. Bassetto, the very first pick. It's on to Iagator. Sense holding on to the DMR. It's going to be a dangerous spot. When are we going to see those gadgets get rolled out from Sense? Now it's Black Ray watching from inside. There's a Nitro Cell tossed out, but it goes off a little bit too late. Nade takes down Black Ray. Cyclops losing all over the map right now. Only a little bit of damage has been done to the ace of Perez. Hanaton bounced upon by Perez as we talked about him, and Suzu is all that stands between a flawless round for Black Dragons. Diffuser in the hands of Bassetto getting planted. Can Suzu do anything about it? No, he can't. Nade cuts him down the side, and indeed it is flawless for Black Dragons. back-to-back, these teams win their rounds, and it's 4-4. It almost seems certain that we're going to go the distance.
I want to try something. All right, you ready, Parker? We didn't script this. I just want to point this out. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Twitch Prime.
Twitch Prime who?
Twitch Prime, which you can use on this channel right here for those sweet Twitch emotes that we got on the channel. We got like 25 emotes, 5 if you follow the channel, 20 gets unlocked if you subscribe. That happened yesterday. Do you know that?
Sick.
Yeah, there you go.
Very, very cool. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
No, I feel terrible.
Any more shilling you'd like to do?
No more shilling? I was asked kindly if we could shout out the fact that this new feature has been implemented, and I was like, you're not gonna do it. So I was like, I'll take that upon my own shoulders. Carry that burden and that weight of exposing myself to what some people would call the cringeness. But we did it. 10 seconds on the clock in prep phase. We're upstairs. ZEO. And things really aren't changing all that much from either side. Anderson brought the clash yesterday, brought it out earlier this morning, and again, just bring it out for a third time, because why not? It wasn't that CEO defense where Anderson played it. It did not really pan out. He was the last member alive in that 1 versus 2 against Black Dragons and lost it ultimately. Ideally, the clash shouldn't be the last member to survive, right? You want to have the clash lead the charge to someone behind the operator to find success. Play aggressively off the information, do damage by sapping the opponent, slow them down, etc. If you can.
All right. Only one timeout has been taken. That was the Black Dragons timeout. We didn't go through the first half, but in terms of opening picks, the teams have been relatively even. They've been relatively even across the board. Nade is the one standout performer for Black Dragons. He's really taken off in terms of kills. CAG staying consistent in regards to nobody on the team really getting ahead of one another. I like that Black Dragons brought the IQ, Nick, for just that downstairs take, which is, again, the opposite of what CAG was doing yesterday. Valkyrie has a disproportionate impact when defending downstairs, so it stands to reason that you would bring IQ. Oh, it's a tough spot for Anaton to be in.
Oh, the jammer doesn't reach. That's unfortunate.
Well,
gets EMP'd anyway.
The jammer's gone. Nade picks up his 12th kill. Black Dragons starting off this round quite well. They'll have to confront the clash at some point.
This is very similar to what happened last time. And again, Anaton has no backup, no support. He has the information, but he can't fight back alone. Someone else has to help this man out. Otherwise, you're going to lose that map control very briefly. When that CEO window being opened up as well and talent shows being pushed up from Bassetto, you're slowly losing control now for CAG.
CAG just going to be continued to fall back into the bomb site. Pushed back well from their spots. Oh, Suzu sees one but cannot connect as much as he wants. Down goes Anaton. That's the shield taken care of. It could have been yet another kill for Black Dragons. Ion, I believe, is the one that was the target, but he only took a tiny, tiny bit of damage, and the echo of Suzu drops right into the waiting arms of Nade, and he's finished off. Black Ray sees the shield in the hands of Osa, but can't really do much about it. He'll shoot away, but it's completely useless. A player on the stairs of Alligator manages to take out Nade. That's at least a good shout. Black Ray's alone on the bomb site. And suddenly Black Dragons know it, and they really want blood. They're coming for him. Black Ray far enough away, takes out Perez. How much more damage can he do? Nitro Cell from below connects onto Bassetto. That diffuser will need to be picked back up and planted. That's Patoxy to do it. They won't have the time, so behind the desk, down goes the Dokkaebi. Ion the only one to cover, but this is relatively easy for Alligator to stop them in his tracks. No way to stop the late flank, and CAG go back into the lead.
That's a huge round for them as well, because it looked like it was over. I mean, it was a 3 versus 5 once Anaton fell as the second member, and it looked like there was no ground to be had and nowhere to fight. Once Suzu C dropped that generous hatch and got shut down by Nade immediately, I'm like, what are they gonna do? It's a 2 versus 5 at this point. But with good aggression, finding isolated members, and Black Dragons not taking that precaution that they should have, it works out. And that's kind of where, if we go back to when Cyclops attacked that very same bomb site, they had that 25-30 seconds of, they're doing nothing. Black Dragons arguably should have taken that same time to fully think through what the steps should be. Nobody was on the window rappel to stop the members of CIG from moving around. Nobody was there to cover the planter if Sophia were to die, and the moment that happened, the C4 came from below as well because you don't have all the map control, you don't have all the pieces that you need. So really good adaptation from CIG once again, understanding the win conditions from Black Dragons. 5-4, they're back in the lead. They're taking control and they're taking charge. Perez now on the Jackal. First time we see this operator in this matchup try and help isolate members because the aggressive roam from CIG is always a problem. I don't believe Black Dragons has ever won a basement attack where they had to clear out the roamers first. Not right now, not yesterday either. Patoxy secondary hot breach with the nuke. So actually sacrificing those frag grenades, despite also having a buck that same secondary heart breach. You don't have a lot of utility if you're Black Dragons right now, but you got a lot of very lethal guns.
Well, the cycle being the way it is, and Black Dragons being able to go back downstairs, CAG being able to go back downstairs, Black Dragons have brought out the IQ. Yet again.
As is necessary.
Our favorite German operator. Maybe not yours.
I was gonna say
it's actually not mine either, but
okay, you're just outright lying about that.
Every operator is my favorite operator. Yeah, that's how it works.
True.
Well, Black Dragons have very quickly cleared out that top floor. Anaton takes some damage from what I assume is the skeleton key of Nade. That was the sound that we heard going off. And while Black Dragons have cleared out the top floor, they haven't been able to take out the Valk cams. And there's a couple players from CAG that are holding positions around the main floor right now.
Look at that pen flip on the player cam as well. I don't know if you saw that, but the coach of CAG...
Coach has been doing it all game, yeah.
I just realized it right now. Great, same C4, same spot as last time on that stock double door entryway, and now we can fall back and save some of that manpower. I still believe Gatorado is waiting in that corner for one more drone perhaps, but most of CAG's members have chosen to live, essentially, just stay alive in the basement.
Oh, they choose to live.
They choose to. If you stay, you're basically choosing.
I choose life.
Yeah, you see? You drop, I choose life. Boom, you survive. If you stick around, you are sure to get taken off the board because 3 members of BD, they're about to storm into open area. Or not. They just walked away.
Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Underneath the hatches, waiting for one of the players from Black Dragons to greet them. Basetto up top has a soft hatch over Abe, but...
That's awkward.
I do like that some teams are apprehensive because there could be a Nitro somewhere.
Oh, the Capkin trap!
Perez doesn't seem to look down below, and that's the second Capkin trap that at least I've seen today. There was one of the TSM Team Liquid game as
Achieve got shut down with that one.
On a very crucial round.
Yeah, very crucial round.
Black Dragons realizing that the hatches aren't going to work. They're going to go for a real default take. Gator taking serious damage from what could be the hatch, could be the main door. Flames will go, and Nitro Cell is primed and ready in the hands of Capkin, who from Black Dragons will receive it. Cyclops are in such good shape. There's Basetto to drop. Nitro Cell goes down. It's Ion to fall in a flawless round from CAG as they move to match point.
They got a C4 kill, weapon kill, a Capkin trap kill, and a knife kill all in the same round. There's so many different ways to really take the members out from Black Dragons, but using everything at their disposal, essentially. And now they are... This is the hardest point for Cyclops. When they're on match point, when they have one more round to close things out, that is arguably the biggest weakness for this team, at the very least, in this tournament. This is where things usually get really dire, they get grim, and we start seeing patterns that we don't like. Either a bit of hesitation, the pressure, the nerves, whatever you want to call it. They don't deliver when they need to. There's a chance right now, both this round and the next, to rectify the past, to make up for those lost rounds, and that is to show that taking Black Dragons back to bank where you lost previously was not a bad decision. And you gotta prove that by actually beating them in regulation and not go OT again. Operators, IQ, we have to bring it. Those C4s, that information, it's a problem. We saw it, 2 C4 kills in 4 rounds. Not great. CAG, they're bringing the same lineup minus the Bandit. The Bandit Trigger last time, it was impactful, I would say, because the Selma breach was scuffed. But it wasn't the difference maker, and it didn't really work out for them, so they're gonna bring something else instead.
CAG have been in this position before. They have fallen short. This is a team that loves to break the hearts of its fans.
Yeah.
Will they be able to finally get a victory here? The only APAC team that has been successful is Dire Wolves over Mirage.
Yeah.
That's it.
Not the team you would expect before the tournament started. I know a lot of people were, and still are, frankly, rooting for CAG. And there's still time for them to do things, and they can still make it out of the groups. But they need to do it here. That's where it has to begin, where it has to start. Otherwise, if they don't win this, I mean, it's a very low chance.
Remember, this is the Chaos timeline.
Yeah.
Cyclops needs to win in regulation, get those 3 points, and move up to tie M&M and Black Dragons. Was that not it?
Yeah,
correct?
that is correct.
That was it?
Yeah, you nailed it.
My math is correct. Very good.
Yeah, they're gonna have 3 teams and 5 points if this happens. Of course, that is before the result of the game on the B stream that's happening right now as well, but still, they need these points. Time is ticking down, 1:35, and Black Dragons are going for a limited lobby side attack. A very different one from what they've chosen us before. They always go square, the same approach, the same flying call from the same operators, but this is very different from them. And CAG, now they're working with, we don't know what's about to happen, we gotta figure it out as it unfolds in front of us. That's where things might get hard for them.
Posted up inside of open area. This is the only bomb site that has been won by Black Dragons. They did so flawlessly. Round number 8. Methodically hunting down the offsite players from CAG. Gatorado will open up maybe a distraction or just a pathway from Archives into Tellers.
Oh.
Nade will be able to find him very quickly on. It forces the Valkyrie out, but not into the waiting arms of Black Dragons, not yet. I want to say the walls are closing in, but the walls are outright disappearing. Gatorada outduels Ion. Nade goes in. Patoxy finishes off, but he gets traded. It's Black Ray to capitalize off of that. 30 seconds to go, and Cyclops have the lead. They have the advantage.
Gatorada did so much work there. Just simply staying alive for as long as he did and getting killed in a trade is massive value. That might be the difference maker. Let's see what they can do. 20 seconds on the clock.
And Perez has that diffuser in hands. He drops and will need somebody to watch him as he takes out Black Gray at even numbers. 3v3 in the final 20 seconds. The final 10 seconds on the board. Diffuser goes down in the blink of an eye. And Ayagator doing damage to Perez. Down he goes. Bassetto's in as well. They don't know it though. He gets a free pick and pivots towards what could have been a flank from CAG. He reads it well. Suzu's in that position. And they will collide on the stairs. Bassetto loses it, though. They trade. Never mind. Anaton is on the diffuser. Nade needs to shut him down. Anaton gets off of it. Nade just waiting his time, wasting his time, wasting his time. He has to drop. The timer continuing to go down. Nade is playing this perfectly. Cyclops yet again in an act of desperation, but they'll lose the round, and we will go to all 12. As Black Dragons wins round number 11, and they're 5th on the board.
A bit of a heartbreak of a round because it did everything right in the first 2 minutes for CAG, that is. And then what happened, they were really playing really passive and far back. I mean, Wamai had 2 impact grenades that could have been spent to open up that cabinet where the plant was going down. I'm going to assume that nobody heard the OSA walk in, nobody saw the OSA walk in, therefore they had no idea the plant was actually about to go down successfully. And once it does, the post plant is way too good from up above. And Nade made a really wise decision. He was on that single window towards the copy printer area on the bomb side, and when it was halfway through planting the bomb down, he went upstairs to stock where he can hold his ground in case that post-plant position was required, which it was. And it's almost impossible in Siege when you're in that moment as a defender to win it. It's a 7-second counter defuse, and the bug who's right above you, he can hear it, he can time it, he can just play down the clock, and then at some point when you don't know, he's gonna peek you. You can't really do much because you're looking down towards the floor. Final chance to Cyclops now. They get to change the bomb side, they get to go CEO instead, which last time it wasn't pretty. It was a 2 versus 5 clutch, but it worked. And Black Dragons, they found success by changing their attack and strategy on open area. So I'm curious to see if they will do the same thing for CEO. They've always attacked the square side. They don't typically go lobby. So if they were to repeat that same pattern of changing things around, they would have to go for a lobby attack.
This is a very similar story to what we saw yesterday in terms of round count. Black Dragons were ahead for most of the match. Cyclops stormed back and then moved to match point. And while on match point, they squandered it. Round number 12 went to Black Dragons and then to overtime, where Black Dragons won 2 rounds in a row.
It's the first video that we've seen. I think it's the first video that I've seen all tournament that we've cast. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
I don't believe we have seen it.
No, I don't believe so.
Not that I can remember.
No, I don't think we have.
I'm trying to recall. Not that I ever saw a Vigil be a prominent part of a defense.
Ooh. They missed him, unless they heard him.
He's still in the spot.
They saw him. Gadget is on. They don't know the exact whereabouts, of course. That's the benefit of that Vigil scanner, the cloaking ability. Also works to counter Lion. Not that there's one on the board this round, of course, but does work. Phone calls are still a problem, so are Jackal. Jackal scans, that is. Black Dragons, what they have changed around more than anything is they're taking as much time as they need. It's late round-based executes. They do not want to throw any bodies. They don't want to die to C4s. They're just saying, guys, let's get to the building. Let's get near the bomb site before anybody takes any massive risks and, you know, die. You want to have 5 against 5 in this scenario.
Selma's work this time around. No patchwork design that we see on the wall that'll allow Black Dragons to get in a little bit better. Right over that area that's been opened up on one of the double panels leading to the back of CEO. A yokai has been sent there from Suzu just to watch on over in the CEO defense. Final round of live action before we go to overtime, and Gatorado walks right into nade, and it's CAG to get the first pick.
It's huge. Top Gunner nade, the frag grenades off the board, no more phantom pressure from that nuke either as an operator. Now the pressure really is on Black Dragons because now they lost that advantage point that they so wanted to keep and they were fighting so hard for to maintain. Now they've stuck with their top square attacks. They opened up the wall successfully. The OSA is the next step for this strategy. Get those talent shield placed down, get a strong foundation going. Suzuki has the Yokai drones. You have C4 on both Black Ray and Alligator, but neither in a position to use it right now. The plan could go down if they were to go for it.
Upside down rappel here from Perez to look deep into the bomb site. A disorienting gaze. Black Ray might contest this. It depends on if the head position of Perez is exposed. There is a way to be on that rappel upside down.
Oh, that's the C4. It's rotating.
Alligator's getting the call for it. An awfully quiet matchup with only 15 seconds left on the clock. Anaton, the first casualty for CAG. The Dokkaebi down below. Alligator with Nitro Cell potentially looking for it, but he wins the fight against Patoxy. Suzu goes down. Diffuser not planted. Basetto taken out. The diffuser needs to be retrieved, but they're not going to get it done. Cyclops picks up their first victory in Sweden.
Had to fight for it, but they did it, and they remain composed. At the rotations in these final rounds, they really made sure that they had an answer for every single outcome. Whether it's the C4 below, the Yokai drones, a duo system, and of course, Alligator just winning individual gunfights in those final 2 rounds really stood out to me as the key member to ensure that they had a lead somewhere in those moments.
A much more structured style of play by CAG, not committing even close to the number of mistakes that we saw out of them yesterday. APAC, a region that has not exactly had the success that we have come to know at this event, find themselves a second victory, and it comes to the APAC North squad from Japan of CAG. That's it for this matchup. Black Dragons denied overtime, all 3 points for KEG, throwing this group into total chaos, and boy, do we love it. That's it for this matchup. We'll be back to break it down in just a couple minutes.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Well, the improbable at the start of today happened. Cyclops toppling Black Dragons by a score of 7-5. We needed all of the rounds to get there, but it happened. And CAG picks up 3 huge points. And we'll get to see how that reflects on this group, because while we casted that match, there was the Soniqs and M&M Gaming match that was happening on the other stream that we actually don't know the results to.
Nope, just heard yelling. That's about it.
Lots and lots of yelling, but nothing else besides that. Walk me through this CAG game.
Oh boy.
This CAG victory, this Black Dragons loss. What really stood out to you in the match?
I mean, for starters, CAG went back to the map they lost on Bank. That's like the first thing that pops up. I'm thinking, that's a bad idea unless you got really good things you figured out studying that game back.
Right.
They showed that, right? Whether it's adapting how they were attacking from different angles, going for a backside attack, or sorry, a frontside attack on a basement, going lobby hatch, etc. Or when they defend open area, bringing a bandit, shut down the heart breach and try and solidify the bomb side. Sure, they didn't win that particular round, but it shows that they studied their own gameplay and what they could do to counter Black Dragons, and that's what I like to see. Instead of just repeating the same thing, saying, nah, some things just went wrong, we'll try the exact same thing with different results. That's madness, right?
I mean, 2 rounds in particular really stood out to me. Those were rounds 1 and 2. Huge mistakes committed right away with 2 team kills.
Team kills, yeah.
Could have possibly changed the entire trajectory of this match, but CAG kept their head in it. They kept it level, and they kept competing. And I mean, even Black Dragons, if I remember correctly, had a team kill in the later rounds amidst the frenzy that unfolds when an execute goes out. I will say, CAG are often talked about for being a chaotic team that thrives off of the unpredictable. But today they were restrained, they were measured, and they ultimately came out on top because of it. And it's not even like Black Dragons are not strong competition.
No, they are.
Impressive victories today. So for CAG to pull this off, they're still quite competitive.
I mean, CAG played very structured, and I think almost too structured in some rounds where they're thinking, we got a 4 versus 2, let's not even swing for information, just play super, super passive. And what happened on this open air round right here? Well, Black Dragons, they walk in and they planned because CAG is playing too structured, right? They're not taking that aggressive, chaotic plays that they used to have, and it's allowing for some gaps in their play style. But they figured out towards the end. They didn't choke, they didn't go OT. They got that 7-5 victory. And sure, Gator on the kill board, he really showed up in that last 4 to 5 rounds in defense, 13-8. But it was a team effort, 7, 8, 6 kills from the other 4 members. Whereas Black Dragons, well, Ian dropped just 4 kills. it was actually Nade top gunning because Perez, he went even 8-8, whereas last time was what, that 21-22 kill streak. So CAG also, they maintained that rate boss, like you mentioned.
I mean, if you're going to drop 21 kills, 21 kills, as Perez did yesterday. If you're going to drop 21 kills, there's a very high likelihood that your team is going to win. Now, obviously, it's not a given. If you remember way back in the day, Rampy's team, when he was playing on Space Station, he tied the record, or he broke the record for most kills online, and his team still tied.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not a given. But 21 kills is awfully hard to overcome, especially when you have Aya and BlackRay, the two players on CAG who are supposed to be able to go to toe-to-toe against people like Perez, basically not spawning into the server. And that's what we saw yesterday. It was the supporting cast who showed up big. Everybody showed up big today for CAG, and because of that, those small improvements, the game of inches, as we call it, that's why CAG was able to come out on top, alongside the comments that you made about strategy and the way that they were able to change up their approach to a map that they'd already played against an opponent that they'd already played it against.
Yeah, I mean, containing a certain member and like limiting their performance has always been a strategy, right? We go back and talk about Nesk back in year 2, for God's sake. You always got to shut down star players. They did a good job at that. Looks like we can see who won that previous game, or the other game, rather.
You don't need to be a mathematician to know that Soniqs, sitting at 9 points when they started at 6 points before the match, came out ahead. They topple M&M Gaming in regulation, and this, as I said, this is part of that chaos timeline. I mean, I needed M&M to win, but for it to be totally chaotic.
Okay.
But Black Dragons, M&M, and Cyclops all sitting at 5 points. This group is done for the day. Group A has no more matches tomorrow. This is where we will see who goes forward. So none of these teams go home today. All 4 of the teams in Group A live to see another day, and those matchups are going to be incredibly important to watch. You want to make predictions? If I put you on the spot, do you want to try to guess?
I'll do a really hot take. Okay. Soniqs makes it to playoffs.
Really?
Yeah, that's my prediction. I actually have them in my personal prediction making it to top 4 of the entire tournament. Yeah, high praise.
Oh my.
Yeah.
You know, I think that most of the subreddit would be unhappy with you for that because they think that the Soniqs are on fraud watch.
I know they think so, but I believe in them. Honestly, I do. Watching NAL stage, I'm like, they can do it. But when it comes to M&M, Black Dragons, and CAG, I don't know who to pick as my second team. Like, my heart says Europe, so that's M&M for you. But they haven't really shown up on day number 2. So can I do that? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. We still got more matches to go. 3 more on this broadcast, in fact. And we want to get to them. So let's waste no time. A short break, and then we'll come back as the Jönköping Major continues to roll on.
So to design Solis' device, we were looking for something that needed 2 hands to be operated and something that wasn't going to take too much of the vision space. So we thought about augmented reality. We were very excited with all the modern visual that it could add to the game. Solis' kit is made of 3 main parts: the helmet, the bracelet, and the gloves. So when the helmet turns on, the screen switches from transparent to glowy yellow, and the HUD elements start to show for the user. The second part is the bracelet. It's used as a placement tag for the AR interface. And this AR interface is shaped as a 3D ring. It's used by Solis to interact with the gadget. The last part is the scan, and the scan is the middle part of this AR interface. And when the scan is performed, you have this pulse of 3D lines that starts and fades in the distance, giving the position of every electronic device on its way.
Usually with loadouts, we try to give flexibility for players. We give the P90 as a primary because it's a super good SMG, super interesting, and another SMG as a sidearm because it's also a really good weapon. But we're also giving Solis a shotgun because being able to create, rotate, and help on site and help reshape the map is also very, very interesting for an operator like this. And with the sidearm, again, that is SMG, it allows you to bring the shotgun and still have an SMG at hand if you really need to defend yourself.
So this is actually one of the first maps we've done that actually incorporates the lore. It's Night Haven, it's a research facility. So the basement only has one bomb site. It's optimized for navigation and flow. And we went for a more optimized design, so it's quite compact in its shape, but there's a lot of entryways from the exterior helipad, and there's lots of ingress and egress that you can actually do to the sites. There's a little Easter egg down there, hiding away, not so subtly. So first floor has 2 bomb sites. It's very clean, there's a cafeteria, there's lots of small rooms, big rooms, there's a warehouse there with some exterior walls. The warehouse is super interesting when you get close to it because it's an open area with a catwalk above it. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight, but you need to, wait for the prep phase to finish, get out, and, so break the barrier, get out and go do it. The map should be going into all of the playlists that we normally release upon. It's not the same as any other map. There's unique things in this one, and the map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our 6th matchup here on the mainstream. We get to cast the Wolves again.
Yes.
But not as confusing as the last time that we casted the Wolves versus Dire Wolves. This time, it's Mirage versus Wolves.
A lot of good memes came out of that
Yes,
cast, by the way.
It very much did.
Yep.
I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it too.
And it was a good match.
Yeah, it actually was a good match.
It was a good match for a very different reason, even if it did end up being a 7-2. Now, Wolves are obviously feeling very comfortable, very confident today. They're going to go up against Mirage, who haven't exactly had the strongest day just yet.
They had a great start against, Wolves way back in the beginning of Clubhouse. But ever since then, they've kind of been falling flat on their face because they haven't really gotten any points since. So they need to show up now once again, because otherwise I think their day three chances are absolutely abysmal if they don't get something here.
Yeah, I would be a little worried for Mirage as well. A loss here would all but send them home, and we'll obviously have some numbers to break down for you.
Yeah, I'm looking over the... Yeah, it's not pretty. We don't gotta look at the numbers. Let's just ignore them for now. The TLDRs, they need this really badly. Regulation win preferably. They're sitting on 1 point from that overtime loss. Then it's Dire Wolves with 3. Then it is FaZe with 6, and it's Wolves at 8. So it's a long leap to top 2, let's put it that way.
Not particularly good. A regulation win here for Wolves does not clinch their chance, but it basically does. If Wolves win in regulation and get all 3 points, that means that Mirage are basically gone and Wolves move on. I would imagine that FaZe Clan and Dire Wolves play into that as well, because if Wolves and FaZe Clan both win, mathematically we'd have to look at, does that make it impossible for Mirage and Wolves to come out ahead? And the answer to that question is very simply yes. Yeah. Right now, if Mirage does not pick up a single point, that means that tomorrow there will be 6 points available for them, which puts their ceiling at 7. That's already below Wolves. FaZe Clan are currently at 6 points. If FaZe win in regulation or win in overtime, and Wolves win in regulation here in these 2 matches, then that is it for Mirage. They are done. The question then becomes, what of Dire Wolves? Because they're at 3 points, but we can get into that later on. It is entirely possible that both teams from this group are locked in at the end of today, but of course we have to see how the matches actually shake out. We're gonna go to Bank again. They didn't play on Bank before.
No.
But we just witnessed a Bank match.
We did. This is going to be the first time. I have to double check. I believe it's the first time for both teams to go here. So, new territory for them, not for us. We've casted twice already. But these 2 teams have not gone here. Wolves, they've played Clubhouse and Villa more than anything else. Whereas Mirage, they're getting a little bit frisky. It's playing Theme Park against Dire Wolves. And they did not pay out, or pay off rather.
Pay out who?
That loss. Didn't pay out, period. What was that? What was that?
There's nothing.
Okay.
What is in Melted's hand? It's like an octopus?
It looks like an octopus thing, yeah. Sure. We got a wolf.
Well, we've actually got wolves.
Yeah, wolves.
Wolves.
Many wolvesies.
Many wolvies. Yeah, that's the way it works. Mo Hesse, front and center on your screen. He was added to the team along with Dexter, and domestically it elevated Mirage out of the basement and into prime position, but their results here internationally have been left wanting. To be fair, they are in a tough group. The best team out of Europe, and maybe not statistically the best team out of Brazil, but over the last year, one of the best teams, and then a wild card in Dire Wolves. Wolves 78% on the socials, 22% for Mirage.
Wolves are killing the social game. They
Pretty
are.
lopsided, yeah.
I would say the way Wolves have been playing so far, they're like a top 5 team in my eyes, looking at how all the teams have performed in the games that I've watched, of course, that is. Wolves, they start off by banning away the Nuke. Of course, Bank, very big, very large map, a lot of default cameras that can be utilized to gain information, so Nuke is hard to play around. Mirage really taking their time on this one. Maybe they wanted to ban the Nuke, but it was done for them. A target ban onto Twitch instead. Extremely low ban rate on this particular operator because most teams, unless it's a target ban, don't see any reason to ban it. And frankly, most teams don't even play Twitch in the current meta.
That is true. The F2 is still a very, very strong and very good gun, so that alone can be great. How many Twitch drones? Or how many drones does Twitch have?
Yes, 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Watch it, Buster.
Buster.
Watch it, Buster. Kaid and Azami will round out the operator bans with Nook being gone. Nook obviously having a disproportionate impact on this map because of how big Bank is. Yeah. Nook is strong on pretty much every map, but is especially so when it comes to bigger maps because you can be able to move around, be concealed.
You have basically more areas where you can be concealed on, yeah, sure. Also the garage aspect, when you attack the basement, you can just sneak past that default camera and walk straight in, or kill the default camera and sneak past the Yokai or Black Guy camera, etc. It doesn't really matter, but the point is, phantom pressure, essentially. You always gotta be wondering, what if there's a Nuke creeping about here? And you never quite know until she shoots you, so... Round 1 on the way, we see a very different lineup than we saw in just previous game between Black Dragons and CAG. We're seeing both Echo, Castle, Goyo, and Jaeger on this basement situation. Now Wolves, they like to set up their basement to be a fortified position, then extend up on both the top floor and the first floor. You see people reinforce the triple wall in towards archives. That's to make the A hatch an area you can fall back upon and play rather safe, with the open area hatches up above being reinforced instead. But before we get underway with that round, we gotta go through a quick rehost here. And then we shall be back in the same situation, same reinforcement, same bomb site in just a moment. He's like, what happened?
Kento's like, what? For
It's
what?
like, why are we rehosting?
For what reason?
It's like, I thought we were fine.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Great question. I'm not entirely certain.
It's always Bibu.
Bibu is having so many problems. Why Bibu?
Bibu is the problem, apparently.
Okay, don't say that.
It sounds really rude, but...
Bibu is the problem.
Sorry, Bibu's computer appears to be the problem. Oh, actually, maybe it's Mo. I don't know. Looks like a mouse problem, if anything. The way he's dragging across the mouse map, being like, something's not dragging quite right on my screen. It looked like it, no?
I mean, all we can do is speculate. We don't know the reason at all.
Studying, I mean, I've studied a lot of hands and mouse movements in my time, and it looked like he was showcasing some sort of drag issue, right? Could be input delay. Could simply be humidity issues, because when you travel across the world to different countries, you go from high humidity to low humidity, the mouse pad's like a sponge, right? It absorbs moisture to a degree, or if it doesn't get enough moisture, it changes the surface texture, and therefore it feels different. It's why a lot of pro players, they use water-resistant mouse mats, because then humidity isn't as big of a factor. Fun fact.
Sorry, you just put me to sleep there.
You see, you're making me go there again. These are things that matter for actual good players, Parker.
I just got really tired. All of a sudden, I don't know, it's just...
That's how I feel when I want to go to bed. I just put on one of your casts and I go straight to bed.
That's fine. I put on one of your later matches of G2.
Yeah, those are also pretty bad, aren't they? Invite 2020 VODs, oh boy, those are brutal to watch. I honestly, I don't have the guts to watch them back.
How did you guys qualify for Invite 2020 again? What match?
I mean, technically we didn't.
What match was it that you qualified for?
We kind of got pity invited, if you will, because we had like 4 different ways to qualify, and we messed up every single one. We were just that good that we didn't need to actually qualify. We just were like, we'll just get it given to us, which honestly made things even worse. But it is what it is, and the past is the past. To make matters worse, during Invite 2020, it was Fnatic who beat us and NIP. Both were 2 teams who had like absolutely trash talked for a long time, being like, these are not that good teams, and they sent us home. That was probably where the fans were like, they loved it. They were like, you guys have been trash talking APAC for years, saying that they don't deserve to be here, and now Fnatic are sending you home. We got trashed and we deserved it. Every bit of it, every word. It was justified.
It's the old saying, I'm better than everyone who beats me.
Yeah, true. And that's the Monsters Inc. guy, it looks like. It's not Mike Wazowski, it's the other guy. Bully Billy? Oh, I want to say his name is Billy, but no. I need help. You know Monsters Inc., Parker, yeah? No, my Parker's occupied, not listening to me.
I'm listening to you. I do know Monsters Inc.
Okay. Mike Wazowski has one eye, the green guy.
That's correct.
The other name is like, is it Sully?
Sully.
Okay, that is Sully Teddy as well. That's all. I didn't need help. I was saying his name was Billy. I was like, Billy, Bully, Sully. No kiss this time?
Oh, blow us a kiss.
Come on.
Blow us a kiss.
Come on.
Do it. Blow us a kiss.
Oh, he comes here. He started with the eyebrows last time. Into the kiss. So I feel like had we stayed for a little bit longer.
So seductive.
Yeah.
So seductive, isn't it? Apologies for the delay. We actually have no idea what's going on.
No. See, there it is. That's Sully in mini version. I think. The colors match.
Maybe. It certainly does look like a mini Sully, but Mike Wazowski, you said, was like the one-eyed squid.
No, the one-eyed green guy, I said.
Yes, but...
Mike Wazowski. He kind of sounds like that, no. At least in the Danish version. I don't know the English version. Yeah, I watched it dubbed.
No, I was saying that the octopus slash...
Oh. No.
Kind of looks like a red octopus Mike Wazowski.
Yeah, but
literally the only thing it has in common is that it has one eye.
I was gonna say, literally that's the only thing. Like, it's not even the same color. I grew up watching all those, like, you know, movies that were like for kids, like The Lion King and whatever, Monsters Inc. And I was always like, oh, they're in Danish. That's so cool that Danish companies are making these massive things. And my heart was shattered when I were to realize that these are actually dubbed versions and they're in English.
Yeah, of course.
I was a kid, Parker. I didn't know any better. Like, that's all that I saw on TV was like Danish shows and whatnot, movies. I was like, these are Danish things because on Danish television.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go back into the game.
Beautiful.
We will waste no time.
Nope, straight back in, baby.
So yesterday we didn't have chairs.
Nope.
So today they gave us stools.
They're very short.
Stools are too small, so if we sit on them, we can't see the monitors. You want to take a seat?
I'm taking a seat.
Hold on, let's take a seat here.
I can kind of see a little bit.
I can't see anything.
No?
We're basically the same height.
Yeah, I guess my posture is better or something.
Yesterday when Wolves and Mirage met, by the way, was an 8-7 victory for Wolves. I don't think a lot of people expected them to be so evenly matched. No. Mirage had the lead for the entire game. In fact, it wasn't until the 14th round that Wolves took the lead. I mean, technically Wolves won round 1, but outside of that, Mirage had the lead the whole time.
Yeah, 1-round leads don't count as the first round because that's a given.
I know that you're making fun of me. I know that. I know you're making fun of me.
I'm not making fun of you.
I know you're making fun of me.
I'm agreeing with you, if anything.
You can agree and do so sarcastically.
That is true.
Clubhouse and Bank play out very differently, Nick. Tell the people at home how different they are.
So
Bank is obviously a very large map as we established with the Nuke Bank coming out. Clubhouse is all about the 1, 2, 3 fundamentals of how to breach the walls and which walls to breach. Bank actually is all about the first 2 stages, right? For example, on this basement attack, it's all about the roam clear. It doesn't matter if you can get to the bomb site and start planting, because frankly, when this roam is this active, that's not really an option. You have to go through the entire bomb site and kill everybody on the bomb site, push deep, and then make something happen. I like this push from Benji. He's going to establish control in Garage because it's free, and apply a lot of pressure towards the members that might be inside that red hallway. It's not going to do anything right now, but it's going to force some of the roamers back to the bomb site to try and deal with this player, and they're going to do just that.
And the first pick goes to P4. You seem to be exasperated.
It was just so easy. So I was like, that shouldn't be that easy, but it was.
Dexter fires back inside a Garage, the first pick for Mirage in this matchup. Very quickly how these numbers go side by side. And yeah, losing Benji, losing those Osa shields, that's a tough one.
It is, but they are all across the bomb site now because, again, as I said, they caused a distraction early in Garage and forced the members into bad positions.
Oh my. That's Wolves getting absolutely shredded by Mirage. Mohesi's in, diffuser in hand, P4 from above. Diffuser goes down, P4, good patience. Where will he drop? The Lion's Den. Mirage watching this hatch as P4 plods along and will drop, lasting 1, 2, that is it. Taken out by what appears to be the Flores. And that's Mirage getting on the board first. And you know they're not technically in the lead because first rounds don't count.
Yes, exactly that. As I was saying, like, the map control matters a lot, and what happened that round is that Wolves are roaming with 4 members. When the Osa starts pushing Garage, it's forcing Wolves to make a decision that has 2 options. 1, ignore the Garage player and just make the bomb site very vulnerable, or send members back to the bomb site, therefore giving up map control and putting yourselves in a bit of a compact position, which means you don't have a lot of control all of a sudden. Then when Mirage do that successfully, they go in through lobby, they drop the lobby hatch, and they backstab essentially the members of Wolves while also attacking from the Garage side, sandwiching them between 2 different attacking squads. And it worked really, really well. Obviously it comes down to individual gunfights going certain ways because that was all about winning those individual gunfights. But outside of that, Mirage had a really good grasp on what to do in that scenario, and I like the fact that Wolves were so quick to respond, but Mirage were equally fast and therefore came out ahead. Things were very calculated. Benji now on the Ying, a great execution enabler with those Ying Candelas and the smoke grenades to go with it. No hard breach from the side of Mirage whatsoever. So this has to be a direct push, or they have to find kills, because you can't open up any walls, you can't open up any hatches, so you're limited in your choices here. It's gonna be another bloody round. All about fighting back against the Wolves. Now, Mirage's aggressive playstyles will work the first time, and it might be a rush straight through bottom square in the second round here, because they got the Sledge and Thatcher ready to go.
Lined up, ready to roll. That's a castle barricade ready, and there it goes. They are off to the races. Down goes Bibu. Mirage in excellent position. They get Rise now as well. Mohesi's been the one taken out from MRG. P4 still in this position.
Oh, it fell down.
Drops, no, and the nade goes down with him. They managed to get away. Mowgli on the flank, spotted by Benji. No use whatsoever for those yokais. Shinka helpless inside of Archives. Down goes P4 as well. Mirage are playing this one so well, and Wolves look absolutely listless as they slaughter the last player and immediately go up 2-0.
And again, Wolves, they struggle so much with this calculated aggression. It was an issue on Clubhouse the first match, and it right now is proven to be the exact same situation. And again, Mirage, they have this kind of, you can call it a cheese strat, a one-off strat, a rush strat, whatever term you want to use. They seem to have one of these kind of executes for every single given bomb site. And when Mirage, they successfully do it twice in a row, now Wolves, they have to wonder, can we even afford to roam? Because what if they do it again, right? We're back to open area, and you have to be like, well, there's no way they're going to do it twice. However, if you roam with 4 members off the bomb site and Mirage, they have that information, why wouldn't they do it twice? So, Wolves got to be on their toes now, and they can't play too far away from one another. Players qualifying probabilities on your screen. even if Mirage gets a regulation victory, it's a very dire 18% chance to qualify for playoffs, whereas Wolves, they basically lock themselves in if they can muster that regulation victory. But even going to overtime, it's still looking really good for them because of their good efforts earlier today and yesterday.
I mean, even a regulation loss gives them 83%
Exactly.
to make it. That is exceptionally good. I would take those odds 4 times out of 5. No,
what?
Is this thing on?
Yeah, no, I was thinking, which is the 5th scenario where you wouldn't do it. I was thinking
80%.
Sure.
4/5.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh my God, it's happening again.
It is, but for basement up main stairs into the double door for beepers. That's what's gonna happen instead.
Watch this. Let's be quiet as they come in.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Shh, be very, very quiet. We're hunting rabbits.
Wolf could deduct that something is going on because with those yokais and default cameras not being shot, they're like, well, nothing's happening. You see Rise, he has an idea that something must be going on in the basement. It's a good read. But there's 3 members. He's not gonna get out alive.
Rise might be able to take one of them down. Candelas go off. Does it get Rise's attention? Laser-like focus.
What?
And he engages, taking 2 of them down. That's going to hurt Mirage's ability to get on in, but instead Melted bursts forward. Mowgli also taking out Mohesi. This was a bold move, and it's only Benji Moolah left. They call him Cash Money. He's about as valuable as an NFT right now. One kill to his name.
Yep.
Any more to be found?
Cash him in. Get one more.
Cash your checks. My apes. My apes are worthless.
I can't.
Benji's going to take a timeout, I'd imagine, at this point. There's not much you can do. They know exactly where he is. Or maybe what,
Oh my God.
What is going on?
It's a dance-off with the tablet.
I'm shaking.
Shaking in my boots.
His open area defense is going to go in favor of Wolves unless we see one of the most miraculous clutches
Of all time, yeah.
I mean, Benji's trying. I'll give him credit for that.
And Wolves, they're holding on. Discipline. Mowgli finds the final kill.
They take him out.
And that entire round is essentially off of like game sense / game knowledge. Again, Shinga's checking cameras saying lobby's clear, square is clear. Like, nothing's really happening, boys. And Ryan's like, well, they must be in the basement, so I'm gonna cover main stairs. Another member, I didn't see who, was covering server stairs. So no matter where they're gonna pop up from, you would at least get the information. And then Rise won the gunfight, both of them, in fact, which he should not be allowed, and shuts down the entire push. And it's very impressive from Rise because while that was happening, the Candelas are flying in towards the bomb site from that printer window, and it didn't force Rise out of position because he knew someone else was covering that area, so he held on to that main staircase, which was really important because if he turned around to chase the Candelas, well, the storm comes up through those staircases in towards the bomb site, and that would be bad news for Wolves. So very well read from them. It's also why these kind of direct attacks that we've seen 2 rounds in a row, once on basement and then on open area, the first time around, they only really work if you act very quickly. Because the longer you wait, well, the gig is going to be up at some point. We're like, well, nothing's happening. So that means something is actually about to happen, but they need to build it up first. And the penalty of sneaking around is that you're going to be much slower than if you're sprinting, but it generates less noise, which for those kind of surprise strats, you need to have the surprise element. It's why Blitz is such an effective operator, because you can sprint as Blitz. You can, enable that fast push. Whereas Monty, you'll hear him and see him from a mile away and be like, guys, there's a Monty in lobby, and you have a whole minute to figure out what to do about it because you just can't rush through things.
Not really much else to enable the Monty here. The Ying was only used for a single round. Now it's the Capitao coming into play. I guess technically the Ying was used twice in a row, but nothing much to aid Mohesi. I do like that they decided to go for broke on that round.
I like it. I always like watching like unorthodox strategies, one-off strats, because it's hard to prepare for as players, and it's hard. Oh my god, what a grenade! it got the jammer off the wall and the injure onto Bibu. Now, thankfully for him, Shinka is playing the dog with that buff. He's full HP again, just like that. What a beautiful position to be in.
Able to get him right back up. Those changes to Doc, putting him in a strong spot. We've actually seen quite a lot of Doc recently. Very limited, if any, Thunderbird. Not that I can think of,
yeah,
actually.
no, true, actually. I don't think I've seen a single Thunderbird.
To be fair, Thunderbird's place tended to be on both Chalet and on Oregon. Good night. Nicely played by Mirage. They're clobbering the Wolves. Hello. Oh, Bibu stops the flawless round. Mirage on that rush. They get it done.
And again, this time they get to set things up in Wolves. They knew what was about to happen, but the one thing they couldn't account for is, well, it's a 50-50 gunfight between a member of Wolves jumping out of square to fight Kento on that CEO Repel. And if you lose that gunfight, the Repel stays alive, and you can't afford to send the second member out, because even if you get the kill, that member is all the way in spawn and cannot help the bomb site itself, so you're almost guaranteed to fall regardless. And timer is stuck. Will this be what could be a Wolves tactical timeout? Maybe?
Just waiting on confirmation. Could Bibu be the one, the culprit yet again?
Again. Yeah, some heads are off, so something must be cooking.
Neither of the coaches have their microphone down, but Mohesi has the headphones off. And again, you always know it's a tech issue. Why?
Because the headset's off.
Because the headset is off.
Yeah. The thing is, it's going from both sides, so that's also where I'm curious as to if it's a member of both teams or what it is. Either way, explosive round from Mirage once again, finding success on every single attack, like on the various bomb sites. Even though they lost the last open area attack, they won the first time around. It was back-to-back for Wolves. Now, the thing is, they must be running out of these sort of strategies sooner rather than later, because they've done them 4 times in a row. Worked 3 out of 4 times. It's very good numbers. But we still got round number 5 and number 6 underway to come ahead of us. And at some point, you gotta change the pace around, because Wolves are gonna start adjusting to this level of play and how fast things are happening. That's when you might see the Capcan. You might see a Clash to slow things down further, or play more utility-based operators like Melusi or Ella, etc. So when those pushes come through, you're gonna be affected by other pieces of gadgetry that can catch you instead of just gunplay. Then Wolves themselves, of course, gotta go on the attack inside. Most teams prefer the attack inside on Bank because it's a very big open map, long lines of sight. You have zoom scopes on attack. You don't have that much access to that on the defending side. And most bomb sites, it's very hard to play on defense. So many window repels, angles, crossfires, and of course, if you're good at using utility like grenades, like we saw in that CO defense, even a safe spot like the top 4 elevator is not really safe for Jaeger or Mai, because one single grenade boy can just put you on the floor.
We were told that the issue is that it was an improper skin.
Really? That's what this is for? A player put on an illegal skin?
I would imagine so.
Wow. I'm actually surprised that players put on skins at all, given that you can't see your own skin in game besides weapon skins really and the gloves. But yeah, I'm also surprised that they put on the wrong skin. But I shouldn't be surprised about that. But
the only thing that should be allowed is changing the operator card background to your team's background. Remember, we booed you every single round in Charlotte if you didn't do that.
Yeah, you started something that really spiraled out of control.
I lost control of the monster.
You did. You're like, one time and one time only, we will boo because of lack of skinergy. And it was like every single... We're like, but why are they booing? It's like, oh, they're missing a skin. It was actually pretty rough. It was funny, though. But people who weren't, like, who had just tuned in was like, why are we booing? Like, what's happening?
Why are you booing me? I'm right. I mean, technically, I was correct.
No, you were. You absolutely were. Like how Dexter is like, he was lounged back in his chair, just absolutely vibing out, being like, you know what? I might as well get comfortable.
It has more than one eye. It's not even...
It has 2 eyes?
Oh my god.
It looked like just one eye earlier.
It looked like it had 1 eye. Where did the second eye come from?
It just grew another one. That's how much time has passed.
Evolution's a hell of a thing.
It really is.
I think it's crazy that there are people who just don't believe in evolution.
I mean, evolution I understand because it's kind of weird, but it's like, if the Earth was flat, why are shoes kind of curved? You know, it's one of those like it doesn't really make sense. Because shoes aren't fully flat.
Have you been following the birds aren't real conspiracy?
I've heard about those.
I was wearing a shirt one day when we were in LA. It was a conspiracy that was created to make fun of how people can just be brainwashed by the most silly of things. Like the Earth is not flat. I'm sorry, I don't care what you think. If you genuinely think the Earth is flat, if you think that there's an ice wall that's patrolled by helicopters that shoot you or that you fall off the Earth, it's like just knock it off. Just knock it off. I refuse to believe that you're...
So what about the bird thing?
Anyway, there's a group of guys who created this fake conspiracy called birds aren't real.
Mm-hmm.
And the genius of it is just like how quickly disinformation can spread.
Mm.
And basically the premise is like, they're like, have you ever held a bird? It's like, I physically have never touched a bird.
Yeah, most people haven't.
I've never touched an actual bird, and most people have not. And they're like, so how do you know it's real?
I think a lot of people make the argument is like, have you ever seen like a baby bird as well, like flying around?
Have you ever actually seen a baby bird? No, I've heard them. Yeah, well, it
Yeah.
just sounds in the nest.
Well, I've seen them in a nest, but I've never seen like a smaller pigeon flying next to a bigger pigeon, right?
I've never seen the actual like full body. I've seen a head.
Yeah, fair.
You know?
Yeah.
Anyway, they've got things where it's like, I am a lion. It's like, if it flies, it spies.
Okay.
What was it? There was a...
There's like a fly drone I think I heard about as well. It's like flies are actually mini microphones flying around recording people. Yeah, there's stuff like that.
Bird watching goes both ways. That was the whole joke, right? About when COVID first started, people were like, oh no, it's just the government changing the batteries in the birds.
Oh boy. Oh, we're back. Great.
People are going to be like, how the hell did they get onto this? Somewhere there is somebody whining that we're not paying attention to the game because we are on an unspecified tech break.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't care what you think.
So yeah, well, let's clarify it. We were on a tech pause, didn't know for how long, so we went
didn't
there.
even know that was the cause. They said, we think it's a skin issue. And it's like, okay.
Yeah. And now we're back. Wonderful how that works.
I think you have to leave the game to change your skins, do you not?
Yeah, you would have to leave the game to
But nobody has left the game. Everybody's still got the same numbers, so I don't know.
I actually don't know either.
Dude, we went from joking about how boring G2 is to me fake sleeping to making fun of how dumb NFTs are to or well, not how dumb they are, how little value they have now.
Yeah, that's what
I should say technically, because that was the crux of the joke. To then talking about flat Earth and somewhere there's somebody just who hates fun. Being like, you should be talking about the break. Oh, it's a yokai early on. We are in live action, though, by the way. Mirage have been very quick to try to get into the bomb site. They're up 3-1 and looking for another opportunity to do that. They walk through the dirt tunnel.
Damn, the entire push practically stopped with the kill plus the toxic gas coming out. And Mirage, they did have one more direct attack left in them, but it's not looking like it's going to work out. They could still commit, of course. Still got the Monty, can burn out more toxic babes from Shinka's side of things. Yokai Jones should no longer be a problem. Mo has to get into server, start opening up that default wall. Actually, they're both soft, so they're both open. Now the A hatch, I'm trying to see if it's open. I think A hatch is open, so you have to plant behind the Monty on the server rack wall, not the default normally you would see. That means that Kento's on flank, watching square. Mo, Melted, and Benji can work server together. They're fighting against two toxic babes, a C4, and Yokai Jones. If Bieber can communicate this position of Kento and try and get a kill here from P4's assistance, that could really turn the tide. But the plant is also going down. No one's stopping them. They have no idea. Hello?
You got these yokais in play, and you just don't happen to see.
They were distracted in one area, completely distracted by Kento.
Oh my. Mirage, nerves of steel, but P4 from above, rhythmically taking out Kento. Say goodbye. First kill for Mirage comes in. It's on the rise. The Monty far enough back. Mohesi standing there waiting. It was Mohesi on the Monty before. Now no longer, but he'll be taken out from an angle that isn't seen. Benji hit by the Yokai blast. Mowgli on the defuse. There goes the pistol, and suddenly it's putting in good work. All of them falling. It's Bibu against the Monty of Benji, and he doesn't have enough time. A smite to end the round.
Oh my god.
Mirage is up 4-1.
That's incredible. I mean, it's such it's a heartbreaking moment because you have a Yoga drone literally watching the bomb side, but B was like, well, is this guy top square? And I want P4 to know his exact whereabouts and communicate what he's doing, what he's looking at, etc. And while that's happening, just timing-wise, Mirage, they walk on in to try and bait out something like, again, the C4 or a smoke or something, and they're like, well, nothing's really being tossed at us. We'll just stick this plan and play the post plan in that 3 versus 5 circumstance, and it works out. It was a really big play from the multiplayer. I don't know, it's Benji or whatever, but the multiplayer from Mirage aggressing with that ADS. It was Benji indeed, yeah. Getting the kill right here, a second kill to follow basically, and damage onto the third. Bought enough time and added enough pressure where Wolves, they could not successfully counter defuse. And the thing is that Shinka had 2 Toxic Babes left. There was a C4, and they did in fact have that Yokai drone available to them. But things just didn't go their way. And Wolves, they have to start feeling like getting cheated out of these rounds at how things are breaking down in front of them. They still have their tactical timeout. They've chosen not to use it. And I am very confident that Wolves have, you know, they believe in their attacking side when they get there. Ideally, they want to get a 4-2 split because Bank is attacker favored. And then they can just really steamroll on their own attacks, which they're so great at on other maps. Gotta get there first though. And Mirage, they are a team of new young gunners. They thrive off confidence and really believing in the systems they put in place. And when they're winning these kinds of rounds, they gotta be confident because they're stealing it, the show, absolutely. P4 with good info could jump out for a trade. If he's lucky, could find 2 as Benji has a pistol in his hand. The second member is droning.
Benji did what?
Benji's droning? Is his pistol out?
This is not what I heard.
Wait, what did you?
It's fine. Somebody else will have heard it as well, and I know there's going to be at least one.
Oh, no, come on. I said pistol. Pistol out. I am tired. I'm not that tired.
Kento died, by the way.
Yeah.
Odds, are they pumping in laughing gas or fumes in here? I'm not sure. Mirage in command of this matchup. Kento is the one to die. Putting them on the back feet. These teams have actually traded out first kills quite effectively. Wolves ahead 4-2 as to who can draw first blood. This is a much slower round for Mirage as they've expended 90 seconds. Dexter now the next one taking damage. Very quietly amassing 7 kills. Dexter.
Also the first quote-unquote proper round that's being played out right now. No rush, no shenanigans, no one-off operators, etc. We're actually playing a very normal round, but that favors Wolves. That's why they've been doing it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at it right now. A minute on the clock, stable position. Mirage, no real way into the bomb site. Have it on vertical play. P4 can't flank. It's not a great position for Mirage to be in, unless Mo can find this kill. That would help.
He's coming very close, just waiting out the ammunition from P4. Still half of the magazine left for the Valkyrie down below. Playing behind that server rack. Pinpoint accuracy needed. But oh, Mo wins it. Doesn't take a single point of damage. And he can get away scot-free. Final 30 seconds left. The pace for Mirage will have to pick up. And look at Mo, he could have another hard right of the doorway, Mo, hard right of the doorway. Bibu's not even looking in that direction, and he's looking in that one, though. Mo chooses incorrectly, but Melted has his teammates back. Down he goes. That smokes in to obscure the Dokkaebi. Shinka in bad spot. Mowgli with a kill, but the diffuser's going down. Wolves will need to watch. It's Benji to cover. That is it. He is the saving grace for his team. The Warden can see through that smoke. Posting up. Down goes Benji. It's Melted, who just got the diffuser down, popping back up. He can play off of this spot. This is going to be a tough position for him to be in. He'll get pushed from the right.
Winnable.
He knows it, but he goes for the prone instead. 2 kills is all he's going to get. Wolves managed to hop on the diffuser with 30 seconds still remaining. The well-dressed Warden and the Echo working together in tandem as the support. First half in the books. Mirage comes out ahead 4-2, but the Wolves are able to keep it closer than a 5-1.
It's a good retake as well. They play their cards right. Mowgli finding so many kills in that round. 3 to his name, I believe. And that's going to be the first half in the books. 2-4 side swap. That's what Wolves wanted out of this. Both teams still have their tactical timeout available. It all comes down to how well can Wolves attack themselves. If they can do as good of a job as they do in Clubhouse, they're in good shape. Mirage are bringing a phenomenal lineup here. Again, it speaks to the dynamic playstyle of this team, right? The castle enables the roam, so does the Mossy. Warden can hold the bomb site if any smokes or flashbangs were to come around. Alibi, again, aggression all across the board. And Mo is always gonna be on smoke, just holding down one area of the map throughout the entirety of the round while bringing the deployable shield as well. And it's gonna be a fortification inside of open area. Castle barricades and reinforcements both being invested in this location to help the roamers out. Similarly to what Wolves did themselves too, although they started top floor and fell down one floor bit by bit. Kind of what Kento is doing right now. Wolves could respond, go server or garage for direct bomb site pressure, or they can challenge the roam game, which looks to be the case right now with how aggressively Mowgli is about to move into this building.
Is that Mowgli with 7 kills?
Yes, sir.
Again, very quietly doing this. I can't wait to hear the breakdown from some of the NA players as to how Mirage has put this together. Wolves, a bit bit by the fact that when a team is, quote-unquote, supposedly beneath them, they struggle to do well. It's the same fear that you have when you look at the APAC team in the group that they're worried, okay, well, Dire Wolves is supposedly a worse team than Wolves. Could it possibly be close? I mean, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
But it could have been.
Could have been.
Absolutely could have been.
So fast entry, but a slow mid-round here. Mowgli was waiting for the confirmation that there was no roamers up top inside of CEO before might meet a member or two of Mirage here, because open areas where all these roamers are going to be. 3, in fact. Kento, Benji, and Melted all playing together. But they're waiting for Wolves to make the first move. Jones had to come through. Only 5 remaining, by the way.
Oh!
Info. Nice shot from Mowgli.
Dexter was not prepared for that one. It looked like he might have been. Melted still upstairs on this open area hold. Kento not too far off. It's been a while since we've seen such a dedicated open area hold for teams. I'm assuming that's a grenade that goes off. Melted still playing around this deployable shield. He's got sight lines over towards square stairs as well as towards archives. Mowgli to take the engagement with a minute left. Melted still has not been moved off of the spot. He sees one that's dropped, and he'll give information on that, but he gets spotted. This is where things are going to get tough. He's all by his lonesome, and there's too many angles for him to cover. Wolves will stretch their lead now into a 5v3.
Still got 50 seconds to work with as well, and these hatches already are opened up. Mirage, they have 2 aggressors, and a nice shot from Mo, and that's going to buy them a lot here. It's the top gunner off the board, and Nate's gone as well. All they have are flashbangs, no smokes to spare. Wolves, they got to act fast.
So it's Shinka now waiting by the breach, the area where you most expect a diffuser to get planted. Wolves getting into position up above. Hatch is still opened up. That's the last of the hard breach that I'm assuming they're going to do. Only 15 seconds left on the clock. Shinka getting smoked out, but he charges on in. Multiple players go in. Wolves getting a pick and then another to follow. It's Benji in a 1v4, make it a 1v3. He loses out as the diffuser goes down, and then another opportunity passes through his fingers. But he's been able to soften up one player from Wolves. Both Rise and Shinka are in positions where Benji could come out ahead, but he'll have to tussle with Bibu first. And while this is happening, he'll get swung on by the buck. Rise seals the deal. 2 in a row for Wolves. They're starting to chew away at this lead of Mirage.
Yeah, very methodical round as well from Wolves. They just take it step by step, solving the problems one at a time. And one of the ways that Wolves can start to struggle is if they start skipping those steps, and that's mostly coming from Mowgli, where he's like, it's probably going to be clear, I'll just walk on and take that risk. And it happened yesterday when Wolves played against Dire Wolves, or earlier today rather, should I say, on Villa, where Mowgli would just kind of be like, I'll just take this chance, and then die. And Wolves, they really depend on Mowgli's aggression to get into these opening kills and to get into the fray of the battle. So they need him to take a second sometimes. And they did a good job in that round because Mowgli entered fast through top square, but they didn't know if CEO was clear. He just waited for 30 seconds straight up, moving a muscle because he was waiting for that call, whether it's Mowgli go kill or Mowgli go do vertical play. And once they figured out which scenario it was, then he could start the verticality. They start picking apart the roam game. And sure, Mowgli eventually fell in that round as the first member, but they got 2 kills off that. It's valuable. It's worth it. Mo on pulse now. Gain some information. Try and utilize that C4 for a kill, perhaps. It's an open area defense after a failed attempt at basement. Oryx as well on the board. Very aggressive lineup again from Mirage. Nothing out of the ordinary. And Wolves, again, applying pressure on site. Long angle here from outside the building. Mowgli not able to do the entry duty right now because he's looking for a kill fishing on that window instead. Rise will start droning. Got the bog and the sledge. This means that Bibu is freed up to do something else.
Fishing for kills on rappel.
Fishing for kills on rappel.
Is he holding an angle? Call him an angler.
That's a good one.
Thanks, I try really hard.
Those scare me, by the way. Anglerfish? Oh boy.
Well, an angler is also just a fisherman, but yes.
Oh,
typically the fish who are at the deepest parts of the ocean are exceptionally creepy.
Yes.
They're very scary.
Spooky scary.
You mean there's no light down there, so you generate your own light? Okay, I'm gone. Goodbye. I don't want to deal with that.
I feel that.
An exciting, tense matchup between these teams in map number 1 yesterday, and it has played out very similarly here. Mirage had the early lead and then continued to lead through most of the game until Wolves closed that gap and then prevailed in overtime. All 15 rounds were needed. The way these two teams have been playing, the back and forth, it seems like that'll be the case yet again. Mirage has changed a lot of things up. They've gone from being quite ambitious, quite audacious, I guess you could say, on their takes, to then playing very standard. And I think you're correct that the more standard Mirage plays, the more it feeds into this Wolves team. Starting off with another first blood. Wolves lead the way. They've only lost 2 rounds where they are unable to get that first blood. They've got the first blood in all the others.
Mo just waiting around right now. He's been playing inside the archives for so long on his scanner, and now that he finally leaves, that's when Wolves, they repel on in. So the C4 doesn't find any value in this round as of yet, at least. And Mowgli, through that softball that's opened up by the defenders, finds a free kill onto Mo, who has not done much this round, unfortunately. It's a 3v5 with 45 seconds left in Mirage. They have to get aggressive now and get those numbers back down from Wolves.
It's been a rough game for Mo, not just in terms of kills, but how he's been playing out with the team. He, on attack, was rotating through a variety of different operators. Another one from Mowgli. Kento's down for the count. Dexter, the saving grace inside of the bomb site. Good enough for 1 kill, no more than that. It's Benji to try and secure what had been done to Mowgli at the double doors of A. Benji waiting patiently. Flashbang goes out. The drop could possibly happen. Dexter secured by Mowgli. And Bibu's going to jump on top of Benji. Didn't even see it coming. He was so blind. Mirage, well, they had quite a gap between them and Wolves, but Wolves have closed it up. And we've got a tie game as that's 3 rounds in a row.
See, the thing about Mowgli is you said he was on 8 kills, and you mentioned him. It's like, that's been a quiet 8 kills for him. And the thing about him is that he will just casually find these triple kills. I think this is his 3rd triple in these 9 rounds for him. And it's very casual. It's not a flashy way of playing the game. But when he's needed to be clutch and have those flashy moments, he also shows up. It reminds me of another incredible player, which is Paolo from Team Liquid. If you study Paolo for like 1,000 hours, you're not gonna be like, wow, this guy's really flashy, crazy flicks, always doing these crazy things. No, Paolo is just a very consistent monster. He's like slightly above average as like his gun skill, but he is like extremely consistent. And when consistency shines through, you're just gonna get those kills every single round. And that's gonna build up over time. So if you drop 15 kills every single match, you look like an absolute monster. But it's not because you're flashy. It's because you're always good.
I would like to interject for a second here.
Go for it.
With a spoiler.
Okay.
A spoiler.
Spoiler.
Dire Wolves just beat FaZe Clan 7-3.
What? What?
You would react with that.
No.
That is correct.
Wait, that's absurd.
That's
no?
at least that is what we are being told.
That's actually hard to believe. No offense to Dire Wolves, but like FaZe looked so formidable, and they beat them 7-1 before that.
That's correct.
Wow.
The rematch does almost always tend to favor the team that lost the first time. CAG in the matchup that we just witnessed lost to Black Dragons. They won the rematch. Direwolves got beat by FaZe Clan. Direwolves wins the rematch. Can Mirage hope that the same will happen here? Well, they're gonna have to pull it off and possibly forfeiting this round, at least fighting from behind as Kento is dropped. P4 literally jumps in, gets the kill, jumps right back out.
Yeah, and it's about to jump back out because you want to over-aggress like Moke did just there. He finds one but keeps going forward, gets shut down instead. It's a 4 versus 3 still now in favor of Wolves.
And yet another opening pick for this Wolves team. This has been a game that's been defined by objective play as well. By round number 7, a diffuser had been planted 5 times out of a possible 7 rounds. That is quite an impressive feat, especially for a map like Bank that in many ways does tend to turn into a pugilistic fest where everybody is just fighting each other fist to fist. Objective play is not as critical to a lot of teams on this map as some of the more structured maps that we tend to see.
Yeah, typically you only really see plans go down because you've taken so much map control or gotten so many kills, but the way Mirage was playing, heavily favored objective play. Wolves, on the other hand, they've also planted on their opening round that was that basement attack, but that was because they found all that pressure and all those kills, and right now they're taking their time to get into the right positions. 3 members on Repel right now, so no one's really inside the building. Bibo, in fact, on Lobby Repel is so far away from his team that if any sort of execute were to happen, he can't help them. So when you're on this window Repel, you can toss a flashbang and Repel on in. It's a bit of a risk and a gamble, and Bibo ideally has to come to their assistance, but here they go.
And the swing on in as Wolves have control, looking for their 4th round in a row. They are just hunting down every single member of Mirage. Diffuser being planted. Will it go off? Will we see yet another objective be successful? Yes, we will. Dexter to save the day, but he's spotted out likely on a drone, and a pre-fire will be all they wrote. Wolves have grabbed the lead, and they have their first lead of the game because of it.
And look at that, they didn't even take a tactical timeout. They were so confident on their attacking side once they would get there. And let's break down the last 3 rounds. It's been 3 out of 3 victories, 2 out of 3 plants, and 3 out of 3 opening kills, all going to Wolves. They are so confident in their own skill level on that specific side of attack. And I said it earlier, looking at how teams are playing at this tournament, I deem Wolves a top 5 worthy team at this major. And of course, because we have 4 different groups, we don't see every single matchup because that's just not how it goes. You don't play every single team, we'll be here forever. But I'm very, very excited to see, assuming that Wolves make it through into playoffs, how they do in the quarters and possibly going forward against the other top members of the other groups. I believe this was a tactical timeout from the coach of Mirage. At least they were talking, a board was whipped out with strats or something along those lines of notes. The thing is, Mirage, it's slowly slipping away. And it can be very hard to figure out what the exact issues are on Bank defense because, as we said, it's a very big open map. So many different areas things can go wrong, and it can just be as simple as you're losing your initial gunfight and things snowball out of control because when the map is so large, losing one member means you lose a ton of control, or you lose an important angle or area on the map that you really want to care about, or that you do care about rather. So if anything, the easiest thing way to approach is say, figure out the opening kill/dev situation and stop dying first. But it's just not that simple. I mean, you saw it last round, P4 jumps in a window with no real support, just pew-pews Kento, jumps back out. What do you do against that? You shoot back harder, but it's just not that simple. So if anything, Mirage, play closer together, try and force 2 versus 1s. Don't take the 1v1s now, because you're not winning them, not against Wolves.
How hard?
Super hard. The hardest, if you will.
You guys gotta shoot back hard.
You gotta shoot back harder.
Welcome on that note. Welcome everybody from Stream B.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Thanks for tuning in.
You meant it.
Hope that you enjoyed the Direwolves FaZe Electric 2 Boogaloo match that happened.
Must have been fun.
I
actually
would have loved to have watched that matchup because in many ways I would have probably watched it in disbelief. For those of you that are just tuning in, Mirage was actually doing mighty fine. They were up 4-1. As you can see from the scoreline, they've lost all of their momentum, just taking their time out at the tail end of round number 9. Wolves are on a 4-round win streak right now.
Yep. That side swap really did a dirty job on Mirage. Mo's back on pulse, and you mentioned it, Power. It did a number on them.
What did you say?
It did a number on Mirage.
Okay.
What do you, am I saying things weird or are you hearing things weird? Either way, P4, easy.
Oh, Dexter gets the first pick, but it's very quickly traded back. P4 looking for another, and he'll get it. It's kind of nice to see the Zof AR back in play.
Lovely. Just because the LMG was abysmal to play against, but yeah, lovely.
We don't need your personal opinions about the gun.
That's everyone's opinion, by the way.
Don't need everybody's opinions about the gun. I bet people think birds are real, too.
No, that's...
Bird believers.
There's no way that works. Yeah, I was going to say, that C4 cannot go through there. That, like, no.
I mean, maybe they've tried it. Who knows?
Didn't go for
Mo
it.
did not have the most success on this cardiac sensor the last time he was put in this very familiar position, Nick, playing downstairs in open area. In fact, nobody really had much success. It was almost a flawless round for Wolves. That's where I think things really took off for this team. Mo was picked off, if you remember, through the same soft wall that Kento is watching, one of the panels leading from the break room towards the square stairs, the back. Skylight stairwell, as it used to be called. I think most people just call it square now.
Yeah. Top and bottom square seems to be the way forward. Callouts-wise, Bibu is just really taking his time right now. I'm not sure they know exactly how they want to approach this, but they're rotating around to get into the right position, open up the soft floor, apply pressure. Bibu can go in through that closet wall, and then the bomb site gets pressure upon it.
That's a lot of damage being done to P4. Still on square stairs, 20 seconds left. You wouldn't know it because of how slow Wolves are taking it. They're dotting their I's, they're crossing their T's, and they're starting off with a pick as Bibu bursts on in. Suddenly, Mirage has all the kills, but that leaves just Mo as Wolves answer back. And look at Mo in his position. He's left like a lamb to slaughter, and boy, the Wolves are hungry. That's another round in a row, and it's match point for Wolves.
That could have gotten dicey. I mean, there was no diffuser to be picked up by any members of Wolves there. If Bibu were to be shut down by Mo, all of a sudden, that is a clutchable position to be in. But now instead, we're looking at match point for Wolves. And which bomb site do you go to? Basement is statistically the best bomb site overall, but you haven't won a single defense yet if you're a Mirage, which means they're all bad bomb sites, really. You tried basement once, didn't work out. Then you went to open area time and time again, didn't pan out either. Archives tell us no team is really taking us there. It's just such a weak and unreliable bomb site to play on. The thing is, Mira is available. You could try and get fancy and just kind of break the wall, if you will. Brute force your way through it. But instead, it's going to be one of those default basement setups. Mo is actually off the smoke and onto Echo instead, and that gives Wolves a lot more time to work with, which might not bode well for Mirage because Wolves have been taking it very, very slow already. Those toxic babes could really be the difference maker in that last sub 20 seconds, which has been the last 3 previous rounds.
Wolves looking for 3 big points in regulation. Remember what we said about those predictions. If Wolves and FaZe won both of their matches in regulation, it would ensure that Mirage did not make it out of the group. I need to see what the landscape is now, but FaZe losing against Direwolves certainly opens the door for Mirage to pick up 6 points tomorrow and still make it to the main stage on Friday. It's unlikely based on how Mirage has played thus far. They only have a single point, and that one was picked up in an overtime loss to the very team that they are now currently about to lose if things continue in this way in overtime. And look at that. P4 bursts forward, gets a pick, but it's traded right back. Dexter follows, Rise securing another kill for this Wolves team. On rappel, inside of open area. Clear out the roamers. That's something that we knew Mirage liked to do, hold the map on that main floor and then move towards the bottom floor. You might not have physical presence there, but there's a yokai drone to help you out. And doing some scouting is the owner of Mohesi.
P4 had a slow start again, or slow game rather, against Direwolves, but he's not letting that affect him. He's 10 kills right now, intrigue for his team. Almost every single round together with Mowgli, finding great success. Second top gunner with 10 kills. And Mo's got info, but no one can really act upon it. The remaining roamers are just sitting tight and holding on. You can't really fight against this roam clear from Wolves right now because you don't have the numbers. Kento actually fell back to basement as well, so the roam game has been sacrificed. It's gone.
They still got the yokai up there. I'll scout for information. 2 yokais for Echo. The second one will be down below, likely to stop the plant in its tracks. Again, this has been a very objective, heavy bank. Both teams favoring the diffuser being planted. So far, Wolves have done it in rounds 7 and 9. Another diffuser down could potentially paralyze this Mirage defense, of which there are only 3 sitting in the bomb site. And Oryx is not exactly the operator that you want anchoring down a bomb site, but that T5 will just do in a pinch. There's a late flank that could also come in from Kento, depending on what hatches have been opened up, because Oryx, if people recall, can jump through those hatches. And if there's a post-plant that involves this Wolves team upstairs in open area, that's where Kento could shine. Diffuser being planted right now by Bibu as there's 30 seconds left on the clock. Yokai goes off, Shinka doing damage and finishing off Kento. I don't know if he was looking to roam or not, but Diffuser's down and it's a 4v2 for Wolves. It doesn't look like Mirage is going to be able to secure a single point in this matchup. Both players from Mirage on the main stairs. There's a crossfire potential as Wolves are holding this angle. And there they go! Shinka getting both of them. And Wolves getting all 3 of them. Points, that is. All but guaranteeing that they will play in the playoffs on Friday.
Yeah.
99% likelihood. Excellent stuff by Wolves. And that's a huge win.
It is, and I mean, so much confidence. I'm sure Lulun and Helpy are very happy with that performance because they are holding on. You know, they're down 1 and 4, just keeping it cool, not calling for a timeout, not looking like they have any doubts about the side swap. And they go on attack and they win flawless. They won every single attacking round, planting in half of those. And they found either an uncontested or uncontested opening kill in every single of those rounds as well. Very, very dominant attack in Sanam Bank. Very impressive to watch. And they've just added Bank to their map pool for this tournament for the first time.
6 rounds in a row, by the way, just in case you're curious as to what that looks like. With Direwolves' victory, they now sit at 6 points. FaZe Clan at 6 as well. Wolves will move up to 11, so not quite clinched just yet because there are still 6 points remaining. Really depends on what happens tomorrow. The mathematicians will know better unless they have clinched in another way that we haven't been informed of. We'll get that information for you here while we toss to a break, and then we'll come back to talk about what exactly happened between Mirage and Wolves that led to Wolves winning by the score they did of 7-4.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Well, what a result that was for Wolves. Usually we say that the rematch favors the team who lost.
Yeah.
But as you can see right here,
didn't. Not really.
Did not favor Mirage at all. In fact, they fell short of where they were in the first match after they pushed to overtime. Well, I guess technically it was Wolves who pushed to overtime.
Yeah, it was.
And Mirage still ended up picking up a single point. And as of right now, it's Mirage's only point. And because Direwolves defeated FaZe Clan while that match was ongoing, it has thrown this entire group into chaos. And we'll have a visual representation of the group for you in just a moment or two.
Sick.
But I'm sure you want to see the highlights, of which there were actually many during that matchup.
Yeah, there were. I mean, the first 4 rounds, explosive for Mirage. The last 6 rounds, a complete fiesta for Wolves. I mean, they were stealing every single winning kill and just winning every single gunfight. But the first 5 rounds were very competitive and very close all across the board.
Absolutely. 6 rounds in a row for Wolves to close out that matchup. They kept themselves cool, they kept themselves level-headed, and they stuck with it. And once the side swap happened, they were very firmly in the driver's seat. There were some strong performances for both of these teams. Nick Dexter, in particular, was the best performer on Mirage, especially in the early portion of that matchup. Most of Mirage fell off in the later parts. I love how that is a highlight.
Yes.
I thoroughly appreciate that. Is a spectator bug, by the way. That has nothing to do with the actual in-game issue. Just in case anybody's curious. This round from Mirage, I was a huge fan of. I thought this was exceptional, and Mirage really did show a lot of creativity on those attacks.
I mean, they had one way to attack every single bomb site that we have basically never seen before at this major event. And Mirage, one of the big critiques that we gave them from NAL Stage 3 is that they had one way to attack, and they would have to repeat that strategy despite losing it. So I love to see that they have been working on their weakness and bringing it out in the group stage of this event.
This is the first international event for Mirage, and we always kind of treat these newer teams to international events with kids' gloves because we know, well, I don't from a player's perspective, but you do in particular from your own experience. But we know from commentary work and from talking to teams that there's always jitters, there's always a lot to learn, there's always a lot to try to figure out about these matches. And honestly, Mirage is going to take this international experience. It will likely make them a better team in the NAL. Mirage are not able to make it to SI based on points. The only way that Mirage would be able to make it to the 6 Invitational is through the qualifiers. And I fully expect them to keep this roster and run through the qualifiers to see. Now, they're going to have to go up against some titans in North America. There's a very high likelihood that TSM and Space Station and Soniqs might not make it. So all of those teams are going to be there along the way for Mirage to go toe-to-toe with. Even if they only finish with a single point, tomorrow they lose both their matches. Mirage is coming back to the North American League a better team based on the results and the experience that they've had. But enough about Mirage. We're talking about the Wolves. They have all but clinched a spot to make it. It is still statistically possible that they don't make the playoffs. We have not been informed otherwise, unless there's some voodoo magic that goes on with those numbers. Wolves, just like we saw with the other teams in Group A, nobody's position is locked in as of today, and we might actually end the day, depending on what happens in these next 2 matches, we could end the day with not a single team clinched and not a single team going home.
And that just makes tomorrow that much more exciting because who would want to watch day 3 being like, well, these games don't really matter. Half the teams will hide strategies. No, we want to see day 3 be the qualifying moment for the majority of teams, both in the sense of going home and who qualifies to the main event.
It's always a bit of a bummer when the last day has some matches that aren't as meaningful.
Yeah.
You always want to go into the last day and have to hold your breath when your teams play because there's already been some upsets so far today. Direwolves defeating FaZe Clan is certainly an upset based on what we saw from Direwolves yesterday.
Yeah.
They got 7-1 by FaZe Clan to turn around and then win 7-3 in their next matchup. That is clearly an upset based on the previous result. But by doing so, Direwolves is now in contention to make it out of this group. FaZe Clan are still the masters of their own fate, as are Direwolves. But if FaZe Clan are unable to prevail in their matches tomorrow, the team that finished 2nd at Berlin, the team that won the major that happened in Sweden, in Gävle, this time last year might not make it to the main stage on Friday, and that would be very surprising.
It would, especially given the group that we saw. I mean, it's Direwolves and Mirage and FaZe and Wolves themselves. It's like, when you look at that as a fan going into this event, you're like, FaZe and Wolves are going to make it out, guaranteed. There's just no way anything else happens. But because of this upset earlier, just now, like, the last 30 minutes, it could be different. We might not see FaZe.
All it takes is a single upset. And tomorrow, Direwolves are going to play up against Mirage. Direwolves beat Mirage the first time. If Direwolves win that one as well, the likelihood of DW going into the groups on Friday soars. And that is something that we will have to watch, because Mirage might be in a position tomorrow where they just, depending on what happens in that first matchup, they might be knocked out very early on in the day. What will then happen? Will there be a drive or a desire to play spoiler to one of the teams in the groups, or will they just roll over?
Yeah, be like,
That's the
yeah,
thing.
game doesn't matter. We go home and meh. There are those two differences, right? I think Mirage, more than anything, they want to get as much experience out of this as possible. And that should be the goal for a new team, because you don't always have the luxury of going to an international tournament, especially when you just made this roster with 2 new players. So it's a privilege to be here for them.
Wolves picked up 3 big points that they so desperately needed, and it looks all but certain that they'll make it out of the group. There's still 2 more matches on this stream and 2 more matches on our sister stream. Mandy and Dev will be taking you the rest of the way here. You and I are done for the day.
Yeah.
Let's grab something to eat and then
please.
take our makeup off and then just flourish like we hope all of you are doing. We'll be back from a break in just a couple minutes, and then we'll get underway with our 7th matchup of the day.
Free Fire's the other angle. They have drones inside of bench. Oh, look and do it! That's exactly what we expect out of this man, DSM.
DSM said, trust the process. The process just won you a world championship.
Work, it's Bolo above to save the round for his team. Explosion goes off, Bolt's on the case.
매워 지금? 더? 와우. (55명) 57? 65요? 65요? 아, 뭐라고? 아, 이거 어떡하지? 좋아, 내가 할게. 네, 저 쳐야지. 너무 많아. 너무 많은데? 나도 해볼까? 응. 오케이. Not spicy. Good. 딱히 그냥 밖에서 파는 그냥 솔직히 피자에 파는 핫소스보다 약한. 맛있는데? 독일, Germany, 홀란드? 또 먹네. 외계인 코딱지처럼 생겼는데? 이거는 1단계보다 약해. 이거는 이제 이게 바뀌어야 돼, 이렇게. 이렇게 바뀌어야 돼, 잘. 그러면 easy. easy. 뭐야? 저요, MB 테일러. 야. 아니, 나는 오퍼레이터 하길래 나는 진짜 오퍼레이터인 줄 알았어. 아, 보세요. 나 혼자 먹어? 아, 나 계속 먹네. 노인 공격 해야지. 조금 해줘. 오케이. 색깔이 좀 진한데 어려울 것 같은데. 맛있나요? 아직 약해. 아직 약해? 오케이. Easy. 볼더. 포트리스. 클럽하우스. 클럽하우스요? 저기 where? 화장실.
아.
토일렛.
불칸.
아 이건 내가 줄게 이거. 그래. 동생 내가 하나 따라줘야지. 그래. 잘 봤고. 아 이거.
진짜 미안한데 진짜 하나도 안 매워요. I'm sorry. No spicy.
진짜야?
This is sweet.
한 번만.
안 맵지 하나도.
아직도 안 매워.
Shire? 어? 아 네일 유형. 아.
넬로. 아 코스트라인. 먹어야겠지?
오케이. This. 한번 먹어볼까? 안 나오는데? 내가 뿌려줄게.
같이 먹을까?
그래. Cheers 아까 cheers.
오케이.
Cheers. 진짜 안 매운데? 뭐지?
단순히 그냥 조금 먹을만하다 아직까지는.
누구야?
에이스?
I'm sorry, I'm idiot. I don't know. 아, 플루크.
난 몰랐어.
영화 그거였어? 오케이, 타창카. 야, 이건 좀 약간 매워 보인다?
힘들지도.
오, 쉣.
너무 무리하지 마.
하나도 안 매워 나는. 오케이. Cheers. 이거 그건데 개 짜다.
이거는 짜고 매운 건 차라리 이게 더 매워. 아
나도 근데 약간 이거 다 먹으니까 약간 매운 것 같기도 하고.
근데 이거를 계속 먹는다 하면 난 못 먹을 것 같아. 그냥 한 번씩 먹으니까. 아 그래? 나 힘들어.
This is slowing starter. Oh my god.
슬로우 스타터?
Yeah.
오케이.
But it's okay. This. No?
Maybe this? Oh my god. Stop.
What the? 약간 매운데 지금? 오, 오케이, let's go.
난 더워. 아우 또. 매운 거 먹으면 땀나.
오케이.
그래 먹고 죽자 그래.
그래, cheers.
그래. 오. 근데 이게 7번보단 덜 매워.
그래?
이게 여기 이렇게 있어야 돼. 이렇게.
난 근데 약간 지금 매운 거를 계속 누적돼서 먹었다. 누적돼서 먹었다 보니까.
프렌드 프라이어? 오케이. 근데 이게 나 7번이 더 매웠던 게 더 찐득하고 짜서 더 매웠던 것 같아. 매워 지금? 더?
아 씨발. 약간. 아 씨. 잠깐. 또 갑자기 매운데요? 잠깐만. 와우. 와우.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand it.
We've got more games coming to you for the Major. I hope you have been having a fantastic time. We've been getting hella excited. Not only did we have some amazing games that we casted to determine who would be top seed in their groups, but since then we've been chilling out watching some nuts games. A little bit of bias here, but that Direwolves game was fire, as was the Wolves one as well. Both huge victories that have shaken up their group quite significantly.
I know, right? It is crazy that we are saying that Direwolves could go to the playoffs from that group, which is insane because we said Group D, that was a top-heavy stacked one. You know, Wolves definitely going to go, FaZe are definitely going to go, and then Direwolves just took them down 7-3. That is crazy.
It's true, and what's more, Wolves are now looking like the land curse is perhaps gone. They are getting in their stride, and they're looking like they might book in playoffs. But of course, we're paying our attention to a different group now. It's time for TSM to get back into the server, and they're taking on Heroic. Of course, as we are more than halfway through the group stage, we are on to rematches now, and that is why this gets particularly exciting, because this was a full 12-round game. The last time these two teams crashed heads, it was their first matches of the Major, and TSM just edged out that win yesterday.
Yeah, this one's pretty exciting. It's Heroic and their chance at redemption story. Now, in my opinion, from watching them today, they look a little bit better today than they did yesterday.
A little bit better. They 7-1 Sandbox.
Yeah, well, look. Sandbox ain't doing so hot.
Okay.
This time they're playing against TSM, and TSM had a pretty bloody showing against Team Liquid just earlier today on board. That was the match that we casted, and even though they lost it, it was pretty hectic. TSM played a pretty great match against them. They really took the fight, and against Heroic, I feel like it's going to be a tough battle.
Yeah, and Heroic is a team that you and I haven't actually casted as of yet. Let's just quickly pay our attention to this group. As you can see, like you were saying, Team Liquid took their win over TSM. They're still undefeated, so they're in first place. Heroic, though, is fighting for that playoff spot, which TSM is currently sitting in. So there's a real chance here that this game could eventually determine the final group standings and which of TSM and Heroic go to playoffs.
That's exactly right. This group at this point is the midfield battle between TSM and Heroic, and this is going to be the matchup that separates the two of them now that it is also their rematch, right? They're not going to get a chance to play against each other anymore, and so this will be the dividing factor. Heroic, they're starting to come into their form. They started off slow in day one. They look better in day two. TSM coming off the back of a pretty bloody loss against Liquid.
And let's take our attention over to Heroic now. As we casted TSM earlier today, Heroic are a team that within the EUL have had some pretty significant heights, but also some pretty significant lows. They came first in stage one, and they went to that Charlotte Major and really fumbled the ball. They're also known for having a bit of shenanigans. Mr. Officer is quite the character, quite a personality, and as he gathers his team around, I'm sure he'd have some really choice motivating words. He really gives me the vibes of like a serious motivational speaker. And Heroic, they're going to need it. You know, they got two rookies coming in Joom and Mello, who have only been on this team for just 2 months and already find themselves at their first major.
What Joom and Mel have been able to achieve is pretty impressive on this roster so far. So as they've come into it, we've got Joom, who's become the first entry of this team, followed up by Benja, who's the secondary entry of the team. And those two have brought on the firepower to Rogue that they really need to propel themselves forward in this current meta. What that means is, though, that Uno has actually been moved into the IGLing role. And that's something that he's actually never had to do until this roster move came through, until pretty much he started playing on Heroic, right? It's been a completely new skill set for him to learn, and he's done really, really well.
I want to talk about Joom for a minute. Of all of the players at this event, Joom actually has the highest lifetime CGG rating of any player at 1.26. Wow. That is nuts. That is huge. Of course, much lower sample size than your players like Palu and Nesk, so take it with a grain of salt. But that still counts for something. In his limited games, he has really been showing up.
Yeah, absolutely. He is, in my opinion, the rookie of this major. We have a lot of rookies at this major, but I think if we had to pinpoint to one or two, Joom is definitely up there for me as some of the best at the moment at this major. I think as well, just to want to point out Mello. Mello fulfills a more of a flexible role within the team. He sort of just slotted in and fulfilled whatever operator picks or sort of the odd utility that is needed on both the attack and the defense. And I think he's been a really great addition to this roster as well.
As you can see, we've actually done the map veto, and we're going to Clubhouse. It was Heroic who had the final ban, and funnily enough, according to my stats, Heroic have actually not played Clubhouse in the entirety of Stage 3. If I go back to Stage 2, however, they lost it 7-3 to Rogue, 7-5 in the Northern Premier League to Victors, and 7-3 again to 10-Star in the Northern Premier League. So this is a map that we haven't seen Heroic play with this new roster at all. They didn't play it in the entire Stage 3, and back when they did play it in Stage 2, they got slaughtered on it. And yet they were the ones that, when push came to shove and it was between Club and CAF, Heroic picked to go to Clubhouse.
Very, very interesting. Now, I love day 2 of Majors, because day 2 of Majors is where we fully see the hand of every single team and their strat book and their map pool, right? And I think for Rogue, taking us to something brand new is a pretty interesting move. We saw TSM do it a little bit earlier today again on Border.
Almost worked out for them.
It almost did. TSM have a very scary Border for a map that we've never seen them play in an official match. I can only imagine that Heroic have got some shenanigans up their sleeve.
And for TSM, they actually also didn't play this map in Stage 3. However, they did play it yesterday against Sandbox and won 7-4. So it's not a stranger to them. And Heroic would have known full well that TSM had been prepping this map. If I go back to Stage 2, TSM did play this against Space Station and won at 8-6, and also against Soniqs earlier in the season and did win that 7-5. I've also got that they played it at the Gamers 8 event and were decimated by BDS 7-1. Whether you want to take that with a grain of salt, it's up to you. But the big thing here is that for both of these teams, the last time they played this outside the Sandbox game yesterday for TSM, it was with this different roster. Both of these teams having made 2 big roster changes, bringing in 2 rookie players. And so not only are we going to be testing the OGs, the chemistry, what these teams have been able to achieve, onboarding these players in the last 2 months, but also how these rookies can translate their online performance onto the stage.
That's so true. Hey, we've got not just 2, but 4 rookies in the server because this matchup is like that. Wow, it's going to be a big test to show how the rebuild of these teams has gone through Stage 3. Which one of them has become more advanced in this short amount of time that they've been together as a 5-man roster? Oh, this is going to be a really exciting game, Dev. I can't wait.
I'm super keen. We also have tons of OGs on these teams as well. Like Uno, for example, I mean, he had a stint on G2 when they were at just about their best. And as for TSM, of course, 3 of these players have won the Invitational here in Sweden at the start of the year. Now they turn their attention to another Swedish event, however, a major, after 2 stages of really struggling to bounce back after that world championship that they managed to claim, and they're finally looking like they might be a serious contender. Unfortunately for them, they have copped their first L of the group stage earlier today against Liquid, but they really need to redeem themselves here against Heroic.
Yeah, and I believe if we just go back to the Sprabuni and Arath percentages, I believe it is if Heroic do win this game, they overtake their percentage chance of TSM. They go up to a 59% chance, I believe it is, for qualifying into the playoffs. Whereas for TSM, if they lose this in regulation, they go down to a 44%. If my memory serves me correct, I could be completely wrong, but I believe in myself for that one.
Good.
And so winning this particular series is the tipping point for the playoffs. It really is by the numbers. And I think that for TSM, if they want to stay competitive in that top 2, it's a must win.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if Heroic win this game, they will actually be tied for points with TSM, assuming they win it and get all the 3 points from it. If this goes overtime, then TSM will be in the lead in the standings no matter what. But we are getting into Clubhouse. You guys at home have voted TSM as the favorites by a decent margin, 70-30. We're getting into Clubhouse here. It's another NA versus EU matchup, with Heroic looking to tie TSM in the group standings.
Exciting one. The bans have already started there in the server. The first one to be taken out will be the OSA. I'm wondering is this going to be a Maverick game or is this going to be a Thatcher game of... Okay, it's going to be a both game of Clubhouse. It's not every day that you see both Thatcher and Maverick slip through the ban phase of Clubhouse. It does mean that there are plenty of options to get those external walls open, not just the external ones, but I can imagine getting your hatches open, going down to triple on Church suddenly becomes a little bit more viable because you've got the Thatcher in hand if you want to go for it.
It's really cool when not only do you have Thatcher, Maverick, your disablers are available, but also all of the hard breaches are available. So you really have the choice of absolutely anything that you would like to play on that attacking side. You have a lot of flexibility on top of the fact that you have, of course, attacker repick. So you could really pick your favorite lineup for every site, with the exception of that Ossa and the Flores, which aren't the highest pick operators. They're just very good at what they do. We also have the Nook making it through, Mandy, which, I mean, Nook has had a rough tournament so far and a rough stage in general. I think it's overall just about the most banned map in banned operator rather in every single region in stage 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And TSM immediately going to start out on this basement bomb site, seeing as walls are going to be opened fairly easily. You probably don't want to start out on that CCTV cache bomb site because you really can't keep that kennels wall closed for too long. You can't keep garage closed for too long. Same thing with the gym bedroom bomb site. So I like the TSM's approach immediately, trying to go down to this basement. And even then, they're playing this extended roam. They're opening up the hatch inside of Moto. They're reinforcing the jacuzzi wall off as well. And as a result, it means that they're not going to give away the entire map to Heroic because they have so many tools in their arsenal to cut down the bomb site.
Yeah, I love it when you see an operator lineup like this. You just know that TSM have picked guns that they are very happy to use to take some fights. They've picked that roaming prowess on things like Oryx. I mean, you said it. They also got that smoke for the backline. Going to keep my eye on Snake as well. He had a fantastic performance earlier today. Wow, Joom! The Gaul just walking straight on in. He does also shoot one of his teammates' drones, so a bit trigger happy, but that's a huge early pick and he doubles down. You can see full well why this guy is the highest rated player at the tournament.
Not just that, but he's even on the Nook, which, as you alluded to earlier, is going to be pretty challenging to deal with in this game. Now, TSM, that extended roam has been cut down, and they'll have to go for some heroics against Heroic to try and bring this one back in the man count.
Still a lot of map control for them, which is nice. Upstairs, Merc. Chief just taking out a drone and falling back. Worried about a push. Jim's going to re-drone him, it seems. And like you said, that really the onus is on TSM to figure out a way to get the numbers back on their side, but it's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be too easy, but Merc is wasting a lot of time in that top floor. Meanwhile, the rest of Heroic seem to be turning their eyes towards the site. It's Achieve down in blue that is now in a little bit of a pickle, taken to very low HP, and eventually taken down by Benja, now Merc, in the 1-on-5.
Okay, but Achieve finds a double kill with the Capcan traps to save it from being a flawless round before the final kill is claimed. What a round for Heroic. That's one way to kick it off. Joom, very, very happy about that one.
Yeah, look at the grin on his face. He's like, heh, I picked a Nook and I walked in the building kind of grin on your face. And that is exactly what he was able to do in that early round. TSM, they went for that extended roam. And what that means is that your setup is very late. By the time that you get to that top floor, you're probably just putting up your last reinforcement or just making your final rotate before you get on the cameras. And Joom fully capitalized on that early round to sneak his way in the building and catch any defenders that are getting caught off guard at the end of that prep phase. Taking down 2 picks like that really opened up the round for Heroic from there.
Something we don't often talk about is the nationality of these mixed European teams. So for Heroic, they actually have 4 different nationalities out of their 5 players. You got Uno from Finland, Benja and Joom from Germany, Grizzly from the UK, and Mello, who is French. Nice to see really multicultural teams. It's one of the things I loved about Rogue when they played at the Berlin Major. 5 players from 5 different countries in Europe.
And I believe that out of all the teams here, they are the only multinational team from EU. I think every other EU team
Wolves and BDS are both French.
Yeah.
Oh, but no, isn't Rise Belgian, technically? I think Rise is Belgian.
Very technical. very, very technical.
The Belgians all around the world are very upset that we're calling them French right now.
This is the full 5-man multi-nation roster.
It's the closest we've got, isn't it?
There you go. Anyway, Bolo has just been able to take down Benja there on the defense, and that's your sledge gone and 1 set of your nades, which is something that will be aided to try and open up that anti-hard breach on the wall.
Yeah, and Bolo's keen for more. Big breach going down. Oh, he was actually just looking for a bit of a stim. Looking for a good time, and Merc is happy to provide.
See, this is the danger in the bans that have gone through. Uno doesn't need to pick Maverick. He's like, all right, nothing is going to stop me from opening up this wall. We have everything we need. I'm just going to pick Thermite. He jumps on it straight away. A whole minute to go, and this Kennel's wall is well and truly wide open. They do have one set of nades and one set of flashbangs if they want to go for this garage take. They also have the Selmas in the hand of Grizzly if they want to go for a con side take. So really a lot of options here for Heroic.
I gotta say, is everyone in this map running a suppressor right now? I feel like I've only seen suppressors in the server so far. Heroic have managed to even up the man count. Merc going down. Bolo is actually sneaking his way up through oil, trying to make this garage play a little bit more difficult. But he's been spotted out, he's been taken low, he's been taken out. And TSM have made fantastic progress. They've got full control of garage, full control of rafters, easy as you like.
I'm wondering what they're going to do for the execute at this point, though. Even though they have the garage control, the diffuser is actually in the hands of Uno, who's on the breach. So if they want to go for a garage stated execute, they're going to have to trade positions with the diffuser. I think that's what Mello is going to go over and do now. They've got a minute to work with, so really, yeah, not too much to worry about. Okay, there we go. Mello is going to take that breach position, and Uno instead is going to take the diffuser over. We've already got a run and hold, which is what the Selmas were able to do, and this execute should come through fairly easily for Heroic.
Another rat-a-tat-tat of the suppressor. Now, Uno does have a vault hole he could go through. It looks like no one's actually covering his angle. Beautiful smoke play from the Capitao. Is there going to be any plantanile here? That smoke is not seemingly affecting Uno, and he will commit to the plant. The second one will start to choke him out, but he's going to get the diffuser down and get out with his life. Now it's a retake as 3 TSM players lie in wait, deciding how they're going to play this through the Capitao's fire. Snake will run as he decides to rotate downstairs. Joom has managed to catch out one of the TSM players, and surely it's only a matter of time before the rest of them fall. Snake stands no chance. He might get the down, but there's surely not enough time to do anything with it. There you go. Heroic, 2 rounds on the trot here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, that was a pretty standard take there on the garage from Heroic. They took their time to not just take the garage, but they really set that up quite well. By bringing the double hard breach, it meant that they not only were able to get garage control very quickly with 2 Selma charges, but they even had a 3rd Selma charge to make sure that the entry point onto the default plant was safe. Usually you'd have to cross in through the window or go through that soft wall, but both of those entry points into the bomb site are exposed to the cache door or top raid or something like that. It can be pretty dangerous, right? So having that redundancy in the hard breach allowed them to get a very, very safe plan off and eventually win out the round.
Wow, it's a really good start for Heroic. A lot of people were saying that they have struggled so far. They haven't looked great against TSM and Liquid. That said, they did go 5-7 against both of those teams, and TSM of Liquid have both proven to be really formidable opponents. And perhaps Heroic just needed a little bit of a warm-up. They weren't feeling like themselves on day 1. Come into day 2, get a nice, easy 7-1 win over Sandbox under your belt, and allow that to fill you with confidence going into a much tougher game here against TSM, which they clearly look primed and ready for.
Yeah, this is really good. Some good Clubhouse so far. I think TSM just need to tighten things up a little bit. It's probably why they've taken the tactical time out now, just to make sure everyone is on the same page. It just feels like TSM, these early round picks that are sort of going back and forth a little bit is a result of them maybe making a little bit mistakes position-wise. Sometimes they're just running a little bit far out of position, not being careful enough on the crosses, that type of thing, to rotate in and out of the bomb site. And I think it's up to TSM now to just try and dial things back a little bit, even though the bans don't really lean into that too well. I'm really not sure what you can do here on this defending half to make things easier for yourself, to be honest.
Well, it is defense, which a lot of people say is the favored side, at least in Europe on Clubhouse, 57% as the second most played map. In North America, TSM's home, it's 60% defensive favored. So you really do want to be hanging on for as many defenses as you like. 3 or 4 would be ideal.
Well, the thing is, this series is pretty unique, I think. A lot of those defending stats come around because you have to do that micro game juggle with the Thatcher and the Thermite. You can only get open so many hatches, usually, for example. You can only get open so many walls, for example. But in this lineup of attackers, you can do a lot, to the point that they're bringing 2 hard breach on a CCTV cache attack, right? That's not something that you see every day, right? Because usually you have to have the Maverick in your hand that takes loads of time, that kind of thing, right?
And on top of that, we've also seen Heroic able to afford to bring operators like Capitao, which have been really powerful when it comes to execute, when it comes to pinching out positions. Like, for example, Rafters, you'd think on Cash, that's where you're going to win the round. You have maybe an Azami on Rafters. You really hold on for as long as possible. You can delay that time, make it work for you. But guess what? Azami has been banned out by Heroic themselves, and they're not finding any trouble opening walls, as you say, clearing power positions, as you say, or finding those execute opportunities.
Yeah, I think the main thing is, like, even in that last round, Uno, all he did was open up the wall with the thermite. He just repelled on the breach and eventually found a pick onto the guy in Rafters, right? That guy in Rafters was pretty pressured out, like you said. He had 2 thermal charges going down below him, so he knew that Garage was about to be enteried on. The Capitao, like you said, was also getting involved in that Garage push, and so when you're in a bit of a tricky situation like that, you're being surrounded by utility like vultures, then yeah, it's pretty tough. And for TSM, I think they need to reconvene and figure out what they're going to do against this lineup. It's quite a challenging problem-solving skill, I think, in this particular matchup for Clubhouse.
I think especially it gets more difficult when you have a technical pause, which is what we are going through right now, guys. We're not just doing a bit of an exhibition of the players for fun. Bolo looks like he's never been more excited about anything in his entire life. I watched back a bit of an interview with Odin from Direwolves, and they were talking about yesterday when we were casting them, we had a technical pause. I was saying like, oh, it must be so hard to stay focused in moments like this. And he actually said, well, that's actually completely wrong. We don't want to be focused. We don't want to have our heads in the game. When you have something like a drawn out technical pause, it's actually better to just chill out and talk about whatever, crack a joke, talk about what you had for breakfast this morning. It really doesn't matter. Talk about what TV shows you're watching at the moment. Get your mind off the game. Do something like this. Play some rock, paper, scissors. Joom and Uno, who's going to win it? Oh, come on. Uno, you got to commit. Paper, ready? Come on. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Joom's better.
No.
Simply better.
He's better in the server than IRL. Can you believe it?
I like how as soon as he won, they just, Uno just gave up, walked away.
Could see defeat. What are you going to do,
Uno's been around the block a few times in teams in Europe, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. And he's found a pretty different place on this roster as well, because usually when you think of Uno, you think of like kind of the old guard that's been around. He kind of shoots stuff. He's a bit cracked,
Yeah.
But now on this roster, he's had to do something completely different, and it's learn hard breach. Now, I spoke to Heroic on the first day. I wanted to get to know them a little bit better. So I walked in, I was chatting with them in their player room, and I asked Uno, how are you finding IGLing as team? What's it been like learning how to be a captain in IGL? And he was going, well, someone has to do it. Everyone wants to be the player that just gets told what to do and runs in and does it, right? No one wants to use their brain to think about their other teammates. They just want to do what they're told to do and go for it, right?
It's a thankless job, isn't it?
It is a thankless job. It is a thankless job.
You're about enabling all your teteammates to go and pop off, and you just have to be the responsible one who sits on site and gets no kills and then has to try and win a 1v5. Yeah. That's someone's going to do it, though. And Uno is no longer the young gunner that he once was back in the day.
Are you calling him old?
He's 27 years old.
Oh, man.
He's actually the oldest player in this game. I will say I don't have Gasha and Snake's ages, but I'm going to hedge a bet that they are not above 27. I think they're probably in that 18 to 22 range would be my guess. A lot of the rookies tend to be around that age. For example, Joom is only 19 years old.
Jeez. I feel like when we get on the desk, we do a lot of age talking,
Yeah, I just love shaming people for how old they are.
It's horrible.
Do you want to talk about Mr. Officer or not?
No. Man's going to come into this production room and give us a both big slap for that one.
I would
that.
not want to cross Mr. Officer. That man is like a tank.
I would not either. That would be terrifying. Oh, dear.
I will say, I can understand why they look to Uno for leadership. He's spent quite some time on Heroic now, but if you look further back in time, of course, G2, he joined around the time that they went and competed at the 6 Major Riley. Funnily enough, it was kind of at the time where G2 started declining, was when he started to join. It was after they'd won in 2019 at the Invitational. At that time, he was actually playing for the Stream. And even before that, he played for the good old Ents roster, who were, in their own right, an amazing Finnish team. They were actually my favorite team back in the day.
I was going to say, that's a bit of a throwback now.
Oh, yeah. You remember Wilkie and Kanto and Uno?
Wow.
They were the GOATs.
That is a bit of a throwback roster, isn't it? Okay, we're back in the game. We need to stop talking about reminiscing on.
We'll finish the history lesson later.
Okay, we'll stop reminiscing on old times. We're now back in the game. What's the bomb site? Here we go. It is gym and bedroom. So they're not going to repeat that CCTV and cash one. Fair enough, honestly. That one is a pretty tough one to hold with the bans that have gone through. And instead, they're going to look to hold this other bomb site with an extension over onto the cash side.
Well, a lot of work to be done for TSM. Haven't won a single defense yet. Heroic have done their rock, paper, scissors, and they're ready to get back into the server. Pressure not on their shoulders. I'm really looking to TSM to try and steal away a defense. But as you said, this hard breach has been so hard. This counter execute has been so hard for TSM to try and deny.
So Benja has actually gone the baby EMPs on Nook. He's not decided to take the grenades that are usually characteristic on this operator. Getting his drone in nice and early, he can use these EMPs to help Uno open up this wall. Doom as well as cooking a grenade, I'm not exactly sure where from, to try and clear out that position off the back of the intel.
Looks like it is mainly focusing on this breach area as first. Okay, yeah.
Well, they could totally go for it.
Yeah, are they going to commit to it? Benjo is just going to send it in. Gasher on the other side, trying to contest elsewhere. Merc has found the opener, but it's a difficult one for Heroic to get their heads in. Benjo gets traded back, Snake holding down the line, but it is pure undiluted chaos in the server as Heroic maintain this man advantage and further it. What's more, it's all up to achieve now. 1v3 becomes a 1 versus 2 as Grizzly and Uno bide their time. Starting to force that diffuser down. There's no way! Uno gets off just at the right moment and Grizzly said, this is my time to shine. A fist pump or two from Mr. Officer, and that is Heroic 3 rounds straight.
Nicely identified from Heroic. That intel that went through early in the game, we saw Benja, he was the one that was joining the site inside of gym. As soon as he saw that rotation go out, he said, all right, guys, I reckon we just walk in here, hey?
Why don't we send it?
Why don't we send it?
What if we just sent it?
See, that's the IGL power, right? Even though he's the one, he plays Nook, he brings EMPs on Nook. That is the sign of a true support player in soul, right? Not only that, but he gets on the breach and he starts droning from it as well. He gets into the site and goes, gym is clear. We've cleared it out with a nade, and that is your invitation to go straight into the bomb site. Pretty impressive on the side of Heroic to make a call like that, change up the pace and make it nice and quick and force TSM into that retake, and eventually they're able to win off the round.
Well, bit scary now for TSM, isn't it? They started today in the lead against Team Liquid, in the lead on the unfavored side on border, and yet Liquid came back and taught them a lesson. They walked away from that game with 0 points. Now they're playing Heroic. They've taken 3 points off Heroic before, but I'm not so sure that they can do it again, Mandy. 0-3 down on Clubhouse defense, and the reigning airside champions have a long way to go to be looking playoffs ready.
It's true. It does look kind of down at the moment for TSM. I think I'm going to reserve my judgment a little bit. I'm going to wait for the side switch because I think that once TSM go onto their attack, we'll see that Heroic will probably face the similar adversities that they did when they were on their defense half, right? And I think it just at this point depends on who can problem solve the quickest, right?
Yeah.
TSM, I think, tried to problem solve a little bit in that last match, in that last round. For example, they did the CCTV cache extension, but they were playing the cache wall half open. So if they did go for that map sweep, there's no point in opening the wall because it's already there, and that's just they just tried to contest them more directly, right? That type of attack, TSM were not prepared for. And I think this is all going to be just purely a game of problem solving because of the way that the bans have worked out and because the attack has so many tools.
And you got to be switched on, don't you? Because even if TSM have a great aggressive strategy on the other side of the map that would counter a Heroic pushing the map, if Heroic thinks, hey guys, why don't we just hit a cheeky rush on Jim at the Jacuzzi Breach, if TSM are not ready for it, then they will suffer. Now, we've finished our technical timeout, and now we're back into a tactical timeout. So that means that Achieved, as we can see on the screen, will be able to talk to Pojo standing behind them. Likewise for Heroic, talking to Mr. Officer, but I don't think there's much strategy they need to discuss. They're just chilling. It's really TSM that we need to be thinking about right now. What are they going to be saying right now in their tactical timeout to get back on that horse.
I'm trying to theory craft what they could do here on the defense. And it's quite tough, to be honest. I felt like when TSM went for that basement extended roam, I thought that was the right approach, to be honest.
They just got caught out by a really aggro gym.
They just got, it happens, you know. But in a macro kind of perspective of this game, I think that what they were trying to do makes sense. They are going to take us back down to the basement. And I wonder what kind of philosophy they're going to bring into this game. Now, we've just got this qualifying probability to come up. So I am right. If Heroic do win this in regulation, they actually do jump TSM in percentage chance for qualifying into the playoffs.
It's really good. Also, let's not forget that your round differential really matters because that is the tiebreaker determiner. So let me just have a quick look back at how these guys performed against the other teams. So the big difference here is that Heroic went 7-1 over Sandbox, whereas TSM only beat Sandbox 7-4. So Heroic already have that kind of 3-round advantage on TSM when it comes to that round diff later on. And of course, adding to that, the more convincingly Heroic is able to take down TSM in regulation here, the more it will favor them, because previously it was a very tight 7-5 that TSM won. If Heroic could get away with a 7-4, 7-3, their chances of going to the playoffs would skyrocket.
So just to quickly touch on the roam that TSM are going for, it is still a roam. It's not as extended as the previous one was. They're investing more utility into that ground floor. We saw a couple of Melusi Banshees, as well as the Goyo canisters on the staircases to try and prevent that second to third stage of the attack from Heroic. Now, how quickly can Joom get in the building? I don't know. Benja, he's going to be the one cooking a grenade, trying to contest the angles inside of Logi, and Joom has already actually made his way down in through blue, segmenting off the roam.
Will he be able to find one of these players in bar, I wonder? He snuck in from this area previously. Drone work has been quite effectual here. Oh, Snake spotted out, wallbanged a little bit, moves forward. He's just waiting for Joom to waltz up. TSM still roaming, but they're so separated from each other. Bolo upstairs, not able to support this poor player of Snake inside bar.
Yeah, Joom is in a pretty pivotal position here. He's stuck between two defenders, one inside of Garage, that's Bolo, and he's actually cutting off Snake as well. Grizzly to double down on this position. Snake is in a very, very tricky spot. He's just been spotted out as well, and he needs some of his teammates to help him.
Oh, Snake might be able to fall off here. Does drop down the open moto hatch. The right move. He still has a C4 in pocket, and he still has a part to play in the rest of this round.
Yeah, that was a perfect fall-off from Snake. I think that was the one and only thing that he could have done in his situation. But do Heroic know where Bolo is? He's still sitting inside of that rafters, seemingly undetected, while the rest of Heroic starts to work through the mid-round.
Benja getting to work on the vertical game. I do wonder whether Bolo has many drones on him. Achieved has found another Capcan kill. That's the third for him this game so far. Has Joom just completely misdroned? Surely he knows about Bolo.
Uh-oh. This could be a bit dangerous.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. To quickly touch on as well, Grizzly going down is one of your hard breach going down as well. They do not have any more ex-Kairos on the side of Uno, and I'm not entirely sure what they have open yet. There's only 30 seconds, and I think it's a little more desperation from Heroic than it is from TSM.
Yeah, good positions now from TSM, and Gasha. Okay, not a good position from him on the smoke, no less. But it might not matter here for TSM. That said, Heroic are going big. They've got this breach on the church wall, and they make good on it. That's Mello. In the blink of an eye, Merc finds himself in a 1v3. A nice shot to make it a 1v2, but this diffuser is going to have to go down. Mello to cover. Merc has just 1 HP as he pops that Vulcan canister and bides his time. Now it's a retake scenario. Can't quite take down Mello at the bottom of the main stairs. But now Uno for Heroic is also up. Gun train on this position. In fact, Mello's going to go upstairs, so it's on Merc. Can he read the position? He hears him. He sees him. The flash to go out. Oh, and it's going to be so difficult. Uno has the patience. He has the time on his side, and he's got the fresh aim. 4 rounds in a row for Heroic, and TSM are looking bedraggled.
Yeah, really tricky stuff for TSM Heroic. They managed to bring that one back. I felt like through that mid-round, it could have got a little bit scary with Bolo still being on the top floor. But as we were watching that one-on-one situation happen with Joom, they were actually able to get open that church wall. And I think that was the right play to go for the utility that they had left. They had no more ace on the board. The X-Kairos was starting to be dedicated to getting that triple wall open since Moto had already been opened up for them, right? You may as well take the real estate that's given to you for free, and using Moto in tandem with 90 short to get through triple is exactly the right push that you can go for. Heroic making as much use as they can of that space, eventually close out the round.
This is really scary for TSM. They need to do something different, and it looks like they might be employing that this round. This is the 4th different bomb site TSM have gone to now on bar stage. In fact, in Europe, bar and stage, it's the 3rd most popular, so the 2nd least popular bomb site on Clubhouse, but actually has the highest win rate, up at 67% over 15 rounds. In North America, also the most defender-sided bomb site at 75%, but that's only over 8 rounds. What we can say for here, though, is that TSM are making a gamble, but I think it's the right one.
Interesting strategy as well from TSM, looking to segment off that jacuzzi walls. Oh, goodness gracious me, never mind. Achieve decides to go for a run out onto Benja and is punished for it, and that's already one TSM player taken down. Seemingly Heroic have already got info in that top floor as well. We just saw a yellow ping come out. Grizzly getting ready to rappel into this main stairs window. Opens it up with the Gara hook.
What?
Oh no, Grizzly!
Oh my God. But the plan is going down from Uno, so it might not matter. It's now going to be a post-plant retake 3v3. Gasha, his yokai drones, goodness gracious, who knows where they were. Snake now flanking from upstairs, and here comes Merc. He's found 1 kill already, but he's going to have to do a lot more. He has 1 gas left, but he doesn't look to his left. And Snake now is the only one left. He catches out 1 player, but he's going to have to find Uno as well. Playing at the bikes outside. He waits, and he listens. He's jumped inside. He's got the Nook, and now Snake has to commit. There's information, and there's no way he wins this. It turns out bar stage was not the answer for TSM, as they are getting decimated by Heroic.
Yeah, it's not the medicine they needed to stop the bleeding, hey. That's not great from TSM, and for Heroic, once again, another great read from Uno. Putting Uno on Nook, I reckon is the play. It is not every day that you have your IGL on a roll like that, right? I think it's just so impressive the way that Uno has been able to call this early to mid-round for Heroic, capitalizing on such quick opportunities, right? He saw that TSM, they were still setting up that top floor. They had this big old hard hold set up inside of gym and inside of master bedroom, but what he realized was that there's a blind spot in that vertical for that sort of diagonal double door plan onto stage. It's a little bit tricky to explain, but there is a bit of a blind spot if you can get through that diagonal door onto the stage and look for that plant early on. TSM just hadn't had that set up and they weren't ready for that in time, and that really goes to show that Uno is a really great IGL. He's been able to call these kinds of pushes and spot those kind of mistakes in the setup really early on.
When Heroic were planning to do a rush there, imagine the elation they would have felt when they got that freebie on Achieved running out. It's one thing to try and gamble a rush in a 5v5, but when you already know it's a 5v4 and there's a fairly complicated defensive strat, you are laughing.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Heroic have decided to bring along the Monty in the form of Mello, and Benja as well making his way in from that basement. Bit of a spooky lurk, and look how...
Jeez.
Wow, look how adventurous Mello is being on this Monty. This is exciting.
TSM says you are not welcome here. Get out. 2 impacts already used by Merc, but to be honest, 2 impacts for what, 10, 20 HP? Mello is completely unfazed.
He's feeling pretty mellow, if you will. Benja's making his way in. He's making his way in through the bottom of the oil pit, and he will be met by the Frostplay of Bolo just at the top of the secret stairs. They don't seem too aware of each other. I think Bolo's just got a little bit of a sound cue on someone that might be in the basement. He takes the engagement, is able to win out the fight, but Uno, he's on the other side of the...
Oh, no way!
So gets taken down by Bolo, and that's a 2 down for TSM.
Yeah, you know what? That's the Thermite as well. Big risk for Uno to take, and if I'm not wrong, the breach was not actually opened yet.
Nope.
So, yeah, well, rip F in the chat.
They do have a little bit of redundancy in Grizzly, but really he's only got one more Selma charge, and they only have the baby EMPs of Mello as well, so it's up to the rest of Heroic to try and find a pick elsewhere. That's Doom from below trying to cook a nade and connect one onto Achieved. A Frostmat is stopping Mello from being able to take the fight onto this Rafters player instead. Oh, this is very challenging for Heroic.
Yeah, this is super smart though. That Frostmat, obviously it looks easy to shoot, but the Monty can't unshield and shoot it because he'll get taken down by the player in front of him. And he can't walk up, we can't really walk around it. It's an accident waiting to happen.
Yeah, not looking so good. Grizzly is actually going to come in from below, try and double down with Mello. Joom on his own coming through the secret stairs. They'll have to find something, some kind of heroics to claw their way back into the round, but Merc is still holding these Wamai charges in his hand.
Oh, no way!
To take the one-on-one. Grizzly actually from below will take him down, and suddenly Rafters control is in their favor.
That was so well played, wasn't it? And look at all this utility that's been bypassed. No need to use projectiles when you get creative. Now a 3v4, looking all right, looking winnable. My question is, will we... Yeah, there you go. The bandit batteries have been taken off, and Grizzly is going to get an open hole on the main CCTV wall.
This is still tough from here, though. There's only 35 seconds left. The diffuser is in the right spot if they want to go for a plant, but I can only imagine Achieved has got some kind of lineup with a C4 for the default.
He's going to have to. It's been ripped. The gas goes out, though, and that's going to take Mello so low. In fact, he will lose his life. Bolo on for the run out, but it might not matter here. Grizzly is going to have to go big. He enters in, but he's immediately shut down. A C4 to say, see you later. And TSM finally kept themselves on the scoreboard.
Yeah, well played from Bolo. He was the one in that early round to make things happen, right? For Heroic, look, it happens.
It happens.
It happens. You had Benja coming in from the basement. Ideally, good play. Uno as well. They're just out on the window looking for the trade.
Well,
ideally, good pinch.
Sometimes hard.
Sometimes you take the 2-on to Bolo and you don't win it.
Yeah, that's Bolo for you, right? It's interesting. We've talked a lot about Uno and about how he's the support player for this team now, and he's that leadership figure. But perhaps there was a little bit of that fragger still in him when he made the call to get off the balcony and try and refrag his teammate on that window. If it worked, it would have looked genius. And because it didn't, his team really suffered for it.
Well, I don't know. I think it happens. Sometimes
it happens.
That was a pretty favorable trade for them. But in the end, you play against Bolo, and he's on Frost. Anyway, now we've got a side swap. We have got a side swap, and they did go 5-1 up on their attack, which is very impressive. But here comes the question, right? How will they fare on the defense? Because we've seen that attacking is made quite easy with the tools that they have in their hands.
I don't know. I think, yeah, this might be an attacker-favored map with the Azami, the Valk ban, and the fact that all the hard breach and Thatcher and Mav have been left in. But I just don't see TSM coming back from a 5-1 down.
Bit of a tough one now. TSM starting to get their way into the map. Of course, they are bringing along the double hard breach as well of the Thermite and of the Ace. They can create as many entry points as their heart desires, the first one going onto that construction wall.
Slow and steady, it seems, for TSM. Quite a bit of a roam as well for Heroic, as Benja is prepping an angle to contest the balcony outside Jim. Speaking of contesting, Jim's taken very low on this. Maestro playing quite aggressively inside of Jim. Ooh, there was an impact trick to deny some of that Selma action, so that's really good from Heroic as well, continuing to delay TSM.
And here we go. They're even continuing to cut down the site more and more. Not only have they opened up the con wall, but they've now also got open the jacuzzi wall. They have a line of sight inside of server that's denying them from using that server window for the balcony contest. TSM just taking their time to slowly cut away at Heroic, cut down what power positions might be safe for them.
And what's the next step now for TSM? A lot of progress has been made and now Achieved makes his way to the main stairs. A drone ahead of him, the barbed wire taken down by the sledge. Ajun would love to be doing Plantinal in the late round, but he's in such an aggressive position. I don't think it's likely he'll be safe enough to do so. Achieved, though, he's got 2 nades in pocket and he could do some serious damage. Nothing with that one. He's going to be able to shoot open this mirror window, which will further expose Joom inside a bathroom.
Medics, I love that you went as top down for like a second, because that just showed us how claustrophobic the defense is for Heroic at the moment. They're all really stuck in their positions. Jim, about a millimeter away from ending his life inside of Jim, is able to take down a player through the hatch, but he's got to be careful of Bolo, who's just outside the breach and has another line of sight against him.
Yeah, and it's Bolo with the AK-12. What more could you want? He saved TSM last round. Can he stave off match point? Merc is aware of this position, but the shoulder peek, the quick one, it's going to be so difficult. Benja, though, decides not to re-peek as TSM get desperate. Uno for a double in the bathroom. He lines them up and shuts them down one by one. Achieved is about to get a whole face full of bullets as Uno makes it a 5 versus 1. There's no two ways about it. Merc is going down. Heroic on a flawless round with match point against TSM.
I want to put that round into Joom inside of that Jim position. I think a big difference between the way that Heroic played that defense and the way that TSM played that defense is that Joom knew that holding onto that Jim position was going to be hard, but it was also the win condition of the round, right? If he gave that up and the breach was open, and they had players down below that were shooting them through the hatch, that's a lot of real estate given to them to enter in through the breach and to come up main stairs. So to be in that Hell in a Cell spot, even though you're meeting about a whopping square meter of space that you're safe from, he knows that he's got the Alder in his hand. He needs to juggle a couple of angles, but eventually that works out for them because TSM struggled so much to get in through that breach. Uno was there for the double, and I just think that Heroic knew the win condition of that round, given how much the site had been opened up from those hard breach.
Yeah, wow, Mandy, this is not looking too good for TSM. This will ruin their chances of making playoffs. Still salvageable, but Heroic will put themselves into the playoffs conversation. TSM, after starting so strong, their first 2 games, all wins, day 2 of the major has been a travesty.
And look at this, Heroic are actually taking us down to the bar and stage bomb site. Like you said earlier, pretty uncharacteristic bomb site, often not even a tertiary bomb site on this map. And looking once again for that extended hold upstairs, pretty similar to what TSM were able to do.
Let's see if TSM can crawl their way back. It will be slow, it will be difficult. And these attacks have not proved to be easy for them so far. The Heroic are looking very comfortable, looking very happy. Bolo to play aggressively. He's got the pinch with Achieved coming up from down below the main stairs. And TSM are making a fast play here. You can see it in their eyes. They're hungry for it. But Mello finds one before being traded. TSM have the bar bomb site, but they're vulnerable to the vultures above, raining down terror. Gasha caught between a rock and a hard place, and Joom says, hello, you forgot about me. And he's good for a second one, potentially. Low bullets, but it might not matter. He's hungry for another. And TSM are falling apart. It's pure chaos in the server as Snake must sliver his way out of this. It's not going to happen. Heroic demonstrates some serious heroics. It's a 7-1 to take down the North American rivals and TSM.
Absolutely dominant. There's no other word for it. These guys are demons on Clubhouse. They shut out all of the attacks that TSM had tried to do right as they get into the defending half. I said it was going to be hard, but they made it look easy.
They absolutely did. Just look at their faces. They couldn't be more psyched after that one. And in contrast, TSM looks like some mellow fist pumps. There's got to be a lot more work for TSM if they are to make playoffs, but we'll break down that game in detail in just a moment, so stick around.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
I hope you've had a chance to take a bit of a rest after what was a very quick one. My God, did Heroic bring the fire. And to finish it off with a rush like that as well, they knew exactly what they were doing on defense, on attack. It didn't matter. TSM are the ones who really need to check their bank accounts and see if they can cash the checks that they've been charging this event.
Yeah, that's a rough one. That was a super rough one for TSM. It just felt like they never really had an in and they couldn't figure out how. You know, it felt like everything that TSM tried to do to tweak their defense against what Heroic were doing just didn't seem to work out. Heroic were really on the ball. Uno, I think his early to mid-round calling, capitalizing on small mistakes in the TSM setup was super good. And it really led to so many round wins that happened, honestly, really quickly. It almost never took the full minutes of the round for Heroic to take it out.
Yeah, they were so prompt, and also they really chilled out during those extended technical pauses as well. We've seen Doom dominate in and out of the server. There were some good moments for TSM, but unfortunately they really were few and far between. Even the opportunities to make a play, to go for a run out, to get a clutch, TSM just fell short.
Just want to say shout out to production. I love that we have camera, like in-person replays. That is awesome. It's so cool. I mean, we never get these LAN events, right? How many opportunities are you going to have to like, showcase a little bit of love there in the outside of the server of the players, right? This series was really great. Once again, that was one of the early rushes that actually didn't work out for TSM. Uno in tandem with Joom inside of Gym, they were ready for that because they did that on their attacking half, right? And so when they had that happen to them, when they were playing Gym in bedroom, they were ready for it and just felt like Heroic in general had a better read on the win conditions of the game compared to TSM.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And you can also see it in the scoreboard. Joom, 12 and 5. On point as usual. Mello, the other rookie for the roster, 10 and 4. Having a fantastic game. Did all of the Heroic players, to be honest. I mean, Grizzly barely saw anyone. He didn't need to, did he?
Yeah.
As for TSM, look, a bit of a struggle. Snake, the only one with a decent cost rating. And I think that's mostly just because he might have found a frag here or there. As a whole, it just fell apart for TSM. It felt like they never had the read on what Heroic was doing.
And of the two players to be top frag in the server, it is Joom and it is Mello. Your two rookie players, these are the better rookie roster apparently. It's Heroic, it's not TSM.
And even TSM's rookie of Snake was the highest rated on their team.
It's the new era. Send all these old guys home.
Don't say that too loud.
Okay,
Uno will come knocking. And especially when we got Team Liquid also at the top of the group, the old guard with a couple of rookies of their own. But yes, with this win, Heroic have now jumped over TSM and into that top 2 position, looking hot for the playoffs. A huge win, especially because now that, I mean, the final result between Heroic and TSM in this double round robin, they've both played each other twice, is Heroic well, they won one each, but Heroic had a far better round difference. TSM only won 7-5. Heroic won 7-1. That's a huge difference. And of course, that does put Heroic in prime position to go to the playoffs. TSM, I think a lot of people were expecting to go to the playoffs, and I'm not too sure that's going to happen anymore. Even with some good performances tomorrow, it will take quite a miracle to see North America's best team, the Stage 3 champions, up on the big stage for another shot at getting a championship in Sweden like they did back in February.
Yeah, I think that one was tough. We said it in the pre-match that this was going to be the tipping point to move into that top-heavy side of the standings for this group, and I think it really did come out to be that way. Heroic are now at much better chance. I think it's 59% chance to 44% chance for TSM in making it into the playoffs. So it does still rest a little bit on tomorrow's results, but if things go to plan against the bottom half of the group, it should be good for Heroic to push through.
Well, things might not go according to plan in the groups, because guess what? Sandbox is currently beating Team Liquid. That's on the B stream. You can stick around here, and we're going to that stream right now to see if Sandbox can take their first point.
There's Yetnesk. He's able to play at pillars. He can move down highway if needs be. There's going to be a push into Laundry. You'd expect it to be supported from Freezer as well. But with 15 seconds left to go, there's a lot of gunfights that are going to have to go in the favour of Sandbox. And right now, Liquid are hot. They're going to have pushing in through Laundry. Make it one, make it none as the kills just rain in. It's flawless again, Des. It's flawless from Team Liquid. They have well and truly activated on the defence of Oregon.
Have we seen 3 flawless rounds in the second half as well? Liquid just looked like a team transformed compared to the first half. Now, yeah, sure, we expected that maybe given yesterday, but with how good Sandbox looked to start, I tell you what, I hear Streamer has joined us. Hi guys, in case you're not recognising these voices, it's me, Des, and Tim. We are jumping in for just this one game. We didn't want to miss a major. We had to get involved somehow, so this is the one game that we got, and my God, am I glad that we picked this one. Yesterday, Liquid steamrolled Sandbox 7-1 on this map when Liquid started on the defensive side. We came in today, Sandbox first 5 rounds. They were 5-0 up and we thought, man, there's just no way, surely. But Liquid won that fateful 6th round, have now pushed their way back to 5-5, and Sandbox are flailing to find barely a kill at this point. We've seen 3 flawless rounds in the second half, so it's been a real transformation for Liquid given how the first half went, and you are joining us at a very exciting juncture. Do we see that overtime, or do Liquid take the full 7-5?
Honestly, Des, right now I can't. Even with us casting it, I cannot see this making it to overtime because 3 out of 4 rounds have been flawless for Liquid. Sandbox, I hate to say it, you know me, I try to be positive, I try to find the good, but I can't be anything other than critical of Sandbox on the attack. They haven't been able to get to grips with what Liquid are doing at all. You know, they haven't really, apart from on meeting, and even then barely, they haven't stepped foot inside a site realistically, and it's been a tough watch. You know, it's been a tough watch just for somebody who would like to see APAC and Sandbox do well, but for somebody else, same person, me, who would like to see Team Liquid go on and, you know, make a really good run in this tournament, this is, you know, it's great for Liquid fans to see.
Whew, okay. I mean, for a second, all those channel points, I think 89% of the channel points went with Liquid, understandably, 11% with Sandbox, and those Sandbox ones were jubilant for a short while, but I think it's slightly calmed down now. Let's have a look at what's happening in the round. We've got that Ying and the Amaru coming out once again. Sandbox rotating between these 2 operators and the Jackal as kind of their, air quotes, wild cards. We've seen them try a couple of things. Nothing is really working out, so I think at this point, it's like trying to run your head through a brick wall. They just keep on getting the same outcome, a very, very sore forehead. As it stands, you've got Charlotte towards the west side here, trying to find a cut through into Kitchen, where Reset is waiting. But he has been a demon in the late rounds on the Valkyrie so far as well, ending a couple with some really cheeky flanks. Here, he's sat underneath the site itself with a C4 on side, a second one in the back pocket of Palu. They just look ready, Tim.
Resets is just holding that angle. Envy Taylor does manage to find Palu though. Resets, he finds it on the angle. It's going to be 4v4 as the push comes in. Nesk manages to find Good Boy 4v3, but the plant's going down, Des. Envy Taylor's going to stick this. This could be a round that Sandbox could hold on to. They've managed to get it just inside of the double window, but it's looking less and less likely. Envy Taylor starts to take damage. 4 versus 1. It's all up to Static to hold on. He has got a raging torrent of Liquid players just rushing flying over him, rushing towards him, looking to find that kill. Manages to find one in through the toxic babe.
Oh God, the jump outs.
1 versus 3, cuts off the jump out as well. 1 versus 2. Surely Static can't do this. He's battling, but no. Resets, closes it out while covering Lagonis, who disables the diffuser. And Team Liquid, they take round 11 and move on to match point.
What did I say about resets on the Valkyrie in the late round? Tim, he's done it again. That was a really hard situation to be in. You've got one player outside permanently being pinged as well that you know can ruin your whole day, but you know it's being diffused. You've got to risk your life to go for that play, but the timing gods were not at all on Sandbox's side. To me, that looked like one of their best chances to get the round win, but brilliant use of the smoke as well. I've got to give it to Liquid. The smoke play coming out, those 2 Toxic Babe canisters, absolutely beautiful. Sandbox, you're now coming into the offsite once again. It's not meeting, so we've switched to the other offsite of dining and kitchen. You have to make this work, otherwise Liquid have robbed you blind and will take all 3 points.
Boy, oh boy, here we go. 5-1 down to a potential 7-5, or can Sandbox steal a round on the tertiary side? Can they find something inside of dining this time instead of meeting? It's going to be their only opportunity to try and secure a point in this game, and it is now or never. It's a site that I sort of fancy for them, really, possibly. The problem has been time. It's been clearing Liquid out, and it's been getting into a position to execute onto site. You know, this site does cut a little bit of that out. If you go for the small tower push, so long as Liquid don't play Nesk in small tower like they did the other day, because he was an absolute nightmare in there, but yes, he is in there. Right, that's a problem. He was playing in there as a Zami the other day, though. They've banned that out, so maybe this works out for them. If Nesk can't hold on to small tower for that long, then Sandbox might have the time they need to get themselves inside of dining.
The thing is, Tim, this was that setup I was talking about earlier when we saw the bans come through. I said, okay, we've seen the ADS is taken away and those Kiva barriers. For those who missed the game yesterday, I want to say it was round 4. Ness got a 3k, I want to say, sat into my tool tower. He just locked it down, making use of all that utility. Here, he has basically none. Here we go with the push coming in. Good boy just runs in face first, but Ness gets a spray on the window. Resets into a 3rd as well. That's the kind of play you're looking for. Static, Envy, 2 of the older players on this roster have got it all to do, but you cannot contain Nesk. A triple kill he finds for himself. It's a 1v5 and Liquid have swung it back and took all 3 points. What the hell have we just seen, Tim?
Absolutely unreal plays coming out of Ness there. That's how I was a little bit concerned for him. You know, yesterday when he got his 3k, he was in there with his army. He had his Kiba barricades to play behind. He had ADSs. He had all the utility he needed. Today, he was just on a Wamai. He did not have the ADS backup. He did not have the Kiba barricades to hide behind, but still he finds a way, and he finds it 3 times over. Liquid, unreal performance, 5-1 down, did not bat an eyelid, just got the job done. 7-5, and they remain not only unbeaten, Des, but unbeaten in regulation. That's going to be a full 12 points from 4 games, and Liquid are looking ludicrously good right now.
I'm pretty sure that also sees Sandbox being knocked out. That's it. I think they're the first team going home because Heroic moved to 6. Okay, technically not. There is a world where it's not. But I'll tell you what, we'll look into the numbers.
Chance, so it's
like we'll take a look at the numbers and see what we can do. It's 0.01 or something crazy. Back after a short break, guys.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hello again. Welcome back. Oh, I didn't do the accent this time. I've really ruined it, haven't I? My name's Tim. I'm back again here at the Major with Tim. I tried again, Tim, just for you.
I mean, it wouldn't be a major without you pretending to be me, Des. You know, you've taken it the step further. What people won't know, to give you a little behind the scenes, this is a gag that we were supposed to do in Berlin, but Des's luggage didn't show up, so the ball cap... Sorry, Tim's luggage didn't show up, so the ball cap wasn't there.
So now the ball cap is on for this major because it's got to be used at some point, right? It was either going to be here or it's going to be potentially at SI. And I thought, you know what, this feels like a great chance to bring it out. But Tim, let's talk about that game a little bit, right? What a turnaround. Sandbox up 5-0. Liquid looking completely lost and shut out the game, only for them to go on to win 7 rounds back-to-back to win all 3 points.
Yeah, there's a bit of me that wants to say, you know, I look at Liquid now and I think, are they a team that can go on and win the tournament? And I'll say, yes, I think they are potentially. But the point that I'm making there is, I look at it and I think, have they shown us resilience there? Have they shown us an ability to overturn, you know, a bad situation and get a result? I'm not convinced they have. I'm not going to go that big on it, I'll be honest. Sandbox struggled on the attack yesterday. They struggled massively with it today. Once Liquid come in and get those 2 defensive rounds to kick things off and they're both flawless, I think they know at that point, Des, that it's like, I don't think it's been some big mental game, do you know what I mean? If they'd done the same thing against TSM, I'd be saying 100% what resilience they've shown us there to turn that around. But I feel like they, you know, once they started rolling with those first few rounds, given what happened yesterday, I think they're probably looking at it thinking, yeah, you know, we know we can do this. And so I'm not going to get too carried away yet on the back of Liquid there. But still, as I always say, you can only beat what's in front of you, and they've done that.
It was a defender's Oregon, Tim, is the way that I look at it, right? Whoever was on the defence was really coming out on top throughout pretty much all of it. Only 1 round being won by the attackers, but 1 round was all it took for Liquid, as we saw. The one thing I do really want to go and look back at the stats a bit later on is how many multi-kills rocked up in that game, especially for Nesk. I think he must have clocked himself at least 3 3Ks throughout. We'll look at the stats in a minute as well and see how things really bake down there. But for Liquid overall, you just saw that individual brilliance that, dare I say, was kind of lacking. It was the missing X factor for Sandbox.
Yeah, it was. And I'll say something that I've said previously. You know, we know... We know how good Nesk is, and I'm not downplaying his ability at all. But over the last year or so, I feel like he's been a little bit quiet sometimes. We've had some big games where, you know, he's not delivered the numbers that we've become accustomed to from him. But at this tournament, game after game after game, he is showing up and putting it down. And I just feel like he's turned up and he's back at that high, and he's unplayable.
He is. And I remember saying, well, we discussed this a couple of times at a few events. Can you see a world where Nesk and Palu don't win an invitational, let alone a big major as well, right? Is this that time to go on and do it? Time will tell on that front.
Yes.
We will have stats coming up in a moment. I've been told we'll have those in a moment, so we'll take a look through those. And then also the updated group standings, because as a reminder, Sandbox now cannot make it through either. Tim, a big question about them. We'll talk about them for a second, because this is their kind of swan song now. They are done. They are out. They always seem to struggle at these events. We know they perform really well regionally, but struggle on the big stage. Why do you think that is?
I've been asked this question a couple of times about APAC, and I fall back to, I feel like, if you remember about 6 months ago, we discussed it, and I said, maybe when Damwon Kia were having their success in the international scene, I said it feels like they've kept that APAC identity, but they're also looking at the top teams in the world, and they're taking on board what they're doing a little bit more. And I just feel like that's dropped off a little bit, and I feel like we've gone back to sort of pure APAC, which there's nothing wrong with, but it's just not always getting rounds won, you know, and sometimes you've got to look to the top teams like Liquid, like TSM, like BDS, like Wolves, like, you know, Rogue. You've got to look at these teams that are doing really well and say, why are they doing well? What is working for them in their strats, in their setup, in their gameplay? What is working well for them? And I don't think it's a skill issue for APAC, for Sandbox particularly, because they are extremely skilled players and very, very capable and able to compete. And so I just think maybe that it's the style that they're bringing in. they just need to find that right balance, I think, is what I'm saying.
For sure, and now you can see with that group results on the screen in front of you, Heroic and TSM, the two teams to battle it out for that second place spot. Now, there probably is some weird, wacky, wonderful world where Liquid aren't actually guaranteed to make it through. If they lose their 2 games, for example, Heroic and TSM win both of theirs, there's a wild outside chance. But Liquid, for all intents and purposes, are going through. TSM and Heroic, Tim, you've watched most of these games. I haven't had the chance. Who's your pick to go through?
I think TSM. Heroic had a little bit of a wobble on the first day. I know they've come through and got a result in the last game, but I think when it comes to crunch time tomorrow, I think that TSM will make it. They were one of my favourites coming into the tournament. I think they're one of the best North American teams at the moment as we stand. Soniqs have also looked very good today. But yeah, I think for me personally, I think TSM might just squeeze it. But it's going to be this team that we've seen today, Team Liquid, that are going to decide a lot of that based on what happens in their results, I think, against those teams.
Absolutely. Well, time will tell, because not forgetting there are still another full set of games to come for you tomorrow. Still plenty to look forward to. Now, for Tim and I, big shout out first and foremost to Ubisoft. They let us come in and do a single cast for this event. Didn't want us to break our streak that we've done every event since SI 2020. It had to carry on. We'll go back to being fans, watching in the armchairs with you guys back at home. Look forward to watching the rest of the games both tonight, tomorrow, and of course for the playoffs. Thank you for tuning in with us, and we'll catch you guys soon. For now, we'll throw to a break ahead of BDS versus SSG.
We know players have been asking about it, and we've talked about it before. It's been a long time coming, so we're super excited to announce that crossplay is coming with Season 4. PlayStation and Xbox players will matchmake together and benefit from lower wait times thanks to the larger matchmaking pool. Now for crossplay, PC and streaming platforms will be kept in a separate pool from consoles. We have no intention to merge these two communities right now, but we're super excited to bring our console players together. You can invite players through both first-party platforms as well as through your Ubisoft Connect overlay. You'll be able to access your friends list through the social tab and manage your invites, requests, and squad up with your friends from other platforms. We all know communication is key in Siege, and it's no different for cross-play. So, voice communications will be enabled at launch, and the local player will be able to speak to and hear cross-platform players as long as they have voice communications enabled in their options and they're on the same team. Of course, you can still manually mute players through the scoreboard during a match or through the player profile side panel. Crossplay isn't the only thing that's coming this season. We're super excited to announce that cross progression is another feature hitting Siege this season. This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform anytime. So for credits and renown, they're going to be added together. So any platform that any player has played on ever is going to be added together and shared. Due to the data migration, we're going to be rewarding all of our players with an alpha pack at the start of the season.
Right now, the rank playlist is a pure skill system in which there's only one value, the MMR. The MMR is used for rank and skill. Every start of the season, when we do the soft reset, because it's needed for rank progression, we are hurting the matchmaking fairness. After this soft reset, we have the placement matches to try to guess your rank as soon as possible. What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. We are removing the placement matches, because the only value that will be reset is the rank. You will start your rank progression at the beginning of the ladder. From now on, there will be rank points. There will be also 5 divisions per rank. Each division will have 100 points. Also, to help you in this progression, we included systems like the demotion shield that will prevent you from losing ranks easily. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze, and Copper. We are removing the squad restriction and including a new algorithm for squads that will ensure balanced matches. We would love to hear your thoughts to keep improving and working on the system.
Time for yet another rematch. It's W7M versing the not Aussie org, I guess, the APAC guys from Thailand. It's Fury. W7M have also been looking pretty hot so far at the tournament, and a lot of people do have them as favorites, but there have been some cracks in the armor that may be able to be exploited.
Yeah, I sure hope so, because for Fury, they are down in the dumps at the moment in the standings. I believe they haven't been able to pick up a win just yet in the past day, and almost a full second day as well coming into this group stage. And well, if they want to stay in contention for the playoffs, this is the game that I believe is mission critical to win.
Well, yeah, I mean, at this point, it's not going to get much easier for Fury. They've lost 3 out of their 3 games so far, and including earlier today, a 7-1 loss to Space Station. In contrast, W7M are undefeated. They've got the full 9 points out of their 3 games so far. They are topping their group, and they are looking good. They've had the roster change, bringing on the ever so experienced Julio. And look, to be honest, there's been a bit of doubt cast over that roster change. You mentioned within the Brazilian region, a lot of people were saying, why are you bringing on this guy? You know, he'd already moved to coaching, he'd retired from being an active player. And yet we have seen that W7M are not slowing down. They are, in fact, gaining more momentum.
Yeah, I think the main thing is people were criticizing that W7M dropped GDN because he was actually playing very well as a support player. He had the stats for it. He was doing pretty well in the server, but really what W7M needed was some of that maturity and experience to translate them from not just an international team, but a team that is a grand finalist type of team. That kind of experience, the mental game and the fortitude that they need to move forwards and grow as a team. And that comes from Julio, who's a much more experienced player. I believe one of the most experienced in the entire major at the moment.
Third most.
Third most. There you go. The third most experienced player at this major, and pretty much doubles the experience of Hertz, who is the next most experienced player on this roster.
Nutty. And W7M have been taking that experience and their fine form to this group. As you can see, if they win this game, they will be above 99% chance of making the playoffs, which essentially means they are locked in unless if something crazy, ridiculous, and really specific happens. BDS are also looking very hot for the major as well, sorry, for the playoffs as well. Space Station still have an all right chance, but they're going to really have to crack on. They're playing BDS at the moment. And of course, Fury in this game. And it's top of the table versus bottom of the table in this group, isn't it, Mandy? Last time these teams played on Oregon, though, we were kind of impressed with Fury, or at least I was. I thought they had some really good rounds.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that as well. Fury came to play. They really did. I was very impressed by what they were able to bring to the server. They look competitive. I think that as W7 started to get momentum in the game, there was a big playstyle switch in that Oregon game. I imagine around 2 or 3 from memory, where they started playing more ambitious holds with rotates, more open lines of sight. Fury sort of struggled a bit more to deal with it after that. I think that W7 just a little bit more on the ball with their strat book and changing pace, and it's just hard for a team like Fury to keep up.
100%. I mean, Fury have had such a rise to power this year. They, at the start of the year in Stage 1, went 0-7 in their league. They didn't even get a single point, not a single overtime in APAC South. And they've since made really good roster changes. They've brought on I9, who's the man on screen right now, being spoken to by the admin, formerly known as Napew, played for Elevate, as well as BG Man, who played for Elevate. He's had some really good games so far at the major as well. And those two have brought new life onto this team. They've now made it to their very first major, and while they aren't many people's favorites within APAC South, they've shown that they do have something. Is it going to be enough to get a point on the scoreboard? It's really hard to say.
Yeah, once again for Fury, it's that 0 to hero story, quite literally 0 in Stage 1. They didn't have any points on the board, and Stage 3, here they are at a major. So what a big, tremendous difference between now and then. Like you said, I9 has been the main impact roster change. That is the man on your screen right now, the coldest man in R6, as some might say. His tattoos are super cool. And I just think that that entry fragging power that I9 has brought onto the roster has really opened up the early round for Fury, especially in APAC South, which is what you need against teams in our region that we come from.
I was talking briefly with I9 as we made our way to the studio here, and he was really nervous. He was really worried about the game. I personally hope that Fury just take it in their stride. Win or lose, every game at the major is a great experience, and they should try and just do what they can. They will be playing Villa, it seems. So previously these guys played on Oregon, and if we have a look, neither of these teams have actually played Villa so far at the tournament.
Interesting. I'm not really sure how it's going to fare between these two teams. I feel like for Fury, this one is going to be a tough match for them. I just by pure playstyle reasons, I think that W7M are probably a little bit more on the ball when it comes to denying the early entry and then falling off across the map. I just feel like W7M have a little bit more discipline than Fury do in the server, and as a result, I just feel like Fury are going to struggle a little bit once they get onto the defense half.
At least Fury have a lot more experience on this map than W7M do, at least in recent history. The only match that W7M have had is against Villa in the Copa Elite 6. Sorry, did I say against Villa? Against Team Liquid on Villa in the Copa Elite. That was a win 7-5. But we are going to get into the game. Can Fury cause some havoc here in their group, or will W7M continue their undiluted streak and get yet another 3-point win on the board? We're about to find out.
This is an exciting one. I really like casting Villa. Villa is always one of my favorite maps to dissect because I think this is a great map to test the workflow of teams, right? It's one of those maps that is a very half and half map, if that makes sense. You take one half of the map, you get stagnated at 90 in landing, and then you have the challenge of taking the other half of the map. And I think that maps like that are a great test between teams, especially like Fury, just to show their macro gameplay and decision making, right? When do you make that rotation? How many players do you rotate over to the other side of the map? That's why I love casting Villa.
Dockerby and knockbans really early. Very powerful lurking operators taken out, particularly that Dockerby. I think about this map, think about Villa, and how many nice little rat spots there can be on your roam. Getting rid of that Dockerby makes it much more difficult to hunt down those roamers. However, the Jackal is still in play. We don't see him every day, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does make an appearance here. Thatcher's also, of course, made it through, as well as all the hard breaches.
Yeah, all the hard breaches making it through is kind of not a big one for me, but I think it's a good talking point to say, because I think that having ranged hard breach on Villa is not super important, but it's a nice thing to have. I think having Hibana and especially Ace on the board is quite important, I think, for getting open, I imagine, your triple walls, getting open your 90 walls from the safety of being outside of the building, and it's always a good tool to have in your arsenal, and that's exactly what Lycolis is bringing along.
Yeah, I love some of the operator cards here. I was going to say, I see that Malusi one everywhere. It is terrifying. As W7M are terrifying in the server, KZ specifically, we were actually talking a little bit about him with Stokes before we got into this game.
Yeah, fun fact, sponsored by Stoics. KZ is the highest rated player in this entire major. Not only that, but he has the highest KPR in the entire major as well. So this is the most lethal player here in Sweden at the moment.
I feel like there's a lot of players who are really lethal in their own region or online, but when they come to LAN, they struggle. Or vice versa. You have some players that just excel in the LAN environment. KZ is someone who you can't fault no matter where he's playing, no matter what he's playing. At home in BR6, he's a monster, one of the best in his region. And here on the global stage, at LAN, he doesn't hold back. He doesn't feel any lack of confidence. He's got everything, got his wits about him. And he's, he's shown that this event so far, that's for sure.
KZ as well is such a sweetie pie in real life. Like, this guy is so cold in the server, but then you see him in real life and he's just chilling. He's the most humble guy. Anyway, BG man, he's starting to make his way over onto this master side of the map, but there is a player spawn peeking, I believe, through the drone hole bathroom on the other side. That is KZ, the man, the myth, the legend, the man we're just talking about and harping on, gets the first pick of the series.
Well, we hyped him up and he certainly delivered. That's a rough one for Hajime to kick off this map, and KZ is not afraid of continuing.
Dark and I9 are going to double up on this entry down inside of Dining, though, trying to make their way up the Astro stairs in tandem with the push that's happening from inside of Master.
Oh, KZ is going to walk straight into them, though, but a good pre-fire. Is he able to find the kill? He's taken low, and he's not afraid to continue his reign of terror. He takes down I9. He gets another one!
KZ.
How does he do it? Surely he's taken down here, but it's way too little, way too late. Fury now rely on Lycolis in a 1v4. It's going to have to be an ace, and I don't see him getting even a single more kill here, thanks to the man himself, KZ. What a round.
My God, that is one way to start off Villa. I think, like I alluded to, W7M are very good at entry denial. That's something that's pretty strong about this roster, no matter what map they play on. And I think it's particularly prevalent on Villa, where your entry point is pretty cut and dry. If you want to go for a map sweep route, you're probably going to hop in through closet, through bathroom, or you're going to go from below and go up. And that's exactly where KZ was contesting. That guy, oozing confidence. Complete disrespect. As soon as he saw him take the fight onto dining, he peeked it, re-peeked it, re-peeked it.
I can't believe he wasn't scared.
He stayed
off
around.
there.
Yeah, I know, right? Oozing confidence, disrespect in the server straight away.
Yeah, I mean, even I9 sprinting in to get the kill, you can't fault him for that. He was confident. And yet he lost it, and the refrag unable to go through either. Wow, nutty 3K to start off the game for KZ. 2 for Herds as well to boot. Good confidence booster, nice and early on. Not that W7E need any more confidence than they already have, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say that. They really don't need any more of that, especially after watching Casey take that gunfight against 99. They're going to go over to this trophy and statuary side, and they're going to bring along the castle in this strategy. They're segmenting off this closet side of the map and making it a power position. That single castle barricade that's on the doorway is blocking off that closet from being killed from the line of sight out on the south balcony. Thank you, medics. You are literally the best. That's exactly where KZ is setting up his lines of sight now. Double castle barricade as well on this half wall is going to allow another defender to help the player inside of closet from being flushed out through bathroom or from any of the other windows on the balcony.
Well, if there's anything we've seen so far in this matchup and in the previous time these teams played, W7M have figured out that if you play aggressively against Fury, you can rattle their confidence and start to dominate. And so that's exactly what they're playing into right now. As Fury try to get some information, but this aggressive position from Herds inside of Master, it's going to be difficult to take out.
Nice Kiva barricade as well. It's blocking off that line of sight from this East Master window so that he's safe to play at that bricks position. Now, if there's any lineup that you want to bring against the setup that W7M have done, it's probably Hibana. You can use those Hibana charges at range to try and clear out some of those castle barricades, but it's going to be very hard to get them down without them being shot off by a defender playing at that half wall position.
Dark's looking to contest this vert as well. What's KZ on with this C4? Very cheeky. Oh, Herds. Oh, what a shot. Lycol is taken down. That's the Hibana you mentioned. Dark unable to trade back. BG Man fortunately can. These castle barricades, though, likely to stay intact.
Dark starting to get his control down below as well, but not before being contested by Volps. I9 has an inkling that there is a player inside the closet, which there is. That's KZ with the shotgun going for a wide swing, taken down. Now Fury with the man advantage.
It's a big pick for Fury to take down KZ himself. In fact, the 3 remaining W7M players are the 3 that didn't get a kill last round. JV is not afraid of changing that, though, as he takes down BG Man, a belated trade. Still those castle barricades protecting him, though he has been taken low.
I9, though, has got real estate of this closet area and is starting to use the line of sight against W7M. Dark, in tandem with some flashbangs, is going to try and make the entry, and I9 will take down Volps. Suddenly, W7M in a little bit of a pickle 3-2 situation. I9 isn't afraid to take the second fight, leaving Julia all on his lonesome.
Gonna have to be some heroics here. Prodding in through bathroom, spots out the position of Dark, but now Fury know exactly where he is, and they can finish him off. A big 3-piece for I9 there, and Fury have found their first round of the map. Not quite too animated yet, but at least perhaps they start to believe in this dream a little more.
I actually really like the way that Fury approached that strategy. When you see a closet hold like that, you have 2 options to deal with it, right? One, sweep through the map and try and ignore the closet and just go for a regular like statue type plan, right? Second option, just face it head on and just deal with it on the spot, because you know that the players are going to be there. You're not going to waste time trying to go throughout the map and not get your picks. Just try and deal with it. Personally, I'm a big fan of the just try and face the challenge that is in front of you approach. Go for that minimalist take, because really it keeps all your players on the same page to one goal. It's simple, and it's just on that small micro gameplay to make sure that you take the swings right, you get that utility in, and that's what I9 was so good at doing. As soon as he got that pick, he jumped in and capitalized on that space with the line of sight that cut down the bomb site.
I think Fury is starting to realize that, yeah, W7M are peeking everything, and every now and then they will find a pick on us. But if we are watching, if we are aware of that, more often than not, we will get those replies and we will have the last laugh.
And that's exactly it with a strat like that, right? You know, because the strat's so claustrophobic, defenders do have to go for a swing. And Fury backed themselves in to win those gunfights, even against the likes of W7M. That's confidence. That's why they're here at these international events. Now we're going to go up and repeat. Oh, no, we're not going to repeat. We're not going to repeat this same bomb site. We're going to go down to the kitchen and dining instead. W7M just looking to do this top floor extension while Fury look for the clear.
A lot of map control to take here, but it looks like W7M aren't roaming too loosely. They have a bit more of a hard hold. What is KZ doing? This guy's got ants in his pants. He cannot stay anywhere for more than a few moments. As I say that, he backs off into Astro.
Fury, once again, looking for this sort of minimalist take onto the top floor. They don't want to sweep through the whole floor because that takes heaps of time, but they do want that top floor control because they have Sledge, they have Ash in their hands, right? So they can make use of the vertical if they get this control, which is exactly what you need onto dining and kitchen.
Well, slow and steady for Fury as the first E1D rolls out from BG Man. I9 is in the closet now, worried about roamers. In Astro, in Stat, Dark moves in, KZ finds the opening kill, feeling some pressure, but he doesn't fall back as of yet. Dark looking to move in from bricks, and Herds is the first victim for W7M. As KZ decides to fall back, he gets scanned. I believe he was still running when that Lion started, so Fury should know that he's fallen back.
Julia has just prepped a C4 as well onto that cutoff position just at that wolf hop-in where BG Man currently is. So he's going to have to be careful as he jumps into the building, or he could fall short to Julio's C4 right below. The rest of Fury, though, can start to get to work through this mid-round. They do have the Sledge in hand, like we said earlier. They're just going to set up that flank watch, be cautious about it so they can make some room on the site.
Good information gathered now by Dark as well. W7M have fallen back, haven't they? But Fury starting to get to work, flushing out these positions, but W7M have quite a few players who have evacuated that site and are playing nearby. With time ticking away, what is Fury's execute going to be?
Grenade to be cooked in through Dark, but it doesn't really connect onto anything. In fact, it actually does open up a line of sight from that little single panel through China. Fury have to amount to some kind of push. It looks like they're going to go for a laundry take just by the way that they're starting to shape up around the map. We've got Hajime, he's got the diffuser, Lycolis just with the diffuser outside of that laundry breach, and it's going to start to make his way in. 20 seconds left to go.
There's no time left, is there? This is going to have to be nuts from Fury as Lycolis takes a hell of a lot of damage. He's going to start to force that plant down. Not yet. He's waiting for his teammates, but they're all locked out of the site. JV's taken down Lycolis, and it's really just on Hajime and BG Man. Hajime goes big for 2, but he is traded by a swift KZ on this pretty ripper 90. Have a look at this one. Bang! And W7M take the lead.
Some nice plant denial from Volps right at the end there to cut in half the execute that Fury were trying to do. Even though Lycolis was able to slip through the cracks and get into the bomb site, his teammate that was trying to cover him could not. And therefore he couldn't go for the plants. Eventually he got taken down from JV, who recollected himself back on the site as well. And W7M just playing out that micro game in the late game just a little bit better than Fury did. And it happens and they take out the round.
Well, every single round so far has been an opening kill to W7M. Now, Fury have done an okay job of trading back these kills, but I think it was the right read last round from W7M to fall back and force Fury to waste their time because they weren't very good with it at the end. What is this play, though, Mandy? Oh, I've seen this before. I know exactly what we're looking at right now. Have a look at these repicks. You've got the Blitz from BG Man. The Amaru's actually foregone from Hajime. He was teasing the Amaru for a moment. I9's on it. There you go. I love to see this. I'm calling it right now. This is a study rush into top main stairs with the Blitz, and Amaru is going to go in from the 90 window at the same time. That is what we're looking at right now.
He's read the strat book. Dev knows. Oh, you might be right. Look at him go.
100%.
He's just outside the 90 window.
100%.
100%. Oh, dear.
I did this in rank the other day. It actually worked.
Did you really do this in rank the other day and it works? Well, I sure hope it works for Fury. They're round down, and here it comes, the Blitz train up top main.
And I9 is in as well. BG Man, no hesitation. Oh, it's catastrophe for W7M. But they have managed to retake 90. Julio now, C4 doesn't quite land as behind the bar, that plant begins to go down. JV taken low. BG Man forces that diffuser on the ground. And it's up to Fury now to hold this post plant. Man advantage on their side.
Julia's got some line of sight from below, trying to take the fight onto the player behind the bar, but they are long gone. Like Hollis holding on to the study position as KZ makes his way in through the map. He's got his back turned to him, and it's a pretty dangerous fight to take. KZ backing off now, instead taking control of that Vault push, catches someone in their back, and that's Dark.
Well, it's never over while KZ is still alive. BG Man, goes to take down on the Blitz OGs himself. Hang on a second, KZ! There's no way he fakes it! Oh, he goes for the double! But the trade is on, and that means that the round is for Fury. Oh my God! Hajime, you are a lucky, lucky man.
I can't believe it.
I'm telling you right now, KZ sticks that, it's a W7M round.
I can't believe it. Not only that, but he got off the diffuser, he got a kill, and then turns 180 degrees and gets another one.
Oh, it's nuts.
It's nuts. Man's got a protractor in there to check all those angles. He really does. I just don't know how he does it. You really cannot count out W7M until KZ is dead. That man is insane. Great rush, though, from Fury. Like you said, you called the strat before it even happened. You were in the repick phase, and you called exactly what happened word for word. I don't even need to break down that round. Honestly, what's the point?
I mean, as long as KZ is going to keep cranking 90s, this is going to be an entertaining game.
You can't say that. They're going to repeat. W7M, they went, all right, that was silly business. Let's make sure that we look out for the silly business in case it happens again. But look at this, they're actually doing an extension down inside of Living and Library with a mirror setup. I wonder what will come of this.
Helps you maintain a bit of control downstairs. The living push is going to be much harder while that mirror is there in Library, or in the Vault specifically. And of course, Fury won't go for the same strat, that kind of thing. It's not the same, not the kind of thing you do twice in a row, as the defense will be very aware of it. But we do have, and actually the Ying was actually 6 pick off of, so no real pocket picks here for Fury. It looks like it's going to be a slow and steady one.
Yeah, and this is a pretty conservative setup as well. From W7M, they're using this Arcade Claw to even keep the study wall closed. They really want this control, aiding the mirrors and in its position as well. Fury changing their approach too, they're going to go for a map sweep. So, like you said, not repeating any silly shenanigans and just going for something a bit more basic.
Yeah, but there's no one to meet them on this roam as of yet. And as we've seen, Fury tend to flourish, or rather W7M tend to flourish when they are there to meet Fury at the entries, when they don't give that free ground up.
I9 has got a cheeky little Twitch drone inside of study. If he can sneak it somewhere, he could clear some mirrors, but it's taken down. Roam clear pretty slow so far from Fury, even though they have been given a lot of real estate over on that north side of the map. Meanwhile, I9's still just on his lurk, on his lonesome, with that DMR in hand, trying to catch out any players that might be at top main or someone pesky inside a study on that hatch.
And once again, KZ's on this roam down below. Always scary to see him, but he has been spotted now by 2 drones. Bit of a rotation of one of the Electroclaws, it seems, to prevent Lycolis from breaching this 90 wall. So that's going to be really difficult now for Fury to get rid of. BG Man's going to have to rotate over with his EMP. As I9 gets in, takes down some util in study, but he's not able to get into the site. KZ actually goes down, an aggressive play, and Lycolis punishes him for it.
Look, KZ's having a good one. He gets the license to do that, eh?
Don't blame him.
Now, this is the point in the round where they've got a minute left. They've gone through the mid-round. They have this 90 control, and at this point, they need to start rotating players over to that study side control. I9 needs to work with one of his teammates to make this execute happen. Seems like a Vault default plan. The Vault wall default plan is what they're going to go for. That trick from JV wasn't successful off the back of that EMP. Fury could have this round in the bag. They've got all 5 of their players up. They have the positions that they need. It's just about converting it from here.
I think the Kaid juggle was actually partially successful. It got the second set of X-Kairos, so there's no actual entry hole in 90. But there's only 20 seconds left and ticking away oh so swiftly. Fury have man advantage, but Hajime's been traded back. That diffuser not going down as JV's going nuts. 2v2 now, as JV is still alive and well. As I say that, he drops. It's all on Julio now, 1v3, but shotgun in hand. He's got the perfect position. He's getting baited by Lycolis, who finishes him off with the pistol. And Fury find their second round of attack. Mandy, they're keeping pace with W7M.
Yeah, they're keeping pace, and the fashion that they're doing it is honestly really simple. Like, it really is nothing all too special. They went for a map sweep. W7M, they weren't there to meet them. Quite uncharacteristic. Because they had so much control all the way up to 90, they did a great job getting that vault wall open. Even though it was being juggled by JV, they managed to make it work out for them. And really, you don't need that entry hole inside a vault if you just want to go for a default plant on that vault door, right? You just need that wall open to make sure that there is no defender in that moment. Even though the plant denial came through with the smokes, it didn't connect well enough, and Fury were able to make that work, that plant reattempt work with the man advantage that they had from earlier on in the round. It was just simple stuff. It really worked out for them well, and to take down W7M in that kind of fashion is, yeah, it's pretty surprising to me.
I mean, the game is still... wait a second, it's 3-2 to Fury? Why do I have 3-2 to W... Oh, I wrote down that Fury won the... Sorry, W7M won the rush round. So yeah, they're not only keeping pace, they're actually exceeding expectations pretty drastically. This is on the attack too, Mandy, on Villa. Now, I don't know, we talked a little bit about the sidedness of Clubhouse with the bans in that game. I still feel like, in general, like most maps, aside from the really attacker-favored ones, like most maps are defender-favored.
I'm honestly really impressed by Fury. They're not trying to do anything fancy. They're not trying to do anything special. They are just sticking to the fundamentals and being very, very proficient at it. And I just don't think W7M are giving them the respect that they deserve, to be honest, for what they are going for at the moment. Once again, W7M are looking for this closet-sided hold, and Fury seem to be looking for the same type of approach as well. They've all convened themselves on this master balcony side of the map and are ready to play the utility game.
Last round of the half for Fury to go up 4-2 would be huge. Now, in APAC South, Villa is an attacker-favoured map, but in Brazil, it's a defender-favoured map. Fury actually are really proficient on their defenses. They win them 57% of the time. So moving into the second half, they'll be very confident.
I did mention the last time that they tried to attempt attacking this, that Hibana was quite a pivotal operator in this. Not only can she take down the castle barricades, but she can also take down the Kiva barricades one by one by placing them down in sets of 2. BG Man is going to double it with Lycolis to try and continue playing that utility game, but it's being outdone by the combination of Volps from below, shooting out those Hex Kairos through the hatch.
And Volps is falling back now. I do wonder, are we going to see the X-Kairos go out again? Dark's just doing some scouting with the Rotero. Herds is actually peeking into Master to shoot off those X-Kairos. He really doesn't want this util to get cleared.
Well, that's the problem, right? If you don't clear the Kiva barricade, then Herds can come through bricks. It can't be cut off through the window, and he can shoot off more X-Kairos. I reckon he's going to do it again for that castle barricade. And yep, he can just patch it back up again with the Kiva barrier. This is a really hard defense to crack when Herds is still alive, and he's being lethal in this position. Now starting to get aggressive, knowing that Fury have run out of utility. There's not much more that they can do to deal with the setup.
There are some more X-Kairos left as Lycolis punches all of the remaining and gets it onto those walls. What's W7M going to do about it? KZ's been a playmaker all game long. 2.8 KD, and he furthers that even more. Taking down Dark, SMG-11 in hand. He is a lethal weapon.
Oh, that was some siege timing right there. BG Man was holding the angle for so long. In the moment that he looked away, KZ goes for the swing, and he's good for the double. The triple, in fact, like Hollister Claw went back for Fury, but it is all over in this 1 versus 3. KZ starting to get aggressive inside of the closet as well, and it's Volps to clean him up, and W7M claw back another round.
They do. They tie the scoreline, Mandy, and KZ is simply nuts. The guy's got 11 kills in the first half.
He's crazy. It is the first half, and it went 3-3. Honestly, for Fury, the way they played it, impressive.
That's a dub.
It is a dub. honestly. I think that game of Villa was nothing too special, to be honest. That first half of it just felt like Fury, they did the basics, but they were really good at it. W7M, they were just trying to counter it. They did fine. I think that was just simply a game of a pretty good siege. It all came down to the micro game, the way they were playing those mini games with the utility as the round went on. And yeah, it happens, I think. Sometimes it's just one of those games that's just so back and forth because both teams are playing really well. Even though it's simple, it's good.
100%. We've seen it pop up every now and then. I just want to plug the skins for these teams. W7M, all their skins are sick. They're pink and white themed. And if you play Sledge, if you play Mute or Smoke, you can have both the SMG11 and the Shotgun with your W7M skins on, which is what I run. Even better if you have the Plasma Pink attachment skin. Little plug there. Also, Fury have a really sick ARX skin as well. So if you're a Yana or Nomad player, would highly recommend. They are part of the anime club, I should say. Anime skin does go stonks.
Y'all are getting classed on drip from Dev on the stream, guys. What an experience to have.
Don't ask me for fashion advice. Maybe if it's in Rainbow Six, I'll give fashion advice.
You said you should put the Plasma Pink attachment onto that W7M skin. Honestly, I rate that. That goes hard. That goes hard. I9 is on his lonesome down inside of this art room contesting the entry, but W7M are actually looking for a very multi-pronged attack here. They've got 2 players over on this master side. We also saw the 2 happening on Study, while Volps plays the cutoff in 90, and this is going to punish any Fury players that might be getting over-aggressive or might be rotating between the roam and between the site because there are so many W7M players to worry about.
All right, Dark. You're going to be able to hold your own on this roam. Hajime is supporting from Astro, but Fury are about to be met. 2 attackers. Herds just holding passively as JV reveals his position and backs off. W7M actually tried to breach on the bar wall on site with a smoke to aid it, but the mute jammer has stopped it, and I assume Fury has been able to shoot it off ever since.
KZ is going to put yet another smoke on there. Not sure what will amount of that, but here we go. It's JV on yet another cutoff just outside of that wolf window, and Volps at 90, I believe, hurts for a second. KZ is all starting to fall apart here for Fury. Only I9 left now in the 1 versus 4.
Yeah, he's gone and vacated the site. I think they seem to know where he is as well. Not an enviable position as they start to hunt him down, and KZ furthers his KD and starts strong on the attack for W7M.
Super different attack philosophy from W7M. Very, very different to what Fury brought. Fury, on their attacking half, they did these very minimalist, simple attacks where they would just pick one side of the map and just go for it. Whatever side the bomb site was on, it was almost a direct attack. What W7M did there was they put 5 players surrounding the entire map like vultures. It was just one player on each window or one player on each point of entry. And what that means is that Fury don't have a read on the attack that W7M are going to go for, right? So they're running in and out of the site. They're going in and out in between the roams and between the floors, and they're getting punished for those kind of mistakes in positioning, right? As soon as W7M found that pick, that was Volps on 90, KZ immediately went, all right, I'm just going to jump in the window, right? The site is about to be cut in half. I may as well go for it. Same thing with JV on that wolf cutoff. He saw some of them cross over into 90. He probably called that Volps. There's a guy going 90 short right now, and Volps is good for 2 on that 90 window. That's exactly what separates a team that's very experienced to a team that's less experienced on a map. It's that difference in philosophy that W7M bring to Villa.
That said, Fury now taking no shortage of time to take their tactical timeout rather. Immediately just jumping straight on it, and they'll do their best to try and adapt to that playstyle difference immediately. Instead of waiting a couple of rounds to let W7M back in, Fury are trying to make sure that they keep pace here because, Mandy, this entire game, no team has been more than 1 round ahead of their opponent. This has been neck and neck.
And this, I think, is the perfect time, like you said, for Fury to take that tactical timeout. The way that W7M play their attacks, it's not just on Villa, but they do it on so many other maps. Chalet is often the one that comes to mind when I think about this multi-pronged, multifaceted 5-way attack that they like to do. It is so hard to get a read on what W7M does. Every single team that I've asked for, what is your opinion on W7M? They all say it's just so hard to get a read on them. It's very frustrating to play against. And I believe that they're looking for something quite different, though, in this round. They've decided to bring along the Glaz, the Smoke, with the Smokes on the Capitao, as well as the Incandelas of JV. And I wonder what they're going to make of this.
I mean, Fury have called the tactical timeout, but it's also given W7M a chance to talk, and they've brought something special, haven't they? Like you said, 8 smoke grenades, pardon me, 3 flashes. You've got the Glaz to peer through those smokes as well, plus the Ying. There's so much util available for an explosive execute for W7M. However, right now, there's a decent amount of lurking going on.
Just one. And that's JV, all on his lonesome here on the red stairs. W7M are just trying to go through this setup phase, right? They want to send drones in through study to check that their plan is actually feasible before they go for it. Candela's now out for JV, and what are the rest of W7M going to do to follow up? He does connect the shot onto Dark, and East stairs controllers all for them.
Yeah, huge pick now for JV, huge amount of control as well, but Volps goes down too. That's the Glaz, and a really impactful pick. Look at the smokes go out from both sides as Lycolis uses all of his gas to defend against this push, but JV is good for another. He sends it straight in. Hajime for a trade. He's found his second on the round, but Fury are dropping piece by piece. Oh, here's BG, man. He whiffs the shots, and that is going to cost Fury the round. W7M are the first team to steal away a 2-round lead.
And what a change of pace from W7M. Like you said, not only did Fury make use of that tactical timeout, but so did W7M. That gave them a minute to chat about a pocket strat. And that was such a great one that came through study. They made use of all the smoke grenades to try and block off the line of sight for that study entry in tandem with JV coming up that red stairs. I'm really glad we got to watch that red stairs engagement, because that is exactly what opened up the timing for W7M to make that all happen. Fury, they weren't expecting that, and they just weren't ready. There was no Warden in play, and instead we had the Glaz that was just walking his way through study, and he was pretty happy to do so.
It's funny because even though the Glaz didn't work, it really didn't matter, and the Ying was the super impactful operator, it seemed, in that round. Or at least the smokes that went out from all of the 8 smokes?
8
right?
smokes.
Capitao, Glaz, who was the other one? Twitch, there you go. And of course the Ying. It was nuts. W7M not afraid to just bring out the guns. Now just 1 round off of match point. It feels inevitable for W7M, but I've got to admit, once again, Fury have played phenomenally, going 3-3 on their attack half. They just need to show some of the defense greatness that they have demonstrated during Stage 3. They love their defense on this map. 57% of them that they've played, they win.
That's pretty crazy. Fury, come on, what have you got to show for us? W7M, they're starting to mount their attack onto this trophy and statuary bomb site. Once again, the diffuser is on this master balcony side, so pretty similar philosophy actually from W7M, looking for a more minimalist take onto this bomb site. This Selma charge is aided by the EMP grenades of Herds. We'll start to get this wall open relatively quickly as the rest of W7M look for a lurk on the other side.
Just going to casually point out, KZ, 4.0 KD at the moment, 16 kills in 8 rounds, 2 kills per round average. Unreal.
Herds, there we go, immediately getting control inside of Master, actually being really brave about this, all the way up inside of the bricks as Lycolis will take down JV. That's your player jumping in bathroom, and starting to fall apart a little bit. The trades do come back on the other side of the map, however, Volps, his lurk was successful up until just then. Dark with the trade.
Yeah, Fury's really fighting back here. They're not going to let W7M walk all over them, but of course, KZ is still alive. Dark, low HP, moves back to site. BG Man caught in a difficult position. You don't want to take a fight with KZ unless you have to. That man is a killing machine, and he's marching on forward towards the site. He finds I9 with a quick flick of the wrist, and he's hungry for more.
Still a player as well, just out around the statue, trying to take the second fight onto KZ, and he does actually win that out. That's BG Man there on the Wamai. Lycolis looking for another one, but it's still BG Man. All is lonesome in the 1-on-2, takes Herds very low. It's doable. Both players on low HP, and BG Man has a shield to put for it.
Julio's rotated though. Gonna make it difficult for BG Man, who's also making this rotation. Herds is the man to cover. But W7M, they know how to play out these scenarios. Both players now rotating. BG Man hears that case being opened. Couple of pre-fires trying to bait out the positions, but he's not going to get the best of Herds. A huge round on from the 3v4 for W7M to close it and put us on match point. 3 attacks in a row.
Nice push from W7M. Even though they had the 3-man push going on a Master, they realized that they actually don't need all 5 players there. There wasn't all that much contest since they weren't holding on to Closet like what W7M were doing when they were on defense half, right? Fury essentially gave them that side of the map for free. They closed off all of the triple wall, which I think is the danger of doing that strategy, right? Because at that point, you can capitalize by hopping into Master directly. You don't have that line of sight open that's blocking in the Closet, that type of thing, right? And so they fully capitalized on that space with just the 3 of them, and that allowed KZ and Volps to do this incredible lurk in tandem on the other side of the map. There was a lot of picks that went back and forth there, and eventually the trade game worked out in their favor.
Well, it's weird because Fury won the roam game, and then when it came to just KZ pushing the site, he found a freebie and enabled another one from the rest of his team, and then they played out that low numbers position just so well. Now, match point, a 3-round lead for W7M, and Fury are really feeling a drought. They've just lost 4 rounds in a row. They were in the lead, and they've let it slip, struggling on their defenses to even find a single round.
I9 down below here inside of the basement, anticipating that lurk might come through from W7M, but honestly, W7M haven't been doing any ratty or cheeky lurks like that. Like, Coles is going to go for a run out. Oh, that's a brave one with the SMG-11 all the way over on the other side of Pottery. KZ's ready for that one, and breaking 18 kills as well. Can he break 20 in possibly the final round of this series?
It feels almost inevitable that KZ is going to crack the 20 bomb. Would that be the first 20 bomb of the tournament?
Might be.
If our production or observer knows, it would be great to confirm, but I've got a sneaky feeling that KZ is going to be setting records here.
The rest of Fury starting to peel back a little bit onto the site as W7M are starting to surround this. They've got living control. That's really early living control as well. 2 minutes to spare, and that all of this horizontal pressure has been taken away and given to W7M.
But it's a slow play now, gradually edging their way forward. Getting more map control as Volps looks to get some information with that Gemini. Pre-placed C4 from Lycolis, but it's not above that he's going to have to worry about. It's the players downstairs creeping up on him.
Volps is in a little bit of a tricky situation here inside of Living. There is a player in China and another one inside of Memorial that they'll have to deal with. W7M are actually shifting their focus and starting to work that top floor instead.
Oh my God.
Nice shot from Volps onto I9. And yet there's another player to meet him just at the bottom of these basement stairs. A pre-fire comes out from BG Man. The shots almost connect, but KZ is there up on that top floor to make it work.
And KZ is on 19 kills. He won't crack the 20, but W7M will crack open Villa and claim all 3 points against Fury. A valiant effort from the Thai team, but W7M are just on another level.
And that felt like a pretty strong mirror image of the first series that we saw against them. Even in the rematch, Fury, they looked good at the beginning. They had some basic stuff going on, and they really had mastered the fundamentals of that map. But as soon as W7M switched over to their attacking half, as soon as they went for that change in playstyle that was much more advanced, much more focused on individualistic play, probing around the map, Fury could no longer keep up because the push wasn't as linear anymore. And as a result, W7M just run away with it.
Yeah, Fury at least having a laugh about it. Disappointed, no doubt. Still winless at the major. A valiant effort from them, but I mean, W7M, they're just so good right now, Mandy. They've shown that it doesn't matter. Even if they start slow, they will find their form and get into the game.
Oh, look at that. They're still going over for the fist bumps as well. W7M, we love them. These guys are great.
Look at that.
Love that.
Very friendly. I will say these two teams are probably the teams I've seen playing the most table tennis at the event.
Yes.
There's a table tennis table at the venue here at the studio, and also one at the hotel, and I feel like Volps and JV are just addicted. They never stop.
They love it. They absolutely love it. It's really great to see the players both in and out of the server. It's just, yeah, they've been really lovely to see. I think that seeing them interact has just really warmed my heart, especially in the snow. Can you imagine that these guys are playing a competitive first-person shooter? They walk out of the building and they're like, "Oh my gosh, snow!" and they throw it at each other. It's adorable.
Well, think about it. You got Brazilians and Thai. They neither of them would see snow in their home country, so this is quite a unique experience. But they're making the most of this this event in and out of the server. In the server, particularly as W7M. Got to say, there were some great rounds from Fury on their attacking side. I think my favorite personally was that blitz round. That was just nuts.
Yes, and that blitz round, because you called exactly what was going to happen
What can I say?
and it happened within seconds. I didn't even need to break down that round. Dev did my job for me there. This was my favorite round, though, from W7M. The one where they went for that 8 smoke push inside of Study and up the red stairs together. The pocket strat off the back of Fury's tactical timeout as well. Well, what a way to use that minute to come up with a strat like that.
Yeah, well, great showing from W7M, and they sit at the top of their group. They're looking fine. There's not much of a challenge ahead of them, really, in my mind. I think for them, the priority now is securing that first seed to make sure that they have the best track going into the playoffs. We saw them secure first seed in Berlin, and then they went against Elevate and won that in the quarters. However, it was FaZe that they fell to, and I know from talking to W7M a bit earlier when FaZe lost to Direwolves, that W7 actually low-key hoping that FaZe get eliminated because they really don't want to have to play them in playoffs.
I just cannot believe that you said those words on stream. FaZe being taken down.
I know, right?
Direwolves, that is crazy, right? That is unreal that has happened in today's broadcast. It really is.
Yeah. Oh, it's been kind of a day full of upsets. We've had some really exciting games.
Has been.
Yeah, I can't wait to go and check the results because we don't get to see every single game. We don't get to really watch the entirety of both streams. We just get to watch, the games they cast and whatever else we have time for. But, just reiterating the game we had. Unfortunate for KZ that he couldn't break the 20, but, man, 19 and 5 in 10 rounds.
That's mad.
1.9 kills per round. 4 opening kills.
That's mad.
Yeah, man, he just doesn't stop. There were only 2 rounds where he didn't fulfill his cost. Get a kill, survive, get traded, or complete an objective. That's nuts.
That is absolutely insane. I'll tell you what, if W7M end up taking the trophy home for this one, this is the guy. This is your MVP, I reckon, of the tournament by a long, long way. I also just want to point out some of the other players as well. JV, he had a bit of a rough game earlier today against BDS. I think he went 4-10 or something like that. It was a pretty rough scoreline for him, but he showed up really big in this match. And he's one of those players that sort of just picks up the operator that you need. He's the one that will bring along your castle, for example. He's that guy that just brings along the utility that you need to pull together a strategy. Even on the attack half as well, it was usually KZ and Volps that were looking for the roam, but it was JV that's the one that brings along like your Thatchers and your little old picks that just tie the team together, and I think it's a really important player for W7M to have in their roster.
And if we look at Fury as well, I mean, not stellar stats, but still nice to see they had a couple of highlight rounds. Just going to once again say, BG Man on that blitz. He might have only got 3 kills in the game, but they were pretty impactful kills on that blitz. And just, nice to see a little bit of fresh creativity as well on Villa, which it's a map that's been in the pool for quite some time now, and we've seen almost everything under the sun on it, so it's nice to see some new strategies.
Yeah, it's really nice, and I love the way that W7M play their Villa as well. Like I say, that 5-prong, multi-pronged attack that they do is chef's kiss. It's so much fun to watch. That is like a W7M attack no matter what map that you're watching them play on.
I also love the Castle Azami combo. Like, if you don't ban out either of those, they will take both of them to their master defenses. And it was almost comical. I think it was on the Azami, right? It's like, oh no, I lost my Kiba barrier. There's another one. Oh no, I lost my castle. There's another one. It's just, yeah, it was great.
Yeah, it's really wonderful to watch them play out the strats. And here we go. This is the group results. So W7M, they're on 12 points. Now, I'm not sure if on the B stream that SSG and BDS game is going. Could you investigate that while I try and stall out the time for you to do that investigation? Because the way it works here is if W7M pick up 1 more point than SSG do in their series that might be happening right now, they are confirmed for playoffs off of this group. They could be in right here, right now.
Okay, well... Okay, so production has confirmed for me. The score currently is 6-4 to SSG between SSG and BDS. So what did you say? What was the stat?
So W7M has to get 1 more point than SSG.
To confirm themselves.
To confirm themselves. So if SSG also get 3 points here, I believe that W7M will not be confirmed for playoffs.
So what you're saying is if BDS at least gets 6 rounds, W7M is confirmed for playoffs.
Correct.
Wow, that is a confusing way to put it. Well,
Correct.
BDS still have to get 2 more rounds as it currently stands in order to lock in W7M for playoffs, so we shall see. But just looking holistically at the graphic, Fury, I'm pretty sure they're locked out. They would need to do a hell of a lot of work to do that. Let's go through the rest of the groups. So here's Group A. This one's been a lot of fun, Mandy.
This one has been a lot of fun. This is one of those groups that we said right at the beginning of the major that we said we have no idea, absolutely no idea. All 4 of these teams could make it out. And I think this graphic perfectly reflects that you have 3 teams all on 5 points.
Yeah.
No one confirmed to playoffs, and it all comes down to the final day.
It's also funny to me to see the nature of how those 5 points came about. For Black Dragons and M&M, it's 1 win in overtime and then 2 outright losses. Whereas Cyclops, they love going to OTs and losing it, don't they? That's why
Tell me about it.
They've had 2 match points where they could have found the full 3 points. So they could be on 9 points right now up with Soniqs, right? But they let 2 of those games go to overtime and they lost them.
And what's so comical is Cyclops managed to do an M&M against M&M. M&M are that team in EUL that are characteristic for getting so close to winning and then choking it in overtime. And somehow, in their game against M&M, they could have closed out in regulation, and then M&M came back for 6 or 7 rounds in a row or something ridiculous like that and closed it out in overtime. So this is a chaotic group if I've ever seen one. Each of these teams have beaten each other in some way, some form or another.
Yeah. Particularly, I'm surprised to see Soniqs doing so well. Just after the first game of the major on A-Stream, we casted it. It was M&M Soniqs, and it was a blowout. M&M took that in a really dominant, convincing regulation win. But nonetheless, Soniqs are leading the group at the moment. Here on Group B, though, Team Liquid are the ones undefeated. It always feels like there's just one team that is a cut above the rest. And in here, it is Team Liquid.
Well, in the last group, there wasn't.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Ha! Get wrecked. Team Liquid here, they are still technically not confirmed for playoffs. In this final play day, either Heroic or TSM could get 6 points and then jump the standings in round difference and then take over Liquid for that playoff spot. So technically, not done yet. Their job is not over.
That would be pretty unlikely, though. Like, Heroic and TSM would have to get the full 6 points and Team Liquid would have to get 0. But, you know, never count it out. It is possible.
Never count it out.
Sandbox, though, at the bottom on 0. I think it's fair to say Sandbox is probably the most disappointing team at this event so far, even compared to Fury, who are also on 0 points. I think there's more expectation on Sandbox. This ain't their first rodeo. They've been to countless overseas events before, and yet they're continuing to struggle to deliver.
Yeah, exactly that. But what I'm interested in this group is that midfield battle between Heroic and TSM. We saw them go it out today, 7-1 to Heroic. That is a bit of a shocking result, especially against the TSM, who looked so good against Team Liquid just earlier in the day.
Yeah, well, the groups have been pretty tight so far. If we've got the next one ready, we will take a look. Here you go, Group D. So we already looked at Group C before. That was the one that we were casting. With W7M at the top. And here, Group D, this one's also proved to be pretty exciting, Mandy. Funnily enough, we're seeing this shape up to be a bit of a you beat me, I beat you, they beat who, what's going on? Direwolves with 2 wins, firstly taking down Mirage and now taking down FaZe, puts them in contention for a playoff spot. And even Wolves not safe as of yet with that overtime win when Mirage, of all teams, the bottom team Mirage, pushed them to overtime in the opening game.
Yeah, so Wolves are in this group are sort of in a similar situation to what Liquid is in the other group. Since both FaZe and Direwolves are on 6, there is technically the possibility that FaZe or Direwolves get at least 5 points in tomorrow's 2 games that they have to play. They jump them in the standings and they can go into that top 2 and knock out the Wolves. So technically, job is still not done for the Wolves. They still need to win at least one of their games tomorrow to confirm for the playoffs.
Mirage, though, they are just about locked out. Now, a bit of a spoiler on what's happening on the B stream. We have confirmation that Space Station has just defeated BDS. And what, according to your note, does that mean that...
In regulation?
Yes.
If in regulation, W7M are technically not confirmed.
Oh my God.
for
Does that mean we still don't have any teams
not a single
confirmed?
one.
At the end of day 2,
Not
every
a
single one of our 16 teams could be going home at the end of tomorrow.
That is true. And I can't believe that we are saying that. It all comes down to the final day. How fitting. The final day of the final group stage for the final major of the year. That is crazy.
In Berlin, we'd at least locked in a couple teams. Like I remember the case with Elevate, where they like won all 4 of their games. They locked themselves in for playoffs, and then they just, you know, crap the bed on the Wednesday. No team's going to be able to afford to do that anymore, because even the ones at the very top, even your Liquids, they are going to be... here we go. We have an updated graphic for Group A. Even the teams at the top of their groups are not confirmed. Soniqs here, this is actually one of the tightest groups, still have a 91% chance of making playoffs.
Yeah, that's pretty mad, but that midfield battle's very scary. All of them around that 30 to 40% mark. Yeah, a bit tight. And I just want to put some word into that right column as well. For 6 invite, M&M, if they come in the top 3 of their group, they are 100% locked in for a 6 invite. They are essentially for the Soniqs, they need to fight a little bit harder to get in that top 2 spot for the 6 invite. That's at 87% at the moment, so they're almost locked in, but not quite.
I think for CAG they have to make playoffs, but Spabuni will correct me on that later. Are you sure?
I believe.
Okay, there you go. But yes, of course, they are currently at the bottom of the group, so a lot of work to be done. This qualifying probability, though, I think we've got that for each of the different groups. So let's have a look. There we go. For Group B, Team Liquid in first spot. 99% chance of playoffs, 99.9% chance of 6 Invitational. It really doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, that is pretty good for them. Same thing with Heroic. Yeah, just Heroic, they've come into this major. I'm honestly super impressed, especially after that last game against TSM, who are, by the way, at a 0% chance for 6 invite after being the 6 invite champions of this year, which is crazy to me. Heroic are there to take over their spot instead in this group, and in how fitting fashion, honestly, especially after the game today.
Yeah, it was a great game between those two teams. TSM still have a chance to make the main stage in Jönköping, but as you can see, down at 41%. Let's have a look at Group C, which is the one that we have just been casting. W7M, right at the top there, 100% chance for Invitational. They're locked in, just like BDS is. For playoffs, they're all but locked in. And funnily enough, with that Space Station win over BDS, they are in prime position to make playoffs, even though their chances of making invite are minuscule.
Yeah, I'm glad that we have these graphics up, because we were just sitting here on the desk going, we have no teams locked in for playoffs. Oh, so dramatic. But this graphic puts it nicely for us. W7M, so close, like you said, to making those playoffs. And for BDS and for Space Station, it's that midfield battle once again. It all comes down to the final day to see who can lock in realistically that second spot.
All right, Group D, here we go. The final group, and one of my favorites. I'm really excited to see. Can we have a look at the probabilities? There we go. So, yeah, this is unashamedly one of my favorite groups. We have phenomenal teams in this group. We have some underdogs. Wolves up in first, already qualified for 6 Invitational, but not locked in for playoffs yet.
Yeah, it's not looking super good at the moment for Mirage, unfortunately. I think are pretty much almost locked out of playoffs. But for the Direwolves and for FaZe, Direwolves have done an incredible job by taking down FaZe today. But they have to do even more tomorrow. It is not over yet for them. And the same thing for FaZe. By losing out to the Direwolves, this group is not nearly as clear-cut as we thought it was going to be. For Wolves, though, they've really only got one more game to lock it in, and I believe they've already done their rematch against Mirage, so it is going to be against FaZe and Direwolves. That's actually quite important to talk about for this group, actually, because if Direwolves or FaZe manage to upset against the Wolves, that essentially locks them in for the playoffs, right, by theory. Because that is their top team of the group, right? And if they can collect a win over Mirage, then that locks them in. So I think that the Wolves are definitely still in danger here by how tight this group is.
Yeah, there's very much a really good chance that FaZe or Direwolves will make it to the playoffs. There's a lot up in the air. I think in order for Direwolves to actually make it to the invite on points, they have to get like top 4.
Yes.
So not quite so likely, but for FaZe, as you can see, they're all but locked in for SI, which just feels right with how well FaZe have performed this year. Runners up at Berlin, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. The way that FaZe have been playing is super consistent. They were grand finalists, 1 round off being Berlin major champions, and now would be really fitting for them to come to that playoffs and try and make that run back.
Well, of course, we have a hell of a lot of games tomorrow to lock in our 8 teams going to Jönköping for the playoffs. Kicking it off on the A stream, it's going to be Soniqs versus Black Dragons. I'm really excited for the Direwolves Mirage game for obvious reasons. Bit of a Direwolves shill. I reckon I'm also really keen to see all the M&M games, like M&M Black Dragons. I think will be really good. FaZe Mirage will be an important one because if Mirage can upset FaZe there, it might squash FaZe's chances of making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think so as well. There's a couple of important ones here, I think. First of all, Team Liquid and Heroic. Of course, Heroic, they are not locked in for the playoffs. Neither Team Liquid. What am I talking about? No one is locked in for the playoffs. But for Heroic to make it in, that's going to be one of those mission-critical games to win. Because they got that win over TSM today, even though then the job is still not done, they need to secure at least one more. For Liquid, they definitely need to secure one more to lock it in. It all comes down to that first series, in my opinion. Whoever wins out that one, I think will edge out on top, especially if it's going to be Heroic. It's going to make that midfield really dicey.
Yeah. We're also going to have the B stream as well going on tomorrow to finalize the games. I think we'll be on the B stream for most of tomorrow, actually. Yeah, I'm really keen because we have some cracking matches. CAG M&M could be a lot of fun. That's going to be a rematch of the most heart-wrenching game that we've seen, I think, at the tournament so far. Elating if you're an M&M fan, and just disappointing if you're a CAG fan. CAG went up, I believe, 5-1 and then ended up losing it to M&M. So that'll be a great game to see. Also, Wolves FaZe, always a treat. Like you said, if FaZe can upset over Wolves, it will have huge implications on FaZe's chances of making playoffs.
Yeah, I think they have to be honest, for FaZe. They've got a pretty tough set of matches oncoming, and I think that in order for them to lock it out, because they lost to the Direwolves, that's got to be, I think, a must-win for them. Later on, the Direwolves go up against the Wolves as well for that Direwolves chance to go into the major. So FaZe and Direwolves in that midfield, both of those are must-win games if they want to progress into the playoffs, and they're both against terrifying Wolves. Yeah. So not looking too good for them at the moment. But yeah, I'm really excited for that first matchup, to be honest. I just think chaos in the server between between M&M and CAG is going to be really fun.
Yeah, and even to close tomorrow on the B stream, you've got a real treat in W7M versus BDS. So every game's going to be fantastic. We've got so many big playoffs potentials for each team. Some of them, it's a real slim chance. Some of it is a huge chance. So yeah, I'm honestly just really keen to see who makes it, because there is a lot still to be seen.
I feel like if we never get to the third day of the groups in the major, and we have not a single team locked in, that is just, wow, that is mind-blowing to me. I don't feel like we're often in this situation, Tev.
No, we're certainly not, but we will find out all of the answers tomorrow, so make sure you're back here on the A stream and the B stream to see which of our 16 teams will be going to the Jönköping Major to play on the stage for that grand prize of $500,000. We'll see you there.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you give me or call me? 'Cause I have for you a crazy prize. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feel so high. You never know why.
Something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, you never know why. No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been. If you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. remember me.